Others traveled through time to ancient times and became princes, not thinking about benefiting the people and winning reputation. It means to conquer all directions and establish great military achievements. Or he might marry 8 or 10 wives, live a life of drunkenness and dreams, and enjoy all the wealth and splendor. Some even harbored ambitions and sought power and the throne, dreaming of becoming emperor one day. However, when I traveled back to ancient times, I held a hoe and worked hard in the fields every day. Just because this world is different from ordinary ancient dynasties. Here, monks are rampant, and a strong one can create an 8th-level gale that is strong enough to destroy mountains and rivers with a wave of his hand. Although I am the 6th prince, after my mother's death, I was framed and accused of treason, and was eventually banished to the cold palace. At first, I was often anxious because of the uncertain future and worried about my life all the time. Until one day, when I was watering and fertilizing a wild wheat, I accidentally activated the golden finger, a planting initiation and a 10,000 times return system for cultivation. As long as they are plants planted by me personally, they will carry the cultivation that I instill in them, and the cultivation returned will be at least 1 times, and at most 10,000 times. At this time, the imperial capital of the Sui dynasty was Daxing, and the East Palace was located on the east side of the majestic imperial palace. The rising sun shines on this peaceful palace, illuminating a young man who has just woken up from his training. His features are strong, and he is showing his majesty. He is the current crown prince Yong. He took the towel handed to him by the eunuch beside him, wiped the sweat off his face, and asked casually, "Is my 6th brother still farming? Has today's tribute been delivered?" The eunuch at the side responded with a flattering smile. "Your Highness, the 6th prince is still busy in the fields today. The tribute he sent is a fresh cucumber with flowers and thorns on it, juicy and covered with dew." Yan Yong looked at the snow in the distance, stunned for a moment, then his face turned cold, and he ordered sternly, "Come here, search the cold palace again. The 6th prince is not allowed to have any cultivation books. My father has ordered that not even novels or biographies are allowed to be left behind." "Yes, sir," the chief eunuch responded respectfully, and immediately led a team of eunuchs to trot to the cold palace. They walked around the palace and came to the cold palace in the southwest corner, and stopped in front of the Wangwen pavilion. The chief eunuch waved his hand, and the sturdy man kicked the door open with 1 foot. A deafening sound rang out. Bang! "Who is so bold?" A thin palace maid in the courtyard rushed out like an angry little lion, followed closely by an old eunuch who walked out tremblingly. The chief eunuch sneered and said coldly, "We are here to check for prohibited items under the order of the crown prince. Get out of the way." Then, he rudely pushed the palace maid aside and barged in with his men. The maid's eyes were filled with tears, but she gritted her teeth and held back her anger. She knew that if she lost her sense of propriety, her master would be in even greater trouble. The sharp light that flashed in the old eunuch's eyes quickly disappeared, and he immediately lowered his head, putting on a humble look. The chief eunuch asked the servants to check the books while walking towards the backyard, where the 6th prince was working hard in the vegetable garden. "Your Highness, the 6th prince, I am honored to meet you." The eunuch bowed coldly, but his tone was disrespectful and his heart was full of contempt. It was a joke that the 6th prince was forced to farm in the cold palace. It was not only a laughingstock of the Sui dynasty, but also a topic of conversation among the 4 surrounding countries. I didn't even raise my head, still concentrating on hoeing the ground, and said calmly, "I saw you get lost." The chief eunuch was furious, but he still held back his anger and said with a sinister smile, "I'll take my leave." Although he was angry, he knew in his heart that even though I was a prince, I was still not comparable to him. The eunuch's status was much higher than his. But he was also capable of some tricks. Before turning around and leaving, he ordered his men to search and take away all the papers, even a few pieces of toilet paper with words written on them. The palace maid Xiao Chao glared at the eunuchs with a red face and clenched her fists in anger. The old eunuch saw them off respectfully, and only gently closed the gate until they had completely disappeared from his sight. Xiao Chao looked at the old eunuch with tears in her eyes, her voice trembling. "What would Grandpa Zhou? They are bullying me." "Okay, don't cry anymore," Shou Ning comforted softly. Just then, I came over from the vegetable garden, wearing coarse farm clothes and carrying a hoe on my shoulder. I spoke in a calm but comforting voice. Xiao Xiao, don't cry. You know I have a photographic memory. I will never forget any book I have read. Don't worry, it doesn't matter how many books they take away. Xiao Xiao wiped her tears and nodded. Yes. I will keep it a secret. I chuckled. Okay, go prepare lunch. Yes, Your Highness. Xiao Xiao ran to cook briskly. Seeing this, Zhou Ning straightened up gradually, with a sharp look in his eyes. Your Highness, do you want me to get rid of that little eunuch? I waved my hand calmly. Uncle Nung, be patient. You are already an innate master, and you are only one step away from being a grandmaster. Let's wait a little longer. Your Highness, I have a feeling that in 3 days, I will be able to advance to grandmaster. When the time comes, I will definitely help you out of this predicament. Okay, you go first, I'll pick some cucumbers. Zhou Ning's eyes lit up, and he quickly knelt down to thank him. Thank you, Your Highness, for the reward. I picked a few cucumbers and handed them to him. This is enough for 3 days, go back. Zhou Ning accepted it excitedly, turned around and left with the cucumber, but still didn't dare to go far. He stood by and guarded secretly. I smiled slightly, walked to a cucumber vine that was about to bloom, gently grasped the vine, and let my internal energy surge into it. Ding Yu infused the cucumber vine with internal energy for 3 days, and received a reward multiple, 10,000 times. 10,000 times! I was surprised and secretly happy, but I couldn't help feeling a little worried. Ding, your cultivation has been improved, and the innate warrior has advanced to a grandmaster warrior. Ding, your internal strength has reached its limit, and has begun to evolve into true energy. Ding, your Yang's physical training method has reached the 100th level and has begun to evolve into a basic breathing technique. Amid the continuous ding-ding sounds, a smile appeared on my face. My cultivation improved by leaps and bounds, and I gradually broke through the bottleneck. Although I was happy in my heart, I remained calm and did not get carried away. In this palace, although the Grand Master has a prominent status, he is not invincible. As far as I know, even though there is no Grand Master in the Imperial Palace, even a Grand Master would die if he were besieged by 3,008 Grand Master guards. Moreover, there are as many as 30,000 top-level warriors and guards in the Xiantian realm. Such power is enough to easily kill any Grand Master. This is also the reason why, as a time traveler, I still choose to keep a low profile. The Sui dynasty had a vast territory, spanning tens of millions square kilometers, with a population of over 100 million, and was surrounded by 4 powerful dynasties. The Ming dynasty in the east, the Song dynasty in the southeast, the Tang dynasty in the west, and the Wuzhou dynasty in the southwest. These 4 dynasties were as powerful as the Sui dynasty. They were both allies and frictions with each other. Despite this, the 5 dynasties did not dare to start a large-scale war because there was a common threat in the north, the Yuan dynasty. This dynasty was powerful enough to easily crush any party. The rulers of the 5 dynasties actually always harbored ambitions to annex other dynasties. They wanted to unify the 5 dynasties, achieve true hegemony, and even intended to challenge the Yuan dynasty. However, the 5 dynasties were of similar strength and intermarried with each other, and the situation remained deadlocked for 300 years. And I, as the 6th prince of the Sui dynasty, am the product of these complex marital relationships. My father is Emperor Yang Jian of the Sui dynasty, and my mother is the former eldest princess of the Wuzhou dynasty and the younger sister of the current Emperor Wu Zetian of the Wuzhou dynasty. Given my background, I shouldn't have been left out, but after my mother passed away, the court was in turmoil. Especially when I was 13 years old, my mother arranged a marriage for me with Li Lizzie, the 6th princess of the Tang dynasty, before she died. As a result, all this turned out to be my disaster. Not long after, I was banished to the cold palace due to my suspicious identity and charges of treason, and lived a life of displacement for several years. I, from Blue Star, came here in this predicament. It has been 5 years and 6 months since then. In the early days, I was filled with fear and anxiety, and was always worried about whether I would live or die. It wasn't until one day, by chance, that I activated the system while fertilizing a wild wheat plant, that I gradually had a chance to turn things around. Even with the system, I am still cautious and dare not act rashly. After all, when I was 13 years old, I was already a recognized genius prodigy in the Sui dynasty. I had a photographic memory and was considered a candidate for the crown prince. Because of this, I have always been watched and excluded by my royal brothers, and was eventually banished to the cold palace by their alliance. To be on the safe side, they even kept a close watch on me, forbidding me to touch any books related to martial arts. Even ordinary books were not allowed. Only agricultural books were allowed to remain. The purpose of these brothers was clear: to trap me in this small courtyard and completely deprive me of my freedom. But they did not dare to take direct action. On the one hand, they were worried about undermining the reputation of the imperial power, and on the other hand, they were afraid of revenge from Wuzhou. In this way, I got a chance to survive in the cracks. However, from today on, I no longer need to be so cautious. Haha, in this world, martial arts are respected. Even though the dynasty rules the world, the status of martial artists is still supreme. In the martial arts world of various countries, there are many transcendent beings who are not subject to any restrictions. I smiled and said, the 3 sects of the Great Sui dynasty, the 6 sects of the Wuzhou, the 7 clans of the Great Tang, the 8 temples of the Great Song, and the 9 mountains of the Great Ming, all have the right not to be restricted by the imperial decree. And the grandmaster is the strongest known combat force. With excitement, I walked to the corner of the yard, where some discarded stones were piled. I picked up a stone as big as a dustpan and slapped it hard with my hand. Bang, crack, crack. The big rock cracked and fragments scattered everywhere. Looking at the gravel covering the ground, I felt a sense of accomplishment. Haha, not bad. My strength is now as strong as 10,000 pounds. It turns out that the improvement of the grandmaster and the innate warrior should not be underestimated. I looked at my still delicate palms with satisfaction and chuckled. Your Highness, what happened? Zhou Ning's voice came from outside the vegetable garden, and he appeared beside me like a ghost. He didn't dare to enter without my permission. It's okay, I'm just dealing with these rocks and planning to plant some fruit trees, I replied with a smile. Then I handed him a small hammer and said, since Uncle Ning is here, please help me break the rocks at the base of the wall into pieces as big as a head. I will use it to build a fence. Yes, I'll be there soon. Zhou Ning took the hammer without hesitation and started smashing the stones. With the power of the innate master, smashing the stones was extremely easy, and it didn't take long to clean up. I walked to the stone table nearby and opened my system panel to check. Host, Yang Hong, the 6th prince of the Sui dynasty. Number of initiations per day, March 3rd. Lifespan, 19/150. Cultivation, 1 year of true Qi, grandmaster of martial arts, strength of 10,000 gene. Skills, first level of basic breathing technique, first level of basic body building technique. Special abilities, photographic memory, mastery of farming. Looking at the properties above, I feel a little relieved. My lifespan limit has returned to normal, thanks to the system's recovery. According to statistics from the Taiyuan world, the lifespan of a congenital master is 120 years old, a grand master can live to 150 years old, and those who practice special health-preserving techniques can even live 30 to 50 years longer. For me, living longer will allow me to better realize my plans. After all, having lived through death once, how could I be willing to give up so easily? Sir, lunch is ready, come and enjoy. Just as I was immersed in the reverie of how I would enjoy my life in the future, the palace maid Xiao Chao finally brought lunch. Uncle Ning, I'll take care of the rest of the afternoon's work. Don't worry, Your Highness. It will be finished soon. Okay. I ignored the old eunuch and walked straight to the living room in the middle courtyard. With Xiao Cao's help, I washed my hands and started to eat. The rules of the palace have always been strict, especially for me as a prince. Although the palace maid Xiao Chao and the old eunuch Zhou Ning eat the same food, it is a taboo to eat with them. I couldn't help but recall the lineup of 4 palace maids and 4 eunuchs, which was the lowest level of status for a prince at that time. But later, the prince beat those people to death one by one on the grounds that it was against the rules to sit at the same table with the prince. I knew that the prince was setting the rules for me. At that time, I was weak and powerless, and could only endure it silently. In 3 days, at most, I will be able to take revenge and no longer have to bully others. I silently said this in my mind and involuntarily increased my eating speed. After dinner, I picked up the hoe, walked to the vegetable garden, and began my practice. Outsiders may think that I am just plowing the soil randomly, but this is exactly how I practice. I have been practicing this way for 5 years and no one has ever suspected me. This is the magic of the empowerment return system. However, this basic bodybuilding technique is very different from the previous Yang-style training method. It is no longer possible to practice simply by hoeing the ground, but requires special movements to coordinate. I tried it a few times, but when I found it wasn't right, I stopped. We have to find an opportunity to clear out the spies outside of Wanwan Pavilion before we can start our real training. I looked towards the west side of Wanwan Pavilion, which was Jiro Pavilion. It had now become a cold palace and was home to a group of imperial guards. It was the place where they were monitoring me. Your Highness, it's cold outside. I couldn't find any peach saplings. I only found a few peach pits. Can you see if I can plant them? Zhou suddenly came over. Peach pit? Oh. I was stunned for a moment, then I remembered the excuse I mentioned casually at noon, and then I suddenly realized it. Zhou always remembered every word I said. Leave it there and plant it in the spring. Yes. Zhou placed the small bag of peach pits on the stone table and stepped aside respectfully. I opened the bag and found 9 oval peach pits inside. They looked like the best quality red peaches from Sui. I weighed them and felt that they were just the right weight, so they must be good seeds. However, this season is not suitable for planting peach trees. Even if I converted the backyard into a simple greenhouse, I could not go against the weather. Oh, I think I saw the number of initiations has increased to 3, but I remember it was only once before. I opened the system panel that only I could see again. It's 3 times, and there are 3 more today. It seems the initiation system has been upgraded. Uncle Ning, please help me carry some soil from the imperial garden. 3 sacks first, I said to Zhou Ning. Yes, I'll go right away. Zhou Ning turned around and left without any questions. I picked up a peach pit and prepared to perform the initiation. Ding, initiation failed. The host's current cultivation is too low to initiate the seed. Please change the target. When I heard the familiar prompt tone, even though I had expected it, I still couldn't hide my disappointment. 5 years later, I still can't initiate seeds, not even trees. Previously, only small plants such as rice, wheat, melons and fruits could be crowned. Even slightly larger bonsai plants could not be crowned, let alone fruit trees. But today, the system has clearly been upgraded, and I decided to try a new goal. Grapes are also vines. I couldn't give them a crown before. I wonder if I can try now. I walked to the side of the vegetable garden, where a simple pergola was built with 9 grape vines growing inside. Now it had no leaves and was covered with strips of cloth, becoming part of a greenhouse. I held on to the thickest vine. Ding, the plant planting initiation has begun. Please pay attention to the plant's tolerance. It actually works. I was so happy that a smile appeared on my face involuntarily. I immediately took it seriously and carefully began to infuse the grapevines with true energy. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, 9 days. Ha! It's really upgraded. Before I could only empower herbs, and usually only for 1 day. For things like cucumbers, it was only 3 days. Now I can empower them for 9 days. Ding, you infused the grapevine with 9 days of true energy, and received 9 times the return, returning 72 days of true energy cultivation. A warm feeling flowed throughout my body, and my cultivation improved further. There isn't much change in my improvement in cultivation. I felt it for a while and found that although my physical condition had changed a little, it was not obvious. After all, grandmaster is the pinnacle of martial arts, and the rest can only be accumulated. I continued the operation, holding another vine and began to empower it. This vine was of slightly lower quality, and could empower 7 days of cultivation, but it gave back more. Ding, you infused the grapevine with true chi for 7 days and received a 15-fold return, which is 105 days of true chi cultivation. My luck is amazing. Then I chose the thinnest vine with a few yellow leaves on it. This vine was indeed different, and could infuse more cultivation. 9 days, 20 days, 33 days. In the end, the grapevine actually endured 33 days of cultivation before it stopped. Ding, you infused 33 days of chi into the grapevines, and received 10 times the return, returning 300 days of chi cultivation. A stronger warm current spread throughout my body again, strengthening my physique. After more than 2 years of cultivation, why do I feel like I only have half the strength? Just when I was secretly dissatisfied, the system prompt sounded again. Ding! Ordinary grapevines have been cleansed by true energy and have begun to evolve. Evolution is successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the first grade lower grade spiritual plant Chingu grapes. Spiritual plants? First grade? I was shocked. What was this new? The plants I had previously initiated were all from 1st to 9th grade, with 1st grade being the lowest. Did I have to start all over again? And spiritual plants? What is this? This is clearly a martial arts world. How come something from the immortal world suddenly appeared? I was confused, but I didn't think much about it. I can only wait until next year to see the effect of this jade grape. Your Highness, the soil has been pulled back. Where do you want to put it? Zhou Neng walked over pushing a flatbed cart. Just sprinkle it along the west wall, 1 foot above the ground. Okay. Zhou Neng responded. I am a prince. Even if I need to farm the land, I don't have to do it myself. I have helpers around me. How can I not use them? What's more, Zhou Neng is a natural master, so his speed is naturally impeccable when doing simple earthen work. In less than half an hour, he had neatly turned over a small flower bed that was 3 feet wide and 9 feet long. I planted the 9 peach pits directly. Since I couldn't infuse them with true qi to improve their quality, I could only rely on their luck. Whether they could sprout or not depended on God's will. Back in the courtyard, I tidied myself up briefly. The maid Xiao Xiao had already served me some hot tea. Your Highness, please have some tea. I responded casually, picked up the teacup and took a sip, and my brows immediately frowned. This tea was actually low-grade tea foam, not worth mentioning at all, and there was no point in drinking it. Now I am planning to transplant a few tea plants, or simply buy some tea seeds and grow them myself. I secretly made a note of this and looked at Zhou Neng beside me. Seeing that he did not leave as usual, I knew that he had something to report. Uncle Nung, is there something wrong? Your Highness, the 12 princesses are fighting again. Oh? Who did my naughty sister beat again today? I paused with my hand holding the tea bowl and a gentle smile appeared on my face. The 12th princess won, but she was punished by the queen to stand again. I smiled softly and said casually, Haha, you'll get used to it. I'll pick some cucumbers for her dinner later. As I said that, I stood up, walked to the vegetable garden, and picked 5 fresh cucumbers. Zhou Neng took it carefully, and then quietly stepped back. These cucumbers are specially cultivated by me using the planting initiation system. They are grade 9 and can warm the body and even speed up the training of warriors. It was with the help of these special plants that Zhou Neng was able to cultivate from a third-rate warrior to the level of a congenital master. In the Sui dynasty and its surrounding areas is divided into multiple levels. After training, ordinary people can lift a 100-gene stone lock with one hand, which is not considered to be a mainstream. Through practice, those who can lift a 300-gene stone lock with one hand are considered the lowest rate, 900-gene is third-rate, and 2,000-gene is considered a second-rate warrior. A strength of 4,000-gene is considered first-rate, and an innate warrior must have a minimum strength of 8,000-gene. As for a grandmaster, a strength of 10,000-gene is just the foundation. In addition to strength, cultivation also focuses on the strength of the true qi and the body. Although the general martial arts sects and martial arts halls only test strength, the most common method is to lift the stone lock. Cultivation has become quite popular in Taiyuan continent, and the theory is also very complete. For example, one is not allowed to practice martial arts before the age of 14, otherwise it will damage the foundation and may even lead to death. There are different methods for practicing internal and external skills, and the methods are divided into 9 levels, each level has a different heaven. However, these have nothing to do with me. I was forbidden to practice martial arts by the Emperor Yang Jian himself. I have always been puzzled by this and have investigated it many times, but I still cannot find the reason. In the end, I can only conclude that there may be some problems with my identity. My younger sister, Yang Zixuan, is 14 years old this year and started practicing at the beginning of the year. She is my only sister, and she has deep feelings for me. She often comes to see me and cares about me. As I obtained the planting initiation system and continued to grow special plants, she has also benefited a lot, and her health and cultivation have improved. Royal brother bang. At this moment, a crisp girl's voice came from outside the courtyard gate, directly through the front yard and courtyard, and reached the backyard. Oh, the gate has to be repaired again. I patted my head and said helplessly. This is the 13th time this year that Yang Zixuan always knocks down our door. The door of Wanwen Pavilion was difficult for even an adult to push open alone, but every time she came to knock on the door, it was knocked down like paper. Brother, I've been bullied, whoa. Yang Zixuan walked up to me familiarly, threw herself into my arms, and pretended to cry. I looked at her crying without any sincerity and couldn't help but smile in my heart, without even raising my eyes. Who did you hit again today? Isn't it that Yang Lanting? She can't beat me, but she keeps talking nonsense. I should teach her a lesson. Oh no, it's the Queen Mother who punished me to hold the stone lock again. I'm almost not growing taller. If I keep holding the stone lock, I'll be even shorter. Then you should be a good boy and stop causing trouble. If I don't cause trouble, it's always those guys who provoke me. She pouted, looking unconvinced. I listened to her chattering with a smile, and my heart was filled with warmth. Although Yang Zixuan is short and thin, she is very strong. 2 years ago, she was still a thin girl, but now, she can lift a 900 gene stone lock with one hand, reaching the level of a third-rate warrior. Royal brother, we learned internal skills today. Queen Mother personally taught us the Zheng Gong. Do you want me to teach you? She looked at me proudly with a hint of expectation in her eyes. She knew that my father had forbidden me to practice, but she still hoped that I could practice martial arts like her. Cough, cough, cough. As soon as the words fell, a deliberately amplified coughing sound came from outside the yard. I know! Aunt Lu is so annoying! Yang Zixuan shouted dissatisfiedly outside the courtyard, obviously very annoyed. Haha, sister, don't worry. For me, working on the farm, being a little lazy every day, and living a carefree life, isn't that good? I gently rubbed her little head and comforted her. But the prince has moved all of my brother's books away. In the future, my brother. Yang Zixuan felt a little uneasy. Haha, have you forgotten? My brother has a photographic memory. If you want to move away, then move away. I've read the books. It doesn't take up any space anyway. Well, let's not talk about this anymore. The food smells good. Xiao Xiao has prepared dinner. Let's go eat first. Okay, let's eat first. When Yang Zixuan heard about eating, she immediately forgot her worries. Her eyes lit up, and followed me to the dining table. Although this meal was simple, it was the best I had in the palace. On the table there was a bowl of rice, a plate of fried leeks, a plate of Chinese cabbage with vinegar, a plate of smashed cucumbers, and a plate of roasted lamb, but the lamb had been sitting for 3 days. In fact, the most popular ones are the ones I grow. The dish of smashed cucumbers is made with 8th and 9th grade cucumbers. It is not only delicious, but also very helpful for cultivation. Aunt Lu was standing by and couldn't help but drooling when she saw me constantly picking up vegetables for Yang Zixuan. Although she was an old palace maid, she also knew that the vegetables I grew had special effects. Like Zhouning, she is a loyal old minister left by my mother, so she is qualified to know these things. Occasionally, I would reward her with some special fruits and vegetables, both as a reward and to win their hearts. Yang Zixuan only stayed for half an hour before leaving in a hurry. It wasn't that she didn't want to stay, but the crown prince and other prince's subordinates obviously wouldn't allow her to stay for long. Every time she came, she would be accompanied by imperial guards. When the time came, the guards would enter the room and urge her to leave. What is even more puzzling is that Emperor Yang Jian of the Sui dynasty seemed to turn a deaf ear to this matter and acquiesce to it all. Not long after Yang Zixuan left, the sky quickly darkened. After all, the daylight hours are short in winter. Uncle Ning, Xiao Xiao, you should also go to bed early. I'll take my leave. In the bedroom, I sent away the 2 servants early, sat up alone and began to practice basic breathing techniques. Since I traveled through time, I have never slacked off in my cultivation. I have always followed the principle of practicing. Never leaving my fists, never leaving my songs. Although I was unable to receive the complete memory of the sixth prince when I first arrived, and the sixth prince had been locked up in the cold palace at that time and had never practiced any martial arts, I knew that I could not relax. In order to survive, I could only rely on Zhongning's help and practice the most basic breathing and body strengthening techniques. After all, Zhongning, like Madame Lu, practiced the sunflower manual, which only eunuchs can practice. All he could teach me were some simple techniques. More importantly, I had to be careful and not reveal the fact that I was practicing, because once it was revealed, death would surely await me. There was no other way out. At the same time, Crown Prince Yang Yong was sitting in the main seat in a side hall in his own palace. 3 eunuchs stood respectfully on the ground. The air was silent, with only the sound of Yang Yong tapping gently on the table. Zhang Rang, are you sure the sixth prince has not practiced martial arts? Your Highness, I have investigated in detail. The sixth prince has only practiced basic breathing and body strengthening techniques, and his practice is not very correct. Instead, he has developed some feminine energy, but no martial arts at all. Zhang Rang responded carefully. Zhao Zhong, you met Zhou Ning today. Is that old man really a Xiantian grandmaster? In reply to Your Highness the Crown Prince, Zhou Ning and I practiced the flying needle kung fu together and are familiar with each other's aura. I can confirm that he is indeed a congenital master, and has just made a breakthrough. The aura of his congenital internal strength has not yet been completely restrained. An old eunuch in his 50s also stepped forward to reply. Guixing, have you found out about the sixth prince's bloodline? To answer your question, Your Highness, the sixth prince is indeed the son of Your Majesty and concubine Wu Huifei. The rumor of replacing the prince with a cat is a conspiracy spread maliciously. The palace maid favored by Your Majesty is a real person, and she has never been pregnant with the prince. The last middle-aged eunuch reported. After hearing this, Crown Prince Yang Yong was silent for a moment, and the only sound in the room was the da-da sound of his fingers tapping on the table. After a while, he finally spoke, his eyes like a knife. Zhang Rang, Zhao Zhong, gather 30 Xiantian palace guards and kill Yang Hong quietly tonight. Guixing, go and deal with that palace maid. Remember to be clean. Yes, the 3 eunuchs responded and quickly retreated. Also, find a way to link my death to my second brother Yang Wang and my third brother Yang Hao. Be careful and act in a covert manner. As you command. The 3 of them bowed together, knowing in their hearts that if this was not done well, they would surely die. After the 3 men left, Yan Yong turned his gaze to a corner of the room and said in a cold voice, San, follow Zhang Rang and the other 2. If the task is completed, kill them all. As you command. A faint reply came from the corner of the room, followed by a breeze, and the shadow disappeared. This was a top assassin, a true shadow walker. As the night deepened, the moon was covered by dark clouds, and even the stars in the sky were dim. It seemed that even the sky was unwilling to witness the conspiracy and darkness in the palace. This basic breathing technique is quite effective. One big circulation can complete it, and I can also feel a trace of pure true qi. If I can practice it to the 100th level, it will definitely be stronger. After completing a big circulation, I felt a warm air flowing in my body and my spirit was lifted. It seems that practice can replace sleep, so let's keep going. The new martial arts made me excited and my spirits were high. When the time came, the hour of evening, I keenly noticed that someone was approaching my room, and there were quite a few people. This is the aura of an innate master. There are actually 30 of them. They actually quietly came outside my room? Looks like they're trying to assassinate me? I'm not stupid and I quickly guessed their purpose. I just broke through to the grandmaster level, and someone comes to throw punches at me. I quietly jumped onto the beam, waiting for the assassins to arrive. Oh, you actually used drugs, that's pretty smart. Did you also prepare drugs for Xiao Xiao and Shouning? Good, it will be quieter when we do it later. But you guys reminded me. I suddenly had an idea and quickly prepared to fight back. I gently pushed open the bed, took out the sleeping pills I had prepared, and quietly scattered them around the room. This is a drug made from the pollen of 9th grade rosemary, mosquito-repellent chrysanthemum, etc. It's not lethal, but it's colorless and odorless. With a slight prying sound, 30 assassins quickly rushed into the room. Within a few breaths, they began to attack the bed frantically, but the bed was already empty. Oops, no one's here. Dizzy who replaced our sleeping pills? You bastard, give me the antidote! The assassins looked at each other, and suddenly they all felt dizzy and fell down one after another. I stood on the beam, wiping the dagger in my hand, and sighed slightly. Alas, these assassins are really unprofessional. They can't even recognize such a small trick. Then, with a flash of my body, I quickly got down from the beam and cut their throats with my knife. None of the 30 assassins could resist, and they all fell silent in an instant. Although I was complaining, I was a little excited inside. Holding back my nausea, I began to search the bodies of the assassins. After all, those who dared to assassinate in the palace were definitely not stupid. In addition to the black clothes and weapons, the killer only had a few packets of drugs, and nothing else was left. Not even a penny. Haha, you are indeed cautious, but do you really think I can't guess that it is the prince's man? I sneered. No, Yang Yong is not that stupid. He must have a backup plan. I pondered for a moment, feeling uneasy. I immediately went to wake up Zhou and briefly told him about the assassination. I stopped the furious Zhou and told him not to worry, and then he started to make his own arrangements. Uncle Ning, this is the recipe for Zemingsen in the herbal medicine farmer's book. Memorize it and burn it quickly. I gave the formula of the drug to Zhou and found some remaining drunken dream powder on the bed. Then I briefly explained how to use the medicine. This medicine is very simple. Just break it up and throw it into the air. It is useless for ordinary people. It will only work after inhaling and stimulating internal strength. Since we have to keep the secret and make things go smoothly tonight, we have no choice but to use this medicine. Zhou exclaimed. Your Highness is really thoughtful. He looked at the powder in my hand, feeling surprised and impressed. Obviously, he didn't expect me to think so far. Okay, the sound is coming, the palace guards will be here soon. I urged. I'm going to Xiao Cao's room, you come over later and knock me out. I understand, old servant. Zhou responded. Soon after, Yan Yong rushed to Wangwan Pavilion with 100 Xiantian guards. His deep voice came. Come here, search carefully and find the assassin. The guards pushed the door open without waiting to knock, and Yan Yong's majestic aura instantly enveloped the entire room. Who broke into the sixth prince's bedroom? Zhou spoke immediately, pressing his breath towards the door. How dare you! His Royal Highness the Crown Prince is tracking down the assassin, and you dare to stop him? An even more violent aura responded immediately, and then another 10 auras pressed towards Zhou. Zhou groaned, obviously suffering some minor injuries. However, Zhou was not stupid. After making a gesture, he quickly adjusted his plan. This old servant Zhou greets His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. Please ask His Royal Highness the Crown Prince to send troops to protect the sixth prince. He was just assassinated. Yan Yong responded coldly. We have found out that assassins from Wuzhou broke into the palace and assassinated members of the royal family of our great Sui dynasty, including me, my second brother, my third brother, my fourth brother, and my fifth brother. We are now tracking down the assassins. Following Yang Yong's order, hundreds of guards began to search in the Wangwan Pavilion. Although they searched every room, including the restroom where Xiao Cao and I lived, they still didn't find any suspicious clues. Zhou tried to stop it, but was threatened by Yan Yong with the charge of harboring an assassin and was almost executed. In the end, he could only closely guard Xiao Cao and I, who were in a coma. Yan Yong obviously wanted to kill, but he knew that Yuan Lang was Emperor Yang Jian's man, so he did not dare to act rashly. Your Highness, the bodies of 30 assassins have been found. Yuan Lang's voice rang out, bringing back news that made Yan Yong even more angry. What's the use of the corpse? Keep searching and make sure to find someone alive, Yang Yong ordered. At his insistence, Yuan Lang even took the guards to dig up my vegetable garden and search every corner before he was finally allowed to suspend the search to ask Zhou how to fight back against these 30 assassins. Zhou explained the incident truthfully. In order to avoid the cold, the sixth prince often rested with the palace maids, and I was protecting him next door. Just tonight, someone suddenly attacked. Zhou described the incident in detail, and even took out the recipe of Zemingsen. Yuan Lang couldn't help but look at Zhou, wondering. Zhou, aren't you illiterate? How could you prepare a drug? Zhou immediately explained. Master Yuan, this recipe comes from His Royal Highness the Sixth Prince. He originally saw it in the medicinal herbs. After hearing this, Yuan Lang glanced at Yang Yong. He seemed to finally understand why the prince had been taking away my books. The Sixth Prince's ability to remember everything he saw was truly extraordinary. Continue searching and don't miss any clues, Yuan Lang ordered, then left with his guards. From beginning to end, no one cared about my safety. Only Zhou Ning was guarding me by my side, while he himself was vigilantly guarding Xiao Chao's room, worried about the danger of another attack. At the same time, in the Crown Prince's eastern palace, in the self-reflection hall of the second Prince Yang Guang, he was laughing softly. Yang Yong, this idiot, didn't even know that Guixing was my man. How bold, he actually dared to assassinate the prince in the palace. Even if it was a prince in the cold palace, it was enough for my father to take action. Not long after, Guixing quietly entered with news. Your Highness has fulfilled his mission. The maid is dead. The evidence she left behind points to you and the third prince, but the clues in the dark all point to the Crown Prince. Yang Guang listened with a smile and nodded with satisfaction. Very good, thank you for your hard work. He handed Guixing a bottle of Yang Yuandan. This is not a good thing, just think of it as a supplement for your body. Guixing accepted it gladly and left with a brisk step. However, Yang Guang's smile soon disappeared and his eyes became gloomy again. Who are the third brother's men around Yang Yong? I only had people lead Zhang Rang and Zhao Zhong away at night, but I didn't take any action. Who leaked the news? He was in deep doubt. At this time, the third prince was also meeting his hidden man. The fourth prince and the fifth prince also seemed to be taking action, and the situation became more tense and complicated. I slept until the next morning, then woke up slowly. In the morning, after listening to Zhou Ning's report, I had some guesses about what happened last night and instructed Zhou Ning to go out and get information. Zhou Ning came back only after all the daily affairs were dealt with. Although Zhou Ning was a master of the Xiantian grandmaster, he was after all a eunuch of the prince in the cold palace. No one valued him, and he was penniless. Naturally, his efficiency in gathering information was not high. Have you found out clearly? I asked. Your Highness, I have found out the general situation, Zhou Ning replied. I asked him to have a cup of tea first, and then slowly told him what had happened. Your Highness, 3 days ago, His Majesty the Emperor had some enlightenment during his cultivation, so he retreated and achieved a breakthrough. Before retreating, he ordered the Crown Prince to supervise the country, and specifically instructed that unless there was a major incident involving the lives of more than 1 million people, he should not be disturbed for any reason. Yang Jian is about to break through to the grandmaster level? No wonder someone dared to be so bold last night. I'm afraid what happened last night was not a small matter. When I heard the news, I was stunned, and then I smiled playfully. Your Highness is wise. What happened last night was indeed very serious. In addition to us, all 18 princes of the Sui dynasty who have palaces were attacked. However, except for the second Prince Yang Guang, the third Prince Yang Hao, and the fourth Prince Yang Tao, the attacks of the other princes were just pretense and posed almost no threat. However, the most violent attack was on Your Highness. Yang Yong is not careful in his work. My brothers are not so easy to deal with. I looked in the direction of the palace of my second brother Yang Guang. If the history of this world is the same as the Sui dynasty in the previous life, then the next emperor should be my second brother Yang Guang. Your Highness, from what I have learned, the second prince was the most seriously injured in this assassination attempt. Now he can't even get out of bed. Zhou Ning saw that I was looking in the direction of Xingwu Palace, and continued to report. As expected. Uncle Ning, please go back and send some vegetables from our warehouse to my second brother. As his younger brother, I have to deliver this kind gesture to him as soon as possible. I said with a smile, thinking to myself that my second brother must be in pain. Yes, I'll send it there before lunch. By the way, are the princesses okay? Was Xiao Zixuan scared? The princesses were not harassed. Princess Zixuan was complaining this morning that she didn't have a chance to fight the assassin herself. She is worthy of being my sister, so brave. I laughed out loud. Thinking of Yang Zixuan's appearance, it was really funny. If an assassin came, she would definitely be the first one to rush forward. No matter whether she could defeat him or not, she would just take action first. After the laughter, Zhou Ning reminded me again. Your Highness, as the Emperor Emeritus failed to break through to the grandmaster level, the Emperor also began to break through, and the situation of the royal family became more and more dangerous. We must be careful. The enemy may use the name of action to secretly assassinate the princes. Therefore, before your Majesty comes out of seclusion, your Highness's situation is very dangerous. Uncle Ning is right, but I, a prince confined to the cold palace, am the safest. No one would waste their energy to assassinate me for a waste like me, unless it's my brothers. No! Your Highness, have you forgotten the vegetables you planted? Zhou Ning's eyes narrowed and he reminded. I waved my hand, signaling him not to worry. Don't worry, Uncle Ning, except for the 5 of us, everyone else only knows that the vegetables I grow are delicious, and they don't know that they have special effects. I smiled helplessly, knowing in my heart that only I and a few people around me knew the value of those special plants, and no one else knew it at all. Hearing what I said, Zhou Ning immediately knelt down and solemnly swore. Thank you for your trust, Your Highness. I will never reveal your secret. If I do, I will be struck by lightning and die without a burial place. Uncle Ning, please stand up. I know whether I can trust you or not. I smiled and helped Zhou Ning up. People in this world attach great importance to oaths. Once they make an oath, they will definitely keep it. After a few words, the two returned to the backyard. The vegetable garden was damaged last night and needed to be reorganized and planted again. When I returned to my life as a farmer, Yan Yong was in a state of panic. Today, at the small court meeting he presided over, the 2 major forces of the royal family and clan affairs office, civil officials and military generals, were all asking what happened in the palace last night. Although Yan Yong used the flood as an excuse to evade the issue, he knew in his heart that these old foxes knew more than he did. Back in the study, Yan Yong rubbed his temples, forced himself to cheer up, and faced the 3 kneeling eunuchs. Tell me, how is the investigation going? Zhang Rang replied. Your Highness, we have made some progress after a night of careful investigation. Speak! Yan Yong shouted angrily. Zhang Rang continued. Your Highness, the Crown Prince, the people who attacked the Eastern Palace may have come from the 4th Prince's group. The people who attacked the 2nd Prince were the 3rd Prince's people, and the people who attacked the 4th Prince were probably the 5th Prince's people. The other disruptive attacks were most likely done by the 2nd Prince's people. After hearing this, Yan Yong got angry and shouted. It's all maybe! Are you pigs? You can't even do a simple investigation like this? Prince, please calm down! The 3 eunuchs lowered their heads, sweat pouring down. Find out for me. If you still use maybe as an excuse tomorrow, I'll make you commit suicide. Yes. The 3 of them agreed hurriedly, and knelt down to leave the study. Yan Yong took a deep breath and fixed his eyes on the corner of the study. Insan, tell me what you think. Don't tell me anything about maybe anymore. Insan replied. Your Highness, most of the possibility you 3 mentioned are true. Our goal is not to stop your Highness from killing the 6th Prince, but to create trouble so that when your Majesty comes out of confinement, we will have no choice but to kill you. Bang! Bastard! Yan Yong angrily slammed the rosewood desk, breaking it, shaking the entire room. Anything else? There are spies around your Highness. Han Xing passes messages for the 2nd Prince, and Zhao Zhong provides intelligence for the 3rd Prince. And San continued calmly. Damn it! These slaves all deserve to die! A fierce light flashed in Yan Yong's eyes and his face turned red. I suggest that your Highness not kill them for the time being. The exposed hidden pieces are the sharp swords in your Highness's hands. You can use them to pass on false information and induce the 2 princes to make mistakes. Well, thank you for reminding me, Insan. I will let them live a few more days. Insan continued to report a lot of information, but neither he nor Yan Yong noticed a neglected prince in their eyes. A prince in the cold palace who only knows how to farm, may be worse than a minor official outside the palace. Chapter 8, Aftermath. A month has passed since Yang Hong was assassinated. As he had expected, the matter of his assassination really remained unresolved. Instead, the 2nd Prince Yang Guang and the 3rd Prince Yang Hao joined forces to question Yan Yong in the court, doubting Yan Yong's ability to govern the country. However, since Yang Jian had not come out of seclusion, they were just engaging in a boring war of words. Finally, it was said that the retired emperor, who had long since stopped caring about worldly affairs, came out and had a tantrum, and the three princes finally calmed down. The court of the Sui dynasty also fell silent. But everyone knew that it wouldn't be long before Yang Jian came out and many people would be in trouble. As for who will be unlucky? That has nothing to do with Yang Hong. He returned to being a carefree small farmer. Because he was entangled with Yang Guang, Yan Yong had no chance to cause trouble for Yang Hong and had no time to deal with him, the prince of the cold palace. Although the entire vegetable garden was turned upside down, Yang Hong didn't care. As long as the 3 grapevines were fine, the rest, except for a few cucumbers which were grade 8 or 9 plants, were all ordinary plants. They could be turned over and he could just replant them. And he can also take the opportunity to plant some new plants. Your Highness, I have bought the broad beans, peas, watermelon, and pumpkin seeds you requested. However, I have not found the monk fruit seeds you mentioned. I may need to leave the palace to find them. That day, Yan Hong had just finished consecrating 9 grapevines when Zhou came over with 4 small cloth bags. These 4 kinds of seeds are enough for now. When it comes to new seeds, Yan Hong doesn't have any particular requirements. As long as they are vine plants, he'll be fine. Your Highness, I heard that the Emperor Emeritus has come out. Zhou took the cloth bag and did not walk away, but spoke in a low voice. It's not surprising. The Crown Prince and Yang Guang and Yang Hao went a little too far. It's normal for the Emperor to come out and mediate. After Yang Hong traveled through time, he had never seen the Emperor and had no impression of him. Your Highness, the appearance of the Emperor is not surprising, but the Emperor's cultivation is only at the level of a first-class warrior, which is strange. First rank? That's a bit low. Yang Hong was a little surprised. In his memory, the retired Emperor Yang Mu was a powerful man at the grandmaster level. It was not a good sign that he had fallen to a first-rate warrior now. Uncle Ning, how old is my grandfather this year? The Emperor is exactly 70 years old this year and celebrated his 70th birthday earlier this year. 70 years old, first-class warrior. I understand. Yang Hong responded and decided not to continue the topic. Generally speaking, the lifespan of the Emperor Emeritus is no more than 10 years. If he were an ordinary warrior, living to 100 years old would not be a problem, but he fell from a grandmaster, so his lifespan would be greatly reduced. Your Highness, how about we send some fruits to the Emperor? Zhou Ning tried to persuade Yang Hong again. He hoped that Yang Hong could leave the cold palace through the Emperor. We'll talk about it later. Yang Hong remained non-committal. He had more important goals right now and didn't want to get involved in the palace struggle. By the way, Your Highness, Zhang Rang has to go out of the palace tomorrow on an errand, please see. Then don't let him come back. When Yang Hong heard the name Zhang Rang, a hint of hatred flashed in his eyes. This nasty bastard has lived long enough, it's time to die. I understand. The two stopped talking and went to the vegetable garden to continue leveling the fields. After lunch, Yang Hong came to the 9 grapevines again and began today's initiation. Ding Yu infused the grapevine with 9 days of true energy, and received 9 times the return, returning 81 days of true energy cultivation. Ding, the ordinary grapevine has been cleansed by the true energy and has begun to evolve. The evolution has succeeded. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the first grade lower grade spiritual plant jade grape. Ding Yu infused the grapevine with 9 days of true energy, and received a 5-fold return, returning 45 days of true energy cultivation. Ding, ordinary grapevines. After a month of hard work, Yang Hong finally managed to evolve all 9 grapevines in the vegetable garden. The 9 vines can be divided into 3 grades. The first tier is the one that was initiated at one time for 33 days and evolved immediately. It is also the only one. This grapevine is of the best quality. After evolution, it can accommodate Yang Hong's initiation once a day, for 30 days each time. It can return a large amount of cultivation to Yang Hong. The second level is that you can receive an initiation every 3 days, and each initiation lasts about 15 days. After a total of 50 days of initiation, your cultivation level will evolve. After evolution, you can only receive an initiation for 20 days every 3 days. The last batch is the 2 that evolved today. It took a total of 60 days of chi cultivation to complete the evolution. Finally, all 9 vines have evolved. Now my cultivation can be further improved, but it's a bit tricky to upgrade my cultivation and martial arts level now. Looking at his own attributes, Yang Hong was a little dissatisfied. Yang Hong, the 6th prince of the Sui dynasty. Number of empowerments per day, January 3rd. Lifespan, 19/150. Cultivation, 21 years of Qi, Grandmaster Warrior, strength of 10,000 gene. Skills, basic breathing technique level 6, basic body building technique level 6. Special abilities, photographic memory, proficient in farming. In just 1 month, Yan Hong had only accumulated a little more than 21 years of true energy, which was considered fast. The martial arts upgrade is a bit tricky. It takes 2 years of Qi to upgrade from first level to second level. It means to increase 2 years of Qi instead of accumulating 2 years of Qi. And every time you advance to a higher level, you will have to add 1 year. In other words, to upgrade from the 99th level to the 100th level, one needs to add another 100 years of cultivation on the basis of the 99th level. There will be even more. Therefore, Yan Hong really doesn't want to cause any trouble now. He just wants to quietly farm and return to his cultivation. Holding the first evolved jade vine, Yan Hong began the last initiation of the day. Ding Yu infused the grapevine with true Qi for 30 days, and received a 100-fold return, returning 3,000 days of true Qi cultivation. Ding, your cultivation has improved. Basic breathing technique has been upgraded to level 7, and basic body tempering technique has been upgraded to level 7. That's great. I just complained about the slow upgrade and they immediately gave me more than 8 years of refund. That's really awesome. Yan Hong had just finished complaining when he exploded. After 8 years of Qi cultivation, Yan Hong was also surprised. After a simple test, the surprise on his face grew bigger and bigger. My strength has probably exceeded 30,000 gene, right? This is the strongest strength of a warrior ever recorded in the Sui dynasty. Of course, those who are born with supernatural powers do not count. He now really wants to find someone to fight with. How about we go beat up the prince now? Yan Hong clenched his fists full of strength, feeling a little moved. Forget it. I can't beat 4 hands with 2 fists. I might as well improve myself and teach him a lesson again. Yan Hong counted the number of guards in the palace and finally decided to postpone it. However, Zhou Ning has already achieved the status of a grandmaster, so it won't be a big problem for him to sneak out of the palace. This time when he goes out to kill Zhang Rang, I'll ask him to help me find some martial arts books. Although the Giro pavilion next door had not been evacuated yet, after the last assassination incident, the guards all knew that Zhou Ning was a congenital master, and they dared not monitor Yan Hong openly. As long as he practices martial arts in the room, he will be safe. Chapter 9 Yang Jian. After receiving Yang Hong's instructions, Zhou Ning quietly went out for a day and a night before returning. Not only did he kill Zhang Rang silently, but he also successfully brought back 4 martial arts secrets to Yang Hong. They are Pure Yang Gong, for cultivating internal strength; Iron Body Gong, for cultivating external strength; Golden Bell Cover, for cultivating both internal and external strength; and a book on boxing and kicking called Barbarian Bull Fist. Zhou Ning didn't know that Yang Hong already had the basic skills, so the skills he retrieved were basic martial arts that focused on cultivating internal and external strength. Even the Bull Fist can be used to cultivate rough external strength through boxing techniques. However, due to the urgency of time, he did not have time to search carefully, so the martial arts he found were not advanced ones. Yang Hong naturally would not blame Zhou Ning for his kindness. Anyway, he has an initiation return system, so it is very easy to improve no matter how many kinds of martial arts he practices. Ding Yu infused Qingyu grape with true Qi for 30 days, and received a 5-fold return, returning 150 days of true Qi cultivation. Give the jade grape initiation again, but this time the return multiple is very low, only 5 times. Ding, your cultivation begins to be returned. Please choose the martial arts you want to practice. After practicing a lot of martial arts, do I still have a choice? This was the first time Yang Hong encountered such a situation. However, He did not think much about it and directly chose golden bell cover. After all, this is a martial art that cultivates both the inside and the outside. After Yang Hong got the secret book, the first thing he did was to study this. Practicing the golden bell cover for 150 days. Because it is a true chi practice, the golden bell cover is upgraded to the 5th level. Oh my god! It's 5 levels in one go. This is really amazing. There is no harm without comparison. He still remembers that when he practiced the Great Sway physical fitness training method, it took more than 3 years of internal strength training to upgrade 1 level. Now the practice will be much faster. For the remaining 2 initiations, Yang Hong administered them on the 20th day each, returning 120 days and 200 days of cultivation respectively. The return multiplier of the initiation really depends on luck. After 320 days of chi cultivation, the golden bell cover was upgraded by another 2 levels. If you tell others that you have cultivated 7 levels of the golden bell cover in just 1 day, they will scare a lot of people to death. Just when Yang Hong was preparing to make further efforts and develop himself, a person he had never expected appeared in Wangwon Pavilion. Your Majesty has arrived. Your Majesty has arrived. That afternoon, Emperor Yang Jian brought the commander of the guards, the Crown Prince, Yang Huang and others to Yang Hong's Wangwon Pavilion. Your Majesty, Your Majesty, Your Majesty, Your Majesty. Zhou Ning and Xiao Chao knelt down in the front yard, their bodies trembling a little. This is the Emperor of the Sui dynasty, an emperor who can decide the life and death of all people with just a word. Your son greets His Majesty. Although he felt a little uncomfortable, Yang Hong still saluted obediently. However, he did not need to kneel. In the Sui dynasty, it was not like the Yuan dynasty where people had to kneel at every turn. He only needed to bow. Yang Jian stared at Yang Hong with his tiger eyes, making Yang Hong feel as if he was being pressed down by a heavy burden. He almost instinctively mobilized his true energy to fight back. Fortunately, he practiced hard every night, and was very familiar with his own chi. At the moment before the true energy was about to counterattack, it was suppressed. Oh my! This old silver coin! Yang Hong cursed Yang Jian inwardly and broke out in a cold sweat. Yang Jian has broken through to the grandmaster level. Moreover, there are no less than 508 masters behind him, and he even sensed 3 auras that are more powerful than his. If he is not careful, Yang Hong will be surrounded and killed on the spot by these people. Thinking of this, Yang Hong broke out in a cold sweat. Seeing this scene, Yang Jian nodded with satisfaction. In his opinion, this was because Yang Hong could not bear the pressure from his grandmaster status, and was showing his weakness. Yang Jian, I heard that you have been doing well in farming in recent years. You should focus on farming in the future and don't think about leaving the cold palace. Yang Jian spoke in a loud and majestic voice, and once again issued a house arrest order to Yang Hong. Your Majesty, I obey your command. Thank you for your grace, Father. Yang Hong bowed again and bowed deeply to express his gratitude. This house arrest order was exactly what Yang Hong wanted. He could become stronger by farming, and there was no better or safer place than the cold palace. Yang Jian, I will ask Sino-Agricultural Ministry to send you some agricultural books and seeds later, so you can just focus on farming. Thank you, Father, for the reward. Yang Hong was stunned at first, then bowed again to express his gratitude. He really didn't expect that Yang Jian would give him agricultural books. After all, it was only more than a month since Yang Yong took away all his books. Yang Jian was directly slapping Yang Yong in the face. Yang Hong glanced at Yang Yong from the corner of his eye, and sure enough, his face turned ashen. Yang Jian, since I've given you so many seeds, a small courtyard is definitely not enough for you to plant. Tomorrow I'll have someone open up the small courtyard next door and give it to you. Ah, thank you, Father. Yang Hong didn't quite understand what Yang Jian was going to do. But Yang Jian did not look at Yang Hong again, but looked at the old eunuch Zhou Ning who was kneeling on the ground. Yang Jian, Zhou Ning, I remember that I assigned you to concubine Wu Huifei, right? Yes, I served your Majesty for 8 years before I was assigned to concubine Wu Huifei. It has been 19 years now. Zhou Ning lowered his head and answered with a choked voice. Yang Jian, I don't have anyone available right now. Are you willing to come back? Yang Jian looked at Zhou expectantly. Zhou was his real target today. Before, he had heard from the guard commander Yuan Lang that Zhou might be a congenitally perfect master, so he thought of coming over to see whether he should be killed. Unexpectedly, as soon as he saw Zhou, he immediately recognized Zhou as the grandmaster because of the connection between the grandmasters. He then had the idea of recruiting Zhou, which was why he gave Yang Hong those benefits. Zhou was stunned for a moment, but still nodded and said, "I am your Majesty's servant. I will go wherever your Majesty wants me to go." Okay. Yang Jian said 3 good words in a row, which shows how excited he was. The reason why Zhou agreed so readily was not only because he was taught the idea of loyalty to the Emperor since childhood, but also because he wanted to stay by the Emperor's side and slowly change the Emperor's attitude towards Yang Hong. Yan Yong, Yang Guang, Yuan Lang, as well as Prime Minister Gao Ying and General Yang Su, who were standing behind him, all looked at the old eunuch kneeling on the ground with surprise. "Grandmaster!" They were just surprised at the Emperor's generosity and his sudden change in attitude, but in the end, they all understood that this inconspicuous old eunuch was the Emperor's real purpose today. Yang Jian. "Zhou, please pack up and come to the study the day after tomorrow to take up your post. I hope you can take up the post of eunuch in charge of the seal." "Thank you, your Majesty, for your grace." Zhou knocked his head hard, and the bricks under his head shattered directly. But there was no red mark on his forehead. His grandmaster. Fortunately I didn't offend him. Yang Jian accepted Zhou gift with a smile on his face, then raised his hand to signal Zhou to stand up. However, the palace guards behind him changed their expressions, and they understood why Yang Jian's attitude changed so drastically and why he became so courteous. For the sake of a grandmaster, such behavior is totally worth it. Yang Hong also understood Yang Jian's tricks today. "Sexy, really sexy." Yang Hong complained in his heart, feeling that his own son was not as popular as an old eunuch. To be honest, he was a little jealous. However, he would not show it foolishly. And even if Zhou left, he was confident that Zhou would not betray him. As a time traveler, and a systematic time traveler at that, how could he not have even this little bit of personal charm? Then he doesn't need to mix anymore. What's more, he has a trump card. Chapter 10. Being ignored is the best outcome. "Hey, I'm still a little uncomfortable with one less laborer." Yang Hong breathed a sigh of relief after putting the last packet of seeds away. Zhou has been gone for 3 days, and it will be New Year's Eve in 10 days. The small courtyard where Yang Hong is now located is called Zero Wangwan Pavilion, which is a merger of Jirua Pavilion and Wangwan Pavilion. Zhou left only after the 2 cold palace courtyards were connected. Before leaving, he took Yang Hong aside and earnestly explained a lot of things to him, made a lot of promises, and personally went to the Sinong temple to ask for a large number of seeds and agricultural books. Only then did he leave Yang Hong and go to work for Yang Jian. Although Yang Hong was confident, he was also very cautious. He rejected Zhou request to come back and report every day, and only told Zhou to do a good job for the emperor and not to worry about him. Yang Jian was a very suspicious emperor. If he was so suspicious that he wanted to kill himself, it would be unfair. As compensation for transferring Zhou away, Yang Jian still sent new personnel to Yang Hong. There were 3 maids and 4 eunuchs, all of whom were teenagers who had just turned 15 and were strong laborers doing farm work. Moreover, these 7 people are said to be from farming families and can do farm work. After a day of observation, Yang Hong was sure that they really knew how to do farm work and grow crops. But their strength is far inferior to that of Zhou, the innate master. So much so that the work that used to take an hour to finish can now not be completed in a day. "Okay, that's enough for today. Go back and wash up and get ready for dinner." "Yes, Your Highness." The 7 newcomers obediently packed up their tools and went back to the front yard to wash up. Yang Hong flicked the dust off the corner of his clothes, turned around and went into the courtyard to prepare for dinner. "Royal brother, royal brother, royal brother." Before reaching the atrium, Yang Zixuan's energetic and charming voice came from afar. "Brother, I brought you some delicious food." Yang Zixuan's voice did not enter the backyard, but came directly from the dining hall in the atrium. Upon hearing this, Yang Hong immediately understood what kind of meat food this little girl had brought over. I need to ask him to exchange for special food. Yang Zixuan is also smart. She already knew that some of the fruits and vegetables here are special. Although Yang Hong let her eat as much as she wanted, she also knew that such special food was very rare and even she could not have it at any time. So she thought of a way to exchange it for meat that Yang Hong didn't have. Yang Hong took her feelings into consideration and agreed to this exchange. Brother, come and eat! Without waiting for Xiao Xiao to set the table, Yang Zixuan ran to the table and waited. Entering the cafeteria, Yang Hong smiled and shook his head when he saw this scene. He was already used to it. Hee, what delicious food did Zixuan bring me today? Hee, it's really delicious, ding ding. Yang Zixuan, who had short legs, stood directly on the stool and opened the mahogany lunchbox she had brought with her own hands. Brother, this is the meat of a one-horned bull, the meat of a fierce beast. Yang Zixuan introduced it with a bit of pride. Oh, beast meat? Yang Hong's expression also became more serious. The ferocious beast was a powerful beast equivalent to a human grandmaster. Normally, let alone saying you've eaten, it's hard to even hear about it. The mahogany food box was opened, revealing a white porcelain plate with only 5 thin slices of meat, arranged in the shape of petals, with the tempting aroma of meat wafting out. Sniff, sniff. Is this true qi? After sniffing carefully, Yang Hong smelled a familiar scent, a scent similar to true energy. Come on! Before Yang Hongjun could carefully identify it, Yang Zixuan had already picked up a piece of meat with chopsticks and put it to Yang Hong's mouth. You girl! Yang Hong smiled indulgently, did not refuse, ate it in one bite, and then savored it carefully. There was indeed a breath similar to true qi, but it was very faint and little, even less than the amount of true qi that Yang Hong cultivated in a quarter of an hour. Moreover, this aura was a bit more violent than his true energy. Is it delicious? When Yang Zixuan saw Yang Hong savoring the food carefully, the smugness on her face grew even more pronounced. It was the first time she saw Yang Hong taste the food seriously. It tastes really good, but it's a bit greasy. You'll know if you try it. Yang Hong said with a smile, then picked up the chopsticks and fed Yang Zixuan a piece. It tastes good and not greasy. Yang Zixuan retorted unconvinced. Really? Try again. Just give it a try. The last 4 slices of meat were fed into Yang Zixuan's mouth, and she didn't taste any greasiness. Isn't it greasy? Maybe I've eaten too many cucumbers these days and my senses are sensitive. How about you try this plate of cucumbers? While Yang Hong was feeding Yang Zixuan meat slices, Xiao Qiao served dinner, with a bowl of cucumber soup made with special cucumbers. Gurgle gurgle. With Yang Hong's deliberate persuasion, the process of feeding this slightly confused sister was completed. I've eaten all of my brother's delicious food, She felt a little guilty when she found that she had almost finished all the special food, especially the 5 slices of unicorn meat, of which she ate 4 herself. That was a special reward from Empress Dugu when she broke through to the level of a third-rate warrior. Today, she is the only one who has it in the entire palace. Her little eyes are red and she is about to cry. Haha, the meat tastes good to you, but it's a bit greasy for me. I don't like it very much. As long as Zixuan remembers me and shows her kindness, I will be very happy. Yang Hong rubbed Yang Zixuan's little head to comfort her. Zixuan is very thoughtful. Zixuan will find something delicious for my brother tomorrow. Okay. Yang Hong agreed with a smile. But he knew that Zixuan might not be able to come tomorrow. As Yang Hong guessed, Zixuan was indeed restricted. Her important task now is to practice martial arts, so Empress Dugu requires her to come to Jira Wangwon Pavilion only once every 5 days. Moreover, New Year's Eve is coming soon. There will be a grand banquet in the palace, and many things need to be prepared, so Yang Zixuan will not have the opportunity to come again. On the 28th day of the 12th lunar month, Zhou Ning found an opportunity to come back. He just said hello, conveyed the emperor's order, and left. Of course, these are all on the surface. Secretly, Zhou Ning passed some information to Yang Hong. First of all, it was the order of Emperor Yang Jian that he should just spend the new year in the Jiru Wangwon Pavilion, as in previous years, and not attend the royal banquet. Secondly, Zhou Ning found out about Yang Hong's background. It is a foregone conclusion that Yang Hong is Yang Jian's son. The only problem is that Yang Hong's biological mother may be a palace maid. This is a bit bloody. Yang Hong curled his lips in disdain. After all, he was the time traveler Yang Hong, so it didn't matter whose son he was. The third point is the reason why Yang Hong was ordered not to practice. It is said that the Imperial Astronomical Observatory read Yang Hong's fortune and determined that he had a rebellious nature, so Yang Jian did not allow him to practice. Another story goes that Yang Hong's talent was too great, and a major martial arts sect wanted to snatch him away to be used as a cauldron. Yang Jian didn't want his son to be bullied, so he didn't let him practice. Anyway, the last bit of information is a bit vague, and Zhou Ning said he would continue the investigation. Yang Hong didn't care too much. As long as he was not taken seriously, it would be the best outcome. So far, the results are pretty good. Chapter 11, Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon, Cold Palace. Bang bang bang. Watching the fireworks blooming in the sky. Haha, so beautiful, so pretty. There was also the noise coming from the Palace of Light. Yang Hong suddenly felt a little lonely. Although he was used to this kind of loneliness, he still felt lonely during this family reunion festival. Seeing others bustling with life, and then comparing it to my own loneliness. It's really sad. Your Highness, it's late. How about going back to rest early? There was only one Xiao Xiao left behind Yang Hong, the other 7 were all sent away by him. The information Zhou Ning sent the day before yesterday mentioned that these young eunuchs and palace maids have masters behind them. He understood that these people were other people's spies. But it doesn't matter, let them do the hard labor first, and then send them away when the time is right. Whether they live or die depends on how they perform during the time they serve me. Well, it's already midnight, let's take a rest. He rubbed Xiao Cao's head out of habit, and turned back to his room. The next day, New Year's Day, the palace was filled with joy. Even the cold palace seemed a little more festive. As per custom, Yang Hong also began to visit the concubines in the nearby cold palace to wish them a happy new year. This practice was originally set up by Yang Jian to undermine his confidence. After Yang Hong traveled through time, he initially saw it as an opportunity to build connections. However, after just one visit, he discovered that the cold palace was a place with no connections, let alone popularity. In the north of the Sui Imperial Palace, there are 360 small palaces surrounded by a 10-meter-high wall. These palaces are cold palaces. Without the order of the emperor, empress, or retired emperor or empress dowager, anyone imprisoned in the cold palace shall not leave the designated cold palace. Otherwise, the palace guards have the authority to directly execute anyone who leaves the cold palace. The palace guards have higher status than the princes in the cold palace, not to mention the concubines. The year Yang Hong first traveled through time, he took the opportunity to pay New Year's greetings and visited all 360 cold palaces. Among them, 289 cold palaces held people, including 9 princes including him. 3 are his grandfathers, and 4 are his uncles. The last one is the most awesome, and he is from his great-grandfather's generation. These 8 former princes have all gone crazy, including an uncle who was imprisoned 3 years earlier than him. In Yang Hong's opinion, these 8 people were not only crazy, but also suffered from severe depression, so there was no light in their eyes. Yang Hong was sure that if he had not activated the initiation and cultivation return system, he would have become one of them sooner or later even though he was a time traveler. As for the other 280 concubines imprisoned in the cold palaces, most of them have gone crazy. That time, Yang Hong really experienced what hell on earth is like. Being unable to take care of oneself is the most basic norm. Some concubines had already begun to mutilate themselves, cutting up the organs they considered most beautiful inch by inch, or even cutting them off. The most horrifying thing is that some concubines would eat the flesh and blood they cut off themselves. That time, Yang Hong almost vomited. He was no longer prepared to continue greeting the new year, but he still visited all 289 cold palaces under the escort of the guards. Looking at the concubines and princes going crazy one by one. That time, Yang Hong almost collapsed and went crazy. There are 289 cold palaces, and except for Yang Hong, only 6 people in the cold palace are considered normal. This is the person Yang Hong needs to visit this time. He walked around several palaces and came to a small courtyard further north that was similar to the original Jiro Pavilion. Happy New Year to Concubine Jin, and Happy New Year to Uncle 89. It's Xiaolu, you've grown up again, come in quickly. I have some anthracite that the Queen Mother sent me, I will light it right away. Seeing Yang Hong coming, a middle-aged woman who had been waiting at the door came up excitedly and pulled him inside. Feeling these hands cold as death, Yang Hong sighed in his heart and secretly channeled his true energy into the woman's body, slowly circulating it. He said something to distract her. Empress Dowager Jin, I remember that there were 3 palace maids, 3 maids, and 3 eunuchs serving in your courtyard. How come they are missing today? Hey, I heard that the emperor is dying, so these servants went to the Ministry of Internal Affairs early in the morning to change their masters. Concubine Jin sighed in her heart that Yang Hong's hands were still so warm, and responded in a low voice. Humph these idiots, once grandpa passes away, father will only treat the concubines well and will never treat you harshly. Haha, Xiaolu is just sweet talking. It doesn't matter when an old lady like me passes away. It's just that I, a silly child. Concubine Jin said as she pulled over a 15 or 16-year-old boy next to her. This young man is somewhat similar to Yang Hong, but his eyes are dull. Uncle 89, it should be fine. This was the only way Yang Hong could comfort her. Like most of the princes in the Cold Palace, this one also went crazy. It is said that he went crazy first, and then became stupid. It's useless anyway. Yang Hong, who had personal experience, knew that the torture and horror of the Cold Palace far exceeded the description in novels. But those who can survive and persevere are those with strong minds. For example, Concubine Jin in front of Yang Hong. Xiaolu, I know you are a filial person, but I won't live for many more years, so I don't ask for anything more. I just hope that after I die, you can accept Uncle 89 as your servant. You are too kind, Toffee. It is not a problem for you to live 100 years. It is not a problem for you to take care of Uncle 89. As Yang Hong spoke, he took the opportunity to shake off Concubine Jin's hand and distanced himself from her. Grandmaster! How is that possible? Yang Hong screamed wildly in his heart. He just thought that Concubine Jin was extraordinary before, but he didn't expect that this seemingly ordinary old woman was actually a grandmaster who was known to be at the top of martial arts. Xiaolu, don't be so hasty to refuse. Wait until I'm gone, then you can decide. I'm sure you'll change your mind. Yang Hong's true energy is special. Concubine Jin doesn't know that her secret has been discovered, but she has a trump card in her heart, so she speaks with confidence. Tiffany, today is the first day of the new year. Let's not say these depressing words. I will help you light the fire. Yang Hong decisively ignored the conversation, helped Concubine Jin light a fire, chatted for a while, and then left quickly. Next, Yang Hong went to the other 5 houses and 4 toffees, and these toffees all had secrets. He also took the opportunity to hold their hands and check them out. For innate masters. The 4 mentally normal concubines are all innate masters. The water in this cold palace is deeper than he imagined. In his early years, he was unable to detect others because he had no cultivation, and later he had no chance to contact them. He just felt that these people were not simple. Unexpectedly, the 5 mentally normal toffees are all hidden. Fortunately, the last one is a truly normal person. Concubine Zhou Rong, Yang Jian's concubine, was banished to the Cold Palace because of the harem's interference in government affairs. She entered the palace only 1 year earlier than Yang Hong. However, concubine Zhou Rong was treated quite well. She had 5 eunuchs, 5 palace maids, and 5 nannies serving her. And because her father's family was capable, she lived well in the Cold Palace. Xiaolu, you are here again. Auntie has been looking forward to your coming this year. Zhou Rongfei held Yang Hong's hand and spoke in a concerned and ambiguous tone. Mrs. Rong, you're joking? I only get 1 day a year to go out for some fresh air. I'm taking this opportunity to go out for a walk. You are lucky, you have 1 day to go out every year. I am miserable, I don't even have a chance to go out. However, this cold palace is about to become lively. Hee hee. At this point Zhou Rongfei laughed sinisterly. Chapter 12, Breaking into the Jia Mansion. Oh, any news from Aunt Rome? The reason why Yang Hong visited concubine Zhou Rong last was because she was the only person in the cold palace who had access to information. He wanted to stay here longer to collect some information that he couldn't obtain. For this reason, he would not withdraw his hand that had been taken advantage of for the time being. He has already found out clearly that Zhou Rongfei is just an ordinary person with no cultivation. She can withdraw her hand at any time. Hee hee ha ha hee hee. Zhou Rongfei did not answer immediately, but laughed neurotically. Even Yang Hong could feel her body trembling. Just when Yang Hong was worried that Zhou Rongfei might faint from laughing, she finally spoke. Xiao Lu, have you heard that the imperial concubine's visit to her parents is on the 15th day of the first lunar month, and the time is from dusk to dawn? Sounds familiar. When Yang Hong heard Zhou Rongfei's words, he really felt that they sounded familiar. Doesn't it sound familiar? Didn't we in the Sui dynasty basically choose this time to worship our ancestors? It seems to be around this time. However, don't the royal family and most prominent families hold ancestor worship on the 9th day of the first lunar month? Are ordinary people the only ones who hold the Lantern Festival and ancestor worship at the same time? Although Yang Hong failed to inherit all the memories of his predecessor, he still remembered some knowledge. Yes, the Lantern Festival is also a folk matchmaking festival. But don't you think it's weird that the royal family's visit is held on this day? It seems so. Yang Hong seemed to have seen a similar scene somewhere in his previous life. Before Yang Hong could figure it out, concubine Zhou Rong continued. Our queen Dugu Jialua is the most kind-hearted. Before she gave birth to 3 sons and 3 daughters, the other concubines did not have to endure the pain of childbirth. Even after His Majesty ascended the throne, our queen always took the sisters in the harem into consideration. Once a prince was born, she would personally teach him, saving the concubines the pain of raising him. Once a talented prince appears. Having said this, Zhou Rongfei stopped and looked at Yang Hong with a strange expression. She continued for a long while. Once a talented prince appears, Xiao Lu will be the role model. What haha, Aunt Rong is joking. Yang Hong was startled at first, but soon calmed down. He had guessed the reason a long time ago, but he just had no chance to confirm it. Otherwise, anyone who believes that a 14-year-old kid is plotting a rebellion is an idiot. That was just a reason to put him in the cold palace. Yang Hong changed the subject and said, Haha, Aunt Rong, can you please tell me which families will be allowed to return home by His Majesty? Haha, just be careful. Don't worry, I don't have those 2 spies in my Jingshu palace. Zhou Rongfei rolled her eyes at Yang Hong and spoke to herself. This time, 9 concubines were allowed to visit their parents. The one with the highest status was concubine Wu, but the one with the strongest family background was concubine Xiande. The other 7 had ordinary family backgrounds. Concubine Wu's father, Wu Xing, was just a merchant who gained power by selling his daughter, and he was greedy for the ill-gotten gains. The Jia family is indeed a wealthy family, and they are descendants of the Duke of Rome. Although the Jia family has declined a lot in recent years, the network of relationships behind them is huge and complicated. Wait, you mean Duke Rong? Duke Rong Jia Yuan? When Yang Hong heard concubine Zhou Rong talking about the Jia family, he thought of a novel from his previous life and couldn't help asking. Of course it's Rong Wugong Jia Yuan, Lord Jia. Zhou Rongfei said as a matter of course. So, the virtuous concubine is Jia Yuan Chun? Yes, that little girl is called Jia Yuan Chun. Hee. Yang Hong's mind was a little confused. Originally, it was just the Sui and Tang dynasties, Wuzhou dynasty, Song and Ming dynasties that had appeared, but now even Dream of Red Mansions had appeared. This world was really confusing. Xiao Lu, do you still want to listen to Auntie's story? How can this be called a story? This is an accident. What? Yang Hong's complaint came out of his mouth, but Zhou Rongfei didn't understand what he meant and her brows raised. He quickly added, Listen, Aunt, please continue. Humph, listen to the story carefully and don't be distracted. Zhou Rongfei rolled her eyes at Yang Hong before continuing. The 9 families that were sent out to visit relatives this time all have one characteristic, that is, they have a little power, but a lot of money, but they don't have the force to protect the family. Our Majesty is worried about not having enough money to dig the canal, and the purpose of this action is very obvious. It's all about making money. And he will kill a bunch of people. Such a kind-hearted thing must have been planned by our queen. Haha, it turns out that the harem is not allowed to interfere in government affairs. Speaking of this, concubine Zhou Rong gritted her teeth. She was sent to the cold palace for 7 years for this reason. However, Yang Hong was thinking whether he could gain some benefits from it. Even if he didn't want to leave the quiet cold palace for the time being, he still hoped to gain some freedom and power. At this time, Zhou Rongfei's voice began to gloat again. Our Bodhisattva queen may not know that the Jia family has at least 1 grandmaster, and the 8 dukes and nobles related to the Jia family have at least 10 grandmasters. Once the Jia family is angered, with the current strength of the royal family, it won't be a problem for the Sui dynasty to change. The smile on Zhou Rongfei's face became even more disdainful. Yang Hong's heart was moved, and he asked, "And do you know the current situation of the royal family?" Haha, I really know. 30 years ago, when the retired emperor had just ascended the throne, the Sui dynasty was at its peak. At that time, the Sui dynasty had a total of 960 grandmasters and even the legendary celestial being. At that time, the Sui dynasty dominated the world and had the potential to unify the 5 dynasties. It's a pity that the martial arts sects in the world opposed it at that time, and the Yuan dynasty on the grassland had a war with our great Sui dynasty in Zhubai County 18 years ago. Although the great Sui dynasty won in the end, it also paid a huge price. A large number of grandmasters died, and those who survived were scattered. Now, there are only 8 grandmasters who truly belong to the Sui Yang royal family. There are 3 old eunuchs who followed the emperor. Among the Yang royal family, only General Yang Su, Clan Master Yang Tang, and Loyal Prince Yang Jia are grandmasters. The rest, including your majesty, are only innate masters. After hearing this, Yang Hong knew that Zhou Rongfei's information was not very accurate, but he still continued to support her. The other two are both princes-in-law, Yuan Huaji from Heshi County and Li Xiaoli from Taidong County. And do you know how many great masters we still have in the Sui dynasty? I don't know the exact number, but it's probably between 200 and 230. Half of them are in the 3 sects of the great Sui dynasty, especially the Inque sect. The remaining half are in the army, but they are distributed all over the Sui dynasty to guard its territory and will not move easily. The last one is among the major families and academies. I'll tell you a secret, Xiaolu. What? Yang Hong was listening intently, as this was information he had never known before. Zhou Rongfei suddenly leaned close to Yang Hong's ear and spoke with hot breath. As long as you obey me, Xiaolu, I will help you take that honorable position. Zhou Rongfei's face flushed, but her expression was extremely serious. Yang Hong suspected that what she said might be true. But... Chapter 13 Zhou Ning's Intelligence. And it's getting late. I should go back. Goodbye. Yang Hong used his true energy and clever strength to easily free his right hand from Zhou Rongfei's hands and breasts. He bowed slightly, turned around and left. This Zhou Rongfei is too bold and presumptuous. Even Grandmaster Yang Hong is not as bold as her. Xiaolu, if you don't agree, I will cooperate with the second Prince Yang Guang. Seeing Yang Hong get up and leave, Zhou Rongfei's voice became cold. Then I wish my aunt and second brother success in their rebellion. Yang Hong bowed again and left, leaving Zhou Rongfei with a ferocious face cursing behind him. He is not an idiot. How could he attempt to rebel in the cold palace? Are you still asleep? Even though he had heard concubine Zhou Rong boast in her early years that the Zhou family had at least 3 great masters and had considerable influence in the army and the court. But Yang Hong has his own judgment. If the Zhou family was really that powerful, shouldn't concubine Zhou Rong have left the cold palace long ago? However, we still gained a lot today. Yang Hong smiled slightly, but did not go back. His mission is not over yet? He also had to visit all 108 cold palaces, and at least enter the palace gate to greet the people inside and say hello. This was not only a task given to him by Yang Jian, but also a token of his gratitude and experience. From the fact that 289 cold palaces had owners when he came in, to only 109 cold palaces having owners now, it can be seen that The mortality rate in the cold palace is very high. Ding Yu infused Qingyu grape with true qi for 30 days, and received 500 times the return, returning 15,000 days of true qi cultivation. Ding, after practicing the golden bell cover for 15,000 days, the golden bell cover has been upgraded to the 100th level. Ding, the highest level of golden bell cover cannot be further improved. Please improve your cultivation level and continue to practice. Other people's New Year may be very lively, but Yan Hong's New Year is as quiet as usual, but he is used to it. Today, as usual, I gave Green Jade Grape the initiation of cultivation, but I received a different prompt. The first is the highest critical hit return after entering the grandmaster level 500 times. In addition, the 100th level of golden bell cover did not evolve directly like the previous breathing methods and training methods, but was stuck at the 100th level. Improve your cultivation? Is my cultivation not enough? With doubts, Yang Hong opened the personal attribute panel. Yang Hong, the 6th prince of the Sui dynasty. Number of empowerments per day, 0 of 3. Lifespan, 20/150. Cultivation, 86 years of true Qi grandmaster of martial arts, 40,000 gene of strength. Skills, basic breathing technique 12th level, basic body building technique 12th level. 100 levels of golden bell cover, 1 level of pure yang power, and 1 level of iron body power. Martial arts, bull fist level 3. Special abilities, photographic memory, proficient in farming. Yang Hong suddenly found something different when he saw it. The basic breathing technique and basic body building technique were quite special. There is no need for special practice. As long as you have reached a certain level of cultivation, your level of cultivation will continue to rise. Unlike the 4 martial arts he learned later, he had to practice them specifically when his cultivation was returned in order to improve. Perhaps there is something special about these 2 evolved techniques. However, I can't do the experiment today, so I can only wait until tomorrow. Oh right, today is the 15th day of the first lunar month, the day when the 9 concubines come to visit their parents. Forget it, it's none of my business. As long as no one comes to disturb my peace and quiet, it's fine. Walking into the newly cultivated vegetable garden, Yang Hong checked the germination of the crops. Compared to the so-called dream of the Red Chamber, and the so-called Jia family, he wanted to taste the spiritual vegetables more. Your Highness, I have something to report. However, he couldn't have peace today. Zhou Ning came again, and this time he was hiding in the dark, not appearing in front of Yang Hong, and reporting intelligence using the secret sound transmission technique. I have discovered that Your Majesty is very short of money recently. Last year, there were many natural disasters, and almost all the money in the inner treasury and the government treasury was used by the Emperor to fill the court's finances. Therefore, Your Majesty is preparing to reform the finance and taxation system, but has been unable to do so because he has no excuse. This time, Your Majesty is going to kill a few chickens that are close to you to serve as a warning to the monkeys. The concubines and noble ladies who are going to visit their parents tonight are the chickens, and their families are the chickens. Yang Hong nodded calmly, thinking to himself. Is that so? Yang Jian did it anyway. Your Highness, the cold palace will become lively in a month at most. You should keep a low profile until then. This sentence is the purpose of Zhou Ning coming here today. He doesn't care about the life or death of others. He only cares about Yang Hong. Yang Hong felt a little touched. Zhou Ning was really loyal and he should be given some benefits. Uncle Ning, tell Yang Jian that the Jia family has a hidden great master who is stronger than you. Zhou Ning's face darkened. At the same time, Yang Hong saw a bamboo in the corner of the yard tremble. Without any hesitation, Yang Hong stepped on the ground with both feet, and his body rose from the ground, passing through a space of 6 feet. A palm slapped out. Pa! There was a sound of a watermelon bursting, and red and white colors splashed everywhere, dyeing the white wall red. Immediately afterwards, Zhou Ning's familiar figure appeared beside Yang Hong. Your Highness, is this the little eunuch that was sent here earlier? Is he eavesdropping? Haha, as expected. However, he eavesdropped on something he shouldn't have. Wait, Uncle Ning, pick him up and walk him around in front of the other 6. Yang Hong actually thinks that killing the chicken to scare the monkey is a good idea. Yes, don't worry, Your Highness. I know how to handle it. Well, let's go back to the Jia family. Tell Yang Jian that you discovered the expert of the Jia family by accident, and you suspect that there are other experts in the Jia family. Yang Hong took out a white towel, wiped his spotless hands, and then threw it away. Although he is not afraid of death and can ignore it, he is a little bit of a germaphobe and doesn't like blood. Your Highness, I have been ordered to start setting up an internal factory. I have also learned about the Jia family. There are no capable people in the Jia family in these 2 generations. They are all good-for-nothings and there are no masters at all. Could Your Highness have made a mistake? I won't make a mistake, and even if I do, it doesn't matter. But the Jia family is not simple, they will not fall easily, and they should not fall for the time being, otherwise, it will be detrimental to our great Sui dynasty. Yes, I understand. It doesn't matter whether the Jia family has any experts or not, as long as they stay for the time being. Zhou Ning quickly understood Yang Hong's idea, although this understanding was a little biased. You can say that. And you can also advise Yang Jian that although the Grand Canal is a benevolent and good policy, if it is done too hastily, it will become an evil and tyrannical policy. Thinking of the Grand Canal in his previous life, and then thinking about the infamy left by Yang Jian and his son Yang Guang, Yang Hong decided to persuade Yang Jian. Although he was sure that Yang Jian would not listen to his advice, he still wanted to try. After all, a peaceful and stable Sui dynasty is still very important for Yang Hong who wants to farm in peace. Your Highness, I'm afraid I can't persuade you about this. Zhou Ning's face turned bitter. Eunuchs in the Sui dynasty were not allowed to interfere in government affairs. They can make knives, but they cannot have thoughts of their own. It's okay. If there's a chance, I'll remind Yang Jian. If not, forget it. Too much is as bad as too little. It's like his Grand Canal. Yes, I've made note of it. Chapter 14, The Arrogant Lady Zhou. Yang Hong didn't know how Zhou Ning could convey the message to Yang Jian. However, the cold palace was indeed lively. Half a month later, on the 2nd day of the 2nd month, the dragon raises its head. 7 of the 9 concubines who had just returned from visiting their parents came in. Except for concubine Wu and a noble lady named Chen, the other 7 people came in. Including Jia Yuan Chun. Zhou Ning's message did not seem to dampen Yang Jian's determination. I want to live in this palace, I want to live in this palace. The emperor promised me that I only need to stay here for a few days to calm the officials down, and then he will take me out. While Yang Hong was sitting on a recliner, eating melons silently, a melon actually ran into his indifferent pavilion. Although he opened the gate to watch the fun and eat melons, it was also to show that there was an owner here. I didn't expect that someone who had been sent to the cold palace would want to seize other people's courtyards. How can you be a man? How can a man live in the cold palace? Zhou Fingji ran into the Jiru Wangwen pavilion, regardless of anything, and naturally saw Yang Hong sitting in the front yard. She could still tell the difference between a man and a eunuch at a glance. Although Yang Hong is now wearing coarse cloth and his face is a little pale, he looks a little shabby. But on that handsome face, the circle of light blue fuzz is still quite obvious. This is a man, not a eunuch. Your Highness, please don't embarrass us. This is the palace of His Royal Highness the Sixth Prince, which was given to you by His Majesty himself. You really can't live here. There were palace guards outside trying to persuade them, and they all knew about Yang Hong's existence. Before Yang Hong could say anything, an old lady rushed over, stood in front of Yang Hong, and blocked his sight. A congenital master? Yang Hong stopped talking and looked at the 50-year-old woman with great interest. He did not expect that she was actually a master of innate abilities. And judging from the steady movement she had when she ran over here just now, she might be a master among the innate experts. This noble Lady Zhou is not a simple person. Madam Li, how could there be a man here in the cold palace? He must be a concubine of some cousin, you should kill him now. Maybe we can leave with merit. Zhou Fingji seemed not to have heard the guard's words and continued shouting. The corners of Yang Hong's mouth twitched when he heard this. Does this idiot have no ears? But are all my servants dead too? Yang Hong sat up, looked around, his eyes turned cold again. Except for Xiao Chao, who was making lunch at this time, the other 6 people gathered in a corner of the yard, watching with glee. They were discussing something in a low voice. Yang Hong circulated his true energy to his ears and could easily hear their words. Xiao Zhu, do you think the sixth prince will be beaten to death this time? Yes. Definitely. This is concubine Zhou, the emperor's most beloved concubine. For her, the emperor made an exception and didn't attend the morning court for 10 days. Yes. This is a favor that even the queen has never received. So the sixth prince is doomed this time. But the sixth prince is now protected by that old man Zhou Ning, who is a great master. Lady Zhou is so bold. Haha, you don't know, Lady Zhou's eldest brother has joined the Chaoyang sect and is already a congenital master. It is said that he can break through to the grandmaster level at any time. The second brother of Lady Zhou has joined the Rising Sun sect and has a master who is a great master. Zhou Ning is not enough to kill him. So the sixth prince is dead? He's dead. He's just a fallen prince who relies on his power. If he dies, then he dies. No one will care. Not only did Yang Hong's eyes turn cold, his heart turned cold as well. He decided. These 3 little eunuchs and 3 little palace maids. Death is certain. However, he quickly retracted his energy because a figure stood in front of him. Your Highness, the sixth prince, I am sorry for being rude. I would like to apologize to your Highness first. Nanny Li's calm voice sounded in Yang Hong's ears, but there was not much apology in her tone. No problem. Yang Hong waved his hand, interrupting Li Ma's insincere apology. Thank you, Your Highness the Sixth Prince, for your tolerance. I have an unwelcome request, but I don't know if I should say it. When Nanny Li saw that Yang Hong was still sitting on the recliner and didn't get up, she felt a little angry. However, she still controlled her temper and looked at Yang Hong with anticipation. But Yang Hong didn't play by the rules and said calmly, Then don't talk about it. After saying that, he closed his eyes and lay back on the recliner, as if all the people in the yard were air. Chuckle, chuckle. There was a sound of gnashing teeth, but Yang Hong remained unmoved. Your Highness the Sixth Prince, my master is Zhou Fingji, the noble Lady Zhou. Then what? Yang Hong opened his eyes slightly. My master has taken a fancy to your palace. Then what? Please move out. Nanny Li's voice finally turned cold and harsh. There is a rule in our Sui dynasty that anyone who leaves the cold palace without the permission of the emperor and empress will be killed. Does Madame Li want me to go out and die? I will explain the situation to His Majesty. Nanny Li suddenly choked. She had just been informed of this rule before entering the cold palace. She felt a little embarrassed when Yang Hong reminded her of it. Haha, that's great, please go and ask my father for an order. I've had enough of this, Jiru Wangwon Pavilion, I've wanted to leave a long time ago. Yang Hong stood up excitedly as if he had heard some good news, and looked at Nanny Li with anticipation. Nanny Li was speechless again. If she could meet Yang Jian, she would not have been sent to this cold palace. What's more, she was just a nanny and had no qualifications to apply for an audience with the emperor. What nonsense is Madame Li talking to this man? Kill him and this palace will be ours. Later, concubine Zhou, who had been quiet for a while, became impatient again. Yang Hong, who was standing, finally looked at her. She has picturesque eyebrows, stunning appearance, slim figure, and charming temperament. This is a woman that any man would salute in admiration. No wonder Yang Jian could skip the morning court for 10 consecutive days for her. Yang Hong also circulated his true energy and silently chanted the heart purification mantra before he calmed down his restlessness and looked away. Your Highness, the Sixth Prince, please give me some favors. Nanny Li moved sideways again and stood between Yang Hong and Zhou Fingji. I still say the same thing, bring me the order and I will move immediately. I will not go out to die without a will. After saying that, Yang Hong turned around and walked into the atrium, no longer paying attention to these idiots. Mammy, don't stop me, I'll kill him, I'm a top-notch expert, I'll kill him myself, I'll kill him. Yang Hong put his hands behind his head and walked away staggeringly. All the doors along the way were opened, as if to let you do whatever you want. However, Nanny Li was experienced and shrewd. While stopping concubine Zhou, she recalled the rules of the cold palace. She remembered that there was a rule in the Cold Palace that if the masters fought with each other and were injured, the palace maids and eunuchs who served them would be punished according to the injuries. If the master is crazy, the servant must be crazy too. This is a rule to protect the masters of the Cold Palace and prevent slaves from bullying their masters. Although she was confident in Zhou Fengji's ability, she was also worried that Yang Hong would counterattack before his death and hurt Zhou Fengji. Then she will also be in bad luck, even very bad luck. However, she secretly hated Yang Hong for being so tactless and decided to teach him a lesson that evening. Chapter 15 6 Dead. Concubine Zhou still left. The eunuch guards who were guarding the Cold Palace were forced to leave with knives. She was unwilling to accept this and lived next door to Yang Hong. Madam Li, go and kill Yang Hong tonight. I don't want him to see the sun tomorrow. In Concubine Zhou's room, there was a ferocious look on Concubine Zhou's beautiful face, and she spoke vicious words. My dear little ancestor, we just moved into the Cold Palace today, so we shouldn't make a big noise. And you and Yang Hong just had a conflict today. If anything happens to Yang Hong, everyone will think you were the one who killed him. I just want to tell the other little bitches in the Cold Palace that even if I, Zhou Fengji, am sent to the Cold Palace, they can't mess with me. Madam Li, do you really think I have no brains? How could I not have heard of the legend of the Cold Palace? Since your majesty knows, why do you still? Haha, because Yang Hong is a soft persimmon. I have already inquired clearly from His Majesty. He has wanted to kill Yang Hong for a long time, but he is the emperor and there is a saying that even a tiger will not eat its own cubs, so he is reluctant to do it. If we take action, maybe His Majesty will really let us out of the Cold Palace. Lady Zhou calmed down completely and spoke very logically. I see. However, I think today is not a good day to kill anyone. After all, we have just entered the Cold Palace and it is not a good time to cause trouble. Nanny Li nodded thoughtfully, but continued to persuade. Then let Yang Hong live a few more days. Concubine Zhou tilted her head, thought about it, and nodded in agreement. Although she is eager for quick success, she is not completely stupid. However, Nanny Li's eyes turned and her tone changed. My queen, although we can't bear to kill anyone, it should be no problem to scare Yang Hong a little. Oh, what do you think, Mammy? Hey, we can do this way. Ha, good idea, let's do it this way, Mammy will get it done tonight. I obey your command. The master and servant discussed the solution and went to have lunch happily. Yang Hong also had a simple but delicious lunch served by Xiao Chao. Xiao Cao's cooking skills are getting better and better after Yang Hong's training. Xiao Chao, your cooking skills are almost as good as the imperial chefs. Not bad, not bad. Hee, it's all thanks to your highness's good teaching. Xiao Chao curved her cute brows and smiled happily. Turn your smile into a beautiful scenery. However, it is a pity that the scenery is too flat and the curves are not good. Xiao Chao, you should eat more. You are too thin. Don't worry, your highness. Xiao Chao is probably eating now. He eats a lot at every meal. Xiao Chao clenched her fist to make a promise, but Yang Hong looked at her thin fist and shook his head helplessly. I was thinking about getting some papaya seeds and growing some papayas so that the grass would have more to eat. Time passes quickly while working. The sun is even shorter in winter and sets after 5 o'clock. After dinner, Yang Hong went to bed early. But his rest was not sleeping, but meditating on the bed. When the time came to midnight, Yang Hong, who was about to end his practice, suddenly felt his ears move. The sound of someone climbing over the wall and falling to the ground reached Yang Hong's ears from afar. This idiot, does he really want to kill me? Haha, I'll make sure you never come back, but I'll have to plan it. Yang Hong stood up gently without making any sound, which was completely different from his performance outside. Using his true chi, Yang Hong carefully opened the window of the house next door and quietly went in wearing his pajamas. While protecting the grass, he was also waiting for Nanny Li to arrive. Click, click, click. There were several intermittent sounds of doors opening and closing, and Li Ma entered the rooms of the other 3 eunuchs and palace maids one after another. Then Nanny Li left, leaving in Yang Hong's expectation. What is this idiot doing? Looking at Nanny Li climbing over the wall and walking away, Yang Hong was a little stunned. After waiting for a few minutes and not seeing Nanny Li return, Yang Honkai entered the rooms of several eunuchs with curiosity. This is. Yang Hong's face changed. Although there was no smell of blood in the rooms, he could tell at a glance that the limbs of the unconscious eunuchs were all broken. All 4 limbs were broken. Are you warning me? Or are you warning those princes? When Yang Hong saw the injuries of the eunuchs, he knew the purpose of Li Ma's actions. This is the most commonly used warning method between hostile concubines in the Cold Palace, and it is also the lowest level method. However, this commonly used method is also the one that scares the concubines most. Can you imagine that when you wake up, all your trusted subordinates who were still alive and kicking yesterday have lost their hands and feet? Wouldn't that be scary? Let's put it in another way. If your subordinates' limbs are broken while you are sleeping, that means the enemy can use the same method on you. That's scary, right? As far as Yang Hong knew, dozens of concubines were frightened silly or even frightened to death in this way. Haha, your methods are still not cruel enough. It seems you are a novice. After checking the injuries of the 3 eunuchs, Yang Hong sneered. He stretched out his hand and sensed the remaining internal energy on the broken hand. He circulated his true energy to simulate this energy. Then he pressed the chest and abdomen of the 3 young eunuchs, simulating a rush of internal force. These 3 little eunuchs lost half their lives immediately. If the grandmaster does not use up his inner energy to treat them, they will die in 7 days at most. After checking the rooms of the 3 palace maids, Yang Hong did the same thing to them again, severely injuring them. Well, this is perfect. After the work, go back to sleep. Yang Hong returned to his bedroom and his ears moved again. He heard the suppressed laughter coming from next door. He didn't say anything, but just had an ambiguous smile on his face. The next day at breakfast, Xiao Chao started complaining to Yang Hong. Your Highness, you need to take care of those lazy guys. They got up later today than yesterday. They are servants, but they got up later than your master. It's really outrageous. Xiao Chao pouted and spoke up for Yang Hong angrily. He let them sleep if they can, it's okay. Yang Hong took a sip of porridge, smiled gently, and then ate a piece of hot and sour radish. Well, today's breakfast is good. Xiao Chao should eat more later. I'm going to eat all the breakfast later and leave nothing for those lazy guys. Xiao Chao clenched her fists in hatred. It seemed that over the past month, she had become more and more disgusted with the other people. After Yang Hong finished his breakfast, he specially forced Xiao Chao to finish her breakfast before letting her go to call the eunuchs and palace maids. Ah, murder! Murder! Xiao Cao's sharp and tender voice broke through the tranquility of the morning and the silence of the cold palace. Yang Hong shook his head and smiled, then slowly stood up and waited for the palace guards to arrive. Xiao Cao's mental quality is still not good enough, you need to practice more. With a smile on his face, Yang Hong walked towards the direction where Xiao Chao was screaming. Chapter 16, Queen Dugu's Evil Plan. The Cold Palace is also a part of the Imperial Palace, and is also guarded by the palace guards. In just a cup of tea's time, 3 innate guards rushed into the Ji Rua Wang Wen pavilion with 30 first-rate masters. Haha, this method again. Alright, it's alright. We've taken the body away, and new eunuchs and maids will be sent here in a few months at most. The leading Xiantian guard curled his lips in disdain, and without asking for the opinion of his master Yang Hong, he ordered his men to treat the 6 living people as corpses. He wrapped them in the quilt they were covered with, and carried them away. This was not the first time he had dealt with something like this, and he seemed to be very familiar with it. Yang Hong was a little surprised when he saw the palace guards who came in and left in less than 3 minutes. Is it true that life in the Cold Palace is so worthless? Are the guards so casual in handling the Cold Palace issue? He still had follow-up plans, so it ended like this? Oh, human life is worthless! Yang Hong sighed, then pulled Xiao Chao, who looked frightened, to go to the backyard to hold the ground. Now we have to find something to distract Xiao Chao, otherwise he might really be scared crazy. Although she had served Yang Hong for more than 5 years, she was just a 16-year-old girl, and she had seen her companions being beaten to death in front of her in her early years. However, that was 5 years ago, when she was still a child and a little confused. Now Xiao Chao is truly aware of the dangers of the Cold Palace. And ice cold. Your Highness, Xiao Hong and the others are just lazy, but their crime is not punishable by death, After hoeing the grass for a long time in a daze, Xiao Chao finally came to his senses and asked with lingering fear. Yan Hong was stunned for a moment, then laughed, and shook his head. Xiao Chao, this is the cold palace, and human life has nothing to do with sin. They just happened to be there, and they deserve to die. Yan Hong's voice was cold, but it was the truth. But alas! Xiao Chao thought for a long time and finally sighed. Having lived in the cold palace for 6 years, she was accustomed to life and death, and naturally knew that human life was worthless. They both fell silent and began to sow seeds. It is already the 2nd month of the lunar calendar, and the weather is starting to warm up. He has set up a simple greenhouse here, so he can start planting. 2 days ago, Yan Hong leveled the ground of Jiroa Pavilion except for the 3-story building. All the seeds have been soaked, and today is the planned sowing time. Rice, peas, cucumber, pumpkin, watermelon, bok choy, cabbage, radish, and carrots. Yan Hong prepared 9 kinds of seeds this time. Among them, only peas, pumpkins, and watermelons are new varieties. The others are varieties that Yan Hong has cultivated for many years, and all seeds are ordinary grade 4. After planting, although it is not as good as the 9th grade vegetables, it also has slight special effects. To outsiders, it tastes good and they won't find anything special about it, so Yan Hong plans to grow it on a large scale. But today is destined not to be peaceful. Yan Hong had only planted half of the pea seeds when a strange eunuch came in and called him Dugujalo? When he came to the front yard and looked at the middle-aged woman in a light yellow phoenix robe and with a graceful and elegant demeanor, this name popped up in Yan Hong's mind. The person who came turned out to be the master of the Sui dynasty's harem, Dugu Qielyuo. Suppressing his surprise, Yan Hong stepped forward to greet him. Greetings, mother. Your Highness, there is no need to be so polite. I heard that your eunuchs and maids were killed, so I came here specially to take a look. Dugu Qielyuo took 2 steps and personally helped Yan Hong, who was bowing, to stand up. A loving mother and a filial son. However, Yan Hong's body trembled. Master Xiantian, this Dugu Qielyuo is also a Master Xiantian. Yan Hong was shocked. The legendary ordinary person turned out to be a master of innateness. This palace was really not simple. Feeling the innate internal force rushing through his body, Yan Hong knew that this is Dugu Qielyuo testing, unscrupulously testing his strength. Fortunately, Yan Hong's cultivation was returned by the initiation return system, and after his daily hard work, he has now gained full control of it. Dugu Qielyuo's innate internal strength was simply unable to detect his own true energy. And my reaction was wrong. Yan Hong was suddenly startled, and then he used his true qi to shrink his meridians, forcing out beads of sweat, and his whole body began to tremble, with a look of pain on his face. Seeing Yan Hong's performance, Dugu Qielyuo, who was a little confused just now, nodded with satisfaction, but did not take her hand back. It was not until a full cup of tea had passed that Dugu Qielyuo withdrew her hand with satisfaction. My dear, you are a little weak. You should exercise more when you have time. Dugu Qielyuo took Yan Hong's hand and walked out of the courtyard. Yan Hong could only follow closely. On the avenue outside the courtyard, there were hundreds of innate guards patrolling. In the middle of the avenue there was a chair with a person tied to it. It's Nanny Li. Queen, please spare me. Queen, please spare me, I didn't kill anyone. I just broke the hands and feet of those servants. I really didn't kill anyone. When she saw Dugu Qielyuo appear, Nanny Li started to complain. Please spare me, Queen. Nanny Li will not lie, Queen. Concubine Zhou knelt aside with a look of horror on her face, pleading for Nanny Li. But Dugu Qielyuo just glanced at him indifferently and spoke softly. Execution! Pa pa! Rhythmic slapping sounds and screams were heard. The screams first became louder and louder, then became quieter and quieter, and finally became silent. Reporting to the Queen, the execution is complete and the prisoner is dead. The guard replied coldly and firmly, and Dugu Qielyuo just nodded. At this time, she pulled Yan Hong forward again, came to the side of Li Ma's body, looked around, and then spoke in a domineering tone. Yan Hong raised his head slightly and found that the doors of several nearby cold palace courtyards were open. At the door of the courtyard opposite him, he saw a white figure. This nanny took advantage of her power to bully others, threatened and murdered the sixth prince, and now she has pleaded guilty. I know that many of you are confident and capable. But this is the imperial palace, this is the cold palace, a place with rules, you must abide by the rules. Another example of killing the chicken to scare the monkey. The tactic of killing a chicken to scare the monkey seems to be very effective in the palace. Anyone with a little bit of strength is using it. Yang Hong secretly complained in his heart. He finally understood why Dugujialo came to the cold palace. In addition, concubine Zhou's nanny is ill-mannered, so she'll all be beaten to death. No, my lady, please spare my life. Amidst the cries of despair, 2 more maids were dragged out and beaten to death on the spot. Yang Hong glanced at concubine Zhou, who was so arrogant yesterday. Now her face was pale and she was as dumb as a wooden chicken. She even forgot to ask for help for her servants. In less than a minute, the 2 maids were beaten to death. Dugujiao's voice sounded again. Since Lady Zhou wants to live in the Jira Wangwan Pavilion, then from today on, she will live in the Jira Wangwan Pavilion with the 6th prince. What? Yan Hong, who had been watching the show calmly, was shocked by Dugujiao's words. This is against the rules and even against human ethics. My son, concubine Zhou is also your aunt. She doesn't have a nanny to take care of her now, so it's your duty as her son to take care of her. We in the Great Sui dynasty value filial piety the most. Dugujiao patted the back of Yang Hong's hand and said gently. Her voice was no longer as stern as before. Like a mother caring about her son. God's filial piety? This is a Tianqing. Dugujiao is worthy of being Dugujiao, she is poisonous. Yan Hong guessed Dugujiao's plan. His mouth twitched but he couldn't refute it. Chapter 17 The Quiet Cold Palace. According to modern terms, concubine Zhou was Yang Hong's stepmother. Dugujiao actually wanted Yang Hong to live with her stepmother, and this stepmother was a very charming and beautiful woman. Yang Hong turned 19 during the Chinese New Year and was considered a strong young man of 20. Such a combination is very dangerous. Very dangerous. Looking at Dugujiao's encouraging eyes, feeling her gentle palm patting the back of my hand, Yang Hong shuddered. This is a blatantly vicious plot. A vicious scheme that kills 2 birds with 1 stone, or even more than 1 stone. Once Yang Hong loses control and something happens between him and concubine Zhou, both Yang Hong and concubine Zhou will die. As a husband, father and emperor, Yang Jian would surely be ashamed, and no one knows how many people would die. Not only Yang Hong understood the cruelty of this arrangement, but concubine Zhou also understood it. Please spare me, madam. I don't want to live here. I don't dare to live here. She knew that once she moved into the Jiru Wangwan Pavilion, even if she and Yang Hongqing were innocent, Yang Jian would never favor her again. The owners of the other 5 courtyards nearby first looked at this side in surprise, and then broke out in cold sweats. They also understood what was happening. Haha, Lady Zhou, you should enjoy the 6th prince's filial piety from now on. Someone, help concubine Zhou move. Yes. Dugujiao did not give anyone a chance to object and gave the order directly. In the palace, especially the harem, the queen is the king, and even the emperor will not easily refute her words. 60 guards at the first-rate warrior level rushed into Lady Zhou's courtyard like wolves and tigers. They moved all the things in just one trip. Lady Zhou, this cold palace also has its own rules. Without permission, you are not allowed to leave your palace. Otherwise, the guards can kill anyone who leaves without permission. Dugujiao's voice was still as gentle as ever, but to concubine Zhou, it was the most dangerous warning. After saying that, she looked at Yang Hong again and spoke gently. My son, I know you are a filial person. You must be filial to your Aunt Zhou. She has been banished to the cold palace and has no one to rely on. You must take good care of her in the future. Dugujiao emphasized the pronunciation of take care of, still hinting at something. Yes, I will take care of Aunt Zhou. Yang Hong bowed helplessly and replied. His helpless voice made Dugujiao very satisfied. She let go of Yang Hong's hand and was about to leave. However, after walking a few steps, Dugujiao looked at the other 5 courtyards with open doors, and then turned to look at Yang Hong. My son, there are 5 of your concubines here. You have to take care of them too. I will ask for your permission to enter and leave these 5 palaces freely. Oh, thank you, mother. Yan Hong could only continue to express his gratitude helplessly. This Dugujialuo even tricked the other 5 concubines. Looking at the grand procession leaving, Yan Hong's eyes flashed with a dangerous light. How when I don't have the strength, I have to fight with my wits. When I have enough strength, I will crush you with all my strength. After comforting himself in his heart, he sighed again at the powerful foundation of the Sui dynasty palace. The old maid who had just been serving Dugujialuo was also a grandmaster who gave Yan Hong a sense of danger. Walking back to the Jiru Wangwen pavilion, and taking a look at the distraught concubine Zhou, Yan Hong called Xiao Qiao and went to pack his things. Move place. Most of the original buildings of the Jiru pavilion have been demolished, but there is still a 3-story building covering an area of 180 meters in circumference. This small building is big enough for Yan Hong and his wife to live in. When Queen Dugujialuo came to the cold palace, the entire palace became completely silent. Not only were the 7 newly arrived concubines trembling with fear, not daring to make the slightest noise. Even the other elderly people fell silent. After her nanny was beaten to death in front of her, concubine Zhou became really obedient. She would stare blankly in the small courtyard in front of Yan Hong every day and did not dare to appear in front of Yan Hong. Yan Hong was naturally happy to have a leisurely time, farming quietly. Although he was the only one farming, for a grandmaster with the strength of tens of thousands of pounds, farming was not easy at all. The 9 planned crops were planted in just 3 days. The next step is to take care of and cultivate it slowly. Only when these crops have grown to a certain size can he give them the initiation. Time flies, it is the season of lush grass and flying birds, and the jade grapes are already lush and green. Ding Yu infused Qingyu grape with true qi for 30 days, and received 50 times the returning 1,500 days of true qi cultivation. Ding after practicing the iron body skill for 1,500 days, the iron body skill has been upgraded to the 86th level. Ding the jade grape has been promoted to a first-grade medium spiritual plant. After continuous initiations, the first evolved jade grape finally advanced to the next level. It's not an evolution, it's just an advancement, from a first-grade low-grade spiritual plant to a first-grade medium grade 1. After calculating the time, Yan Hong found that this jade grape had been infused with true qi for 100 days, which means it had been infused with true qi for 3,000 days. It takes 3,000 days to evolve to the first level. How many levels are there above the middle level? And how many levels are there above the first level? His initiation system was a bit retarded, and Yan Hong received no response to any of his inquiries. He had to figure everything out on his own. Yan Hong stretched out his hand and held the jade grape, sighing, and suddenly his expression was stunned. An emotion so weak that it was almost non-existent was transmitted to his mind through his hands. Crowded. He sensed it carefully again. It was intermittent and weak, but there was indeed an emotion coming. This is the emotion of jade grape. Yan Hong was a little surprised. He didn't expect that he could sense the emotions of plants. He held a few other plants and sensed them, then shook his head in disappointment again. Only the medium-quality first-grade jade grape could convey emotions, while the other jade grapes could not convey any emotions. Since it's crowded, I'll let you move a little further. Looking at the 9 jade grapes huddled together, Yan Hong also understood the problem. If so many first-grade spiritual plants are planted together, there will definitely be nutritional deficiencies. It just so happened that the greenhouse that was originally built on the grape vines had been dismantled, and the grape leaves had not yet grown out, making it perfect for transplanting. He carefully dug out 8 first-grade inferior jade grapes, separated the vines, and planted them directly along the original backyard wall. More than 20 pillars over 2 meters high were brought in to support the vines, allowing the jade grapes to grow towards the original Jiru Pavilion, the small building where Yan Hong now lives. Yan Hong planted the last medium-grade jade grape directly against the small building and let it grow along the outer wall of the building. Although there is one less place to cool off in the summer, the jade grapes now have enough space to grow. After the incident with the jade grapes, Yan Hong thought about the situation of other plants. It seems that the density of my planting is still too high. I should plant it more loosely. While concubine Zhou looked at him as if he was crazy, Yang Hong took Xiao Qiao and started a new round of planting. Chapter 18. 100,000 Gene Strength. Time flies, and soon it is May. Yang Hong's new batch of vegetables can also be harvested, and Yang Zixuan has become more and more diligent in coming to Jiruo Wangwen Pavilion. On the 4th day of May, which is the day before the Dragon Boat Festival. Before lunch, Yang Zixuan came and hurriedly carrying a lunch box. Brother, I brought you some delicious food again. Royal brother. Yang Zixuan's voice passed through the courtyard of Wangwen Pavilion and came hurriedly towards the small building of Jiruo Pavilion. Yang Hong shook off the dirt on his hands, and with a slight shake of his true energy, his hands became as clean as jade. Yang Zixuan is still as energetic and vibrant as ever. As usual, she rushed directly into Yang Hong's dining room. Royal sister, put down the lunch box first and come and chat with my royal brother. Xiao Cao's lunch is not ready yet. He. Yang Zixuan, who was peeking around in the dining room, smiled shyly, went to the hall, poured herself a glass of water and drank it. Brother, I brought some goodies today. They are tiger penises made by the imperial chef. I heard they are very good for nourishing the body. The corners of Yang Hong's mouth twitched wildly. His little sister was already 15 years old this year. According to the rules of the palace, it was time for her to start teaching the rules and things of adults. Still like this. Stupid. Yang Hong was also speechless. Royal brother, I snatched the entire tiger whip, and the other royal brothers and sisters didn't get to eat it. Yang Zixuan was a little proud and opened the food box to show off. Yang Hong was indeed a little curious, and couldn't help but take a few more glances. This is the first time he has seen this thing in his past life or this life. A coiled whip, as thick as a baby's arm, coiled several times, looked to be at least half a meter long. Yang Hong was also amazed by such a majestic thing. This is obviously not the full length, and the aura above faintly feels like it is about to transform into true energy. The beast is at its peak, about to transform into a ferocious tiger. After seeing the thing clearly, Yang Hong narrowed his eyes and had some guesses in his mind. Royal sister, you stole this food, won't the queen blame you? Haha, of course not. I got first place in the test last month. This is a reward from the queen. Yeah, my Zixuan is the best. Yang Hong said this while rubbing Yang Zixuan's soft hair. I don't mess up my hair. It's so troublesome to comb. Yang Hong laughed out loud at Yang Zixuan's coquettish voice, but his heart was indeed cold. As expected, it is related to Queen Dugujialuo. She wants Yang Hong to make a mistake sooner. I'm afraid there are other things behind this. Just as Yang Hong was thinking, Yang Zixuan, who couldn't keep secrets, continued to speak. Brother, tomorrow is the Dragon Boat Festival. Father will confer the title of king on brothers who are over 18 years old, and brothers who behave well will go to Tibet. Just like that. This was something Yang Hong had not expected. The Sui dynasty had been established for more than 380 years, and all the fiefdoms that could be granted had basically been conferred. It had been many years since the Sui dynasty had had a prince. Yes, that's right. I heard that it was because some of the brothers were making too much noise and my father got angry. Brother Crown Prince has the support of the founding faction, Brother 2 Emperors has the support of the Yanping faction, Brother 3 Emperors also has the support of the New Noble faction, Brother 4 Emperors seems to have the support of the Civil Officials faction, and even Brother 5 Emperors has the support of the Chaoyang faction. Anyway, it's very messy and troublesome. Father is angry. After hearing this, Yang Hong just nodded without saying anything. Not only were all the princes of the Sui dynasty outstanding individuals, but even the princesses were no match for him. Brother, are you going to surrender too? Yang Zixuan looked at Yang Hong with anticipation and reluctance and said. She really couldn't bear to part with her brother, and really hoped that he could escape from the misery of the cold palace. As for me, I definitely don't have the chance to be a prince. Didn't you also say that only outstanding princes can be a prince? I'm not outstanding, so I definitely can't be a prince. Oh hee. Yang Zixuan uttered a low sound, but after tilting her head and thinking for a while, she started to smile foolishly to herself again. Yang Hong looked at the saliva at the corner of her mouth, and knew what she was thinking. Okay, little greedy cat, it's time to eat. Ah, is dinner ready? I want to eat more. I want to eat more vegetables. All the meat is for my brother. When she heard that there was food to eat, the little girl ran away shouting with joy. Because he is concentrating on cultivating a few jade grapes, the food here only consists of ordinary 4th grade plants, but it tastes very good, and Yang Zixuan eats it with a lot of oil in her mouth. As for the tiger whip, Yang Hong simply sliced it and preserved it. Maybe it will come in handy someday. Ahem. Of course he can't use it, but maybe someone else can. This is a medicinal ingredient. After explaining it in his mind, Yang Hong used his true qi to dry the medicinal ingredient and carefully put it away. Perhaps it was because people feel happy when something good happens. The next morning, Yang Hong encountered another happy event. Ding Yu infused 20 days of qi into the jade grape, and received a 100-fold return, returning 2,000 days of qi cultivation. Ding, after practicing pure Yang Gong for 2,000 days, pure Yang Gong has been upgraded to the 100th level. Ding, 3 low-level martial arts have been cultivated to the 100th level and have reached the evolution standard. Do you want to evolve? Hearing this reminder, Yang Hong felt a surge of excitement in his heart. After nearly half a year, his golden bell cover, iron body skill, and pure yang skill were finally all maxed out. Finally, I can evolve. He immediately chose to evolve. Ding, low-level martial arts evolution. Currently there are 3 evolution directions. 1. Evolve alone and directly evolve into intermediate martial arts. 2. Integrate into the basic breathing technique and evolve it into the primary breathing technique, which can make you feel full of energy and radiant. 3. It is integrated into the basic bodybuilding technique and evolved into the primary bodybuilding technique, which can make the body perfect and the aura restrained. The breath is restrained. Seeing the 3 choices, Yang Hong gave up the other options and focused his eyes directly on restrained breath. The most important thing for him in this cold palace is to hide his strength. At least before you have the power to crush everything, it is necessary to hide your strength. Without saying a word, Yang Hong chose the 3rd option. Evolution of low-level martial arts fused with basic bodybuilding techniques. Evolution begins. Hiss. As soon as the system's prompt sounded, a warm current rose up in Yang Hong's body, flowing through his limbs and bones. But the warm current gradually turned into a hot current, and then into a boiling torrent that burned every cell in Yang Hong's body. Let him feel the pain that was worse than death. Ah! Yang Hong suppressed his roars and cries, and endured it with gritted teeth. Fortunately, the heat gradually subsided after just a cup of tea. Oh my god, evolving martial arts is really not something a human can do. After a long sigh, Yang Hong looked at his attribute panel. Yang Hong, the 6th prince of the Sui dynasty. Number of empowerments per day, February 3rd. Lifespan, 20/150. Cultivation, 157 years of Qi, Grandmaster Warrior, 100,000 gene of strength. Skills, basic breathing technique 20th level, primary body building technique 1st level. Martial arts, bull fist level 5. Special abilities, photographic memory, proficient in farming. 100,000 pounds of strength. Yang Hong screamed out loud. A force of 100,000 pounds is a force that surpasses that of a grandmaster. In the world of the Sui dynasty, 99,999 kilograms of strength is the limit. Even if one is born with supernatural powers, even if one practices special skills, even if one is blessed by secret methods. 99,999 kilograms of strength is the limit. There is a limit that no one, not even a grandmaster, can break. Once this limit is broken, it is the supreme realm known as heaven. Chapter 19. Strength that can overwhelm everything. Huff huff breathe. Yang Hong took a few deep breaths, calmed down his excitement, and looked at his attribute panel again. Cultivation, 157 years of true energy, Grandmaster of martial arts, strength of 100,000 gene. He focused his attention on the cultivation column. He now has 157 years of true qi, but his realm is still that of a grandmaster, and he has not yet broken through to the heavenly realm. but his strength really reached 100,000 pounds. He clearly remembered that before, his strength was still 60,000 kilograms. This evolution in martial arts directly increased his strength to 100,000 kilograms. It's a miracle. Yan Hong now can't wait to find someone to fight and test his strength. Don't worry, I'll go find someone to try my hand at night. There's someone who is definitely a good candidate. He was not so anxious. He suppressed the impulse in his heart, used up the remaining 2 initiations, and quickly returned to the small building. He still needed to adapt to his new strength. Yan Hong was so excited that he didn't notice that concubine Zhou Fingji was looking at his back with disbelief. That aura just now, is that of a Xiantian grandmaster? Or a grandmaster? Just now, when Yan Hong was enduring the pain, he accidentally emitted a little breath, which was felt by concubine Zhou, who was not far away. Should I report him? If I report him, can I leave the cold palace? If I leave the cold palace, will I still have a chance to ascend to the throne? Concubine Zhou hesitated for a long time but still did not choose to report it. 4 months of life in the cold palace gave her a preliminary understanding of the evil in people's hearts. She didn't dare risk her life. The sky was falling and the rabbit was rising, and soon it was late at night. It's a dark and windy night, a night for murder. I'm going to ask concubine Jin for help tonight. I sighed at the good weather. The crescent moon was dim tonight. Although it was not pitch dark, the vision was very narrow and dark. In such weather, you can walk through the dark, cold palace without worrying about being discovered. Yan Hong, dressed in black and with his face masked, arrived at concubine Jin's courtyard in a few leaps. Knock, 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 knock. He knocked on concubine Jin's door generously. He came here to test his skills in a duel, not to assassinate someone, so there's nothing wrong with knocking on the door openly, right? Who? Concubine Jin was indeed alert. She woke up in an instant and asked in a low voice. Yan Hong said in a hoarse voice, I need your help. You're looking for death. As if she knew that her secret was exposed, concubine Jin spoke with gritted teeth while stabbing out through the door with a sharp ame spear. Want to catch Yan Hong off guard? Well done! With a light shout, Yan Hong's eyes lit up, and he clapped his right hand in the middle of the ame spear, breaking the attack. You little thief, prepare your fate. Concubine Jin was mentally prepared and knew that it was impossible to kill with one strike. After being interrupted, she did not retreat, but just crouched down, grabbed an ame spear in each hand, and stabbed directly at Yan Hong's chest and abdomen. These 2 ame spears were obviously specially made. In the dark environment, they seemed invisible. In addition, concubine Jin's attack was as fast as lightning, and this move was hidden so secretly that it seemed as if there was really no weapon. Pa! With 2 crisp sounds, Yan Hong hit the ame spear again, blocking this insidious stab. Although Yan Hong had 157 years of qi, he had almost no practical experience, and had to be extremely alert to deal with it. The sound of pa 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 was heard continuously. If a gentleman passed by, he would surely lament the decline of morals. But this was just Yan Hong's passive defense, and he would hit the ame spear every time. But the sound was getting faster and faster. After 30 moves, concubine Jin discovered that this opponent was only fast and strong, but his martial arts skills were mediocre, so she kept speeding up her attacks, trying to kill Yan Hong by outfighting him. But... click click! Yan Hong's strength of 100,000 jin was truly terrifying. After hitting the ame spear several times, he directly broke it. Humph! Concubine Jin snorted coldly and shot the broken ame spear at Yan Hong as a hidden weapon. Then she moved forward and went around to the side of Yan Hong, and slapped him on the back of the head. Bang! Yan Hong's punch was like a bull butting its head. He first knocked away 2 ame spears, and then on the way back, he directly elbowed concubine Jin under the armpit, with an attack style that would hurt both sides. Bang! However, Yan Hong was a novice after all, and his moves were stiff, so concubine Jin leaned over and slapped him on the back. Humph! Yan Hong groaned, feeling a little pain. But that's it. Since he was not injured, Yan Hong relaxed his attack more and used the tactic of exchanging injuries for injuries throughout the game, forcing concubine Jin to retreat step by step. After arguing for 25 minutes or half an hour, Yang Hong gave up. Although he was not injured, his black clothes were torn. Although he had the physical advantage, his moves were too stiff and he got hit more often. This also made him realize clearly that having the ability to cultivate true qi does not mean that one has the ability to fight. However, with powerful true qi and ordinary leaping skills, one can easily escape from the battlefield. Seeing Yang Hong turning around and running away, concubine Jin was so angry that she was shaking all over. Pa! She slapped the stone table beside her. Crack, crack, bang! The palm strike on Yang Hong had no apparent effect, but it directly broke the stone table made of 10,000 jin of bluestone into pieces. Yang Hong returned to his small building easily. Hee, that's really exciting. Yang Hong fetched water and took a bath. Looking at his red body, he felt not injured but relaxed. Is this the effect of physical perfection? I feel like this is just a warm-up exercise. The palm power of the great master that was powerful enough to break stones and split rocks was just a powerful massage on him. Great! Let's continue tomorrow. It's rare to have a sparring partner like this. Hee hee. Yang Hong was laughing happily, but concubine Jin was miserable. In the next month, Yang Hong came to her every night to help her train martial arts. He was sure that concubine Jin would not dare to speak out, so he harassed her unscrupulously. Moreover, he has really developed some skills in practicing martial arts. The initiation and restoration system can not only be used to cultivate skills and restore true qi, but also to cultivate martial arts. After choosing to practice rough bull fist, every time he receives the initiation, he will gain a large amount of insights into the moves, which will be directly transmitted into Yang Hong's mind. With his own talent of photographic memory, he will be able to comprehend the mysteries of it quickly. What he needs to do is to constantly practice his moves and adapt his body and moves. The fastest way to adapt is to practice. No more fighting, I know you are just using me as a target to practice your skills. I am no match for you now. Go find someone else. When Yang Hong appeared that night, he saw concubine Jin sitting at the new stone table waiting for him. When she saw Yang Hong appear, she immediately waved her hand to stop the fight. This made Yang Hong feel a little embarrassed. But his plan to practice martial arts would definitely not change, so he asked directly. Is there anyone in the palace more powerful than you? Yes, the emperor has 3 old eunuchs around him. Any one of them is stronger than me, and the others may not be strong enough for you to fight. Goodbye. Yang Hong turned around and left. Since concubine Jin could not give him any experience, he naturally had to fight other big monsters. Looking at the 3 old eunuchs lying on the ground unable to move, Yang Hong was a little stunned. I only used 70% of my strength. How come I fell down? Ahem, puff. Hearing Yang Hong's muttering, the 3 old eunuchs coughed up blood one after another. How heavy are your hands? Don't you have any idea of the AC? Looking at his fist and then at the 3 old eunuchs vomiting blood, Yang Hong found that he seemed invincible. Chapter 20: The Emperor's Recruitment. After looking at his new attributes, Yang Hong had some idea in his mind. Yang Hong, the 6th prince of the Sui dynasty. Number of empowerments per day, 0 of 3. Lifespan, 20/150. Cultivation, 196 years of true qi, grandmaster of martial arts, strength of 100,000 jin. Skills: basic breathing technique 22 levels, primary body building technique 7 levels. Martial arts, bull fist 100th level. Special abilities: photographic memory, proficient in farming. Although his cultivation level is still that of a grandmaster, and his strength is still 100,000 pounds, his rough bull fist has already reached 100% of its maximum level. He can now perfectly exert the effect of 100,000 pounds of strength. Moreover, his bull fist has reached perfection, and each move contains tremendous power. Hee hee. Looking at the 3 old eunuchs on the ground, Yang Hong nodded with satisfaction, turned around and was about to leave. He decided to give Crown Prince Yang Yong a beating today. This has been his wish for a long time. But before he could jump over the wall, an old voice was heard. My dear, please stay. Yang Hong looked back and saw that it was the retired emperor. Although Yang Hong had never seen him before, he had an impression of this old man in his memory. He lowered his voice and said hoarsely, "You want to fight with me too?" Although his approximate age was revealed, Yang Hong was not worried about his identity being discovered. Every time he went out to practice, he would disguise himself well. "I think you are quite skilled. You have reached the level of grandmaster at such a young age. I think you have a good talent. Are you willing to join the Great Sui dynasty? I have the secret method of a great master to break through the heavens and humans." The retired Emperor Yang Zhong bombarded the room with his first words. Any warrior, no matter what level he is at, will always want to go further. The Grand Master goes one step further and becomes a celestial being. The legendary realm of heaven. That is the realm of heaven that can turn rivers and seas upside down. No Grand Master would resist such temptation. If Yang Hong didn't have the initiation return system, he might also be tempted. Unfortunately, he is a man with a golden finger and is not interested in this. Without answering, Yang Hong took a few steps and climbed directly onto the wall, ready to leave. Yang Zhong shouted again anxiously, "My dear, I have several daughters and granddaughters, all of whom are extremely beautiful and charming. They can be betrothed to you." Hearing this, Yang Hong slipped and almost fell off the wall. "You are such a shameless old man!" Yang Hong turned around and looked at the old man with white hair, who looked old but had a straight back, and complained directly. "Haha, my daughters and granddaughters can marry strong men like you. It is their blessing. Even if several women share one husband, it is no problem." Not only was Yang Zhong not angry, he said it proudly. After hearing what he said, Yang Hong had nothing to say except to silently give him a thumbs up. "My dear friend, you can consider it. If you have a girl you like, my royal family can help you marry her." Seeing that Yang Hong was interested in women, Yang Zhong continued to increase his efforts. "Is the person in front of me really my grandfather, the emperor of the Sui dynasty?" Yang Hong began to doubt his life. "If you like married women, I can also." Stop. Seeing that Yang Zhong was about to continue talking nonsense, Yang Hong quickly stopped him. "The more you talk, the more outrageous it becomes. Young man, do you still like girls? At your age, young girls are more worthy of you." Yang Zhong's eyes lit up. Although his words seemed like nonsense, he was actually trying to test Yang Hong's age and hobbies. After being surprised at first, Yang Hong guessed Yang Zhong's conspiracy. "Old man, I like married women, but I don't like wives in the palace." Yang Zhong immediately responded in a familiar tone. "Ha, my friend really has good taste. A wife who understands your feelings is the best." It's really speechless. "Prepare for me a book on internal strength, a book on external strength, a book on both internal and external strength, a book on boxing, a book on body skills, and a book on footwork. I'll come get them tomorrow night." After leaving these words, Yang Hong circulated his true energy and disappeared from the emperor's Taishao palace at the fastest speed. He saw that Emperor retired Yang Zhong was really short of people, so he tried every means to recruit him. Yang Hong also has something to ask for, so just give him some bait. Let's just fish together like this. He's not dead yet, is he? If not, investigate thoroughly to find out where this guy came from. Looking at the place where Yang Hong disappeared, Yang Zhong put away his previous playful smile and said with a gloomy face. The three old eunuchs at the bottom struggled to stand up. They were injured, but not seriously. Yang Hong did not kill him. "Your Majesty, please forgive me. We will investigate immediately." The three did not dare to argue and knelt down and kowtowed. "Go ahead. This person is most likely someone from the palace. He could be a guard or a eunuch, but he is most likely a guard." Yang Zhong's low voice continued to sound. Based on the previous conversations, he made a simple judgment about Yang Hong. He guessed in two directions, but didn't think about the princes. "Yes." The three eunuchs left in response. As for what they were going to do, it's hard to say. Anyway, Yang Hong fulfilled his wish. He sneaked into the East Palace, grabbed the crown prince who was holding the crown princess, and beat him up. A very solid meal. Although he was not seriously injured, his face and nose were bruised. The prince's originally strong body gained 2 sizes after being beaten by Yang Hong. Moreover, he used his true qi, so the prince would have no chance of reducing the swelling within 3 months. Even if a great master were to help him to invigorate blood circulation and remove blood stasis, it would not work. Great. Leaving behind this sigh, Yang Hong disappeared in the East Palace. That night, the commander of the Imperial Guards, Yuan Lang, was dragged out of his bed. In the imperial city of Daxing, 13 grandmasters loyal to the Sui royal family were summoned overnight. A massive but ineffective search was carried out in the palace. Everyone in the palace was strictly interrogated, including those in the cold palace, including Yang Hong. But such an investigation is doomed to fruitlessness. After being investigated by 3 innate masters and 1 grandmaster, Yang Hong was once again proved to be just an ordinary person who had not practiced cultivation. Now even if Shonin came out and said that Yang Hong was a grandmaster, no one would believe him. It was a bit of a fuss this time, but it was really fun. Although 3 days of continuous interrogation was annoying, Yang Hong just felt secretly happy watching it. He felt even happier when he saw Crown Prince Yang Yong, who had gained a lot of weight, dragging his bloated body around searching. Yang Hong has no regrets at all for making such a big fuss. Although I can't go to the Emperor to get the martial arts secrets I want for the time being, it won't run away if I leave it there. Just wait until the hype has passed before getting it. Yang Hong felt it was a pity that Yang Guang, Yang Hao and several other princes who usually looked down on him had all left the palace, so it was a pity that he was unable to beat them up. Of course, there is a sequelae after this operation. That is, the imperial sister Yang Zixuan spends less time in his cold palace. It is said that the angry emperor came out of seclusion and gathered all the princes and princesses under the age of 19 and over the age of 14, and personally taught them martial arts. He vowed to select a few good talents and train them into a few royal masters. As a result, Yang Zixuan can only come to Ji Ruo Wangwen Pavilion for free meals on her 1 day off every month. Chapter 21 Hearing about the Great Sui Dynasty Prodigy Competition. August 15th is the Mid-Autumn Festival, and the 5 dynasties in this world also celebrate the Mid-Autumn Festival. Before the Mid-Autumn Festival, poor Yang Zixuan and her friends can have 3 days off. During these 3 days, Yang Zixuan, who was tanned like a black man, asked Queen Dugujielo for leave directly. She did not return to her own palace and stayed directly at Yang Hong's place. During these 3 days, Yang Hong also gave her some good nourishment. A small bowl of pumpkin porridge made from first-grade low-grade spiritual rice and first-grade low-grade spiritual pumpkin every morning. For lunch, I had a small bowl of rice, a small cup of watermelon juice, a portion of 9-grade ordinary smashed cucumber, and a small dish of 9-grade ordinary small green vegetables. Dinner was the same as lunch, with an additional serving of first-grade low-grade spiritual plant carrot soup. It's not that Yang Hong is stingy, but Yang Zixuan can't handle any more. Although Yang Hong gave Yang Zixuan supplements from time to time, her health and age meant she could not bear the weight. These things are spiritual plants and spiritual objects, and ordinary people really cannot bear them. Only when she grows up and reaches a higher level of cultivation will she be able to withstand more baptism of true energy substances. Even with this little bit of food, Yang Zixuan was so full that she didn't want to move every day. Crackle crackle. In front of Yang Hong's small building, under a simple awning made of grapevines, Yang Hong and his sister were each lying on a recliner, half closing their eyes to enjoy the cool air, just like retired cadres. Brother, the food here is getting better and better. The food in our training center is just pig food, and the fish and meat we eat every day are so disgusting. The afternoon sun, filtered through the jade vines, was left with only warmth, making people too lazy to talk. Many of the royal brothers rush to eat meat as soon as they finish training. They are so stupid. Meat is not as delicious as cucumbers. I always get the most vegetables. Brother, have I become weaker and can only eat a small bowl of rice here? Royal brother. When Yang Zixuan saw that Yang Hong could only say, she became unhappy, turned over and pulled Yang Hong up as well. Royal sister, if you have something to say, please speak up. I need to continue taking a nap for a while. Ever since he cleared the imperial palace dungeon and beat the crown prince Yang Yong into a pig's head, Yang Hong seemed to have untied the knot in his heart, and was becoming more and more indifferent every day. Brother, I want to bring some cucumbers back to share with Sister Laneying. She is very kind to me. No, you can take a few baskets of ordinary cucumbers, but the kind you eat yourself, no! Even though he is invincible in the Sui Dynasty Palace, Yang Hong will not easily reveal his secrets. Royal brother. Yang Zixuan squeezed directly into Yang Hong's recliner and started to act coquettishly in a sweet voice. No room for negotiation. I don't have enough vegetables to eat. It's good enough that you can get some. Why do you care about other people? Brother, I'll just take one, just one. Yang Laneying had no idea what kind of soup she had given Yang Zixuan that made Yang Zixuan plead for her like this. However, Yang Hong remained unmoved and said, Royal sister, if you take that kind of vegetable away, you will never be able to eat it again when you come to my place in the future. I'm stingy. If you don't want to bring it, then don't bring it. Yang Zixuan pouted, lay back in her recliner with an unhappy look on her face, and stopped talking. However, she couldn't hide the truth from Yang Hong and soon started chattering again. Brother, this year's Great Sui Dynasty Pride competition is about to begin, and I have signed up too. The Great Sui Dynasty Prodigy competition is divided into 4 groups. The first group is the youth group for young people under 20 years old who have not yet received the crown ceremony. The second group is the youth group from 20 to 30 years old, then the middle-aged group from 30 to 40 years old, and finally the unlimited cross-level challenge group. Brother, I signed up for the junior group, but Grandpa Royal wouldn't let me sign up for the unlimited group. He really looks down on me. I am already at the peak of the third-rate warrior level, and I will be able to break through soon. No! I will definitely be able to break through to become a second-rate warrior before the competition. Haha, the imperial sister is very powerful, but you are still young, there is no rush. Yang Hong smiled and comforted him. Yang Hong knew that this Tianjiao competition was a national competition held by the Sui dynasty to select talents. It was somewhat similar to the imperial examination for scholars, but also a little different. Yang Hong really didn't know the specific differences. As a prince in the cold palace who was not even allowed to practice martial arts, how could he understand those things? Alas, Grandpa Huang said the same thing. He said I still have a chance to participate in the junior competition, so there's no need to rush. But I just want to try. Haha, don't try. It's extremely difficult for you to win the junior championship, let alone challenge the young adult championship. After all, you have only been practicing for a year, while others have been practicing for 5 to 10 years. Yang Hong still knew the difficulty of practicing martial arts. Most people would need to practice for 3 to 5 years to reach the bottom level. Even if the royal family had a lot of resources as a foundation, it would take an average prince 3 years to reach the 3rd level. Going further up, it would be considered pretty good if you could reach 2nd rate in 5 years and 1st rate in 10 years. Even though the Sui dynasty had been established for more than 380 years, there were only less than 10 people who could cultivate to the level of a congenital master in 10 years. Generally, a master of innate abilities can only achieve this level of cultivation after the age of 40. Yang Hong only learned this knowledge by reading books this year. Therefore, Yang Hong was not optimistic about Yang Zixuan's participation in the Tianjiao competition. He just thought that participation was the most important thing. My dear brother, you are so annoying. Grandfather Emperor said that I am a rare genius in our royal family. I will definitely win the junior championship. Haha, I wish my sister a successful start. Hee, I will definitely win. Yang Hong looked at the little Lolita who had a serious face and clenched her fists to cheer him up, smiled dotingly, and reached out to ruffle her hair. Ah, my hair is messy. The 2 siblings were playing warmly, and Xiao Xiao was quietly beside them, refilling their teacups with watermelon juice from time to time. However, these watermelon juices are just ordinary plants of the 5th grade, that is, ordinary varieties that have been enlightened once by Yang Hong. If you want to reach the 1st grade spiritual plant, you need to cultivate it at least 10 times. Yang Hong did not receive that many initiations, and he only cultivated 3 watermelons. Opening his eyes and facing the sunshine, Yang Hong looked at the grapes above his head with a little anticipation. In the past 6 months, he has been concentrating on cultivating this jade grape. Although it is still of medium grade 1, Yang Hong can sense that this grape is not far from being promoted again. Moreover, the only 3 bunches of green grapes on the vine have begun to emit a faint fruity aroma, which seems to indicate that they are not far from ripening. You can eat medium-quality fruit right away. Oh, by the way, my brother! Tomorrow is the Mid-Autumn Festival. There will be a banquet in the palace, and there will be beast meat. I'll bring some over for you to try. Thinking of the taste of the ferocious beast meat, Yang Zixuan, who has always disliked eating meat, stuck out her tongue and licked her lips. It was obvious that the taste of the ferocious beast meat was really good. Yang Hong also knew that what Yang Zixuan meant by taking was probably stealing, so he directly refused. No, I don't like meat. Then forget it. Yang Zixuan, who often came to eat for free, took it for granted that Yang Hong really didn't like eating meat, so she didn't force him. Chapter 22 Vegetables that taste better than meat. Yang Zixuan, you robber! Lady Zhou, who was eating her dinner with her head down, suddenly heard Yang Hong roar, which scared her so much that she dropped her chopsticks. Lily Lil! A crisp laugh rang in her ears, and then a small figure, holding 4 large baskets in both hands, walked in front of her in a swagger. Yang Zixuan deliberately passed by the dining room of Wanwen Pavilion and showed off in front of concubine Zhou. Hee, you've been very good in the past 6 months, so this is a reward for you. Yang Zixuan paused in front of concubine Zhou, shook her right hand, and dropped a few things from the basket above. Then she ran away with her short legs. There were also happy laughters left along the way. Hee hee. Yang Hong looked at the receding figure and just smiled lightly, without any intention of blaming him. The little girl was very sensible. She only took away ordinary vegetables of grade 4 or 5. She did not touch the high-quality vegetables of grade 8 or 9. Just to vent her little emotions, she emptied out all of Yang Hong's vegetable stock. Nothing was left for Yang Hong. If the rice wasn't too much and too heavy, she would have thought of moving it away. Concubine Zhou looked at the petite figure walking away and felt a little envious. At the same time, she also thought of her own childhood, when her 2 older brothers at home also loved her like this. But those happy and innocent times are gone forever. After being in the cold palace for half a year, concubine Zhou has faced the reality, and knows that Emperor Yang Jian will never let her go. Alas! With a sigh, concubine Zhou looked towards the backyard, where there was a prince from the cold palace. A prince from the cold palace who is suspected to be a grandmaster. My queen, Princess Zixuan left behind a few cucumbers. When concubine Zhou was distracted, 2 little palace maids had already picked up the things that Yang Zixuan had shaken off. Cucumber? Wash these cucumbers. I want to eat them in the evening. This cucumber is delicious, better than any cucumber I have ever eaten. The 6th prince is really good at farming. It seems that I will have to get closer to the 6th prince in the future. Yang Zixuan didn't know that she had brought a little trouble to her brother. On the 3rd day, she couldn't wait to carry 4 baskets of vegetables and walked with her short legs to the training hall located in the south of the palace. Along the way, Yang Zixuan didn't care about the strange looks from the guards and princes, and even snorted disdainfully from time to time. Wahahaha, I brought you some delicious food, you country bumpkins. Arriving at the temporary villa where the princesses lived, Yang Zixuan laughed, put down the basket, and loudly greeted the other princesses. Zixuan is back. What delicious food did you bring? She must have hidden the beast meat from yesterday and showed it off today. That's right, she loves to hide meat secretly. A group of princesses came over laughing, but their tone was full of disdain. Yang Zixuan's mother was not around, and although she was raised by the queen, she was not taken seriously. Even though she showed great talent in cultivation, she was still not welcomed. There were even princes and princesses who looked down on her. That's why she fights so often. You country bumpkins, what do you know? This is a vegetable that tastes better than meat, and only my brother can grow it. Yang Zixuan's face wrinkled and she was about to get angry, but she temporarily endured it when she thought about the punishment for fighting in the training hall. She planned to wait until the battle practice to strike hard and make these people kneel down and beg for mercy. At this moment, a tall and graceful princess walked out from the crowd, approached the basket and looked at it curiously. Sister Zixuan, is this the delicious vegetable you mentioned? Yes, Sister Lanning, these are grown by my brother. They are very delicious. You can try them. When she saw the person coming, Yang Zixuan's wrinkled little face smiled. She happily pulled her towards a basket, and took out a cucumber, and handed it to her. Yang Laniying looked at the emerald-green cucumber, and the shriveled little flower on it. She could tell at a glance that it was very fresh and appetizing. However, thinking that the cucumber was still raw, she swallowed and refused. Sister Zixuan, I just had breakfast, so I'm not hungry yet. Oh, then let's wait for lunch. Yang Zixuan took back the cucumber with a bit of regret, but she was not disappointed. After all, she had just finished breakfast. But she didn't notice that Yang Laniying was wiping her hands vigorously with a silk scarf behind her back, and a look of disgust flashed across her face. Haha, Yang Zixuan, you are the bumpkin, right? Not only do you treat a tattered cucumber as a treasure, but you also bring it out to embarrass yourself. Don't tell others that you are from the Sui dynasty when you go out. I am ashamed to be associated with you. A princess who was sturdy but not fat also came over at this time. Haha, cucumbers, radishes, carrots, and pumpkins are all vegetables. Hey, there are yellow spots on it, could it be that thing, hey? After saying this, the man took a few steps back exaggeratedly. The other princesses were curious, and wanted to go up and take a look, but after hearing what he said, they all took a few steps back in disgust. Including Yang Laniying, who had just expressed his closeness to Yang Zixuan. Yang Qingning, do you want to fight? Yang Zixuan was so angry that she wanted to hit someone. She is a lonely person. After coming to the training hall, the sisters had more and more fun, so she thought of sharing those delicious foods. Unexpectedly, these people not only did not know the value of the goods, but also looked down on them, even looking down on her as a person. Haha, if you are not afraid of being punished by Grandpa Huang, I don't mind fighting with you. Yang Qingning was not afraid and accepted the challenge directly. Humph. Yang Zixuan still didn't dare to attack directly, because Yang Qingning in front of her was 18 years old, and was already a second-rate warrior. So she snorted coldly and carried 4 baskets of vegetables back to her room. Haha, now everyone knows who the bumpkin is, right? He really looks like a farmer. I heard that those vegetables were grown by Sixth Brother. Will Sixth Brother be demoted to a commoner? It's possible. In the future, this girl may marry a commoner. The princesses were whispering. Yang Zixuan didn't hear them, but she held her breath and prepared to hit someone. The training of the princes and princesses began soon. Because next month, that is, on September 20th, the Sui dynasty prodigy competition will begin. After a day of training, everyone was exhausted and didn't even have the heart to fight. Except Yang Zixuan. My brother's vegetables are delicious, and eating them after training can quickly restore physical strength and internal energy. Now no one wants it, I won't give it to them. Inadvertently, Yang Zixuan discovered how to use special vegetables. On August 20th, the 4th day of training resumption, Yang Zixuan easily broke through to the level of a second-rate warrior. A 15-year-old second-rate warrior, the Sui dynasty royal family has not appeared for 200 years. Yang Zixuan's breakthrough this time shocked many people. Chapter 23: Eating more vegetables can lead to a breakthrough. South of the Sui dynasty palace, in the royal training hall, on the big arena, Yang Zixuan and Yang Qingning were fighting fiercely. The internal skills they practiced were both high-level martial arts of the royal family. Zhong and Gong. The martial arts used are also the same. Great light fist. Bang 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 bang. The 2 men exchanged 4 punches without any fancy moves, then backed away. Yang Zixuan retreated 3 steps, and Yang Qingning, who was older and more powerful than her, retreated 4 steps. The superiority can be judged at a glance. However, the retired Emperor Yang Zhong, who was standing in the arena, had a look of dissatisfaction on his face. Yang Zixuan, don't use the great light fist, use the green snake palm. Your advantage is your small size and speed, not your strength or physical prowess. Got it, Grandpa Huang? Yang Zixuan changed her fist into a palm and her body became erratic, and she started fighting with Yang Qingning like a snake. The princes and princesses behind Yang Zhong were looking at the 2 people on the stage with constipated expressions. Yang Zixuan is only 1.40 meters tall, which is really petite, while Yang Qingning is already 18 years old and has been well fed since childhood, so she is 1.80 meters tall and has a strong body, weighing more than 130 kilograms. However, in the actual power confrontation between the two, Yang Zixuan, who was obviously thinner, had the advantage. Yang Zhong's words made the group of people behind him roll their eyes. What do you mean by no strength advantage? Isn't this an advantage? Among the princesses of this generation of the Sui dynasty royal family, Yang Qingning is the only second-rate warrior. Oh no! Now she is the only one. On the ring, Yang Zixuan turned into a snake, constantly swaying around Yang Qingning, who was strong but slow in speed and turning. Pa bang pa. From time to time, the sound of flesh slapping could be heard. Stop! Today's actual combat is over. The battle lasted for another cup of tea, and Yang Zhong called a halt. Yang Qingning had no strength to fight back, and there was no point in continuing to fight. Thank you for your hard work, Xiao Zixuan. You are such a little genius. A 15-year-old second-rate warrior has not appeared in the Sui dynasty for 200 years. After the battle, Yang Zhong personally went up to wipe Yang Zixuan's sweat and praised her kindly. Yang Zhong's eyes shone with brilliance, as if he was looking at a piece of precious jade. Thank you, Grandpa Huang. Yang Zixuan smiled sweetly, her little face full of pride. A genius not seen in 200 years, isn't it a source of pride to be called such a title? Moreover, it only took her 10 days to fully master the 2,000 kilograms of strength, and even her internal and external strength were rapidly increasing. The more Yang Zhong looked at his granddaughter, the more satisfied he became. Xiao Zixuan performed very well today. I will reward you with a pound of fierce beast meat. Really? Yang Zixuan's eyes lit up. For a foodie, delicious food is more important than any reward. Of course, Grandpa Emperor will ask the imperial chef to make delicious food and send it to you. He also learned that this thin-looking granddaughter's biggest hobby was eating. Grandpa Emperor, can I give the beast meat to my brother? Ha ha ha, my dear granddaughter, you are so polite. Grandpa is happy. All your brothers and sisters will have a portion of the beast meat. Thank you, Grandpa Emperor, thank you, Imperial Sister Zixuan. Thank you, Grandpa Emperor, thank you, Imperial Sister Zixuan. Without waiting for Yang Zixuan to explain, Yang Zhong laughed and said that everyone would be rewarded, and the other princes were eager to express their gratitude. They all knew that the meat of ferocious beasts was helpful for cultivation. Grandpa Huang, no. Yang Zixuan's face turned red with anxiety, and tears were about to come out of her eyes. Haha, what is it not? Xiao Zixuan, tell me. Seeing Yang Zixuan's anxious look, Yang Zhong felt a little distressed and a little amused, so he picked her up and put her on his shoulder. Yang Zhong, who is 1.95 meters tall, holds Yang Zixuan, who is 1.40 meters tall, with ease. Grandpa Emperor, I want to give the beast meat to my brother in the cold palace, my sixth brother. Yang Zixuan still said it in a low voice. Yang Jian's sixth prince? The prince in the cold palace who has no cultivation and can only farm? If it was before Yang Hong caused trouble in the palace, Yang Zhong would definitely not have remembered that he had such a grandson. But after Yang Hong caused a big disturbance in the palace, he thoroughly investigated all the princes and princesses, so he knew who Yang Hong was. However, he didn't even remember Yang Hong's name. Yeah, it's the sixth brother. The sixth brother is very good. Yang Zixuan on the side nodded repeatedly to confirm. Haha, Zixuan, fierce beast meat is very rare. Even the imperial palace can only get 100 kilograms of it every month. If everyone shares it, there really won't be much left. Besides, Lao Lu hasn't practiced martial arts, so he won't be able to digest the beast's meat. Although he refused, Yang Zhong still spoke in a very friendly manner. Of course, this kind of harmony is only directed at Yang Zixuan, the genius of the Yang family. Oh. Although she felt a little depressed, Yang Zixuan also knew that ordinary people really could not eat the meat of ferocious beasts. Otherwise, you may get sick at best, or even be poisoned to death. Without internal and external strength, it is impossible to digest the meat of ferocious beasts. Then, Grandpa Emperor, can you give my brother some more tiger whips? Yang Zixuan remembered that the last time the Emperor gave her tiger penis, although her brother expressed disgust, his eyes were shining. She remembered that her brother liked to eat tiger penis. Tiger whip, okay, I'll send some to him. Yang Zhong was surprised, but he agreed anyway, thinking in his heart how weak this grandson must be. But he quickly changed the subject and said, Xiao Zixuan, tell Grandpa what you like to eat and I'll get it for you. He is a shrewd man and naturally knows how to guide people's desires and transform them into the help he wants. Grandpa Emperor, I only want to eat vegetables, especially those grown by my brother. By the way, there are still a lot of pumpkins in my room that haven't been cooked yet. Grandpa Huang, please ask the imperial chef to cook them for me. During this period, Yang Zixuan only ate cucumbers, radishes, and carrots that can be eaten raw. Pumpkin is not delicious when eaten raw, so she hasn't eaten it yet. Now is a good time to make this request. Eat vegetables? Pumpkin? Yang Zhong was completely confused. This was different from what he knew. As we all know, the poor are good at literature but rich are good at martial arts, because martial arts requires a lot of food, especially meat to replenish physical strength and the loss caused by martial arts. What's this eating thing about? Okay, I'll cook the pumpkin for you. However, Xiao Zixuan, you should eat more meat, otherwise it will be difficult to improve your cultivation. Grandpa Emperor Zixuan is very powerful. As long as Zixuan eats more vegetables, she will be able to break through. Yang Zixuan said proudly. You won't grow tall if you only eat vegetables. Looking at Yang Zixuan's lovely face, Yang Zhong coaxed her again and put her down. But he decided in his heart that he would let Yang Zixuan eat more meat in the future. But during dinner, he didn't dare to stick to this decision. In the evening, Yang Zixuan was so happy that she contributed more than 100 kilograms of pumpkin and asked the kitchen to prepare a pumpkin feast. In the dining hall, the princes were eating pumpkin with a look of disgust on their faces. Yang Zixuan is just spoiled and arrogant. She even asked us to eat pumpkin with her. This pumpkin is not as delicious as beef. I want to eat beef. Tisk lamb is delicious. Lamb is better than beef. I said the meat of fierce beasts is delicious, but can we eat it? All the princes and princesses had disgust written all over their faces. This made Yang Zixuan a little angry. Humph, a bunch of ungrateful guys. Just then an accident happened. In a corner of the cafeteria, someone's inner strength was rising, and he seemed to be making a breakthrough. Chapter 24 Eating Vegetables? Breakthrough. Yang Qiaosong, also Yang Zixuan's elder brother, ranks 16th, but he is an unappreciated prince. This can be seen from the fact that his name has 2 characters. He is already 18 years old this year, but his martial arts skills are only at the bottom level. Although he not only cultivated internal strength, but also external strength at the same time, his level of cultivation was only inferior. If the emperor had not required all the princes and princesses to come for training this time, perhaps no one would have known of his existence. But now, he must be remembered by more people. It was simply because he had a breakthrough in cultivation while eating. Even if it's just from the bottom to the third rate. You guys spread out first and let this kid break through. Yang Qiaosong's breakthrough soon attracted the attention of the palace guards, who quickly protected Yang Qiaosong and then reported him to the retired Emperor Yang Zhong. When Yang Zhong arrived, Yang Qiaosong had already completed the breakthrough. He injected his inner strength into Yang Qiaosong's body to investigate. There is no doubt that it was a real breakthrough, and there was no sense of vanity at all, as if it was a forced breakthrough. What good luck! But this is also related to your hard work and practice. You must work harder in the future. Yang Zhong simply gave him a few words of encouragement and left. After all, a third-rate royal child who is only 18 years old is really too ordinary and has no value in training. If you want to be the focus of royal training, it is only possible to be a second-rate person at the age of 18. After all, there are many royal children. In addition to the children of the current emperor, the outstanding children of other princes have also been sent in for training. Yes, grandson will definitely work hard. Yang Qiaosong was so excited that he was a little incoherent, but he felt a little disappointed when he saw Yang Zhong leaving. However, he quickly calmed down, clenched his fists, and vowed to make a big splash. Looking at the half-eaten pumpkin, he had an idea and ate it all in big mouthfuls. Then, "Brother, don't you want to eat this pumpkin? Can you give it to me?" "Ah, thank you, brother." "Sister, you don't want to eat this pumpkin? Give it to me." "Oh, you want to exchange it for braised pork, okay, I'll get you some braised pork right away. Imperial sister, you pumpkin. If you want to eat it yourself, it's fine. Yang Qiaosong used his shameless nature to go around the cafeteria and buy up all the pumpkins that no one else wanted to eat. When he finally left the cafeteria, he walked with the help of the wall. I really can't hold on any longer. After practicing his internal and external strength in the evening, Yang Qiaosong no longer regretted his shameless behavior today. It's a pumpkin! It's a pumpkin! I have never lacked meat since I was a child, but my cultivation speed is slower than that of ordinary people. This sudden breakthrough must be due to this pumpkin. It's a pity that this pumpkin belongs to the Imperial Sisters Yishuan, and it's not easy for me to take it by force. I can only take it slowly. Yang Qiaosong was very excited as he felt the obvious increase in his internal strength. This rate of growth was at least greater than his previous year of cultivation. You know, it was just a meal and a night of practice. Others thought he had accumulated a lot of experience and then made a breakthrough, but he understood that he had found a treasure. By the way, don't let anyone else know this secret, otherwise it will be troublesome if others come to grab those vegetables. Yang Qiaosong's eyes flashed, and he began to plan. Of course, Yang Qiaosong is not the only smart person. In the residence of the princesses, Yang Laning was talking about sisterly love in Yang Zishuan's room. When the two of them were talking to a certain point, Yang Laning changed the subject. Sister Zishuan, do you have more vegetables? Share some with me. Okay. Yang Zishuan was very happy and agreed immediately. With a simple mind, she trotted to a corner of the room and started turning over the remaining vegetables. However, as she flipped through the pages, her previous happiness slowly faded away. She is just simple, not stupid. It's not like she didn't see Yang Laning's dislike for her before, but now Yang Laning's attitude suddenly changed. There must be some conspiracy. As for what they are plotting, isn't it obvious? Thinking of this, her face darkened, but she quickly adjusted her mood. Take out 3 large radishes directly from the top of the remaining 3 baskets. There was still dirt on the radish, as big as a girl's arm. She returned to Yang Laning with a smile on her face. Sister Laning, this is the most delicious radish. Wash it with water and eat it with the skin on. It tastes the best. Eat the skin. Yang Laning looked at the big radish that had not even been cleaned of dirt, and felt conflicted. She wanted to refuse, but was also reluctant to do so. Yes, even with the skin on, it tastes the best. I can't bear to eat it, so I save it for the end. Yang Zishuan stuffed 3 carrots directly into Yang Laning's arms, causing a few spots of red soil to stain her light blue dress. Seeing Yang Laning's obvious look of disgust, Yang Zishuan pushed hard again. That's fine. Yang Laning gritted her teeth, hugged the 3 big radishes, and looked at her new skirt with a distressed look on her face, wondering whether to throw it away. She quickly found an excuse and went straight back to her room. In order to train the princes and princesses, Yang Zhong did not allow the maids to enter the training hall. Yang Laning fetched 5 basins of water and washed the radishes 5 times in a row before she closed her eyes, gritted her teeth, and began to eat the radishes with the skin on. The moon sets and the sky brightens. When Yang Laning opened her eyes again, her face was full of joy and excitement. It's these vegetables. These vegetables can really help with cultivation. My training tonight is equivalent to at least 3 months of hard training. In other words, 1 big carrot is equivalent to a month of hard training. Whenever Yang Laning started to calculate, she became so excited that she couldn't control herself. Yang Zishuan didn't lie. The 6th prince is indeed good at farming and has made a name for himself in it. I will find a way to control the 6th prince and make her farm for me for the rest of her life. Yang Laning felt the internal force in her body and began to plan to control Yang Hong. However, she is only a princess now, and she doesn't even have the chance to enter the cold palace. She now wants special vegetables and also has to please Yang Zishuan. During the next half month of training, Yang Laning deliberately looked for opportunities to eat and live with Yang Zishuan, go out and come together, build a good relationship, and occasionally trick her into giving him a big carrot. Yang Zishuan naturally discovered the difference in Yang Laning. After giving her radishes twice, she learned her lesson and started to exchange radishes with Yang Laning. First it was food, then headdresses, gold and silver, and finally he set his sights on elixirs. But elixirs are precious, and these princesses can only get one elixir for body conditioning every 3 months. Although Yang Laniying was unhappy, for the sake of her cultivation, she continued to give all her wealth to Yang Zixuan. In just half a month, Yang Laniying also made a breakthrough. From a third-rate warrior, he broke through to a second-rate warrior. A 17-year-old second-rate warrior. A 17-year-old second-rate warrior who was respected by the Sui dynasty imperial family. Now, the retired Emperor Yang Zhong really began to pay attention to Yang Zixuan's vegetables. Could it be that eating vegetables can really lead to a breakthrough? Chapter 25, Farming? Just having hands is enough. When Emperor Yang Zhong entered Yang Zixuan's room and saw the carrot with only the bottom left, the corners of his mouth twitched. He knew that when Yang Zixuan came back during the Mid-Autumn Festival, she brought 4 full baskets of vegetables into the training hall. She shared the basket of pumpkins, but the little guy almost ate up the other 3 vegetables in 20 days. Is this little guy born in the year of the rat? Grandpa Emperor, carrots are not delicious when eaten raw. They are best stir-fried. Seeing Grandpa Huang staring at the carrot in a daze, Yang Zixuan thought he was thinking about how to eat it. Ahem, Xiao Zixuan, can you give all the remaining carrots to Grandpa Huang? No problem, I'll give it all to Grandpa Huang. Yang Zixuan waved her hand generously and agreed. Looking at her generous actions, it seemed as if she was giving away mountains of gold and silver. In fact, they are just 7 small carrots, weighing probably less than 3 pounds. This shows how much Yang Zixuan eats. In 20 days, she ate at least 300 kilograms of cucumbers, radishes, and carrots. 300 pounds. This is her record. Okay, I'm leaving now. Looking at Yang Zixuan's white little canine teeth, Yang Zhong suddenly knew why his granddaughter was such a big eater. I left with a few carrots in my hand, feeling a little disappointed. Soon he was no longer disappointed, but rather a little surprised. There were only 7 carrots, and Yang Zhong was reluctant to eat them all at once, so he asked the imperial chef to cook 3 side dishes, which he ate with a bowl of rice. It wasn't long before he felt a little different. His body, which had been injured by the backlash from his failure in breaking through the celestial realm, had actually recovered a little. Yes, it is a little bit of recovery. Very, very little. But as a former grandmaster, Yang Zhong could feel very clearly that it had really recovered a little bit. These vegetables really have miraculous effects. It seems that there is some special substance in these carrots that can repair my injuries. Thinking of this, his heart began to tremble with excitement. Someone, fry the remaining carrots for me. I want to eat them now. Soon, the remaining 6 carrots were eaten by Yang Zhong. Feeling a little bit of strength restored in his body, his mind became even more uneasy. Wow! It really works. It really works. These carrots are really special. After shaking hands, Yang Zhong made a decision. After walking around the room several times, Yang Zhong gave the order. Pass the order down. There are less than 10 days left before the Great Sui Dynasty Pride Tournament. Training will be reduced by half in the next few days, but there will be no holiday time. Yes. After all the eunuchs around him had left, Yang Zhong walked towards Yang Hong's cold palace with only a palace maid. Yang Hong guessed that Yang Zixuan would be very popular if she took away 4 baskets of vegetables, but it would also bring him some trouble. Therefore, in the previous half-month, all the spiritual plants and high-level ordinary plants were ripened and collected. Therefore, in his large vegetable garden, there are only ordinary plants of grade 4 and 5. However, he did not expect that his first trouble would be concubine Zhou Fingji. 6 Prince, it turns out that radishes and carrots grow underground. 6 Prince, this is a pea. I didn't expect that peas need to be peeled. Is this the cucumber? So big, so thick, and so long, gulp. Listening to the delicate voice shouting in his ears, Yang Hong felt helpless. Ever since Yang Zixuan left that day, this noble Lady Zhou began to show weakness and goodwill in an attempt to improve her relationship with Yang Hong. Relying on the advantage of this beauty and making friends with her, in just half a month, concubine Zhou became friends with Xiao Chao. Yes, friends. Concubine Zhou is very scheming and not the reckless person Yang Hong seemed to be the first time he saw her. Through the grass, she slowly approached Yang Hong. Today, when Yang Hong was harvesting vegetables, she brought 2 maids to help. However, hearing her chattering and shouting, you can tell that she is here to cause more trouble. Just when Yang Hong was about to curse, 2 footsteps were suddenly heard. Those were the footsteps that had entered the Zero Wangwen pavilion. He swallowed his curse words and waited for the person to arrive. There are not many people who can walk freely in the cold palace. Haha, it seems that I came at the right time. You guys are reaping the rewards. Emperor retired Yang Zhong passed through the backyard of Wangwen Pavilion and drove straight into the Giro Pavilion courtyard. As soon as he entered the courtyard, his eyes lit up. Except for a few ditches and paths, this small courtyard is full of various vegetables. Many of the vegetables were ripe, and a few people were even harvesting them. Greetings to the Emperor, greetings to the Emperor, greetings to. When everyone saw the visitor, they came forward to greet him. The palace maids and eunuchs all knelt down. Concubine Zhou squatted down and bowed, while Yang Hong bowed. Okay, get up, and quickly put away my vegetables. Without even the consent of the owner Yang Hong, Yang Zhong took these vegetables for himself. Yes. Yang Hong and his companions were a little helpless, but they did not dare to refute and went to harvest the vegetables obediently. But Yang Hong's mouth twitched a few times, and then he decided in his heart to go to the emperor's palace at night to collect some interest. After 3 months of silence, the defenses of the palace have relaxed a lot, and it is time to take action. Click, click. Yang Zhong picked a cucumber, wiped it with his clothes and put it in his mouth without washing it. Delicious, really delicious. His eyes brightened, and he could feel that the cucumber had more special substances than the carrot. You are Yang Hong? Yang Jian's 6th son? Yes. When Yang Hong heard the question, he stopped what he was doing and walked over to Yang Zhong to answer. You are very good, and you have made a name for yourself by farming. Tell me, how did you grow it? Farming? Isn't it enough to have hands? Yang Hong said as a matter of course. He can't say that he has a cheat, right? Just having hands is fine. Just having hands is fine. Haha, that's right, farming requires hands. Hearing Yang Hong's answer, Yang Zhong laughed, as if Yang Hong's answer was very much to his taste. Since you have hands, can you teach my people to grow vegetables like this? Sure. Yang Hong would not refuse, because if someone came to learn, it meant they were providing labor for him, and he would not mind having too many people. But whether those people can learn it or not is none of his business. Haha, you're really good. It's a pity. Yang Zhong seemed to have thought of something and did not finish his words. Yang Hong had very good hearing, so he naturally heard it and asked directly. Grandpa Emperor, what's the pity? Haha, it's a pity that you can't practice. I am not afraid to tell you that I know and support the things that you cannot practice. You, Yang Hong, cannot practice martial arts. Yang Zhong did not hide it either. Perhaps he felt there was no need to hide it. Yang Hong asked curiously, Can I know why? This is a matter of destiny and of all the people in the world. You don't need to know. Just farm quietly. Don't ask. I'll send you some more farming books later. You really have a talent for farming. Although Yang Zhong interrupted Yang Hong, his tone was sincere, without any perfunctory or deceptive tone. But this made Yang Hong even more confused. Chapter 26 New Realm. Yang Zhong did not take all the vegetables away. But he called the guards and took away 17 baskets, which contained more than 1,800 kilograms of vegetables. Just like that, he was taken away by the emperor. Seeing the banditry of Emperor Yang Zhong, Yang Hong was so angry that his teeth were itching. So, he endured it for 3 days, and then went to the emperor's palace to beat him up. The reason why he endured for 3 days was because Yang Zhong attached great importance to those vegetables. On the day he brought them back, he summoned 308 master guards and more than 2,000 first-rate experts to protect his safety. At first, Yang Hong was also shocked by this lineup. In the end, he couldn't resist the urge to try and showed up to challenge. Looking at the 300 men in front of him, forming a military formation like one, and feeling the aura far beyond that of a grandmaster, The momentum was like that of a man-eating tiger, or like a mountain that suppresses the world. It pressed down on Yang Hong, making it a little difficult for him to breathe. Yang Hong finally understood why no one dared to enter the palace, even though there are only 5 grandmasters in the palace. Come on, let me try the power of this military formation! Standing in the small square in front of the Taishao Hall, Yang Hong felt his blood boiling. Superior! Yang Zhong's voice was low, with a hint of anger in it. The 308 masters spread out in a circle, their movements were measured, and it was obvious that they were well trained. Yang Hong did not attack first. Instead, he squatted slightly and took a stable horse stance. His body was crouched like a bull about to charge, and his fists were raised like 2 bull horns. The aura all over his body began to condense. Ho-ho-ho-ho! Before the 2 sides started fighting, the momentum of both sides stirred up a breeze and began to stir continuously. Circular grinding strangulation! The emperor was outside the crowd, his eyes slightly narrowed, and others found that the man in black was stronger. So strong that it has already reached that threshold. Drink. The 308 master guards also had serious expressions on their faces. They began to circle around continuously shrinking the encirclement. The innermost shield-bearing guards shouted like thunder, intending to shock Yang Hong's mind. At the same time, 5 round shields came down with a momentum as heavy as a mountain. Drink. Yang Hong did not dodge, but used basic physical training techniques to create a wall of true energy on his body, and he took the blows from the 5 round shields. Bang! There was only a sound like the sound of beating leather, and Yang Hong stood still. Come again! Yang Hong's eyes lit up. The blunt force of the round shield couldn't even break his own chi wall. Bang bang bang. The Xiantian guards ignored Yang Hong's provocation. The 25 shield-bearing men worked like millstones. After one man finished fighting, he would immediately duck and retreat, and the others would immediately take his place and continue attacking. There was no interruption, and the powerful shield strikes continued. It's great. This kind of attack can actually help me condense my true energy. I've found a new way to practice. Looking at the shields that kept hitting him, and feeling the inner energy in his body slightly condensed, Yang Hong smiled secretly in his heart. At the same time, he deliberately groaned from time to prevent these shield bearers from feeling despised and retreating. Sword and shield soldiers, spearmen, go! It was a pity that this kind of shield attack only lasted for 9 rounds. Yang Zhong realized that the attack was useless and immediately adjusted it. 5 machetes carrying innate internal force came slashing with the force of wind and thunder, and 10 spears stabbed with the sound of breaking through the air. Oh my God, old man, you have no moral principles! Seeing such an attack, Yang Hong didn't dare to take it head-on. The long-accumulated bull fist was thrown out. Moo! The force of his fist breaking through the air actually made a low cow roar. This was the first time that Yang Hong launched such an attack, and even he was stunned. An image of a bull condensed from true energy flew out along the fist. Before Yang Hong's fist even touched the enemy in front of him, 2 swordsmen and shield men were knocked away and crashed into 3 spearmen behind him, disrupting the formation. Be careful, he has already understood the meaning of the fist, you can't face him head-on. Yang Zhong's face changed drastically. The meaning of boxing is a kind of martial arts meaning, it is a kind of artistic conception, a spiritual artistic conception. Only some grandmaster warriors with high comprehension, good opportunities and great perseverance can comprehend it. If an ordinary grandmaster can exert a force of 90,000 caddies, then a grandmaster who has comprehended the spirit of martial arts can exert the same force of 90,000 caddies to the effect of 180,000 caddies or 27 caddies. This is the ability that can challenge the gods with a grandmaster's level. Yang Hong didn't know all this, he only knew that he was getting more and more adept at fighting. The bull fist, which only has 3 moves and 9 styles, is only the most basic martial arts. But when Yang Hong uses it, it seems like the supreme magic skill. Yang Hong used the 9 styles of boxing in rotation. At first he used them according to the order, but gradually he no longer pursued the order, and he used them effortlessly, just like an antelope hanging on a horn. Seeing this scene, Yang Zhong's face became even gloomier, and he whispered a few words into the ear of the eunuch beside him. In less than tea time, his arrangements were ready. The Xiantian guards retreat, and the first-class warrior guards shoot arrows. The 308 guards obeyed the order and quickly withdrew from the battle circle. Arrows from the sky shot towards Yang Hong like a rainstorm. Moreover, the 308 guards who retreated were immediately provided with strong bows and crossbows. This was an aura of wanting to shoot Yang Hong to death on the spot. Puff, puff, puff. Faced with a hail of arrows, Yang Hong was unable to fight back and could only use his true energy to withstand them. Old man! You're looking for death! This was the first time since Yang Hong traveled through time that he was furious and wanted to kill someone. His aura gathered and a wild bull suddenly appeared faintly above his head. Yang Zhong was so stimulated by Yang Hong's momentum that he actually took 2 steps back. After all, he now only has the strength of a first-rate warrior, and he is at the bottom of the first rate. However, he was the emperor after all, he had his own aura and experience, and he came up with a solution in a blink of an eye. Don't worry, my friend. My arrow is not a chi-breaking arrow. It can't hurt you. It can also condense your internal strength. You might as well hold on a little longer. Yang Zhong said with a smile, as if he was doing this for your own good. Yang Hong almost believed it after seeing it. Since you are helping me to condense my internal strength, then withdraw the archers and replace them with sword and shield soldiers. Yang Hong is not an idiot. Although his chi wall blocked the arrows, his chi was consumed very quickly. It would take only 3 minutes at most to exhaust his chi. By then, he will definitely be shot into a hedgehog. However, if he wanted to escape, 3 minutes would be enough. Haha, let's do as you wish. Archers, please step back. Shield men and sword and shield men can help you condense your true energy. Yang Zhong was still smiling, but he was extremely shocked in his heart. 2,000 first-rate warriors and 308 masters shot at least tens of thousands of arrows, but they still couldn't break this man's internal defense. Could it be that this man has reached the realm of heaven? Since he couldn't kill this man, and he didn't seem to have any intention of becoming an enemy of the Sui royal family, he had no choice but to change his mind. The sound of bang 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 lasted for half an hour, and more palace guards came. Even Emperor Yang Jian was alarmed. But Yang Hong no longer cared about that. A new reminder from the initiation return system sounded in his ears. Ding, the host has condensed his chi to a sufficient standard through his own practice, and his realm has been promoted to. Chapter 27. This world is not simple. Ding, the host has condensed his chi to a sufficient standard through his own practice, and his realm has been promoted to the chi training realm. Hearing this voice, Yang Hong was stunned for a moment. So much so that for a moment his true energy dissipated and a shield hit him. But the sound that came out was like this. Dang. Like the sound of metal hitting each other. Yang Hong's physical strength has also reached an inhuman level. Now that the true chi has been condensed, there is no need to take a beating anymore. That's enough, old man, you can let your men withdraw. Give me the martial arts secret book you promised me, and I will leave now. Okay, you are truly a natural talent. Have you reached the level of a celestial being? Yang Zhong personally took a few books and walked towards Yang Hong while asking. Just now he had someone prepare the martial arts secrets. However, he was really curious about Yang Hong's realm. No. Yang Hong would never tell the truth, and he didn't lie either. As soon as Yang Zhong approached, he took action and snatched a few secret books before anyone could react. Just run as fast as you can. Of course, he was not stupid enough to go back to the cold palace directly. Instead, he ran directly out of the Qingtian gate in the east and even deliberately revealed his figure. Then, she quietly returned to her cold palace. He still didn't want to be exposed. Although 308 grandmaster guards and 2,000 first-rate guards could not kill him, there were 3,008 guards in the palace, as well as weapons specifically designed for grandmasters' chi-breaking arrows. Once his identity is discovered, he may still be surrounded and killed. Especially what retired Emperor Yang Zhong said 2 days ago, the reason why he could not practice martial arts seemed to have a deeper secret. So, it's better to be careful. Although news of a supermaster causing chaos in the palace spread everywhere that night, it had nothing to do with Yang Hong. He returned to Jiru Wangwen Pavilion, and began to study the attribute panel. Yang Hong, the sixth prince of the Sui dynasty. Number of empowerments per day, 0 of 3. Lifespan, 20/150. Cultivation, 100 years of Qi training stage, 110,000 gene of strength. Skills: basic breathing technique 28th level, primary body building technique 12th level. Martial arts, bull fist 100th level. Special abilities: photographic memory, proficient in farming. His realm became the Qi training realm, which immediately reminded him of the cultivation of truth and immortality that he had read in novels in his previous life. This state is most likely the state he had in mind. But the attribute panel was too simple, and the initiation return system was too stupid. He didn't know if he had reached that level. I can only explore it slowly by myself in the future. Others practice martial arts, while I practice Taoism. It's impossible for me not to be invincible. As for the fact that the original 385 years of true Qi were compressed into 100 years, he didn't care. It was really too easy for him to increase his cultivation. Just farm. His initiation returning cultivation system returns his daily cultivation at his current level of cultivation. The strength also increased from 100,000 gene to 110,000 gene, which is a small improvement. The training of basic breathing techniques and elementary bodybuilding techniques is becoming slower and slower. It will probably take a long time to reach the maximum level. Unless there are a few more times of 10,000 times critical hit return. But things like returning one's cultivation level really depend too much on appearance. It is completely beyond Yang Hong's control. After looking at the attribute panel, Yang Hong looked at the 5 newly acquired martial arts secrets books. Rejuvenation skill. Bronze body skill. 13 horizontal exercises. Subduing the tiger fist. Small movement skill. And flying on the grass. When Yang saw these 6 secret books, his face turned dark and he wanted to beat up the retired Emperor Yang Zhong right away. These 6 books of skills were indeed given to him according to his request. However, these 6 sets of skills are the lowest level of martial arts, which are inferior to the pure Yang Kung, iron body Kung, and golden bell cover that Yang Hong had practiced before. The name of the subduing tiger fist looks intimidating, but the effect of practicing it is much worse than that of the bull fist. Yang Hong estimated that Yang Zhong could not find any lower-level martial arts, so he took out these 6 books. "You stingy old man, this matter is not over yet." He. After being angry for a while, Yang Hong suddenly laughed. He has an initiation and cultivation return system, so he can practice these low-level martial arts very quickly. When he has reached the maximum level, he will go to the old man to ask for the secret book. If he dares not to give it to me, I will beat him up. If one beating is not enough, then beat him a few more times. Now he has the confidence to run rampant in the palace. Now that the martial arts secrets had been decided, Yang Hong began to practice new martial arts. The initiation and return system cannot help him practice directly. He needs to master the martial arts, and at least master it before he can receive the initiation and return. The next morning, when Yang Hong was giving the green jade grape a blessing, there was another surprise. Ding Yu infused Qingyu grape with true Qi for 40 days, and received 100-fold return, returning 4,000 days of true Qi cultivation. Ding, after practicing the 13 horizontal training for 4,000 days, the 13 horizontal training has been upgraded to the 80th level. First of all, the daily surprise is 100 times return of cultivation. The biggest surprise was the empowerment of the first-grade medium-grade green jade grape, which lasted for 40 days. Although there was no change in the initiation of other first-grade low-grade green jade, there was a change in the first-grade medium green jade. This also means that the basis for his cultivation return will be higher in the future. I have cultivated 80 levels of 13 horizontal training in one day, and it is very likely that I will reach the maximum level tomorrow. Sure enough, as your cultivation level improves, there will be new surprises. After the initiation, Yang Hong took a walk in the vegetable garden, explained the new eunuchs and palace maids their tasks for the day, and then returned to the second floor of the small building to read. The day after the retired emperor left, he sent 3 old eunuchs and 3 middle-aged palace maids. They all had first-rate martial arts skills, and judging by the way they tended the vegetable garden, they also knew how to do farm work. With these people, Yang Hong can feel much more relaxed. Moreover, after his realm advancement yesterday, he became more curious about the ins and outs of this world. Although his study only contained agricultural books and books related to agriculture, one could still get a glimpse of a little bit of the truth about the world from these books. With a photographic memory, Yang Hong naturally reads very quickly. In just 3 days, Yang Hong finished reading all 360 books sent by the emperor. The 5 dynasties were all established 386 years ago, and some mysterious force influenced them to be established almost at the same time. Before the 5 dynasties, there was a powerful dynasty, the Zhou dynasty. According to records, the Zhou dynasty had a territory of tens of thousands of miles and a population of hundreds of millions. But such a huge and powerful dynasty disappeared overnight. What kind of powerful force could have done this? Moreover, there is no record of the disappearance of the Zhou dynasty. If it weren't for my good memory and the fact that these books are agricultural books, I'm afraid I wouldn't have discovered that there is such a secret hidden in them. Yang Hong suddenly felt powerless and insignificant. This world is so vast and mysterious that it is unimaginable. Forget it. If the sky falls, there are still tall people to hold it up. I'd better focus on farming. He shook his head and shook off those boring emotions. These things were not what he needed to consider. After all, he was just a prince in the cold palace. I didn't expect there to be surprises in these agricultural books. However, to do these things, I still need the help of the old man, the emperor. Yang Hong stroked his chin and thought of something interesting. Chapter 28 Genius Yang Zixuan. Yang Hong did it as soon as he thought of it. He directly asked a eunuch sent by the retired Emperor Yang Zhong to contact Yang Zhong. As Yang Hong expected, Yang Zhong came over immediately. Xiao Liuzi, you said there is a better way to use vegetables. What is it? Tell me quickly. Only 7 days had passed, and Yang Zhong clearly felt that his injuries had recovered a lot. He believed that as long as he continued to eat the vegetables grown by Yang Hong, he would have a great chance of fully recovering. It is even possible that he can regain the strength of a grandmaster, and even take charge of the Sui dynasty again. So when he heard that Yang Hong was looking for him, he came over immediately. Grandpa Huang, I saw several winemaking recipes in the agricultural book. If I use the vegetables I grow to make wine, it will definitely taste delicious, and the special substance Grandpa Huang mentioned will definitely be able to perform better. Wine making? How come I didn't think of making wine? I will ask the court brewer to make me some wine right away. After hearing what Yang Hong said, Yang Zhong jumped up happily and was about to run away. No wonder he was so excited. There is no doubt that the vegetables grown by Yang Hong have special effects, but how to eat them is another matter. If you cook directly, no matter which method you use, some of the special substances will be lost. If you eat them raw, regardless of whether they taste good or not, some dishes may even have side effects if you eat too much. For example, if you eat too much radish, you will fart, and if you eat too much pumpkin, you will have bad breath. Yang Zhong had been worried these past 2 days, so he was naturally happy when he heard Yang Hong's solution. Grandpa Emperor. Whatever you want, ask these eunuchs to buy it, and use the money from my treasury. Yang Zhong was in a hurry to brew wine, so he left after saying a few words. Alas! Yang Hong waved his hand, but finally let it go. This is good, as he has more room to maneuver. He turned to look at the old eunuch named Yang beside him, and asked, Old Yang, can you read? Your Highness, I cannot read, but you can. That's good. I'll draw a few pictures for you and you can help me customize them. I'll also buy some other things together. Yes, sir. By the way, go and recruit some craftsmen. I want to build a winemaking workshop. Yes. Yang Hong thought that since the emperor had allowed him to come, he would not be polite and would go to the big place. After finding a pen and paper, Yang Hong first copied down the architectural and tool drawings of the winemaking workshop in this world, choosing the most delicate and appropriate ones. Then he recalled what he had seen on TV and in books in his previous life, and selectively drew some of the modern winemaking tools. Finally, he wrote down the names of some herbs and specified that he wanted not only ready-made herbs but also seeds. he is preparing to grow medicinal herbs. Anyone who has read the novel knows that the growth limit of herbs is higher than that of vegetables. In novels, we often see legends of ginseng turning into a spirit and Polygonum multiflorum turning into a human. But I have never heard of any vegetable becoming a spirit, let alone a cucumber spirit. Therefore, growing herbs is something Yang Hong has wanted to do for a long time, but he has always been restricted in the past. Now that we have the opportunity, we certainly can't miss it. And this time he specifically asked the old eunuch to help him find some tea seedlings. He really didn't want to drink tea foam anymore. Yang Hong focused his energy on the winery, and time passed quickly. Until Yang Zixuan came running to him shouting and screaming. Brother, I won the championship! I won the championship! It turns out that time has unknowingly come to the 2nd day of October. Yang Zixuan ran around the entire Jirua Wangwon pavilion, like a gust of wind. Her voice also echoed throughout the courtyard. This little girl didn't come here to report the news, she just came here to show off. He clearly ran past the door of the wine shop, but did not stop. He just ran a circle before turning back. Brother Emperor, I won the junior championship of the Great Sui Dynasty Prodigy competition. I am the champion, the most powerful one. The little girl held her head high, looking very proud. Zixuan is awesome! Yang Hong rubbed the little girl's head, but this time he didn't deliberately rub her hair apart. The little girl rubbed her head against Yang Hong's big hand with a look of enjoyment, not caring whether there was still wine on Yang Hong's hand. Yang Hong discovered that the little girl seemed to have finally grown a little taller. It has grown from 1.40 meters to about 1.43 meters. Although not much, but I finally started to grow taller again. Brother, let me tell you, this time, the 28 military commanders, the 6 civil officials, the 3 major factions, and the 50 schools have all sent people to participate in the Tianjiao competition. There are so many people. How many people are there? Can you count them? I can count the number of people my brother looks down on. There are 1,152 people in the youth group, 860 people in the young adult group, and 500 people in the adult group, of which 161 people participated in the Unlimited Challenge. We have the most people in the youth group, and I'm the best. As she spoke, Yang Zixuan raised her little head again, feeling very proud. So that's how it is. Our little Zixuan is the most powerful. Yang Hong squatted down, praised him seriously, and then pulled him out of the winery. Come on, my brother will cook some delicious dishes for you. Really? My brother cooked for me personally. Of course, this is a reward for our little Zixuan. Yang Hong can cook. His life as a homebody in his previous life taught him this skill. Although not very proficient, but in this world where people only know how to roast, stew, boil and cook assorted dishes, he is still considered a cooking expert. After a hearty lunch, the brother and sister lay on the lounge chairs to enjoy the cool air. But Yang Zixuan's little mouth was still talking. Brother, do you know? The 4 kings and 8 dukes who founded the country have really fallen. They sent more than 200 young men, but not a single one made it to the top 32 of the finals. On the contrary, 3 people from the Yanping lineage and 2 people from the Wenqin lineage entered the finals. What about the royal family? The royal family is really good this year. 4 of them entered the finals. Speaking of this, Yang Zixuan felt a little proud again. 4, that's okay. Yang Hong praised it without commenting. This time, those martial arts sects are really shameless. The disciples they send out are all elite disciples who are over 19 years old and under 20 years old. They are all very powerful. Still not as good as Xiao Zixuan. Of course, I'm the best. But the disciples of those sects are all very powerful, all of them are second-rate masters, and even the sister sent by the Inque sect is a first-rate master. What top-notch expert! Yang Hong was startled and sat up. He was very surprised that Yang Zixuan could actually beat a top-notch master. That sister is very powerful, but when she fights, the bells on her hands and feet jingle, which is annoying. Then how did you win? I run fast. As long as I run faster, that sister can't hit me. In the end, I tore that sister's clothes, and she admitted defeat. This was really the way children fight, but Yang Hong knew that things must not be that simple. One of the criteria for being a top-notch player is that his shooting speed exceeds the speed of sound. At this speed, most people can't even see the other party's attack, let alone fight back. But Yang Zixuan, who is at the second-rate level, was able to defeat the opponent, so there must be something special about her. Zixuan, you've worked hard. Brother will help you massage your hands and feet to relax you. Okay, my brother hasn't given me a massage in a long time. When Yang Zixuan heard this, she quickly lay down. Yang Hong stood up and gave her a massage, while also checking her body. Just this inspection made him a little surprised. The internal force strength is at the second-rate level, the muscle strength is at the first-rate level, the bone strength is at the first-rate level, and the meridian strength has even reached the level of a congenital master. Yes, the child's congenital defect has been completely cured. What Yang Hong cares about is not the rumor that Yang Zixuan is a rare genius in a century, he only cares about Yang Zixuan's health. Watching Yang Zixuan fall asleep sweetly, Yang Hong gently picked her up and took her to the room that had been reserved for her. Chapter 29 Kindness from the Inque Sect. When Yang Zixuan fell asleep sweetly, it was outside the palace, in a magnificent courtyard. The disciples of the Inque sect were discussing something. A young girl with long black hair, beautiful face and ethereal temperament, was sitting on a high stool, her bare feet as crystal clear as jade swaying back and forth. Master, are we really not going to accept little sister Zixuan? She has great talent. We can't accept her. Her elder sister Yang Honglian has been accepted as a direct disciple by the upper sect. Once we accept Yang Zixuan, we will most likely offend Yang Honglian. A woman in her 30s with a charming and noble temperament shook her head and said, her tone was full of disappointment and helplessness. Master, is the upper sect so powerful? Even you are so afraid of it. The ethereal girl tilted her head and asked in confusion. Wanwan, you are the most outstanding disciple of this generation of Inque sect, and you are also the disciple with the greatest hope of entering the upper sect. You will know in the future. The middle-aged woman sighed with a nostalgic look on her face, as if she was recalling the glory days of her youth. Uncle Master, senior sister Wanwan is a 23-year-old innate master, praised as a rare genius seen once in 1,000 years. Uncle Master is willing to let senior sister leave and not let her take charge of Inque sect? Another disciple in a green gauze skirt in the room asked curiously. It is because Wanwan's talent is so great that she must enter the upper sect. Only by entering the upper sect will you know how big the world is. Master, isn't the grandmaster the strongest? Is the celestial being really just a legend? Wanwan suddenly asked a question with a serious face. Ha, in the 5 dynasties, the grandmaster is indeed the strongest, and the celestial being is not a legend but a confinement. But in the Yuan dynasty, the gods were their national guardian force. But the heavenly beings in the upper sect are just the beginning of all power and all cultivation. The middle-aged woman suddenly said with a fanatical and admiring look on her face. She had seen the sky outside the bottom of the well, so she knew the scenery of that world. It is precisely because of this that she would ignore the disputes in the martial arts world and focus on training her disciples. Alas, it's a pity for Yang Zixuan. If she wasn't Yang Honglian's sister, I would definitely introduce her to the Inque sect, or even to the Shang sect. She sighed and thought of something. Wanwan, go to the palace tomorrow and give this book, Illusionary Body Technique, to that child. Wanwan was startled and looked at her master in confusion. Master, this illusionary body movement is a top-level martial art. Even within the sect, it is the top-level body movement. Is it that serious? Haha, you guys are so short-sighted. It's obvious that Yang Zixuan was cultivated by the Sui dynasty royal family. She is likely to be the next generation of royal guardian. Now is a good time to make friends with her. Uncle Master, it's still not that serious. The Yang family has only 9 grandmasters, and together with the grandmasters of other forces of the Yang family, there are only about 20 people. Our Inque sect has 102 grandmasters. We can definitely destroy his Yang royal family. The blue-clothed disciple also asked in confusion. Haha, if our Inque sect dares to destroy the great Sui imperial family, then our entire clan will be wiped out by our upper sect. These 5 dynasties cannot be destroyed casually. Master. Don't ask, you can't ask. When you enter the upper sect or become an elder of the sect, you will naturally know. If either of the above two conditions are met, then you are not qualified to know the reason. The middle-aged woman suddenly interrupted with a serious face. Actually, she talked a little too much today. Yes. The disciples in the room looked at each other and responded seriously. But a seed of curiosity was planted. Not far from this courtyard, similar conversations were taking place in two large courtyards. In a hall at the Chaoyang faction station. Uncle Master, should we kill Yang Zixuan? Her talent is a bit scary. We can't kill them for now. We have an agreement with the Sui dynasty royal family that we can't just kill them. But if that little kid goes out to gain experience in the future and encounters an accident, it will have nothing to do with us. He disciple understands. Ahem, remember, the princes and princesses of the great Sui dynasty can only die in accidents. Haha, Uncle Master, don't worry. The disciples won't have to worry about it. The Rising Sun faction's headquarters is also a hall. A gruff voice roared. You brats performed so poorly this year. You ranked 5th in the junior group, 4th in the youth group, 3rd in the adult group, and you didn't even make the top 8 in the unlimited group. You are all trash. Go back and practice harder. The furious middle-aged man was one of the deputy leaders of the Rising Sun sect. He had come here to gain face this time, but he did not expect that his face would be trampled into the ground. He has been ridiculed by the elders of Chaoyang sect and Inkui sect many times in the past few days. Uncle Master, we didn't expect that the Yang royal family would produce such a monster. Moreover, Wanwan from the Inkui sect became a congenital master at the age of 23, which is even more of a monster. A middle-aged man who was accompanying the team looked at the disciples below who dared not say a word and explained for them. How these rubbish probably haven't practiced enough. 15 years old. Only 15 years old, and his cultivation is only at the second-rate level. He can't even beat you trash. If he's not trash, what is he? The deputy sect leader was still not satisfied. Uncle Master, how about we pa? The middle-aged man made a throat-slitting gesture, and the deputy leader slapped him in the face. Idiot, you can't win, so you try to play dirty. Sooner or later, the Rising Sun sect will be led into a trap by you. Now, immediately, return to the mountain and redouble your practice. Amid the deputy sect leader's roar, all the members of the Rising Sun sect returned home overnight. The Sui dynasty royal family had no way of knowing the discussions and thoughts of the three major factions, and they did not have the ability to monitor the three major factions. However, the Sui dynasty royal family could still feel the different attitudes of the three major factions. The Rising Sun sect was the first to leave, leaving behind an elder who brought 30 Shaoyang pills to the Sui dynasty royal family to increase their internal strength. This is a top-grade elixir, each pill of which can increase one's internal strength by 10 years. It is not a priceless treasure, but it is also very rare. Even if there were enough medicinal materials, the Rising Sun sect could only refine 100 pills every year. In comparison, the 50-30-year-old ginsengs from the Chaoyang school seemed shabby. You should know that due to various agreements, certain areas under the jurisdiction of the three major factions do not have to pay taxes to the Sui dynasty. Such a gift is indeed a bit disrespectful. However, the last few gifts from the Inkui sect were a bit too many to be scary. The top-level martial arts skill, phantom body skill, is a treasure that even the Sui dynasty royal family does not have. Although the Inkui sect said that it was given to Yang Zixuan, it is normal for the royal family to copy a copy during the inspection, right? In addition, there are 100 Xianin pills that increase internal strength by 20 years, 100 top-grade long swords, and 10 pieces of top-grade armor ice silk inner armor. These are all very rare treasures. The generosity of the Inkui sect frightened the Sui dynasty royal family a little. Emperor Yang Jian even personally met with Wanwan, who was only a true disciple. Your Majesty, the growth and development of our Inkui sect in the Great Sui dynasty is inseparable from Your Majesty's political integrity. As a martial arts sect, we also have to offer our gratitude from time to time. In response to Yang Jian's question, Wanwan said this calmly. But then there was another twist. Besides, we have a common enemy. Chapter 30, 5 Dynasties Prodigy Tournament. Besides, we have common enemies, the Wendao sect, of the Tang dynasty and the Zihong Jingzhai, of the Wuzhou dynasty. After hearing Yang Jian's thanks, Wan smiled and directly stated another purpose of her visit. This he. However, Yang Jian didn't want to continue the conversation. This is the helplessness of the dynasty. The helplessness of all 5 dynasties. On the surface, the 5 dynasties managed an area of tens of thousands of miles under the jurisdiction of the 5 dynasties, but in fact, the royal families of the 5 dynasties all knew that the actual managers were the many martial arts sects. The Sui dynasty was the Inque sect, the Tang dynasty was the Dao sect, the Wuzhou dynasty was the Ciheng Jingjai, the Song dynasty was the Zhenwu temple, and the Ming dynasty was the Wuyue sword sect. For example, in the Sui dynasty, there were only more than 40 grandmasters in the Sui royal family and the court, but the Inque sect had more than 100 grandmasters in public. This is absolutely overwhelming strength. It's just that for some reasons, the sects cannot attack the royal families of various countries at will. But no royal family of any dynasty dared to look down on these martial arts sects. Not to mention being enemies across dynasties and other sects. Don't worry, Your Majesty. I was just joking. Seeing Yang Jian in trouble, Wan suddenly smiled and felt as if spring was in full bloom. Yang Jian was stunned for a moment. Your Majesty, the gift I sent only represents the friendship between the Inque sect and the Yang family. It has no other meaning. Thank you very much, Inque sect. Yang Jian also responded with a smile on his face. The two chatted for a few meaningless minutes, and then Wan said goodbye and left. Watching Wan skipping away like an elf, Yang Jian still had a smile on his face, but the coldness in his eyes could not be hidden. Your Majesty, do you want this old slave? Zhou Ning, who was serving beside Yang Jian, came over and spoke in a low voice. No, it's useless. Yang Jian's voice was flat, but his tone was cold, and could not hide the loneliness in it. He is an emperor who controls the life and death of millions of people, but in front of these sects, he is like a grass and is not taken seriously. Your Majesty, that little girl is only a congenital master, and there are only 2 great masters around her. I am sure that no one will notice. Alas, you have good intentions, but it's really unnecessary. Go to the Taishao Palace, and deliver these rewards to your father, and ask him to intensify the training of the princes and princesses, and strive to get a good ranking in the 5 dynasties Tianjiao competition next year. Yes, I will go right away. Zhou Ning did not try to persuade him anymore. He bowed his head and accepted the order, and delivered all the gifts that the 3 major sects had sent to the retired Emperor Yang Zhong. Yang Jian stared at the distant sky in a daze, and after a long while he sighed and talked to himself. Every time the 5 dynasties Tianjiao competition is held, the upper sects will send people to participate. I hope that this time, someone from my great Sui and my young family can be admitted as a member of the upper sect. As an emperor, Yang Jian knew more secrets, but he was also more helpless. I am more aware of my own insignificance. Royal brother. At noon the next day, Yang Zixuan, who received the reward, came to Yang Hong again to share her joy. Zixuan, you are already a grown-up girl. You need to start learning to be elegant. Looking at Yang Zixuan running around the yard, even though she saw him, she was still yelling to run a lap. Yang Hong was not angry, but rather somewhat doting. A girl who loves to laugh will never be disliked, especially when she is your sister. I don't need to learn the elegant ones. Grandpa Huang said that I only need to learn martial arts well. The rest doesn't matter. You are free now, but you can't slack off. You must practice well. Yang Hong was not surprised that Yang Zixuan received such treatment. From the fact that old man Yang Zhong could shamelessly say, "Several women share one husband," Yang Hong realized how much the Sui dynasty royal family needed masters. For a talented granddaughter like Yang Zixuan, he would naturally put a lot of effort into cultivating her. For this purpose, it is even more necessary to give Yang Zixuan more freedom. Brother, I got a lot of rewards, including elixirs, martial arts secrets, inner armor, and magic weapons. Yang Zixuan smiled even more proudly, and mentioned several kinds of rewards. She also eloquently explained to Yang Hong the benefits and power of elixirs and magic weapons. Yang Hong just smiled and listened. As for elixirs, he had seen an introduction to them in agricultural books and was not unfamiliar with them. Moreover, as a systematic time traveler, Knowing that this is the world of martial arts, he will not be surprised by the power of the elixir. No matter how powerful the elixir is, can it be as powerful as his initiation cultivation return system? But seeing Yang Zixuan so happy, Yang Hong was also happy for her. Brother, I am here to say goodbye to you today. Oh, where are you going? Inque sect? Yang Zixuan's voice suddenly became a little low, and Yang Hong couldn't help but become serious. No, I'm not going to the Inque sect. Humph, they don't like me. I am going to go into seclusion. Grandfather Emperor asked me to take the Xianin pill now and strive to break through to the first-class realm as soon as possible. Yang Zixuan was proud again. She was the only one among the princes and princesses under the age of 19 who was granted the elixir. And it is the Xianin pill, a top-grade pill that can increase internal strength by 20 years. Then you should just stay in seclusion. What else do you want to say? Yang Hong was speechless. This is showing off. He ruffled Yang Zixuan's hair as a punishment. Your hair is messy again, my brother hates it. Yang Zixuan said she hated it but had a happy smile on her face. I'm not finished yet. Grandpa Emperor asked us, the top 10 contestants of the Great Sui Dynasty Prodigy competition, to gather in 10 days and start new training at the imperial farm outside the city. This time, in addition to the royal family, people from the 3 major sects will come to teach us how to practice. There is such a good thing? Are the 3 major sects so kind? Yang Hong was curious after hearing this. They are not doing this for themselves. Half of the top 10 in the 3 groups of the Great Sui Dynasty Pride competition are disciples of the 3 major sects. They are using the royal family's resources to train their own disciples. I see. But why are they willing to bring everyone together to teach? Yang Hong was still puzzled. This is for the 5 Dynasties Prodigy tournament next May. 5 Dynasty Prodigy competition? This was the first time Yang Hong heard this term, and he had no memory of this incident. Yes, it is the 5 Dynasties Prodigy competition. I heard from Grandpa Huang that the 5 dynasties could not attack each other at will for some reason, but there were various conflicts between the dynasties. Then we can only solve some problems through competition. The 5 Directions Pride tournament is held every 5 years. During the competition, the 5 dynasties and many sects will take out various resources and distribute them through the competition. Some forces with grudges will directly resolve disputes through the life and death arena. Anyway, it's just an amazing game. Yang Zixuan explained a few words seriously, but then became impatient again. Because she didn't remember it clearly either. However, Yang Hong understood. This is how resources are redistributed through competition. Including those so-called life and death arenas, aren't they all caused by resource issues? This is not bad. It can avoid large-scale wars and reduce the loss of lives. At this time, Yang Hong finally understood why several feudal dynasties with low productivity all had a population of over 100 million. Without too many wars, people can naturally recuperate. Chapter 31 Brewing. After eating a meal, Yang Zixuan left in style. In her arms she held a bunch of jade grapes given to her by Yang Hong. That is a first-grade, low-grade spiritual grape. Originally, Yang Hong was not going to take it out. He was going to squeeze it like a watermelon and let Yang Zixuan drink it slowly. However, plans did not change as fast as they had planned, so he had no choice but to change his mind. Because it was a spiritual plant, Yang Hong didn't dare to give more, fearing that it would cause unnecessary trouble. At the same time, Yang Hong also told Yang Zixuan that this was a good thing. Just by hearing the words, good stuff, Yang Zixuan knew that this bunch of grapes was extraordinary, so she quickly and carefully put them away. This little girl looks confused, but she is actually smart. Yang Hong was not worried that Yang Zixuan would expose the secret of the jade grapes. With her protective nature, no one could eat her jade grapes. However, the grapes in his yard might be exposed. Not only does he have the Emperor's 6 spies here, but the Emperor will also show up from time to time. Once these grapes are seen clearly, anyone will find out that something is wrong. Even when ripe, jade grapes are still green in color, and look different from ordinary red grapes, as if they are not ripe. However, if you use clean water to wash off the white frost on the surface of the grapes, you will find that each grape is as crystal clear as jade. Very dazzling and extraordinary. With just one look, anyone will know that these jade grapes are extraordinary. Moreover, jade grapes are not only sweet and slightly sour and very delicious, but more importantly, after eating a grape, a faint warm current will flow out. Anyone who has practiced cultivation will notice this. Therefore, in order to avoid being discovered, these jade grapes must be disposed of as soon as possible. As we enter October, these previously inconspicuous jade grapes will begin to emit a light fruity fragrance. After a while, the fruity fragrance will definitely become more obvious. These grapes should be ripe soon, but they are not fully ripe yet. It is a pity to pick them now. But I can continue to plant and harvest, so I don't have to worry about waste. Do it when you think of it. Yang Hong asked the eunuchs to find ladders and pick the fruits himself. After evolving into a spiritual plant, the yield of grapes plummeted. Each of the 8 first-grade lower-quality jade grapes produced 6 bunches of grapes, with only more than 40 grapes in each bunch. Moreover, each grape is only the size of the tip of your little finger and looks as if it is malnourished. This is why the jade grapes have remained unnoticed for so long. Even concubine Zhou, who lived in the former courtyard of Wangwen Pavilion, did not notice anything wrong. "Old Li, go find me some big wine jars. Lao Lu, bring me some wine yeast. Lao Wang, please help me find a bucket of the best spring water. 3 maids, please help me find 3 jars of strong liquor." After picking, Yang Hong deliberately did not wash off the white frost on the jade grapes, and openly displayed the inconspicuous jade grapes. After the old eunuchs and palace maids had seen everything clearly, they were allowed to prepare the tools for making wine. He just wants to put everything out in the open, openly. But no one could discover the trick. After the 6 spies left, Yang Hong picked the grapes one by one as quickly as possible and crushed them. I miscalculated. These crushed grapes actually emit a special spiritual energy. A light fruity fragrance slowly spreads, carrying a soothing aura. The spiritual energy is not strong, but it is very clear and obvious. Can my chi be sealed? Yang Hong tentatively released this issue and covered the plate of grapes. It really has some effect. The spiritual energy emitted by the grapes covered and wrapped in true energy was indeed blocked. Although a small amount of spiritual energy was still emitted, it was negligible. He maintained the release of his chi with one hand, and quickly crushed all the grapes with the other. And after the old eunuchs came back, they took the yeast and wine jar and poured the basin of crushed grapes into it. "Old Li, hurry up and prepare the mud seal for me. I need it." "Yes." Eunuch Lao Li took a look at the grape residue poured into the wine jar, and a trace of disdain flashed in his eyes. During this period, he helped Yang Hong build a winery and also read a lot of knowledge about winemaking. In his opinion, what Yang Hong is doing now is making vinegar, not wine. Winemaking doesn't work like that. However, he still trotted off to make the mud seal. Originally, Yang Hong was going to use the method of handmade wine brewing in his previous life. After all, there are too many recipes for handmade wine on the internet. Now things have changed. He can only seal the brew directly and then use his true chi to stir the fermentation. Soon the mud seal was done. After sealing it with mud, Yang Hong carefully sensed it and made sure that no spiritual energy had leaked out before nodding with satisfaction. At this time, 3 maids also came with guards, carrying 3 jars of wine. There were 3 huge wine vats, each holding 200 kilograms, not the 10-kilogram wine vats that Yang Hong had imagined. Looking at the 3 large jars of wine, Yang Hong was stunned. "Mammy, have you drunk too much?" "Your Highness, the 6th Prince, this is what the Emperor wanted. He said that more of the wine should be sent over to avoid the trouble again." The leading nanny Zhang answered. She was also a little stunned. "Well, then send it to the brewery. Also, Lao Wang, send all the herbs you bought earlier to the brewery." Seeing this, Yang Hong knew that Yang Zhong wanted Yang Hong to start up the winery. He put the sealed jar of jade grapes in his room, and then went to the winery with Xiao Chao and a bunch of vegetables. "6th Prince, are you going to start brewing wine?" Seeing the eunuchs and maids coming in and out, concubine Zhou also curiously entered the winery. "Yeah, you're just in time. Aren't you a top-notch expert? Crush these radishes and carrots into pulp, then squeeze out the juice." Seeing concubine Zhou coming in, Yang Hong's eyes lit up. He was just thinking about finding a guard, but now that concubine Zhou was here, he would just do the hard labor. Aye. Here, the tools are ready. Yan Hong unceremoniously pushed a series of tools in front of concubine Zhou, and went on to do other things. Oldly, don't cut the ginseng, just break it and let it crack. Lao Lu, grind the polygonatum into powder and slice the polygonatum. Lao Wang, if the spring water is not enough, go get some more. Get more. Mammies, go find some wine jars. 50 large jars of 20 gin, 50 medium jars of 10 gin, and 100 small jars of 2 gin. Yan Hong recalled the wine recipes he saw in agricultural books, as well as some wine recipes from his previous life, and planned to brew them all at once. Wine jars of all sizes were constantly being pulled over, which naturally alarmed the retired Emperor Yang Zhong. Xiao Lu, what are you doing? I see you brought back a lot of wine and medicinal herbs. Grandpa Emperor, I saw a lot of wine recipes in the book, I plan to make some. Yang Hong didn't hide anything. Are you brewing wine? Are you hanging out in a bar? Seeing Yang Hong pouring ingredients into wine jars one by one, Yang Zhong was also full of questions. There is also wine brewing in this world, but no one brews it like Yang Hong does. Grandpa Huang, this is brewing wine, not soaking wine. Although I use ready-made strong liquor to brew it, it can really brew new wine. Well, take it easy and don't waste all those vegetables. Yang Zhong only cared about vegetables, not wine. Now that he has Yang Hong's vegetables, his injuries have further stabilized and he is expected to fully recover. Naturally, he doesn't want Yang Hong to waste them. Don't worry, Grandpa Huang, these wines will have unexpected effects. Just wait and see. Yang Hong said confidently. Chapter 32, Primary Breathing Technique. Yang Hong's method of brewing wine was truly unique, and Yang Zhong was not expecting it at all. After leaving the winery, he took a walk around the nearby vegetable garden, then returned to the winery with a sad face. He pulled Yang Hong, who was still giving orders, out directly. Grandpa Emperor, if you have anything to say, just tell me. I'm busy over there. Yang Hong no longer has any respect for this old man. Xiao Lu, I see that many vegetables are starting to wither and die. Why don't you plant new ones? Coming to a vegetable field not far from the winery, Yang Zhong pointed at a row of dried vegetables and said dissatisfiedly. Grandpa Emperor, have you forgotten the time? It's already October and winter is coming soon. It's not suitable for planting anymore. These are the seeds I left behind on purpose. Yang Hong rolled his eyes and was about to leave. Hey Xiaolu, I know you have a greenhouse technology that can grow cucumbers in winter. Why don't you tell me the greenhouse technology and I'll ask the people in the Ministry of Industry to build one for you. In order to prepare Yang Hong's food, Yang Zhong worked very hard and directly mobilized the Ministry of Industry. But hothouse. Yang Hong's eyes lit up. If it was the Ministry of Industry, then he could renovate the entire Ji Ra Wangwen Pavilion. Wells, glass, greenhouses? Yang Hong thought of more. Grandpa Huang, please wait a moment. I will draw a blueprint for you. Yang Hong directly used you. Back in the study on the second floor of the small building, Yang Hong first wrote down the formula and process for making glass. As a science and engineering geek in his previous life, how could he not study glass, a necessary black technology for time travelers? In addition to the colorless glass he needed, he also wrote down some simple colored glass making techniques. Then there is the simple hand-operated water well technology. This is a must. In winter, it often snows for more than 2 months in Daxing Imperial City, and getting water becomes a problem at this time. With a hand-pumped well, it will be much more convenient for him and Xiao Chao. Finally, here are the renovation drawings for the entire Zero Wangwen Pavilion. Except for the small building where he lives now and the courtyard where concubine Zhou lives, all other places have been demolished and renovated. He had thought about this transformation plan a long time ago. It is just that now it is directly expanded and strengthened, turning 2/3 of the space into a greenhouse structure, and it is a greenhouse that can be flexibly disassembled. Xiao Lu, you are such a genius! Looking at the large stack of papers that Yang Hong took out, as well as the various ingenious designs and wonderful inventions, Yang Zhong sighed deeply. Yang Hong is indeed a genius. But because of this, he decided to check the books carefully when he sent them to Yang Hong in the future. Yang Hong is really too smart. If he accidentally reads some martial arts in a book and learns it, it will not be a good thing for the Sui dynasty, or even the people of the world. Thank you for the compliment, Grandpa Huang. Yang Hong is not proud either. He thinks that if another time traveler were to do these things, they might be able to do them even better. Go and make your own wine. People from the Ministry of Industry will be here tomorrow. I'm leaving now. Yang Zhong suddenly felt annoyed and left with a wave of his hand. Yang Hong was a little confused. But he didn't care either. He shrugged and turned around to direct the brewing. But he decided to go to the old man again at night to ask for the martial arts secrets. He has practiced all 6 martial arts he acquired previously to the maximum level, but there is no prompt for the martial arts to evolve. It seems like something is missing. My friend, you are here again. What do you want today? Late at night, Taishao Palace. Seeing Yang Hong knocking on the door politely, Yang Zhong felt his calves trembling a little. He was afraid that Yang Hong would take revenge on him. He knew very well what the 6 secret books he had given to Yang Hong were about. That's pure deception. Give me 6 kinds of martial arts secret manuals, 10 copies of each, low-level ones will do. Yang Hong was too lazy to waste time and just stated his purpose directly. Low-level martial arts secrets? Are you sure? Yang Zhong was stunned instead. He had already prepared intermediate skills in order to prevent Yang Hong from retaliating and also to win over Yang Hong. In order to continue communicating with Yang Hong, he even prepared a variety of intermediate and advanced secrets. Just the low-level ones, 10 of each. Hurry up, I'm in a hurry. When Yang Hong saw that there were few guards guarding the Taishao Palace, he knew that he could not fight today. A little disappointed. He wanted to fight again to consolidate his chi refining realm cultivation. What a pity. The retired emperor saw that Yang Hong was indeed a little impatient, so he did not dare to delay and asked the guards to find the secret book. In his opinion, a master like Yang Hong should use those low-level skills as a reference in order to break through to the realm of heaven and man. So, he tried again. My dear friend, my royal family has a secret method to break through the heavens. Do you want to see it? Old man, I don't want any secrets. Shut up. I don't want your daughter or granddaughter either. Seeing that Yang Zhong was about to say something, Yang Hong immediately interrupted him. After waiting for a few minutes and receiving a small packet of secret books, he immediately disappeared. Just like last time, he left from the east gate. Whether or not you can mislead the enemy is secondary. Protecting your own secrets is the first priority. It's not that the already invincible Yang Hong is scared, he just doesn't want his quiet life to be disturbed. As a tech geek in his previous life, Yang Hong was still staying at home until he was 30 years old, relying on taking orders online to make a living, and his social circle was extremely narrow. When he came into this world, he was sent to the cold palace and had no social life. This also cultivated his preference for a peaceful life. And a peaceful life is not only pleasant, but also passes quickly. By the 9th day of November, the first light snow of the year began to fall impatiently. Ding Yu infused 20 days of qi into the jade grape, and received 10 times the returning 200 days of qi cultivation. Ding after practicing Shutong Gong. For 200 days, Shutong Gong has been upgraded to the 100th level. Ding, your low-level martial arts have reached the standard for evolution. Do you want to start evolving? In more than a month, Yang Hong practiced 10 kinds of internal skills, 10 kinds of external skills, and 10 kinds of internal and external martial arts to the maximum level. After reaching the Qi training stage, he should not practice these low-level skills too quickly. As long as you receive the initiation and practice a little on your own, you can master a martial art almost in one day. Now martial arts can finally evolve again. Just like the previous evolution, there are 3 options: fusion evolution and individual evolution. With the surprise of evolving the primary body refining technique last time, Yang Hong chose to integrate it with the basic breathing technique. Evolution of low-level martial arts fused with basic breathing techniques. Evolution begins. Hiss, this time it's so itchy, hiss hiss. As soon as the breathing technique began to evolve, Yang Hong felt itchy all over his body, from his bone marrow to his blood. That feeling made him want to tear himself to pieces. Fortunately, Yang Hong's will was strong enough and he endured it. How is it always so difficult to evolve martial arts? Fortunately, there are huge improvements every time. Yang Hong, the 6th prince of the Sui dynasty. Number of empowerments per day, January 4th. Lifespan, 20/150. Cultivation, 214 years of Qi training stage, 150,000 gene of strength. Skills, elementary breathing technique 1st level, elementary body building technique 18th level. Martial arts, bull fist 100 levels, subduing tiger fist 100 levels. Special abilities, photographic memory, proficient in farming. His elementary breathing technique dropped from the original 36th level to the 1st level, and his strength increased again from 110,000 gene to 150,000 gene. Moreover, Yang Hong felt that his body was more coordinated and his mental sensing range was longer. In addition, the number of initiations per day has increased by 1. This is what it means to be truly invincible. Chapter 33. You call this ordinary alcohol? This is what it means to be truly invincible. I felt the true energy filling my whole body, and the seemingly infinite power. Yang Hong suddenly felt like he hated the sky for not having a handle, and the earth for not having a ring. It seemed as if he could poke a hole in the sky. But soon he frowned. Is it the problem of this world, or is it that I am too strong? I actually feel that this world is dirty, and I have difficulty breathing. The more he understood, the more uncomfortable Yang Hong felt. He felt as if something was missing in the world. Could it be spiritual energy? There is no spiritual energy in this world, so I feel like something is missing, which is why I feel short of breath. Is it because my body cannot breathe spiritual energy, so I am having difficulty breathing? Yang Hong, who often reads novels, immediately came up with a guess based on his own level of experience. Yes, there should be no spiritual energy, so the highest level of cultivation in this world is the grandmaster, who uses internal force, and internal force is the power transformed by physical training and refining food. If it is spiritual energy, then it should fill the entire heaven and earth. It is because there is no spiritual energy that the limit of the world's martial power is the grandmaster. Then I can't go any further? Yang Hong used all his sensing ability to his fullest and discovered that the spiritual energy he thought existed in the world was not absent, but was extremely rare, almost non-existent. At the same time, he also discovered that there was slightly more spiritual energy near several spiritual grape plants, and it was scarcer in other places. Some theories from the previous life are also applicable in this world. Spiritual energy should be exhaled by trees, especially spiritual plants. It seems that I have to continue farming, especially growing spiritual plants. Next year, I will increase the cultivation of herbs. The spiritual energy generated by spiritual herbs must be more than that of spiritual vegetables. I will not leave this cold palace for the time being. It is a good place to farm in peace. Originally, Yang Hong was planning to leave after this evolution of his martial arts. After all, he was already invincible, so why should he be restricted by this small cold palace? But now think about it, in the cold palace, and in a cold palace with the support of the emperor, he can cultivate spiritual plants with greater peace of mind and continue to grow his strength. This is not bad either. Having made the decision, Yang Hong began to plant several kinds of medicinal herbs near the small building where he lived. The first one is naturally ginseng. Whether in fairy tales or fantasy novels, ginseng is a precious medicine, especially the 1,000-year-old ginseng. Can it bring back the dead and turn human flesh into bones at any time? Such a magical medicine must produce a lot of spiritual energy. Of course, Yang Hong would naturally not forget his real way of increasing his cultivation level, the initiation and cultivation return system. If he wants to improve his cultivation, he still has to rely on the system. Although the system has increased his cultivation, there is no spiritual energy between heaven and earth, so he no longer has the ability to continue fighting. Therefore, spiritual plants must be planted. However, now Yang Hong is no longer as anxious as before, and he can enjoy life. Thanks to Yang Hong's design and the construction by the skilled craftsmen of the Ministry of Works, the cold winter wind cannot blow into Yang Hong's courtyard. Looking at the light snow falling outside the building, Yang Hong suddenly wanted to drink. Xiao Chao, ask Lao Wang to chop some venison and bring it back. We'll cook some side dishes today. Okay, Your Highness, I have learned a few tricks from the royal chef these days. I will make sure you enjoy your meal today. Xiao Xiao was a little excited. As the emperor began to care about Yang Hong, her status in the palace also rose, and she could even enter and leave the imperial kitchen. Really? I'm looking forward to it. I can cook some delicious dishes in the next few days. I remember there are a few jars of flame that should be ready to drink. As he spoke, Yang Hong slowly got up from the recliner, walked into the winery, and took down 2 tin Jin wine jars from the wine cellar. The evening meal was very rich, including stir-fried deer tail with leeks, braised deer tendons, stewed venison with Chinese cabbage, stir-fried Chinese cabbage, smashed cucumbers, etc. Xiao Qiao prepared 8 dishes and 2 soups. Xiao Qiao, this is a bit wasteful. How can I eat so much by myself? Looking at the sumptuous dishes, Yang Hong shook his head and scolded Xiao Qiao with a smile. Hee, it won't be wasted. If your highness can't finish it, I will finish it. Xiao Qiao smiled coquettishly. She also knew Yang Hong's habits. He would not throw away the unfinished food like other princes did, instead of giving it to the servants. He would give it to his servants to eat on the grounds that it should not be wasted. This is absolutely unique in the entire Sui dynasty palace. After eating what? Won't you leave me some? Just as Yang Hong sat down and prepared to eat, the majestic voice of the emperor came from outside the door. Yang Hong's eyebrows jumped when he heard the voice. Grandmaster, Xiantian Grandmaster! Yang Hong heard the aura of a master from this voice. After approaching, he simply sensed it and confirmed it. The retired Emperor Yang Zhong has returned to the realm of the innate master. Haha, I came at the perfect time. You guys are just having dinner. When Yang Zhong entered the small building, he saw Yang Hong in the dining room, preparing to eat. Hey, the little girl's cooking skills are pretty good, this dish is delicious. He sat down next to Yang Hong, picked up the bowl and chopsticks that Yang Hong had not touched, and started eating. While eating, he kept praising the food, saying, Not bad, not bad. Yang Hong rolled his eyes and asked Xiao Qiao, who was a little at a loss, to get himself a new set of bowl and chopsticks, and started to join in the fight for food. He was sure that if he was polite, the shameless old man Yang Zhong would eat up all the dishes. There is no need to doubt the master's appetite. Eating half a cow in one meal is really not a problem. Xiaocao's cooking skills have improved. After taking a few bites of each dish, Yang Hong put down his chopsticks and praised Xiao Qiao. By the way, open a jar of wine on the table. A faint aroma of wine wafted out, not strong, but very eye-catching, and would catch your nose as soon as you smell it. Xiao Lu, your wine is drinkable now. Let me try it too. Without Yang Hong's consent, Yang Zhong directly grabbed another jar of wine, opened the mud seal, and drank it directly without using a wine glass. Emperor. Yang Hong was about to stop Yang Zhong from drinking, but suddenly he thought of something and stopped trying to persuade him. He took a bowl and poured out half a bowl of flame wine. Just holding the pink wine, he watched Yang Zhong drinking it in big gulps. Ha, so comfortable, Xiao Lu, your wine is really good. It's soft on the tongue, rich in aroma, warm in the throat, and hot in the stomach. It's perfect for this winter. Yang Zhong stopped only after he had finished drinking half a jar of wine. Hee. Yang Hong did not comment, just took a small sip, and said nothing, just looking at Yang Zhong, whose face began to turn red and sweat broke out on his forehead. His so refreshing, this wine is so refreshing, so. Yang Zhong, who was shouting in pleasure, was suddenly stunned. The heat in his abdomen seemed to suddenly turn into a raging fire and burn. Xiao Lu, this wine? Oh, just ordinary drinks. His with such a strong after effect and such strong internal energy. You're telling me this is just an ordinary drink? Yang Zhong glared at Yang Hong and couldn't speak anymore. Lian was drunk. Feeling the fiery effects of the alcohol, Yang Zhong first sat still, intending to use his inner strength to dissolve the effects of the alcohol. However, in less than a minute, he stood up, ran outside the small building, and started punching. Haha, you were told to drink so fast, so anxiously, and so much? Yang Hong just smiled with glee, and began to slowly taste the wine and eat the food. Bang, bang, bang. There were waves of sounds breaking through the air, like the beating of drums to entertain him while he was eating. At the same time, Yang Zhong's newly recovered grandmaster level cultivation was rapidly stabilizing. Yang Zhong felt the condition of his body and his eyes brightened. Chapter 34: Flames, Springs, and Fireworks. Xiao Lu, what kind of wine is this? It's just ordinary drinks. Facing Yang Zhong, who was very excited, Yang Hong remained calm. Yang Zhong was choked, but he didn't care. Wine was the most important thing. If he was only at the entry-level grandmaster level when he first arrived, then after drinking half a jar of wine, he is now at the early stage of the grandmaster level, and even at the peak level. Feeling his physical condition, Yang Zhong asked Yang Hong Dao with a smile. Xiao Lu, is this kind of wine easy to brew? It's not difficult. I believe that Grandpa Huang should have the recipe and craftsmanship of this wine on his desk. Yang Hong first ate a piece of deer tendon before speaking slowly. I think so. I'll go check it out. Yang Zhong had no way to refute Yang Hong's revelation that he was spying on him, so he could only smile and change the subject. Following Yang Hong's example, taking small sips of wine and eating small bites of food, Yang Zhong finally got a real taste of flame. It's like swallowing a ball of flame, warm and moist at first, just like a candlelight in the cold winter wind, warming the heart. After it passes through the throat, the alcohol in the wine begins to slowly dissipate, like a small fire, dispelling the winter chill. When it reaches the stomach, the small fire turns into a big bonfire, emitting scorching flames that make people feel as if their whole body is being roasted by fire. Flame is suitable for slow drinking in small sips, rather than guzzling it like Yang Zhong did before. Xiao Lu, what's the name of your wine? Give me a few jars. Yang Zhong exhaled a breath of alcohol with satisfaction and looked at Yang Hong with expectant eyes. He did not move it himself as he had done before, but discussed it with Yang Hong. He already understood that even if Yang Hong couldn't practice martial arts, he was still a genius in other aspects. Such a genius was from the Yang family of the Sui dynasty imperial family, and was the grandson of Yang Zhong. Such a grandson needs to be coaxed. This wine is called Fiery Flame. There are 7 jars in the wine cellar. You can take 5 of them. Haha, there are 5 jars, that's enough. Unexpectedly, Yang Hong was so easy to talk to, so Yang Zhong quickly agreed. He thought Yang Hong wouldn't give too much. After all geniuses have tempers. In fact, the reason why Yang Hong gave Yang Zhong 5 jars was because he didn't like the flame wine very much. This was very fragrant, and could also increase the internal strength. But the smell was too strong and didn't suit his personality. Phew, so cool. Over there, Yang Zhong took another big gulp of wine and started shouting loudly. Then, he started to devour the food in a flash. Just eat vegetables, especially vegetables. Yang Zhong did not forget that the dishes here by Yang Hong all have special functions. As a result, Yang Hong's appetite was halved. He ate a few bites and was too lazy to eat anymore. He held the small wine glass and slowly sipped the flaming wine with the help of Xiao Qiao. Haha, Xiao Lu, I'm done eating. I'll be back soon. You don't have to see me off. I can walk on my own. After finishing the meal, there was still half a jar of wine. Yang Zhong held the jar, stood up, walked out of the small building, and strode towards the winery. Yang Hong didn't stand up either, but just nodded. Anyway, the old man didn't look at him and was completely focused on drinking. Without Yang Hong's guidance, he arrived at the winery with ease. Although Yang Zhong had never been to the winery before, he had been there several times when it was being built and knew its location. When they arrived at the winery, the eunuch Lao Wang was waiting at the door. He had been serving Yang Zhong in the dining room before, and now he was waiting here in advance. Hey, how many types of wine here are brewed? Yang Zhong asked as he walked into the winery. Reporting to the emperor, there are a total of 12 kinds of wine brewed in the winery. There are 3 kinds that can be drunk now, namely, flame, clear spring, and fireworks. Flames, springs, and fireworks, that's interesting. Bring me half of each. Although Yang Zhong discussed with Yang Hong about ordering flame wine, when he heard that there were other wines, his tyranny as an emperor was unconsciously revealed. Your Majesty, if you want half of it, you may need to find a few guards to move it. Oh, is this a lot of wine? Fireworks is packed with 10 jin and there are 7 jars. Fireworks is packed with 2 gin and there are 36 jars. Clear spring is packed with 20 gin and there are also 36 jars. Not bad, not bad. Yang Zhong's eyes lit up when he heard this. He didn't expect there would be so much wine. If he took half of it, it would definitely last him a long time. He was really rude and directly called the guards to start moving the wine. He then returned to Yang Hong's small building. My dear grandson, I see you have quite a lot of wine in your winery. It would be a pity not to drink it, so I took some away. Looking at the old man's flattering expression, Yang Hong was also surprised. Is this emperor so shameless? My dear grandson, I see you don't like drinking either, so why don't you give me a few more jars? Seeing Yang Hong frowning and staring at him, Yang Zhong's face turned red. This was really shameless. It is certainly not a grandfather's job to take things from his grandson. I'll give you half, but don't call me my good grandson. It sounds weird. Just call me Xiaolu. Okay, dear grandson. This little old man. Yang Hong was speechless for a while. He also knew that even if he didn't ask, the old man would definitely bring the wine himself. He came to him to ask for it, which was giving him face. However, Yang Hong decided that in the future, the spiritual wine brewed with spiritual plants must not be brought into the winery, and he must not know about it. Looking at the retired emperor who was jumping around and had absolutely no dignity as an emperor, Yang Hong suddenly smiled. The retired emperor looks like a real old man. Old child, the older you get, the more childish you become. That night, Yang Zhong moved away 41 jars of wine. After he returned, he immediately asked the guards to bring 41 kilograms of tea to Yang Hong. They are all tributes to the imperial palace, and all are fine teas. Haha, that's good too. I don't have to drink tea leaves anymore. Yang Hong was quite satisfied with Yang Zhong's return gift. He was satisfied, and Yang Zhong was directly surprised. Wahaha, all of these wines have special effects. Flames can directly increase internal strength, clear springs can warm the meridians, and fireworks can temper the body. My dear grandson is truly a genius. He must be rewarded. Alas, what a pity, he can't practice martial arts otherwise. Although Yang Zhong was not a drunkard, he was looking forward to the wine brewed by Yang Hong. As soon as he returned to Taishao Hall, he couldn't wait to taste it. The special effects of several types of wine were immediately discovered. However, he used the wrong kind of wine. Fireworks can indeed strengthen the body, but it is not for drinking, but for bathing. Yang Hong didn't say this on purpose. It was just his way of taking revenge on the old man. One night passed, and the next morning, loud laughter of surprise was heard again in the Taishao Hall. Wahahaha, middle stage of Xiantian. Ha ha ha, I recovered to the middle stage of Xiantian in just one night, just one night. Haha, it's only a matter of time before you can recover to the grandmaster level. Yang Zhong drank at least 50 kilograms of 3 kinds of wine in one night. With the powerful Jingren Gong and his rich experience in cultivation, he recovered to the middle stage of the innate realm in just one night. Once such a thing is exposed, it will definitely cause the major martial arts sects to destroy the Sui dynasty royal family regardless of the consequences. Chapter 35, Crowning Ceremony. So, after a round of cheers, 30 eunuchs, 20 palace maids, and 20 guards in the Taishao Palace of Emperor Yang Zhong disappeared forever. They just heard a little bit of possible news or saw possible leaked intelligence. This is still not safe. How about I send more guards to the cold palace? No, if I do anything unusual, it will definitely be noticed by the enemy in the dark, and then Yang Hong's secret will be exposed more easily. Maintaining the status quo is the best approach. However, I can still do something to take advantage of the situation. For example, Yang Hong is already 20 years old, but he has not yet had his coming-of-age ceremony, nor has he married. This fact must be used to its full potential. That's it. On the other side, Yang Hong didn't know that the retired Emperor Yang Zhong was going to perform the ceremony of coming of age for him and also find a wife for him. He was happily watching the ginseng sprouting. I didn't expect that I could grow ginseng in winter. It was really unexpected. Especially when a whole patch of ginseng seedlings sprouted, it was even more rare. As long as he grows up a little bit and can receive initiation, we can start training him. The reason why Yang Hong attaches so much importance to ginseng is actually out of helplessness. He discovered that jade grapes also have evolutionary limits. In addition to the fine jade grape outside his small building, he also cultivated 2 medium-quality jade grapes of grade 1. However, these 2 plants can only be initiated once every 3 days, and each initiation can only provide 20 days of cultivation. And they have no emotional feedback ability at all. This discovery made Yang Hong lose interest in continuing to cultivate other jade grapes. Although these grapes may continue to evolve if they are cultivated, it will take too long, and it is definitely not worth it. So, in the past 2 days he started looking for training targets. Leaving the small medicine garden, we came to the tea garden. Ding you infuse 40 days of qi into an ordinary tea tree, and received 50 times the return, returning 2,000 days of qi cultivation. Ding ordinary tea trees have reached the evolution standard and are beginning to evolve. Ding evolution is successful. The ordinary tea tree evolves into a first-grade lower-grade spiritual plant, moonlight white tea tree. The tea tree, which was originally only 2 feet tall, grew rapidly until it reached nearly 3 feet, then stopped. This was Yang Hong's first initiation. The tea tree directly reached the initiation limit of 40 days and evolved successfully. This is top quality, even better than jade grapes. Looking at the tea trees in front of him, Yang Hong was also full of surprise. Over half a month, he has empowered 52 new plants, including 17 tea trees. This is the first plant that can be empowered to the extreme and evolve directly. With anticipation, he used the last initiation of the day on the new tea trees, hoping for another surprise. But alas, there were no more surprises. This moonlight white must be transplanted. All those that have reached grade 8 or 9 will also be transplanted. Those below grade 8 will remain in the tea garden. The entire tea garden is not big, only less than 1 acre, with 49 tea trees neatly planted on it. Now they are just saplings and do not look crowded. But these are high-grade plants that require a lot of nutrients and space, so they must be transplanted. He had already made a plan. After all the tea trees had been crowned, all those above grade 8 would be transplanted and then planted in scattered areas along the walls of the Ji Rua Wanwen Pavilion. It looks like a landscape tree. The moonlight white was transplanted to the left side of the small building, opposite the jade grapes, so that they could provide spiritual energy together. Just when Yang Hong was asking a few old eunuchs to dig tea trees, Emperor Yang Zhong came again. Good grandson, Xiaolu. As soon as he entered the courtyard, he started shouting. This habit of yelling is very similar to Yang Zixuan. It turns out that this has roots. Is it a habit of the Sui dynasty royal family? Xiaolu, I have good news for you. Grandpa Huang, are you trying to say that the wine tastes good? Well, you leave the fireworks here, move the others away, and you can leave me alone for a few days. Yang Hong rolled his eyes and was not curious about the good news. It's okay to trade wine for quietness, but fireworks, Yang Hong wants to use it to give Yang Zixuan a bath. Yang Zixuan is still young, so there is no need to rush to improve her cultivation. Instead, she should take good care of her body and lay a solid foundation for cultivation. Really? Pfft, it's not a real thing, it's your thing. Yang Zhong's eyes lit up at first, and he was about to move the wine in surprise, but then he thought of the important matter. He stopped here and looked at Yang Hong expectantly, wanting him to ask questions. But Yang Hong ignored him and continued to carefully dig the moonlight white tea tree. Seeing Yang Hong like this, Yang Zhong himself felt bored first. Ah, you are boring. I will just say it straight. 3 days from now is an auspicious day. I will prepare to give you the crowning ceremony. Hearing this, Yang Hongkai looked up, looked at Yang Zhong strangely, and then started digging in the woods again. Today is November 8th, and 3 days later is November 11th, which is referred to as Singles Day. Grandfather Emperor, I know that I am a prince in the cold palace and I am not qualified to marry, but you shouldn't hint so obviously, right? What Singles Day? Yang Zhong was also stunned, but Yang Hong did not explain, but continued speaking. Also, my birthday is October 5th. According to tradition, the coming-of-age ceremony is on my birthday, unless. The unless that Yang Hong didn't mention is the etiquette of this world. Unless a relative has died, the coming-of-age ceremony must be held on the birthday. Hearing Yang Hong's suggestion, Yang Zhong's face darkened. It was indeed a bit too much for Emperor Yang Jian to not hold a coming-of-age ceremony for Yang Hong. Even if he doesn't come himself, he can just appoint a civil servant to come. Ahem, I was wrong. The auspicious day is the day after tomorrow. I will go get you a name now, and I will personally give you the crowning ceremony the day after tomorrow. Yang Hong didn't care about the ceremony of coming of age. He was a modern man and had no interest in choosing a name for the ceremony. It's not as interesting as transplanting spiritual plants. However, after Yang Zhong left the cold palace, he went to Yang Jian's Yanxing palace, sent away the servants, and scolded Yang Jian. This rebellious son! What ability does he have to make the emperor value him so much? Zhou Ning, tell me. Your Majesty, it is like this. The sixth prince is good at farming and has learned how to make wine. Zhou Ning did not reveal the fact that Yang Hong knew martial arts. He only talked about farming and winemaking. He had always been concerned about Yang Hong's safety, so he naturally knew everything, including Yang Hong's wine, which has special effects. I see. Yang Jian's eyes flickered and he was also moved. He knew that more than 70 people died in Taishao Palace yesterday. Now it seems that the emperor killed them to keep it secret. Zhou Ning, put down what you are doing and go to the Royal Sutra Library to find some agricultural books and wine recipes today. Remember to look for precious and rare ones. Yes, I will go right away. Zhou Ning immediately took the order and left. He was naturally very concerned about selecting books for Yang Hong. Yang Jian felt that it was still not safe enough, so he went to the Queen's Xinang Palace again. Chapter 36, Yadu. Unlike the coming-of-age ceremony on Earth in the previous life, which required divination to determine an auspicious date, the world at this time seems to place more emphasis on filial piety. Therefore, the normal ceremony of coming of age is usually held on the 20th birthday. It not only indicates that the man has reached adulthood and must take on responsibilities, but it also reminds the man not to forget the kindness of his parents in raising him. Once you turn 20, it doesn't matter what auspicious day it is. You can have the coming-of-age ceremony any day. With the attention of Emperor Yang Zhong and Emperor Yang Jian, Yang Hong's coming-of-age ceremony was prepared quite quickly. In just one day everything was ready. However, Yang Hong's coming-of-age ceremony, under the tacit agreement of Yang Zhong and Yang Jian, was not held in the royal ancestral temple, nor in front of the court officials. It was still held in the cold palace, in Yang Hong's Shi Ruo Wangwen Pavilion. First of all, both generations of emperors did not want to expose Yang Hong's abilities. Secondly, the fact that Yang Hong could not practice martial arts was of great importance, and they did not want outsiders to know that they were beginning to pay attention to this prince. The 10th day of the 11th month is sunny and suitable for getting married or traveling. It is not suitable for breaking ground or building a house. This day is a good day. However, Yang Hong's coming-of-age ceremony had nothing to do with marriage or travel, as he was imprisoned in the cold palace. Laughing at himself in his heart, Yang Hong went around the vegetable gardens early in the morning as usual. The greenhouse built with glass is much more practical than the greenhouses he built casually in previous years. Several kinds of vegetables planted here can grow normally. The yield will be much less than that of vegetables planted in spring and summer. Afterwards, he went to the tea garden again and gave the remaining tea trees a top-grade tea anointing, hoping to find another top-grade tea tree. However, it is still disappointing. The best quality tea trees are quite rare. At the time of C, which was 9 o'clock in the morning, the retired Emperor Yang Zhong, the Emperor Yang Jian, the Empress Dubuqiao, and the Chief Minister of the Clan Affairs Office Yang Tang came together. Apart from these 4 people, there was no one else, and even the Crown Prince was not allowed to attend Yang Hong's coming-of-age ceremony. Not to mention the guests for divination and the guests for commandments, there wasn't even a single one. Xiao Lu, are you happy or not? Today we are giving you the ceremony of crowning. As long as you have the ceremony of crowning, you can get married. When they found Yang Hong pruning branches in the tea garden, all 4 of them were dismayed. This Yang Hong really doesn't care about the coming-of-age ceremony. Meet Grandpa Huang, Father Huang, Mother Queen, and Grandpa Tang. When he saw the 4 people, Yang Hong bowed politely. After all, these people were his elders. Hello, 6th Prince. The grandmaster Yang Tang nodded slightly and responded. Then, seeing that the atmosphere was a bit strange, he spoke again. Ahem, how about we get started? Okay, let's get started then. Both the Emperor and the Empress were a little embarrassed, but when they thought about Yang Hong's ability, they forced a smile and spoke again. 6 Prince, please take a bath first, then change into ordinary clothes and wait in the north side of the courtyard. Good. Yang Hong responded and went straight back to the small building to take a shower. After all, it was a coming-of-age ceremony, and it was Yang Hong's first time to attend it. Moreover, the coming-of-age ceremony was a traditional Chinese etiquette, so he was a little looking forward to it, so he should show respect and not be less. After Yang Hong finished taking a bath, he came to the prepared venue. The platform, table, ritual vessels, etc. were all ready, waiting for Yang Hong to enter. Because there were no guests, the welcoming and main guest ceremonies were skipped, and Yang Hong entered the simple venue alone. Then the court musicians, who had been ready, began to play music. Emperor Yang Jian personally came to the desk on the high platform, looked at Yang Hong, then at Yang Zhong and Yang Tang and said, Today, Zhuo Zihong is holding his coming-of-age ceremony. Thank you all for coming. Now, Zhuo Zihong's coming-of-age ceremony will officially begin. The speech was very simple. Normally, the prince's coming-of-age ceremony would have a long speech, but Yang Hong was indeed special, and there were no real guests, so he just dealt with it simply. As the sponsor, the retired Emperor Yang Zhong came out first, washed his hands, and took his place on the west steps. Yang Hong walked out to the center of the venue, faced south, and bowed to the guests watching the ceremony. However, there was only one guest, the chief monk Yang Tang, and the scene was a bit funny. Then he sat upright, that is, kneeled, on the throne facing west. The emperor combed his hair and then put the comb on the south side of the mat. Yang Tang, the main guest, stood up, and the empress, as the host, followed him up. They washed and dried their hands at the foot of the east steps. After they bowed to each other, the main guest and the host returned to their seats. Then Yang Hong turned to the east and sat upright. A palace maid presented him a scarf, which Yang Tang took, holding the back part with his right hand and the front part with his left hand. He walked in front of Yang Hong and chanted aloud a blessing. On the auspicious day of the month, you will start to add Yu and Fu. Abandon your youthful ambitions, follow Yu and become virtuous. The test of longevity is only Qi, and you will be blessed. Then he knelt down, with his knees on the mat, and put the towel on Yang Hong, then stood up and returned to his original position. Yang Zhong came over and adjusted Yang Hong's towel, and took Yang Hong back to the small building to change into a long robe with a large belt that matched the tuxedo on his head. After leaving the room wearing a deep robe, a large belt and a scarf, she went to the high platform again and faced her parents to perform the formal bowing ceremony. This is the first time I bow, and this time it is to express gratitude to my parents for raising me. Although he felt a little resistant in his heart, but thinking that he could live well because the two people in front of him still had some kindness in their hearts, Yang Hong still bowed. Then Yang Tang came on stage again, put a hat on Yang Hong and recited a blessing loudly. In an auspicious month and on an auspicious day, I will dress you well. I will respect your dignity and be prudent in your virtue. May you live a long life and receive eternal blessings. Then change clothes, replacing the long shirt and belt with ones that match the hat on your head. Yang Tang put a Fu hat on Yang Hong's head and chanted a blessing loudly. In the right year, in the order of the month, all are blessed. Brothers are present to complete their virtue. Huandi has no boundaries, and receives the blessing of heaven. Yang Hong changed into a work uniform that matched the Fu hat on his head. His official uniform was a lavender prince's crown, exquisitely crafted and luxurious. This was also his first set of crown and robes as a prince, and possibly his only set of crown and robes. After that, there were 3 bows, the placement of sweet wine, and the offering. Yang Tang picked up the sweet wine himself, walked to Yang Hong's seat, and recited a blessing facing him. The sweet wine is rich, and the good recommendations are fragrant. Bow down and accept the sacrifices, and it will determine your good fortune. Receive the blessing of heaven, and live a long and healthy life. Yang Hong bowed in thanks and took the sweet wine, and Yang Tang bowed in return. Yang Hong sat down at the table, knelt down and sprinkled some wine on the ground as a libation, then touched his lips with the wine symbolically, and placed the wine on the table. A palace maid served him food, and Yang Hong took it and ate a little symbolically. The next step is the part that Yang Hong is looking forward to, the crown character. He was looking forward to what characters Yang Zhong and Yang Jian would give him. Yang Tang, the tool man, came on the court again. Yang Tang. Now that the rituals are ready, I will announce your name on an auspicious day of the month. Your name is Kong Jia, which is suitable for a gentleman. It is suitable for you to take leave, and I will always protect you, and I will say, you do. Yang Hong. Although I am not smart, I dare not fail to come here day and night. When he heard his own words, Yang Hong was stunned for a moment, then recited his own words according to etiquette. Yada? Yang Hong thought to himself, magnanimity? Tolerance? If it wasn't for the sake of face, Yang Hong suspected that Yang Jian would have given himself these two other words. Does this mean that I have to forgive them myself? This is the discovery of some of my own abilities, and I am able to do both. Seeing that there was only one main guest, and that he was the chief minister of the Clan Affairs Bureau at the coming-of-age ceremony, Yang Hong wanted to laugh. With your tolerance, you still expect me to be more generous? Yang Hong once again witnessed the shamelessness of the royal family. After that, because there were no guests, there were no more banquets, thank-you gifts, or farewell ceremonies. The chief clan leader Yang Tang recorded Yang Hong's name in the clan genealogy, and ran away in a hurry. He also noticed the disharmony at the scene. Chapter 37 Gift. Ha ha, Xiaolu, now you have also had your coming-of-age ceremony, and you will be an adult from now on. Father, you should call the sixth prince Yeda now. Yes, Yeda has grown up. After Yang Tang left, Yang Jian also asked the palace maids, eunuchs, and musicians to leave. There were only 4 of them on the podium during the ceremony. The atmosphere was awkward, and Yang Zhong and the other 2 were the first to break the awkwardness. Hee. Yan Hong shook his sleeves, smiled faintly, and felt even more amused in his heart. Ahem, Xiaolu, Grandpa Emperor has prepared a great gift for you. Have you heard of the Song clan, a powerful family in Lingnan? Song Yuji, the second daughter of Song Ke, the head of the Song clan, is extremely beautiful, as pretty as a flower, stunningly beautiful, and a beautiful girl from a small family. Yang Hong looked at Yang Zhong with a look of, you are lying to me. Having read the novels of the Tang dynasty, he naturally knew that Song Yuji was at most a pretty girl, a beautiful girl from a small family. I don't have as many messy adjectives as you do. Yang Zhong, who felt a little embarrassed by Yang Hong's gaze, coughed dryly and then concluded. It's just beautiful anyway. I have saved Song Ke's life several times. Song Yuji is still unmarried. I have ordered him to send his daughter to the palace to marry you. After saying this, Yang Zhong looked at Yang Hong with a smug look on his face, as if waiting for Yang Hong to praise him. Yang Hong's mouth twitched and he almost burst into a curse. He is a prince in the cold palace who has no cultivation. You give me a wife with strong martial arts skills. Are you trying to punish me? However, he also didn't want to reveal the fact that he had martial arts skills to avoid trouble. Thank you very much. Hee as long as you like it. Seeing that Yang Hong accepted it, Yang Zhong chuckled and began to think about what kind of wine he should let Yang Hong brew. Yang Hong has both the recipe and the winemaking procedure, but the wine he brews has almost no effect, it just tastes good. Not only wine, Yang Hong's planting methods and procedures were also copied by others a long time ago, but the vegetables grown there had no special effects. Just tastes slightly better. This is the real reason why he is so shameless and has to coax Yang Hong. Homer, you have grown up, and you need to take on more responsibilities in the future. Your father doesn't have any good things, but this is an ice silk inner armor. You don't have any martial arts skills, so this inner armor can give you some safety assurance. Thank you, father. This inner armor is the same as the one Yang Zixuan showed off. It is said that there are only 10 pieces in the world, and it is a very precious treasure. For the sake of treasure, it is not shameful to call you father. In addition, I have collected some agricultural books and wine recipes for you and sent them to your study. Oh, thank you. Yang Hong knew that this person also knew about his wine. Sixth Prince, your mother has also prepared a gift for you. I see that your land is growing more and more and you don't have enough manpower, so I will give you all the 6 small courtyards nearby, including their courtyards. The day after tomorrow people from the Ministry of Works will come to renovate the yard. Thank you. Yang Hong thanked him reluctantly, and even resistance was written on his face. Dugujiao, what do you mean by this? Do you still want to frame Xiaolu? The retired Emperor Yang Zhong, who was standing by, directly called Empress Dugu's name, with a hint of anger in his tone. Father, there is a reason why my daughter-in-law arranged this. Please listen to me. Dugujiao was not afraid of Yang Zhong's anger and Yang Jian's murderous gaze, but continued to talk. Father, your majesty, you all know that the sixth prince is a genius. The vegetables he grows and the wine he brews are both extraordinary. You don't want these things to be leaked, do you? And the news of our crowning ceremony for the sixth prince will surely spread, which will inevitably attract suspicious eyes. If the 6 concubines in the cold palace were to bear some of the blame, wouldn't that divert a lot of attention? Yang Hong complained in his heart, this way more eyes will be on me. Yang Zhong lowered his head, looking thoughtful. And Yang Jian's expression was indeed gloomy. The 6 concubines had to bear the blame, Dudu Qianluo, the instigator, also had to bear the blame, and he, the emperor, was bound to be despised. Your Majesty, if we let those concubines come here to help make wine, we should be able to increase the output of good wine, and it will also be easier to keep it secret. Dugu Jialuo saw Yang Jian's expression and continued. I think so. When he heard about increasing the output of good wine, Yang Zhong agreed without even asking Yang Hong. Well, that's it. Yang Jian seemed to have thought of something and nodded in agreement. Yesterday he received 3 kinds of wine from the emperor and immediately conducted experiments. After drinking 3 pounds of wine, he immediately recovered a lot from the injuries he suffered from forcing his way through the grandmaster. Yang Hong just thought that these 3 people were crazy. Even if it was the cold palace, even if the 6 concubines were doomed to die, but this kind of operation was really... What a great horse fork worm! Moreover, what about human ethics? What about filial piety? As for human rights? There was no human rights in feudal society, so let's skip this. Ahem, can I object? Yang Hong still couldn't help it and said directly. My dear grandson, this is for your own good. If anyone knows that you have all this wine, they might come and kill you. Let me tell you, there is a super expert hidden in the palace, he is. Yang Zhong stepped forward and held Yang Hong's hand. He carefully explained the strength and situation of the man in black that Yang Hong pretended to be. He really cared about Yang Hong's safety. Although in the end, what he cared about was wine and food. But telling Yang Hong, the prince in the cold palace, about such a shameful thing was enough to prove his importance. Honger, what father said is right. Although we won't let you leave the cold palace, it's also for your own good. I'll tell you the reason when I have the chance in the future. In short, we are all doing this for your own good. When Yang Jian heard about the mysterious man in black, he fully supported Dugu Jialuo's plan. Yang Hong, this treasure, must not be exposed. Let him be despised, he is willing to do so. Watching the 3 people reach a consensus, Yang Hong found it quite ridiculous. These royal family members would do anything to achieve their goals and had no regard for their dignity. But are you asking for my opinion? 6th Prince, as long as the women who came in at the beginning of the year are not pregnant, we will not care what happens to them. I will transfer their foster nanny out of the cold palace, and we will keep many news secret. I saw that Yang Hong still had a look of disdain and obvious resistance. Dugu Jialuo continued. Yes, this is necessary. I will find some young ones for Xiaolu later. Honger, do you have a girl you like? You can also bring her up. If she's suitable, I can help you get her in. Yang Zhong and Yang Jian said successively that they really wanted to coax Yang Hong into farming and brewing wine well. Yang Hong was about to say no, but suddenly he couldn't say it. Emperor Yang Jian's concubines, though second-hand, were certainly beautiful, and concubine Zhou was a role model. And you can also find young ones. Slurp. Yang Hong, who has been single for more than 50 years in his past and present life, was really moved. Ahem, I'll think about it. Although he said he would consider it, Yang Hong's eyes lit up. This is probably the dream of all modern singles, right? Chapter 38 Curses Outside the Palace. No! I'm invincible, why would I need second-hand goods? I can go out and find them myself. I can fall in love freely, and I can also rob women by force. I've been fooled. I'm still young. Only after Yang Zhong and the other two left did Yang Hong come back to his senses from his YY. You are still too young. I am a time traveler with a golden finger. Why would I care about a woman? Wouldn't it be better for me to find someone I like? But I want to see what tricks Dugu Jialoa can come up with. Yang is neither a pervert nor a fool. He just has never seen such a situation before and did not react quickly. Now he is no longer excited. The next day, eunuchs and craftsmen from the Nizaifu came and connected all the 9 courtyards near the Ji Ruo Wangwen Pavilion. In addition to the courtyard of the 7 concubines, including the virtuous concubine Jia Yuanchun, the other 2 uninhabited courtyards nearby were also opened up. This was the emperor's order. In addition to increasing the area of Yang Hong's farmland, it was also a cover-up for several concubines to enter Yang Hong's courtyard. Moreover, craftsmen from the Ministry of Works were not involved in the construction this time, in order to reduce some of the impact. Half a month later, in the Imperial Palace, the Hall of Mental Cultivation, Emperor Yang Jian was listening to the report from his trusted eunuch Dai Quan. Your Majesty, the profit from the glass sales this month is 690,000 taels. The Emperor has decided to give 10,000 taels as a reward to the craftsmen and servants. Your Majesty and the Emperor retired will each receive 340,000 taels, and Your Majesty's money has been sent to the inner treasury. Okay. If I hadn't discovered it earlier, the glass business would have been taken away by the Emperor. Yang Jian was also a little surprised on the throne. In less than a month, he had an income of 340,000 taels of silver. Even though he was the Emperor, he was quite surprised. You have to know that the annual tax revenue of the Sui dynasty is only more than 8 million taels, and that is the treasury revenue. The 340,000 is his personal income that he can dispose of at will. Ever since he learned that the wine brewed by Yang Hong had special effects, Yang Jian ordered his inner guards composed of eunuchs and the black guards in charge of intelligence to conduct an in-depth investigation. He then learned that the Emperor also had a glass business, and made a lot of money every month, so he gave up his pride and asked for half of the profits. I didn't expect that this half of the profit would be this much. Thinking of this, Yang Jian thought of the prince who was banished to the cold palace by him. Dai Quan, does Homer have anything good in his hands? Your Majesty, the 6th prince has nothing else in his hands for the time being. The most important thing now is the 142 jars of fine wine in the 6th prince's wine cellar. According to our investigation, all the wine will be ready for drinking in 3 months. In addition, the 6th prince has drawn up a list in the past few days and may start brewing wine at any time. Please take care of this wine yourself. The Emperor will get 2/3 and we will get 1/3. Don't let the Emperor get the advantage. The servant will watch it personally. Very good. Our people also brewed wine. Is there any effect? Your Majesty, I asked the eunuchs to make 3 kinds of wine, flame, clear spring, and fireworks, but none of them have any special effects. Please forgive me, Your Majesty. As he said this, Dai Quan knelt down and pleaded guilty. Get up, this is none of your business. Just keep an eye on Hong Er from now on. At the same time, don't let any of his information leak out. I obey your command. Dai Quan agreed before standing up and continuing his report. The 6th prince's Ji Ruo Wangwen Pavilion has been renovated and now covers an area of 65 mu. Except for 8 3-story buildings covering 1 mu, the rest of the land has been leveled and can be used for farming. 6 concubines also moved in. Very good. The vegetables that Homer grows are also of great importance and must be kept secret. Your Majesty, rest assured. We have already told the public that the concubines who are banished to the cold palace must also be self-reliant and cultivate their own land. Starting next year, the cold palace will no longer provide food except seeds. Ha, that's a good excuse. Just put it this way. Go back to the palace and inform everyone, including the imperial concubine, the dowager concubine, and the prince. Make some preparations in the cold palace, keep the crazy people as usual, and let the normal people fend for themselves, and send farm tools and seeds over as well. When Yang Jian heard Dai Quan's words, his eyes lit up. In this way, Yang Hong's secret could be further hidden. You are not a son! You are not a son! There is a vast mansion in the west of Daxing City, with a plaque on the door reading, Ronggogong Mansion. At this time, in the Rongshi Hall in the inner courtyard, an old woman with white hair was cursing with anger and shaking all over. All the young men and women sitting down were silent, because the old woman was the old lady of Rong Mansion, Jia Shishir, and the man she referred to as not being a son was the current emperor. The current generation is really bullying us too much. After all, my Jia family is a family of 3 kingdoms. Even if we are in decline, we should not be bullied like this. I will go to the palace to see the emperor today even if it means sacrificing my life. As she said this, the old woman stood up tremblingly, as if she was really going to go to the palace to meet the emperor. Grandfather, you can't do that, you absolutely can't do that. Grandfather, please calm down. Mother, this is a capital crime, please calm down. All the men and women from the Jia family came forward to dissuade them. Jia Yuanchun was banished to the cold palace, and the people of the Jia family became more cautious and timid, fearing that Yang Jian would confiscate their property and exterminate their entire family if he was in a bad mood. But it was too much to lock Jia Yuanchun up in a prince's cold palace. In this era where ethics and morals kill people, this was more serious than killing someone and destroying their heart. However, the Jia family still has a large family to support them, and Jia Shi and Jia Jing don't want to die yet, so they can only persuade them carefully. Alas! After making a fuss for a while, Jia's mother's temper gradually subsided, and she sat back at the seat of honor. Shir Zheng'er, what are the reactions of the other 6 families? The 3 families of Concubine Li, Concubine Zhang, and Concubine who are just small families. They dare not make a fuss or make a public announcement. They have all sold their properties in the capital and left the Daxing imperial city overnight. The families of Concubine Lu and Concubine Wang are on the side of the civil officials. They have already mobilized the secular world to attack the current emperor in the court. Mrs. Zhou's father, Zhou Lianggong, is the deputy commander of the Feng Tai camp, and he has 2 sons who are members of a martial arts sect and both are very skilled in martial arts. So Zhou Lianggong will ask to enter the palace to meet Mrs. Zhou tomorrow. I heard. When Jia Shi reached this point, he looked at the people in the room and no one dared to continue. Grandmother Jia was very curious and asked, "What did you hear?" Jia Shi looked around and whispered, "I heard that Zhou Lianggong is going to go to the palace to kill concubine Zhou himself." Everyone was silent. "Zheng'er, go find Zhou Lianggong now, and you 2 can go together tomorrow. My Jia family is also a military officer, and we are also founding heroes. We can die, but we cannot be humiliated like this." "But..." "No buts! You go now!" "Child, obey." Jiajing had no choice but to go to Zhou Lianggong, but he really didn't want to, nor did he dare, beat Jia Yuanchun to death. With the instigation of some people with ulterior motives, Yang Jian suddenly turned from a loyal and wise ruler into a licentious and tyrannical tyrant overnight. Not only Shi Lin was cursing, but even the military generals and nobles began to complain. Yang Jian did not expect that Dugu Jialua and Yang Hong, who should have been scolded, were fine, but he was the one who bore the blame instead. However, he didn't care. He was prepared for such a situation when he decided to do this. He wanted to see how many people were truly loyal to him, and he was ready to kill them. Chapter 39 Yang Jian's Plan. When Emperor Yang Jian and Emperor Taizong Yang Zhong were dividing Yang Hong's special wine, they reached an agreement that Yang Zhong would take 60% of Yang Hong's stuff and he would take 40%. In exchange, Yang Zhong handed over the imperial power of the Sui dynasty to Yang Jian, and never again interfered with the throne. Yang Zhong was now thinking about practicing again and regaining his strength, so he naturally agreed. After all, Yang Jian has the final say in this palace. He had abdicated for 8 years, and the palace had been basically controlled by Yang Jian. He didn't want his son to kill each other. Of course, Yang Zhong also had a condition, that is, he completely gave up his power and even handed over the list of his confidants to Yang Jian. However, Yang Jian must rely on his own strength to control the imperial power and the world, and Yang Zhong will not help him. This is a test from a father to his son. It was also because of such an agreement that Yang Jian was willing to defile himself, taking the opportunity to lure out some opposition forces and directly kill a group of people. But Yang Jian still has several brothers who are eyeing his throne. Although this method is insidious, it is effective quickly. Yang Hong in the Cold Palace naturally didn't know that Yang Jian had killed many people in the court. It was only on the third day when Jia Yuanchun and others moved into the new courtyard that he saw two people. Concubine Zhou's father was Zhou Liangong, and Jia Yuanchun's father was Jia Jing. The two were waiting outside the gate of the newly built courtyard. After all, they were men and it was not easy for them to enter the concubine's palace, even if it was the Cold Palace. Yang Hong was also curious about why Yang Jian let these two people in, so he came out to meet them. "You two, what's up?" I glanced at the two of them. They both looked to be in their 40s or 50s. Zhou Liangong was heroic and Jia Jing was elegant, but they both looked good. No wonder they could give birth to such beautiful daughters. "Meet His Royal Highness the Sixth Prince." Although Yang Hong was a prince in the Cold Palace, Zhou Liangong and Jia Jing did not dare to be disrespectful. They had not forgotten the crowds of people outside the Meridian Gate yesterday. They have also discovered it now. What is the point of sending concubines to the Cold Palace and the prince's courtyard? This was basically Yang Jian fishing, and he did so with the permission of the retired Emperor Yang Zhong. At the morning court yesterday, a total of 61 civil officials and 28 military generals stood up to oppose Yang Jian's decision to send concubines to the Cold Palace or the prince's palace. These 89 people were all demoted or killed by the emperor's internal guards and black guards based on various evidences. No one is spared. Only then did everyone react. If the emperor wanted to send his concubine to the prince's palace, let alone a place like the Cold Palace where no one paid attention to her, even if it was the prince's palace that was the target of public criticism, it can also be done silently. How could it possibly cause such a stir in the city? That's fishing. Although the families of concubine Lu and concubine Wang did not die, they were all banished from the capital and sent to serve as officials in remote areas. Although Zhou Liangong and Jia Jing had fierce attitudes, they only said that they wanted to see their daughter and did not have time to say that they would beat or kill their daughter. So they escaped the disaster and had the scene of asking to see Yang Hong today. Looking at the prince in front of them, who was wearing coarse linen clothes but had a handsome face, sword-like eyebrows, and bright eyes, the two of them were somewhat impressed. He is worthy of being the most handsome prince of this generation of the Sui royal family. However, they recovered quickly and Zhou Liangong spoke first. "Your Highness the Sixth Prince, we want to see our daughter." "To see my daughter? Oh, I see. Come in, you can find her yourself." When Yang Hong heard the purpose of the two people, he nodded, turned around and walked back. Your Highness, Your Highness." Zhou Liangong called Yang Hong again, and when Yang Hong turned around and looked at him in confusion, he quickly spoke. "Your Highness, please inform Zhou Fengji and Jia Yuanchun to come out and see me." They are outsiders, how could they dare to enter the inner palace? Wouldn't that be giving Yang Jian an excuse to kill people? Haha, I know what you're worried about. Come in, I'll show you around, and you can tell me about the situation outside later. Yang Hong knew that Yang Jian, Yang Zhong, and Dugu Jialuo all had their own plans, but he was not a fool, nor was he a tool. So when the new courtyard was being built, he insisted that it must be built according to his drawings. Unable to overcome Yang Hong's determination, the three of them had no choice but to agree. Zhou Liangong and Jia Jing looked at each other, gritted their teeth, and followed. Now that they were here, they had no way to retreat. They all knew that Yang Jian's butcher knife had been raised high, and now they had to either wait for death or find an opportunity to break the deadlock. The opportunity to break the deadlock may be right before our eyes. Don't worry, everyone here is innocent. Seeing that the two of them looked gloomy and worried, Yang Hong smiled and said, "We naturally believe in His Royal Highness the Sixth Prince. As everyone knows, His Royal Highness the Sixth Prince is an upright gentleman." Jia Jing had regained his former elegance and bowed to Yang Hong and flattered him. "Haha, it's well known that you are good at talking." Yang Hong laughed and looked up to this elegant middle-aged man. "Haha, the Sixth Prince has been intelligent, studious, and well-educated since he was young. Everyone in the court and the country knows this." Seeing that Yang Hong seemed to like hearing nice things, Jia Jing continued to flatter him. It's just that he didn't know Yang Hong very well, so he could only repeat over and over again that he was well-educated, gentle and refined. Zhou Liangong, who was standing by, felt embarrassed when he heard this. Hee. Yan Hong did not expose the embarrassment of the elegant middle-aged man, and took the two of them for a walk in circles in the yard. The new courtyard covers an area of 65 acres. Except for Yan Hong's previous small building, all other places were flattened, and then 8 three-story buildings covering an area of 1 acre were built in the Bagua directions. All these small buildings were built against the outer wall, and were at least 2 miles away from Yan Hong's small building. At this time, 7 concubines and 14 palace maids lived in a small building. All their maids and eunuchs were sent away. After a round, Jiajing was already thirsty. It was now the General Zhou Liangong who was flattering him. The 3 of them finally returned to the entrance of the courtyard. After walking a few more steps, the 3 of them came to the small building they passed first, and Yan Hong stopped. "Come in, your daughter lives in this small building." With Zhou Liangong and Jiajing looking as if they had seen a ghost, Yan Hong knocked on the door of the small building. Then, he took 2 steps back, with no intention of going in at all. Squeak! The door of the small building opened. Zhou Fingji and Jia Yuanchun, with tears in their eyes, pushed open the door, trotted out, came to their respective fathers, and knelt down. The unfilial daughter Zhou Fingji / Jia Yuanchun pays respects to her father. "Get up, get up!" Zhou Liangong and Jiajing had tears in their eyes and were a little at a loss as they helped the 2 men up. Several other nobles opened all the doors of the small building and looked at the scene of the father and daughter meeting with a little envy. They may never have the chance to see their father again in their lifetime. Yan Hong stepped away and did not listen to what the 2 pairs of father and daughter said until he saw that Zhou Liangong and the other man were about to leave. Then he appeared again. "You two, I don't know who you are, and I don't want to know. When you get out, please spread the news about my courtyard. I don't care whether your daughter is innocent or not, but I, Yan Hong, am innocent." Yan Hong looked at Zhou Liangong and the other person calmly, but Zhou Liangong was stunned when he heard what Yan Hong said. "What? He doesn't care whether our daughter is innocent or not? Is this human language? As for whether those people outside believe it or not, I don't really care. I can't see them anyway. By the way, tell my father later that the weather is cold and I am too lazy to move." After saying that, Yan Hong ignored the 2 stunned people and turned back to his own building. Today's initiation has not yet taken place. Chapter 40 Ask. After hearing what Zhou Liangong and Jiajing relayed, Yang Jian's mouth twitched, knowing that Yan Hong was still angry. Yan Hong finally came to his senses and realized that he was being used, so he started to lose his temper. What he meant was that he would not make wine anymore, at least not in the short term. Although Yang Jian was a little angry, he still had to accept the threat. Yan Hong's value now is different from before. He should be coaxed instead of scolded. "I understand. When you leave the palace, just tell others about the situation of the Jiru Wangwen Pavilion. I think those who don't know the reason will understand my painstaking efforts." Looking at the 2 fathers-in-law standing nervously below, Yang Jian decided not to touch these 2 families for the time being. "I obey your command. I accept your command." Zhou Liangong and Jiajing breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that their family was safe for the time being. After the 2 left the palace, they publicized the situation of Yan Hong's Ziroling Pavilion. The main point of the propaganda is that all the small buildings are far apart, and the concubines live together. Yan Hong and these concubines are innocent. For a time, Yang Jian's reputation improved significantly. People from all walks of life began to praise Yang Jian's virtues of diligence and thrift. After all, Yang Jian had already raised his butcher knife, but the civil and military officials did not yet have the determination and courage to rebel. However, there were also discordant voices. Many aristocratic families directly and publicly stated that Yang Jian was crazy because of poverty, and in order to cut costs, they began to make the cold palace people like farmers. There were even noble families who claimed that they could lend money to Emperor Yang Jian. However, there is interest, and the interest rate is very high. This made Yang Jian extremely angry. In the past few years, natural disasters have occurred frequently in the Great Sui dynasty, and the government's finances have been stretched to the limit. He had previously cheated the families of his concubines, which had slightly eased the financial situation of the court. Now that he is forced to farm in the cold palace, his reputation as a pauper emperor is firmly established. However, Yang Jian was also a patient man. He believed that with Yang Hong's wine, he would soon be able to train a large number of loyal masters, and then he would be able to easily suppress the rebellion. Moreover, he was not a person who would swallow his anger, so he spread the news that the Wangwan pavilion had 8 attics that could accommodate 72 people. At the same time, he also spread the news that the emperor wanted to continue selecting concubines to enrich his harem. As soon as these 2 pieces of news came out, families with girls of marriageable age fell silent, especially those aristocratic families. Although they had the confidence to refuse the royal family's selection of concubines, they were also worried that Yang Jian would use this as an excuse to deal with them. The noble families united together are definitely more powerful than the royal Yang family, and more powerful than the Sui dynasty. Unfortunately, everyone has selfish desires, and the aristocratic families are not a monolithic entity. This led to the aristocratic families starting to change their tone, and by the way, they also wrote to the Emperor Yang Jian through their people, asking him to promote the virtue of diligence and thrift. The scene was very ironic for a moment. However, the news about Yang Hong was perfectly ignored and hidden. There is nothing simple about the mind of an emperor. However, Yang Jian soon came to Yang Hong for help again. She Ra Wang Wenge, the living room of Yang Hong's small building. Yang Jian sat at the top, while Yang Hong sat casually and lazily beside him. Seeing the unhappy expression on Yang Hong's face, Yang Jian's face also felt a little hot. After all, he used his own son to set up a trap, but he also asked his son for help. As a father, he is also a little shy. Honger, do you have any idea to increase the yield of crops? Yes, the first chapter of Shenong's agricultural classic is all about farming methods, and the third chapter of Tiangong Kaiwu is all about farming tools. You can take a look. Xiao Chao, go get these 2 books, and bring over the books like Training Farmers and Benefiting Animals. As well. Under Yang Jian's twitching gaze, Yang Hong read out 17 book titles in a row before Xiao Chao trotted to the study to move the books. Honger, see if you have any good seeds that can be mass-produced and have a higher yield. Yang Jianxiang resisted the urge to hit someone and added. There was nothing he could do. This year was another year of disaster. Today was the 6th day of December, and the snow had been falling intermittently for almost a month. 6 provinces in the north of the Sui dynasty were affected by the disaster, and 3 provinces were even hit by the disaster. Many victims were frozen to death, and many others had already fled to the imperial capital of Daxing. He needed a large amount of food to provide disaster relief and also to make plans for the future. This time, the aristocratic families deliberately embarrassed him and made things difficult for Yang Jian in terms of disaster relief. Finally, he thought of his son who was good at farming. Yang Hong looked at Yang Jian, whose eyes were sunken and who looked obviously exhausted, and raised his eyebrows and smiled. Although he didn't know what had happened to Yang Jian, he was inexplicably happy that Yang Jian was in trouble. With pumpkin seeds, my pumpkin yield can reach 2,000 kilograms per mu, and it's filling. However, pumpkins require relatively high temperatures to grow and consume a lot of soil fertility. Generally, after 1 season of planting, the field needs to recover for at least 3 seasons before it can be planted again. Yang Hong still answered directly. Pumpkin? That's fine too, Honger. Where are the seeds? Yang Jian had eaten the pumpkin grown by Yang Hong before, so he naturally knew that this kind of pumpkin was really filling and had a very high yield. Oldly, go get my seeds, bring them all. Yang Hong turned and said something to the old eunuch beside him. Soon Xiao Chao and eunuch Lao Li arrived, but Yang Jian's face looked gloomy. He suppressed his temper and looked at Yang Hong Dao with unfriendly eyes. Honger, are you kidding me? Not at all. If you don't believe what's written in the agricultural book, you can ask the Ministry of Agriculture. There are indeed only these few pumpkin seeds. Yang Hong replied calmly, but Yang Jian became anxious. How could there be so few pumpkin seeds? Your big pumpkins weigh hundreds of kilograms, and the small ones weigh at least 30 kilograms. How could there be so few seeds? I can't help it. Most of my pumpkins were taken away by the emperor, and most of the remaining ones were crushed and used to make wine. I specially selected these seeds and kept them. As he spoke, Yang Hong took out a pumpkin seed and handed it to Yang Jian. But there are less than 100 of these seeds. Yes, less than 100, exactly 64. This, alas. Yang Jian sighed, stood up and left. He had given up hope of getting help from Yang Hong. However, he still went to Taishao Palace, hoping to get help from Yang Zhong. It's a pity that Yang Zhong, that fool, fried all the pumpkin seeds, not leaving a single seed. However, Yang Zhong knew Yang Hong better, so he immediately pulled Yang Jian to Yang Hong again. Xiao Lu, I know you must have other seeds. Let me say this in front of your father, I promise that all the women in this courtyard are yours. After hearing Yang Zhong's words, Yang Jian nodded calmly. To him, women were no more important than clothes. Hee hee. Yang Hong just laughed and didn't answer. In addition to that girl Song Yuji, I will find you another wife among the dukes. Hee hee. Yang Hong still sneered. Yang Jian was moved by what he saw and said, I can issue an order to let you leave the cold palace. You can go wherever you want, as long as you don't practice martial arts. Haha, I'm having a great time in the cold palace and don't want to leave. This? Yang Hong really didn't want to leave. After the renovation, the cold palace had become the prototype of a planting base, which was very suitable for planting. What's more, he wanted to plant spiritual plants instead of ordinary plants. Outside the palace, he had to worry about all kinds of troubles. Yang Zhong and Yang Jian were speechless for a moment, as they could not think of any conditions that would impress Yang Hong. Chapter 41 Female, Guardian. After a long silence, staring at Yang Hong who was drinking tea calmly, and thinking for a long time, Yang Zhong finally broke the silence. Xiao Lu, I know you want to learn martial arts, but this is really impossible. Even if I pass the throne of the Sui dynasty to you in the future, you will not be able to learn martial arts. This matter is of great importance. It involves destiny and the life and death of hundreds of millions of people. Why? Yang Hong looked at Yang Zhong strangely. This was the second time he mentioned destiny. Even practicing martial arts was more difficult for him than being an emperor. I can't explain too much, but we have solid evidence to confirm that you really can't practice martial arts. Yang Zhong explained with a serious face, but still didn't explain it clearly. Honger, this matter is of great importance. It is not something that my Yang family can decide. Even the great Sui dynasty's chief clan cannot decide it. Yang Jian also added a sentence, and at the same time, he heard a new term Shangzong. What is Shangzong? A sect, a cultivation sect that is 1,000,000 times more powerful than the martial arts sections. Regarding this point, Yang Zhong and Yang Jian did not hide anything and said the same thing in unison. Practice? Cultivate the truth? Cultivate immortals? Combining his new realm, Yang Hong guessed. Yes. Yang Zhong and Yang Jian looked at each other and nodded at the same time. They also felt sorry that such a smart descendant could not practice martial arts and would not be able to cultivate in the future. What a shame. Yang Hong did not ask any more questions. Combining this with the novels he had read in his previous life, he could imagine that the 5 dynasties were the blood food kept by the immortal sections. Their existence was to provide the immortal sects with resources, population, and even human lives. Ordinary people have no power to resist in front of practitioners and exist like ants. Although it was just a figment of his imagination, Yang Hong felt that this guess would not be wrong. So he decided not to ask too many questions, but he also made up his mind to develop his strength quietly. He stood up and walked towards the second floor. Grandpa Emperor, Father Emperor, please follow me. Yang Zhong and Yang Jian's eyes lit up and they followed immediately. Coming to the 3rd floor, pointing to a room, Yang Hong said. That room is used to store staple food seeds, including rice and wheat. The rice yield per mu is 600 kilograms, which is double the current yield. The wheat yield per mu is close to 1,000 kilograms, which is 3 times the current yield. Hi, so good. Hee hee. Yang Hong sneered and pointed to the next room. It contains vegetable seeds, including 9 kinds of crops such as cucumbers, peas, Chinese cabbage, and pak choy. The yield will be at least twice as much as it is now. Honger is so talented. When the 2 emperors heard Yang Hong's introduction, they both bowed slightly to Yang Hong. As emperors, they knew best the importance of food. doubling the per acre yield of so many crops can be regarded as saving the people. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is as if Shenong were alive again. Yang Hong just nodded indifferently. Such output was really nothing. Not to mention Grandpa Yuan's hybrid rice, even corn, sweet potatoes, and potatoes have higher yields than the crops he improved. However, he did not discover these three crops, nor were they recorded in many agricultural books. Maybe it simply doesn't exist in this world. The two emperors looked at Yang Hong's third floor, which contained less than 20,000 kilograms of high-quality crops. Although they still felt it was a bit too little and a pity, they were still pleasantly surprised. Honger has indeed helped father out of his great difficulty this time. Later, I will definitely choose a gentle and virtuous wife for you. After hearing what Yang Jian said, Yang Hong rolled his eyes and stopped talking. Is it true that the reward given to him by this father and son is only for women? Yang Hong didn't know that he was actually being tricked by Yang Zixuan. Yang Zixuan had said before in the training camp that Yang Hong liked tiger whips. When Yang Zhong sent him various whips, he was studying winemaking, so he accepted all of them. This left Yang Zhong and Yang Jian with the impression that he was a lustful man. And then, it became like this. Yang Zhong and Yang Jian roughly calculated the area of Yang Hong's current yard, left enough seeds for about one season, and hurriedly ordered the guards to move the good seeds. Seeing the guards carrying a 1,000-pound object alone with ease, Yang Hong was moved and thought of the coolies working in the fields. He looked again at the concubines and their maids who were swinging hoes in the greenhouse. A few guys who were harboring illusions, seeing the emperor and the retired emperor coming together, started to plow the soil with hoes. However, they are more of a show. Yang Hong raised the corner of his mouth and said to the two people beside him, Grandpa Emperor, Father Emperor, since you don't allow me to practice martial arts, then I won't practice. However, in order to cultivate the fields and plant crops faster in my yard, you should send someone to teach those concubines martial arts. This? No problem, absolutely no problem. Yang Jian was a little hesitant, fearing that Yang Hong would learn from him secretly. Yang Zhong agreed readily. The two did not dare to let Yang Hong make any more conditions, and left together quickly. Anyway, their goal had been achieved. Arriving outside the cold palace, Yang Zhong looked at Yang Jian, who was still frowning, and said something. Xian Nu Gong. Father, I understand. Hearing this word, Yang Jian's eyes lit up. Xian Nu Gong is a high-level martial arts technique that can only be practiced by women. But only women can practice this technique. Even eunuchs who practice it will go astray. If a normal man practices, he will 100% explode and die. No exceptions. The two were still wary of Yang Hong, and even tacitly agreed not to tell Yang Hong the name of this technique, as well as its contraindications. Although they were reluctant to see Yang Hong die, they were more worried about Yang Hong's practice of martial arts. The next morning, a nanny who was about 40 years old and still had charm came into the Jira Wangwan pavilion, and began to teach the 7 concubines and all the palace maids how to practice. Including Xiao Chao also obtained the qualification to practice, and even Zhou Guiren, a first-class master, was asked to change his practice method. Moreover, the name of the martial arts that the nanny told others was wedding dress magic, a martial art suitable for dual cultivation. Haha, this father and son really want to tie me up with a woman. After hearing the name and explanation of the technique, Yang Hong became even more uneasy. At the same time, I also had a little bit of expectations in my heart. Ahem, this is the expectation that any normal man would have. For this reason, Yang Hong suspended twice the search for special plants and opportunities for the initiation of evolving spiritual plants, and instead specially cultivated some 4 to 7 grade common vegetables as a snack for these people. The scale of winemaking was also expanded. Now, Yang Hong's image as a lustful man was completely shattered in the minds of the emperor, and those who were qualified to know Yang Hong. However, with Yang Hong's 3 kinds of quick-cooking wine and a supply of special vegetables, the 6 concubines who had never practiced cultivation and the 15 palace maids who had never practiced cultivation were able to survive. In just half a month, all of them reached the level of inferior warriors. Thank you, 6th Prince. None of them were idiots, and they knew very well the speed at which normal people cultivated. Even if they had sufficient resources, it would be impossible to reach the entry level and enter the bottom level within 2 or 3 months. It is impossible to learn martial arts in just half a month, even in the 3 major sects. You're welcome. Just practice hard and protect me in the future. Looking at the 7 beautiful women in front of him, Yang Hong felt for the first time that he had not been at a disadvantage. Beauty is a feast to the eyes, it's worth it. Chapter 42, Breathing Technique evolves again. This was also the first time that Yang Hong took a close look at the virtuous concubine Jia Yuanchan. She is 1.65 meters tall, not very tall, with a round face and a slightly thin body, which makes her look energetic. She has picturesque eyebrows and eyes, cherry lips and a beautiful nose, snow-white skin and black hair, and she has a gentle and elegant temperament. She is a perfect example of a good wife and mother, no wonder she was named the virtuous consort. Feeling Yang Hong's gaze, Jia Yuanchan's face flushed slightly, adding a bit of charm to her. Ahem, you guys go down and practice well. Yes, I'll take my leave. Slave, we will go down first too. Several palace maids answered in unison out of habit, almost dragging the 6 concubines into the ditch. Go ahead. Yang Hong waved his hand with amusement, and asked them to leave. The new year is coming soon, and it may be more lively this year. He planned to prepare hot pots so that everyone in Jiruwangwenge could have fun together on New Year's Eve. Thinking of this, Yang Hong returned to the study on the 2nd floor and drew the blueprints of hot pot, copper hot pot, and Mandarin duck hot pot. If you want to do it, you have to do it completely. Along with the colander, mesh sieve, oil spoon, oil dish and other tools, they were drawn together. Old Wang, take these drawings and find someone to make them. He took the blueprint to find the only eunuch left, Lao Wang, and asked him to make the tools. 6 Prince, please wait a moment. I will go and make it now. After saying that, Lao Wang turned around and left without even looking at the drawings. As the end of the year came, the other eunuchs and maids left. After the new year, they would go to the imperial farm outside Daxing City to guide the farmers in planting Yang Hong's seeds. Lao Wang was the only one who stayed behind to run errands. Of course, his real mission was to protect Yang Hong's winery. In the blink of an eye, it was New Year's Eve. Boom bang boom bang. Watching the fireworks exploding in the direction of the palace, they gathered outside Yang Hong's courtyard, under the glass greenhouse. Everyone looked up at the dazzling fireworks, each with a different look in their eyes. Yang Hong was only indifferent, but Zhou Guiran and others were expecting and envious. And lonely. There were 2 tables next to them, both of which were special hot pot tables with a hollow middle, filled with hot pots and burning charcoal underneath. The hot pot on Yang Hong's table was bubbling with steam, but the table was already a mess. Xiao Chao, you and your little sisters should start eating too. Aunts, it's getting late, I'll leave first. 6 Prince, please. Yang Hong glanced at the oil stains on the clothes of several concubines and smiled slightly. These people looked disgusted and behaved reservedly at first, but once they started eating the hot pot, they gradually relaxed. At this time, no one stood up to salute, but just held their stomachs with one hand and waved the other hand slightly. I'm full. After the new year, the Sui dynasty began to rise in turmoil. Not only did the struggle between the Sui imperial family and the aristocratic families become increasingly intense, the borders of the Sui dynasty also entered a state of tension, and even the martial arts world of the 5 dynasties became lively. The geniuses of the other 4 dynasties of the 5 dynasties began to come to the Sui dynasty. The martial arts masters in the 5 dynasties also began to come to the Sui dynasty. It's all for the 5 dynasties prodigy competition. Some people come to participate in the competition, but more come to visit. Watching and learning from martial arts competitions by masters has always been an important way for martial artists to improve. Therefore, while the Sui dynasty was constantly plagued by internal strife, it also had to guard against external pressure. Both the royal family and the aristocratic families were worried about being destroyed by a sudden attack from the other 4 dynasties. Therefore, 2/3 of the palace's 3,008 guards and 30,000 first-rate warrior guards were directly transferred out. However, these had nothing to do with Yang Hong, and he continued to farm peacefully. Dingyu infused 40 days of qi into ordinary ginseng, and received 500 times the return, returning 20,000 days of qi cultivation. Ding ordinary ginseng has reached the evolution standard and started evolving. Ding evolution is successful. Ordinary ginseng evolves into a first-grade lower-grade spiritual plant, Xianyang ginseng. Ding the 100th level of Danshan fist has been practiced. Ding 300 kinds of martial arts have been cultivated to the maximum level and have reached the evolution standard. Do you want to start evolving? Hearing the constant reminder sounds in his ears, Yang Hong's eyes lit up. First, after 5 months of searching, Yang Hong found the third plant that evolved at one time, and it was ginseng. We already have 3 top-grade spiritual plants. Next, we will focus on cultivating these 3 top-grade spiritual plants. The last initiation each day will be used to cultivate vegetables. The jade grape, the moonlight white tea tree, and the Xianyang ginseng are 3 of the highest grade spiritual plants, all of which evolved successfully after a single initiation. Moreover, the jade grape has been promoted to the upper grade 1, and the moonlight white tea tree has been promoted to the middle grade 1. But what martial arts should I evolve this time? This martial arts evolution is really a rip-off. The first time it consumes 3 martial arts, the second time 30, and the third time it takes 300 martial arts to evolve. Then next time there will be 3,000 species. Yang Hong felt very helpless. He immediately gave up the idea of evolving low-level martial arts into intermediate martial arts. Although the body is the capital of revolution, the evolution breathing technique is likely to increase the number of initiations again. After thinking for a long time, Yang Hong gave up the idea of evolving the basic physical training technique, and clicked on the basic breathing technique. After going through the pain of a complete transformation once again, the primary breathing technique successfully evolved into the intermediate breathing technique. Yang Hong, the 6th prince of the Sui dynasty. Number of empowerments per day, February 5th. Lifespan, 21/150. Cultivation, 100 years of Qi training stage, 180,000 gene of strength. Skills, intermediate breathing technique 1st level, primary body building technique 39th level. Martial arts, 100 levels of bull fist, 100 levels of fufeng body movement, 100 levels of snow flying light kung fu. Special abilities, photographic memory, proficient in farming. After finally upgrading to 682 years of Qi, after one evolution, it dropped back to 100 years. However, his physical strength increased slightly, reaching 180,000 pounds. Yang Hong didn't know how to evaluate this level of power. At least, according to the knowledge he had, there was no comparison. Moreover, his true energy also underwent a qualitative change. If internal force is air, then his true Qi at the beginning is fog, and the true Qi of the basic breathing technique can be regarded as thick fog. Now he could feel that his true Qi was mist and rain, and it was about to condense into raindrops, almost liquefied true Qi. The stronger the breathing technique, the purer the true Qi will be, and the more powerful it will be. Feeling the purer true energy in his body like a trickle, Yang Hong's heart became more excited and passionate. With my strength, I should be able to fight even if I meet an immortal cultivator. Ding you infuse 50 days of Qi into ordinary ginseng, and receive 30 times the return, returning 1,500 days of Qi cultivation. Another improvement. The time it took for a single infusion of true Qi increased from 40 days to 50 days. The speed at which his cultivation level increased soared again. Yang Hong quickly returned to the 3rd floor of the small building, used the Fufeng body technique and the Zishangfei light skill, and then, with the support of the body technique and light skill, he began to perform the rampant bull fist. The lightness skill and body skills were what he kept intentionally, and did not use as materials for evolving his martial arts. This was so that he would not make any big noise when practicing his martial arts. Hoo hoo hoo! Under Yang Hong's control, the rough and somewhat violent bull fist only made a slight sound. If you didn't pay attention, you wouldn't have thought that Yang Hong was practicing boxing. But if a grandmaster saw it, he would definitely be scared to the point of doubting his life. Yang Hong controlled his strength within 3 inches, not leaking a single bit. Even the top grandmasters cannot achieve this level of control. Even the top grandmaster can only control the force of rough bull fists within 9 inches. Even so, he couldn't do it as easily as Yang Hong. Chapter 43: The Gathering of the 5 Dynasties Prodigies. After practicing 3 sets of boxing and sweating slightly, Yang Honkai ended the training session feeling refreshed. Just when he was about to continue working in the fields, Yang Zixuan came in a hurry again. Royal brother, royal brother! As always, Yang Zixuan rushed into the new courtyard shouting and screaming, and ran around the courtyard shouting and screaming. Yang Hong was stunned at first, then he smiled warmly and walked to a small warehouse on the 3rd floor. He went to the kitchen and prepared a plate of cold cucumber salad, fried some green vegetables, and filled a bowl of rice. Then he went to the dining room and waited for the crazy girl to come over. Hee. Outside the dining room, a little head popped out, took a look at Yang Hong and the food in front of Yang Hong, and smiled embarrassedly. A pair of big eyes narrowed into beautiful crescents. Royal brother, I know that you are the best to me. Yang Zixuan, who had not been seen for half a year, was actually a little shy, but her feet reached the dining table accurately, and her hands picked up the bowl and chopsticks accurately. Eat them quickly, these are special. Yang Hong rubbed the little girl's head lovingly. Yang Zixuan didn't hesitate to open her little mouth, and started to eat voraciously. There is no need to be reserved in front of your brother. Hey, the little girl has grown taller. Looking at Yang Zixuan, who was eating happily, a warm feeling rose in Yang Hong's heart. Hee brother, I ate the xianin pill and became a first-class master. I also grew taller and am now 1.5 meters tall. Yang Zixuan stood up holding the bowl of rice, turned around, and looked like she was showing off. However, the rice grains at the corners of her mouth made her action look a bit funny. Haha, little Zixuan has grown up, really grown up. Royal brother, you know what happened. Sit down and have a good meal. As he spoke, Yang Hong gently patted Yang Zixuan's shoulder and asked her to sit down and eat well. That cucumber was a low-grade spiritual plant of the 1st grade, the greens were of ordinary 9th grade quality, and even that bowl of rice was ordinary 7th grade rice. Hee. Yang Zixuan's eyes turned into a crescent moon when she smiled, and happiness was written all over her face. While Yang Zixuan was eating, Xiao Chao hurried over to prepare lunch, allowing Yang Hong to finish lunch more than an hour earlier than usual. After dinner, the brother and sister lay on the lounge chairs under the jade grape arbor to enjoy the cool air. It is now the 5th month of the lunar calendar, and it is already early summer. Brother, the Daxing Imperial City has become lively. Many people have come to Daxing City. All the young people of the 5 dynasties are here, not only the dynasty forces, but also the disciples of the 33 major sects and thousands of small and medium sections. Oh. I heard that there are a lot of strong people coming this time, and every player participating in the Tianjiao tournament is a genius. Haha, so my Zixuan is also a genius. Hee, of course, I'm a 16-year-old first-rate expert. The greatest genius in the 300 years of the Sui dynasty. Yang Zixuan, who was lying on the recliner, sat up, her little face full of pride. That's right, our Zixuan is a genius. Yeah, but there are also many geniuses from other dynasties. Grandpa Huang gave us a list of players for the Tianjiao tournament. All the contestants in the junior group are top-notch experts, and the youth group is even more terrifying, with quite a few innate masters. It is said that there are even great masters participating in the adult category. As she spoke, Yang Zixuan's face wrinkled, and she was worried about her battle. Hee, little girl, there are still 9 days until the 5-party pride competition on the 10th day of May. You can stay in my courtyard during this time. I will make you something delicious. Real. Yang Zixuan's eyes lit up, and even the corners of her mouth were sparkling. However, her gaze soon dimmed again, and she lay back on the recliner listlessly. Brother Emperor, no, Grandpa Emperor still needs to train us. This time the 5 pride competition seems to be a little different. All the contestants take it very seriously. It's okay, I will explain it to Grandpa Huang. Yang Hong didn't care. He raised his head slightly and looked around, then shouted into the distance. Old Wang, go back and tell Grandpa Huang that I want to give Zixuan some supplements and let her stay in the Jirua Wangwan Pavilion for a few more days. I will go right away. The eunuch Lao Wang, who was catching insects for peas in the field in the distance, agreed and went to report immediately. Yang Zixuan was very puzzled. She looked at Yang Hong and asked timidly, Brother, will Grandpa Huang really agree? Don't worry, Zixuan, if Grandpa Huang dares not agree, I will stop giving him alcohol. No! Brother Huang, please don't anger Grandpa Huang, Yang Zixuan quickly advised. Don't worry, little girl, it won't happen. Yan Hong didn't explain much, but changed the subject. Little girl, tell me more about the masters who will participate in this 5-party pride competition. Well, the geniuses sent by the Tang dynasty this time are probably the most powerful and the most numerous. The youth group includes Li Lizzie from the royal family and Jiang Yuanxiang from the Taoist sect. It is said that both of them are innate masters. The person they sent for the youth group was the emperor's younger brother Li Yuanba, who had reached the peak of the innate realm. Some also said that Li Yuanba was a grandmaster. Only Li Tsunxiao from the middle-aged group is a true grandmaster. Well, this generation of the Tang dynasty royal family is very powerful. The Tang dynasty is now the most powerful of the 5 dynasties, and the current emperor of the Tang dynasty is named Li Shimin. Yes, the Tang dynasty royal family is very strong, and the Taoist sect is also very strong. Sun Zifeng from the youth group is at the peak of innateness, while Ding Lingji from the middle-aged group is a grandmaster. They are all very famous and powerful people. Yang Hong nodded. The Tang dynasty with Li Shimin was indeed extraordinary, but he was also curious about the strength of other dynasties. Yes, they are very strong. What about other dynasties? Yang Zixuan thought for a moment, and continued. The Wuzhou royal family doesn't have any masters this time. There are no outstanding figures in the youth and young adult groups. Only Wu Sanxi, a grandmaster in the middle-aged group, is worth looking at. However, Wuzhou's Cihang Jingzhai is very extraordinary. Ji Qingyu from the youth group is a congenital, Shi Feishuan from the youth group is at the peak of congenital, and Shi Qinxian from the middle-aged group is even a grandmaster. These 3 are well-known female masters in the martial arts world. Yang Hong thought of the Tang dynasty novels and frowned. These masters were a bit intrusive. The royal family of the Song dynasty is quite standard. Zhao Zhe from the youth group is a first-class master, Zhao Mingkai from the youth group is a congenital, and Zhao Mingkang from the middle-aged group is at the peak of the congenital level. In addition, the Zhenwu Temple of the Great Song dynasty sent out 6 disciples, who were also quite ordinary. They did not have any great masters. Maybe they are unwilling to send out real experts. The Ming dynasty may have communicated with the Song dynasty. The experts they sent are the same as those sent by the Song dynasty royal family. It's just that the 5 mountain sword sect of the Ming dynasty sent more experts. They sent 9 disciples to 3 groups. Among them, Ling Huchong in the youth group has already reached the peak of innateness. It is said that he has never taken any elixir to increase his internal strength. He is the number 1 genius in the 5 dynasties. Yang Zixuan told the situation of the Song dynasty and the Ming dynasty in one breath. Then she stopped talking. She didn't want to talk about it anymore. Because what she didn't say in the end was the situation of her own Sui dynasty, but she was too embarrassed to say it. In the Great Sui dynasty, apart from Wan in the youth group, there are no other outstanding masters. The 5 dynasties are at the bottom. Chapter 44 Night Exploration. After listening to Yang Zixuan's reluctant introduction of her family's strength, Yang Hong suddenly felt a little pity for Emperor Yang Jian. The 5 prodigies competition is not a friendly exchange competition. It is a Shura field where life and death are decided, and various national resources are allocated. This time, Yang Jian will not only lose face, but also lose money. However, these had nothing to do with Yang Hong. He concentrated on conditioning Yang Zixuan's body in the next 7 days. Although Yang Hong had never learned medicine, his level and quality of true qi were very high. Just by touching Yang Zixuan's hand, he discovered that although she had broken through to the first-class realm, her foundation was very weak. This is the flaw in using elixirs to improve one's cultivation, and it is also the reason why major sects and dynasties will not easily give elixirs to outstanding disciples. After discovering the problem, Yang Hong invested a lot of money to help his sister improve her foundation. Yang Hong stopped giving empowerment to the 3 top-grade spiritual plants and focused on cultivating first-grade spiritual vegetable plants for Yang Zixuan, at least 1 a day. After the breathing technique is upgraded, Yang Hong can practice it for up to 50 days. Not only that, as the true qi becomes more refined, it becomes easier to cultivate high-quality, ordinary plants. He also contributed all of his precious jade wine. Hiccup brother, this wine is really delicious, hee 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 hee. A half-liang small wine glass, 1 gulp. Then Yang Zixuan got drunk. This little girl's alcohol tolerance is really poor. Yan Hong thought that the alcohol content of the Qingyi wine was too high, but after drinking it himself, he found that the alcohol content was less than 5 degrees. This little girl is really... Don't let her drink alcohol anymore. Yan Hong shook his head, turned around and went straight to the bathroom to prepare a medicinal bath for Yang Zixuan. It is called a medicinal bath, but in fact it is a wine bath. The clear spring, for regulating the meridians, and the fireworks, for tempering the body, are poured into the bathtub in proportion, and then several kinds of herbs for clearing away heat and detoxifying are put in. The herbs are naturally also special herbs cultivated by Yang Hong. She refused the help of the outgoing concubine Zhou and asked Xiao Qiao to bring 3 palace maids to give Yang Zixuan a bath. This bath is actually stewing Zixuan in a big pot. There is a low fire burning slowly under the huge copper bathtub, and the temperature is always kept around 50 degrees. This is to ensure that the medicinal and alcohol effects enter Yang Zixuan's body. This cooking took a full hour. After it's cooked, take it out, put it to bed, and have a good sleep. Then he woke up the next day and continued to eat spiritual plants, run like crazy, and practice martial arts. Yang Zhong did not show up during the first 6 days that Yang Zixuan stayed at Yang Hong's place. However, Yang Zhong stayed there all day on the 7th day. Are you so free today? Looking at Yang Zhong, who was making trouble, Yang Hong rolled his eyes. Because of Yang Zhong's presence, Yang Hong didn't dare to take out the jade wine and spiritual plants and vegetables. It's not that I don't dare, it's that I don't want to. Once Yang Zhong discovers the green jade wine and spiritual vegetables, he will definitely find ways to steal them. My dear grandson, your vegetables are really amazing. Now Xiao Zixuan's first-class warrior cultivation has been improved to the middle stage of the first class, and the foundation is solid, very solid. After dinner, outside the small building, Yang Zhong took his hand away from Yang Zixuan's wrist, with a look of surprise on his face. He had just used his internal energy to check Yang Zixuan's physical condition, and he couldn't suppress the excitement in his heart. He knew Yang Zixuan's cultivation level very well. With his protection, she had just broken through to the level of a first-rate warrior. It was only because of the successful breakthrough that Yang Zixuan was able to return to the palace. However, in just 3 days, Yang Zixuan surpassed the early first-rate stage and entered the middle first-rate stage, and she was a middle-rate first-rate warrior with a solid foundation. Have you ever eaten the vegetables here? Are there any you don't know about? As long as they are matched well, the effect of these vegetables will be greatly improved. Yang Hong made up a reason and decided not to tell the old man about the spiritual plants. Brother, don't you have any wine tonight? Yang Zixuan waited for a long time, and seeing that Yang Hong had no intention of giving her wine, she took the initiative to ask. Yes, but you need to practice boxing or sword fighting first to help digest the food before drinking. Yang Hong pointed outside the small building. Yang Zixuan was a little reluctant, but still nodded and went out to practice. After all, Emperor Yang Zhong was watching her, so she dared not be lazy. My dear grandson, you gave Zixuan some wine, but will using medicinal wine to improve her cultivation foundation be unstable? Yang Zhong was a little worried. Although he drank Yang Hong's medicinal wine every day to restore his cultivation, he also knew that improving his cultivation too quickly would risk destabilizing his foundation. This wine is fine if you drink it correctly. You'll see when you see it later. When Yang Zixuan was sweating all over, Yang Hong asked her to stop. It was still half a liang of wine, but this time it was not jade wine, but flame wine. Gulp. This time, Yang Zixuan got drunk even faster. She didn't even have the chance to say anything drunken and simply shrank under the table. Old man, this is the correct way to use fireworks. Are you going to use this wine for bathing? Watching Yang Hong pour the wine into the bathtub, Yang Zhong's face turned a little blue and his throat felt itchy. How much bath water did he drink? You can drink any alcohol, but fireworks is better absorbed by taking a bath, and it's best to add some clear spring to mix it up. Yang Hong adjusted the ratio of wine and water while explaining to Yang Zhong. A few days ago, After listening to Yang Zixuan's introduction of power, Yang Hong realized that the Sui dynasty royal family was truly in decline. The contestants in the youth group are just entering the innate stage, and those in the middle-aged group are only in the late innate stage. Such strength cannot be compared with that of the big sects, let alone the medium-sized sects. Therefore, Yang Hong had the idea of giving a little help to the Sui royal family. At night, Yang Hong put on his precious nightgown, used his lightness skills to quickly leave the palace, and headed towards the reception area of the 5 Pride competition. This sect is pretty good and actually has 6 grandmasters and 30 innate masters. The Snow Mountain sect, a medium-sized sect in the Ming dynasty, has such strength, and it is still only a medium-sized sect. How powerful are those large sects? This is Wulong Temple, a low-level sect in the Song dynasty. There are 2 grandmasters and 7 innate masters in this low-level sect. The condition for establishing this sect is not to have a grandmaster, right? The headquarters of the 5 Mountain Sword sect. We are a martial arts sect. How can we send out 30 grandmasters at once? This is more terrifying than the imperial family of the Great Sui dynasty. I have to find the Inkway sect's base. Yang Hong hid in the darkness and quietly checked the general strength of the arriving forces. The more I watch, the more frightened I become. The Inkway sect also has 30 grandmasters. Several major sects have also sent out 30 grandmasters. Was this agreed upon? After a round, Yang Hong discovered that the 33 major sects had sent out 30 grandmasters. That is to say, these major sects have even more grandmasters, and these are just what they put out in the open for people to see. Yang Hong felt a chill all over his body. He finally understood what Yang Zhong had said before, that the 5 dynasties were actually the 5 dynasties of the 33 major sects. Let's take a look at the strength of other dynasties. Disappearing into the night, Yang Hong continued his investigation. The Song dynasty and the Ming dynasty are definitely colluding. Both have 3 grandmasters and 10 innates, and it seems that their combat power is very ordinary. Wu Zhou is a bit strange. 3 grandmasters, 100 innate peaks, and innate peaks that may break through at any time. Who are they trying to set up a trap for? After seeing the troops of the Wu Zhou dynasty, Yang Hong almost said, "Oh my God! This kind of configuration is definitely going to lead to digging a hole." But when we arrived at the Tang dynasty's base, Yang Hong really spoke up. Chapter 45 Above the Grandmaster. Oh my God! Qi Training Realm? This is definitely the Qi Training Realm. This breath is true energy, definitely not internal force. There are actually Qi training cultivators in the Tang dynasty? As soon as he approached the small building where the Tang dynasty royal family lived, Yang Hong immediately sensed an extraordinary aura. That was the momentum of true Qi, very similar to his true Qi, although not as pure as Yang Hong's. But that is the true energy. Carefully restraining his breath, Yang Hong bypassed the patrolling guards and came to a dark corner of a corridor. The faint and obscure fluctuations of true energy came from the room at the end of the corridor. But Yang Hong couldn't get any closer. There were 4 guards guarding outside the room, and there were also guards guarding the other side of the room. The room was heavily protected. Whose room is this? It's so heavily guarded. Yang Hong tried to attach his true Qi to his ears and eavesdrop on the sounds in the room. It's a pity that the room was so quiet that there was no sound at all. The Tang dynasty has been protecting this person so closely. This person's identity must be extraordinary. Should we go back and find someone to find out? Yang Hong was a little confused. Once he found out, wouldn't it mean that he had been out? And if he wants to come out, he must have advanced martial arts skills. Then he would definitely be exposed, and then he might be hunted down by the so-called superior sect. Forget it, anyway. As long as it's not a dynasty war, it won't affect me. I'd rather be a salted fish. At most, I can just grow some 4 kinds of ordinary vegetables. After figuring this out, he left the residence of the Tang dynasty royal family. He was not even surprised to sense a few breaths of true energy on the road. After returning to the palace and washing up, Yang Hong fell asleep peacefully. What Yang Hong didn't know was that at the turn of the Zi and Chou years, a black figure, at a speed invisible to the naked eye, avoided the eyes of the entire Sui dynasty palace and entered the core of the Sui dynasty palace, where the Sui dynasty's court was located. Guangming Hall. The figure came behind the emperor's throne, made some hand gestures, and after a wave of spiritual energy rippled like water waves, the whole person disappeared into the Hall of Light. It was as if this person had never been here. In a space filled with gray fog, the fog suddenly surged up. Human flesh, I smell human flesh, it smells so good. Hello, delicious human meat, come to my mouth quickly. Human, come quickly, Master Tiger is starving to death. Fragrant human flesh. As the first voice sounded, the whole space began to boil, with countless voices calling for food. Along with the ticking sound, the calling voices became more and more brutal. Why don't you kill yourself quickly? Lord Wolf is waiting to eat your meat. Meat, come into my mouth quickly. Food, come here quickly so I can eat you. As the voices rang out, the gray fog slowly dissipated, revealing the owners of these voices. There are giant tigers that are hundreds of feet tall, giant pythons that are thousands of feet long, and cute little foxes. These creatures all have the same expression, hungry and ferocious. They are the demon race from the Taiyuan world. Shut up! Is the sky-swallowing one-horned wolf king dead? If not, come out and answer me. A soft and charming female voice sounded, suppressing the voices of the monsters. Although the voice was soft, there was a sense of dominance rising from it, and a pure white aura shone on this woman. The monsters were stunned at first, and then started cursing angrily. How dare a mere fusion-level human be so arrogant? Come here, little thing, I will kill you with one claw. If you're brave enough, come here and Grandpa Pig will sit on you to death. What a beautiful girl, don't kill her all at once. Let Master Wolf enjoy her first before sharing the food. Yes, such a delicate girl must be delicious. I have a lot of experience. The monsters became even more excited after seeing who was coming. Ouch, that's enough, shut up. A majestic and domineering wolf howl sounded, followed by a strong command. The demons immediately shut up. However, the demons still drooled at the sight of this woman. My friend, I'm not dead yet, come here. The majestic voice sounded again, but this time it was a little more gentle, turning into a deep and magnetic baritone. Immediately, the gray mist in the space dispersed, forming a small path emitting gray light. The woman who came in had a confident smile on her face, stepped onto the gray path, and walked towards the depths of the gray fog. After walking for about half an hour, the woman came to a steel cage about 10 feet long. Inside was a black dog half a person's height with a 3-inch long horn on its head. Xianin Sect Intersect Disciple Guan Yen greets Senior Sky Devouring One-Horned Wolf King. When she arrived in front of the steel cage, Guan Yen bowed before greeting. This is a person, a real human, paying respect to the demon race. If someone were to see it outside, they would definitely be extremely shocked and might even be attacked by a group of humans. However, in the 5 dynasties, most people have never seen the demon race. Of course, no one can see it in this gray space. Disciple of Xianin Sect, you are able to find this place and come in, which must have been approved by the senior leaders of your sect. So tell me what your purpose is. The big black dog looked at the beautiful human woman in front of him with a very calm tone. Senior Wolf King, our Xianin Sect would like to make a deal with you. Deal? Interesting. Talk about a deal. The big black dog's eyes were full of mockery. It didn't believe that humans would be kind enough to trade with a prisoner like him. Senior, we can let you out, but as a condition, you have to send 3 5th-order Yuanying level monsters and 30 4th-order Jindun level monsters to sign a partnership contract with my Xianin Sect. Serve me for 1,000 years. Guan Yen straightened her back and loudly stated the transaction task assigned by the sect. Other big monsters nearby can also hear it. Roar, human race, you are looking for death. On the demon race cannot be insulted. I'm going to tear you apart. All kinds of roars rang out, and Guan Yan's palms were sweating, but when she remembered the sect leader's instructions, she calmed down again. Guan Yan just looked straight at the big black dog, waiting for its answer. After waiting for a while, the big black dog, who had been thinking with his head down, finally raised his head and looked at Guan Yan. This deal is reasonable and fair. I agree to it. The big black dog's voice was very calm, but it was like a bolt from the blue to the monsters. My king, don't agree to it. You can't agree to it. My king, you are a great demon king of the 7th level of fusion. How can you trade with a mere human of the 3rd level of fusion? My king, we cannot allow our people to become slaves. The monsters were in an uproar and tried to dissuade them. It was just that the big black dog raised its voice and stopped the roaring of the monsters. Shut up, I have my own ideas. Humans, start trading. The big black dog, the sky-swallowing one-horned wolf king, began to shrink until it became the size of a small puppy. It thought that only if it became smaller could the human beings take it out of the seal. Senior Wolf King, the seal of the 5 dynasties has not been broken. I can't take you out. You kid, are you kidding me? The sky-swallowing one-horned wolf king said in a low voice, and the gray mist in the gray space suddenly rushed towards Guan Yin. It seemed as if she would be swallowed up in the next second. Wait, senior, wait, listen to me. I really have a solution. Feeling the protective spiritual light flickering, Guan Yin became anxious and shouted loudly. Then she took out something, and when the sky-swallowing one-horned wolf king saw it, he immediately dispersed the gray fog. Chapter 46: The World of Monks. When the sky-devouring one-horned wolf king saw the item, his eyes were filled with greed. The Xianin sect is really lucky to have obtained this item. Guan Yin breathed a sigh of relief as she watched the gray fog dissipate. She wiped the cold sweat from her forehead with her empty left hand. Unexpectedly, the sky-devouring one-horned wolf king, who was sealed and imprisoned, could still control the evil spirit in the sealed space, and it seemed that he could control it with ease. Since you know this thing, there is no need for me to introduce it to you, right? Haha, youngster, you don't know as much as Old Wolf. The boundary-breaking stone is a treasure that has a certain chance of being generated after the collapse of the secret realm. Although this boundary-breaking stone is only level 3, it is more rare than an ordinary level 7 treasure. Since Senior Wolf King knows you, I won't waste any more words. Please continue. After saying that, Gong Yen threw the gray-white crystal in her hand towards the steel cage without hesitation. Crack! With a crisp sound, the iron cage that could imprison a 7th-level fusion realm master was unable to block this gray crystal. Ha ha, not bad! Not bad! My friend is really open-minded. As soon as I leave this sealed space, I will immediately contact the sky-swallowing unicorn wolf clan and send the people of the designated realm to the Xianin sect. The sky-swallowing one-horned wolf king looked at the boundary-breaking stone in his hand and laughed triumphantly. With the boundary-breaking stone, he could easily leave the cage and escape the seal. Since the deal has been concluded, I will leave first. Gong Yen saw the excitement and pride on the face of the sky-swallowing one-horned wolf king, and knew that her mission had been accomplished. Hee, my friend, go ahead, I will be out soon. I look forward to meeting Senior Wolf King again. I will go first. Neither of them discussed the next step regarding their deal, and it seemed that the deal between them had really been completed. Gong Yen did not stop, but took out a golden talisman and tore it open in front of the sky-devouring one-horned wolf king. A golden light flashed, wrapped around Gong Yen, and disappeared in this gray space. Humans, you are smart enough not to ask me to swear an oath to the heavens. I will spare your lives when I get out. As for you wanting to kill me? Humph, dream on. The voice of the sky-swallowing one-horned wolf king rang out in the gray space. He had absolutely no intention of completing the deal. It seems that Gong Yan's Xianin sect suffered a loss in this transaction. He also made a powerful enemy for himself. But is it really like that? In the cold palace of the Sui dynasty imperial palace, a deserted palace, a figure suddenly appeared. What the ancestor said is indeed correct. There is indeed a crack in the seal of the great Sui imperial palace. I just don't know which sect left this gap. Gong Yen looked at the surrounding environment, identified the location, and immediately turned into a black light and disappeared on the spot. In just a few blinks of an eye, Gong Yen arrived at a palace to the east of the imperial palace. This is the Xianin sect, its headquarters in the Sui dynasty. The Wufeng dynasty and its martial arts sects could only find a courtyard outside the palace, or even an inn as their residence. However, the headquarters of those immortal cultivation sects in the Sui dynasty were in the imperial palace. Moreover, they are comparable to the emperor's Yanxing Palace, a magnificent palace. Gong Yen restrained her breath, carefully entered the palace, and quietly entered a remote room. The room was dark, but as a cultivator, seeing in the dark was the basis for the void to shine. She came to the middle of the room and bowed to a figure sitting beside the coffee table. "Greetings, Master. I have completed my mission and am back." "Well, you didn't make the sky-swallowing unicorn wolf king swear?" A middle-aged woman's slightly low voice sounded. The figure opened his eyes, and a white light lit up in the room. It went out again in just an instant. This is the gaze of the middle-aged woman. A glance can illuminate a dark room. This is a cultivator. "According to Master's instructions, I left without making the Wolf King swear an oath." "Haha, you did a good job." The deep voice sounded a little happier. Seeing that Master was in a good mood, Gong Yan could not help but ask, "Master, why don't you swear an oath to the sky-swallowing one-horned Wolf King? What if he doesn't fulfill the deal? Even if he turns his back on us and attacks us?" "Haha, we must not let the sky-swallowing one-horned Wolf King take this oath, otherwise our Xianin sect will definitely be destroyed without a burial place." "Why is that?" "Because Zhong Shenzhou's Tianji sect will find out, and then the cultivators of the world will know that our Xianin sect released the sky-devouring one-horned Wolf King. Hiss, if that happens, we will really be crushed to ashes and our souls will be scattered." Gong Yan's face turned pale instantly, and she secretly thanked her lucky stars that she did not add unnecessary details by making the Wolf King swear an oath and not actually completing the transaction. Her master seemed to be in a genuinely good mood and continued, "The cultivation of immortals in Taiyuan continent is divided into Qi training, foundation building, fusion, golden elixir, nascent soul, spirit separation, fusion, tribulation crossing, and Mahayana. Except for Zhong Shenzhou, which has abundant spiritual energy and has masters in the tribulation realm and the Mahayana realm, it is very difficult for the other four states to cultivate to the fusion realm. Our Dongli province originally had good spiritual energy. After 1,000,000 years of development, it has the opportunity to become a top-notch cultivation place like Songshenzhou. But the Great War between the human race and the demon race 400 years ago destroyed a large area of spiritual veins and the heaven and earth. Not only did Donglishao lose the possibility of advancement, but the concentration of spiritual energy also regressed a lot. In order to prevent the concentration of spiritual energy in Dongli province from dissipating further, the 10 great immortal sects of Taiyuan and hundreds of 9th-grade sects have joined forces to set up a sealing formation in the current Wufeng dynasty area. In this way, the spiritual energy of the billions of miles of heaven and earth in Donglishao has stabilized. But at this point, the middle-aged woman's face darkened again, and a cold and violent aura burst out. "Pa!" Under the pressure of this breath, Gong Yan knelt down directly. Click, click! The furniture in the room shattered into dust in an instant. If this room was not protected by a barrier, this palace, along with several nearby palaces, would have been reduced to ruins. The cold sweat on Gong Yan's face slid directly to the ground, and she sighed in her heart. "This is the power of the Golden Core. Master is at the peak of the Golden Core stage and can advance to the nascent soul stage at any time. Thinking about the current situation of Xianin sect, Master is furious." The middle-aged woman soon calmed down. She waved her right hand, and the broken furniture in the room turned into gray smoke and flew into her hand, and then was continuously compressed. Finally it becomes a fist-sized ball of soil. "Master, let those lowly mortals deliver new furniture tomorrow." Seeing that her master had calmed down, Gong Yan asked curiously again, "Then Master, what does this have to do with us releasing the sky-swallowing one-horned Wolf King?" "It matters a lot. The function of the sealing formation is to absorb the spiritual energy in a certain area to stabilize the heaven and earth, and to condense the luck of billions of people in this world to stabilize the seal. Logically speaking, the sealed area is fixed. However, as the seal was activated, the spiritual energy of the 5 dynasties gradually disappeared and the scope of the seal began to expand. The first to bear the brunt is our Xianin sect, which is closest to the 5 dynasties. No wonder our Xianin sect hasn't had a nascent soul master for 300 years. It's becoming increasingly difficult for our disciples to achieve Dan or foundation establishment." Gong Yan also knew the reason why the sect was gradually declining, but her doubts became even greater. "But Master, that sky-swallowing one-horned Wolf King. Do you think the Master wants to destroy this seal? Naive!" The only way to break this seal is to kill all the people in the 5 dynasties. Not only all the people in the 5 dynasties, but also all the monks who left the 5 dynasties. Such a big move will definitely attract the attention of all the immortal sects and will definitely not be accomplished. As for releasing the sky-devouring one-horned wolf king, it is only to use it to start another war between humans and monsters in Dongli province. At that time, some sects will definitely be destroyed. And our Xianin sect now has a new sect headquarters. Gong Yan's face changed. She didn't expect that Master's plan was just for the sect to move. Master, if the war between humans and demons breaks out again, tens of thousands of cultivators will perish, and millions of mortals will die. Wouldn't that be bad? Humph, we cultivators fight for our lives against the heavens. As long as it's not me who dies, it doesn't matter if more people die. The middle-aged woman's domineering question made Gong Yan's scalp tingle. She lowered her head and dared not answer. This is the world of immortal cultivation and the reality of immortal cultivators. The Bloody Truth. Chapter 47, The Tianjiao Tournament begins. After dawn, the middle-aged woman disappeared from the Daxing imperial city. She needed to go back and make some preparations. Gong Yan, as if nothing had happened, began to walk between several nearby palaces, exchanging experiences with the monks from other immortal sects who had arrived. Everything was just like the previous 5 dynasties prodigy competition. Time quickly came to the 10th day of May, and the 5 dynasties prodigy competition began. The Daxing imperial city also became quiet. The venue for the 5 dynasties prodigy tournament is located on the outskirts of the imperial city. It is a magnificent complex built by mortals and then carved with formations by monks. Each of the 5 dynasties had a complex of such buildings. Because the 5 dynasties prodigy competition is held by the 5 dynasties in turn, once every 5 years. This stadium looks more magnificent than the imperial palace. Accompanied by 3 old eunuchs, Lao Wang, Lao Li and Lao Lu, Yang Hong, wearing a blue cotton scholar's uniform, walked out of the cold palace in broad daylight for the first time. In view of Yang Hong's cooperation and his efforts, Yang Jian and Yang Zhong decided to give him some rewards. This made him leave the palace. Sixth Master, this building was built by the imperial court of the 5 dynasties and all the martial arts sections. It is said that there were also masters from the upper sects who carved the formation. That's why it's so tall and magnificent. Shanzong? Formation? Yang Hong's eyes lit up. That's right. This is the real power of this world. A monk? He didn't know what kind of power the Shangzong had for the time being, and could only make a rough guess. Only when the 4 of them approached did I truly understand what grandeur was. This is a small town without walls. Outside it are tall buildings covering an area of hundreds of feet and tens of feet high. These are the temporary residences of the participating teams. There are 360 such high-rise buildings in total. Powerful forces usually have their own house, while those with less power can only live with others. Outside these small buildings, there are thousands of houses that are only about 3 meters high. These are buildings built spontaneously by merchants. Edamame, fragrant and crispy edamame for only 3 cents. Pumpkin seeds worth 1 penny. Tea eggs, salty and fragrant tea eggs, 10 cents each. Hey sir, you are here. What kind of tea would you like? We have good tea, special tea, premium tea, and the best tea. At this time, the area was bustling with people, and there were vendors shouting and selling goods and food. This is an event that only happens once every 25 years, and these ordinary people will seize the opportunity to make a fortune. Passing through the vendor area and entering the high-rise building area, the noise gradually quieted down. In the middle of the high-rise area, there are many small wooden buildings built against the high-rise buildings. There are signs hanging on these small buildings. This is a row of shops. Stores such as Chen's weapon shop, Wang's tailor shop, and Chaoyang pharmacy have squeezed the originally wide road so that only 3 people can walk side by side. Sixth young master, do you want to go in and take a look? There are quite a few good things in these shops. Seeing that Yang Hong had been looking at these shops, the eunuch Lao Wang couldn't help but make a suggestion. No, we don't have much time, so let's not waste it. Yang Hong still shook his head and refused. He was just seeing a shop in another world for the first time and felt curious. Want to go shopping? Aren't the shops in Daxing City more prosperous and lively than these temporary shops? Continue forward and you will see the fighting arena, which is hundreds of feet high and covers tens of thousands of feet. This is also the venue for each 5 prodigies competition. There are 16 entrances to the arena, and each entrance is guarded by people from the 5 cities' army. You have to pay to enter the arena. The VIP seats, which are 100 meters away from the 4 arenas, cost 100 taels of silver per seat. And only people from big sects and powerful forces can buy it. A good location within 100 or 1,000 feet will cost 1 to 100 taels of silver depending on the distance. As for the seats 1,000 feet away, they are cheaper. Only 1 copper coin is required to sit. As for whether you can see the competition or not, that depends on your ability. Yan Hong and his 4 companions showed 4 wooden signs, passed the guards, and came to 4 locations about 150 feet away. The seats are facing the competition arena for the junior group. 6th young master, Miss Seven's match still has 2 games to go. We need to be patient and wait. Yan Hong had just sat down when Old Li, who had gone to inquire about the news in advance, came over to report. It's okay, I can just watch other people's games. I'm here to watch the fun anyway. The arena in front of him was a huge circular arena with a radius of 100 meters and a diameter of 300 meters. At this time, there were 2 teenagers, a boy and a girl, having a passionate affair. Sir, the ones fighting up there are Li Lizzie, the 6th princess of the Tang dynasty, and Wu Xiuwen from Peach Blossom Island of the Song dynasty. According to intelligence, these 2 are both top-notch talents. Lao Wang introduced Yang Hong to the side, and it was obvious that he had done his homework. It was quite a lively fight. Yang Hong replied without commenting, and Lao Wang just smiled and said nothing more. But he remembered that the 6th prince was not allowed to practice martial arts. In fact, after practicing more than 500 kinds of low-level martial arts, Yang Hong already had a wealth of martial arts knowledge in his mind. He can easily tell the level of other warriors' martial arts skills. As for the level of cultivation, you can only know it by getting close and sensing it. The competition in the youth group seemed evenly matched, but after just a few glances, Yang Hong realized that this battle is the process of the girl in the egg yolk long skirt teasing the boy in the green tights. If the girl takes it seriously, she can defeat the boy in 3 moves at most. Just as Yang Hong was shaking his head secretly, he heard discussions behind him. Brother Li Jun, how long do you think it will take for young Master Wu Xiuwen to win? A cute female voice asked her companion anxiously. Wu Xiuwen is the direct disciple of the Peach Blossom Island hero Gua. Although he did not receive the true teachings of the hero, his foundation is extremely solid. He has mastered the falling flower palm to perfection. Although his movements seem to be wild and open, his transitions are actually smooth and seamless. According to my estimation, after another 30 moves, Li Lizzie will run out of strength and win. The answer was from a clear young man's voice. Yang Hong just curled his lips and said nothing. It was none of his business whether other people were blind. That's good. As long as young hero Wu Xiuwen wins this match, 3 members of our Song Dynasty youth group will advance to the next round. The girl's voice came again. It turned out that she was concerned about the outcome of the Song Dynasty, not Wu Xiuwen. Haha, this time, our Song Dynasty has invested the most in the junior group and has won 2 games in a row. Although we may not be able to win the championship, it is not bad to win the 2nd and 3rd place. The young man Li Jun said with a bit of pride in his voice. Young hero Wu Xiuwen's moves are becoming faster and faster. Is he launching a general attack? That's right, pretty sister. Look at this move, Sparse Flower Rain. The shadows of your palms are like rain of flowers, leaving you nowhere to hide. Li Lizzie on the ring flashed, and came behind Wu Xiuwen. Wu Xiuwen remained calm in the face of danger, and with one move, Stormy Night, he forced Li Lizzie to retreat. On the stage, Li Lizzie stretched out her hand and faced Wu Xiuwen, then stood still. Wu Xiuwen took 3 steps back before he could steady himself. Ahem, this must be an accident. Pretty sister, look, Wu Xiuwen is starting to fight back. The boy behind him was a little embarrassed, but continued to explain. Then he continued to be slapped in the face by Li Lizzie. Yan Hong felt that listening to this guy's commentary was more exciting than watching the game. I don't know if it was a coincidence or an accident, but after 30 moves, Wu Xiuwen was kicked off the ring by Li Lizzie's beautiful sweeping kick. Chapter 48. Girl, you are too hard. Ahem. Ahem. The two people behind Yang Hong were a little embarrassed. They didn't expect that 30 moves would be Wu Xiuwen's defeat. Ahem, it's okay. We already have two people from Song Dynasty who have advanced. This is the first one from Tang Dynasty. Yes, we still have the advantage. Yang Hong found it quite amusing to listen to the boys and girls behind him comforting themselves. The next scene is a battle between a young man from a Tang Dynasty martial arts sect and a young man from the Wu Zhou army. Both of them practiced external skills, and the whole process was just a head-on collision of bang bang bang, with no skills at all. In the end, the young man from Wu Zhou had a stronger body and won. This battle was very quick and was over in just 5 minutes. 6th young master, it's 7th young lady's turn to fight next. Lao Wan whispered a reminder in Yang Hong's ear. Yang Hong just nodded and said nothing. Below the ring, a young man in white stood up from the VIP area and started running. When he was still 10 feet away from the ring, he suddenly jumped up. The young man in white took several steps in the air, and actually crossed a distance of 10 feet and landed on the stage in a cool manner. Good! Great Qingdong! Many young warriors were shocked and stared at the graceful Chu Yushu in amazement. Amazing! As expected of Chu Liuxiang's son. His lightness skill is so great that he can walk on snow without leaving any trace. Among the top-notch experts, the only one who can cross a distance of 10 feet is probably Chu Yushu, right? Even the top masters of the older generation can't do this, right? Nonsense! Even many innate masters can't jump 10 feet, let alone first-rate masters. It's true that a good father will have a good son. Those older generations who were masters of the art class were also filled with amazement. There were constant exclamations of praise coming from the front and behind. Yang Hong also knew the identity of this show-off boy. A contestant from the Ming Dynasty, the son of the great martial arts master Chu Liuxiang, a top-notch master, 18 years old this year, a super genius who has never taken any elixirs. 6th young master, the master asked Miss Seven to last for 2/4 of an hour under Chu Yushu before she could admit defeat. Seeing that Yang Hong had a grumpy look on his face, Lao Wang thought that he was worried about Yang Zixuan's safety, so he explained it in a low voice. Haha, lose! Little girl may not lose. Yang Hong was not worried. He knew that Yang Zixuan looked weak but had a strong personality. The game has just begun, how can I admit defeat? And there might be a surprise. Although she is only in the middle stage of the first-class realm, 2 small realms lower than Chu Yushu, she has a solid foundation and may not lose. As he spoke, Yang Zixuan, dressed in purple, trotted onto the stage. She didn't waste her energy on showing off in any fancy way, but just ran up in a proper manner. Little sister, just admit defeat. I'm afraid I'll make you cry. In the middle of the ring, Chu Yushu suddenly felt pity for Yang Zixuan, who was thin and weak but beautiful with delicate features. The voice persuaded gently. Little brother, just admit defeat. I'm afraid I'll beat you to tears. Yang Zixuan tilted her head and looked at the pretty boy with greasy hair and powdered face. She felt a little disgusted, so she just retorted back. But she was thinking of her brother. This pretty boy is so handsome, almost as handsome as my brother. I must beat his pretty boy face until it's crooked later. Thinking of this, Yang Zixuan clenched her fists and was eager to try. Soon the referee announced the start, and the 2 men jumped back at the same time, took up their stances, and rushed towards each other at the same time. In order to keep it secret, Yang Zixuan did not use the phantom body skills. She only used the intermediate body skills collected by the Sui Dynasty royal family, the Willow Catkin's body skills, and the advanced light skill, chasing the wind steps. As for Chu Yushu, this Chu Yushu is indeed the top genius of our young generation. His walking without traces body movement technique has at least reached the advanced level. Yeah, he's worthy of being Chu Xiangshui's son, so handsome. The commentator behind Yang Hong is online again, and there is more than one commentator, and new people have joined. Sister, do you like Xiao Xiangshui too? Yeah. Sister too? Me too, Xiao Xiangshui is the most handsome. He is the most handsome guy in the youth category of by Xiaoxing's young talent list. Xiao Xiangshuai's reputation as the most handsome man is well deserved. Look how handsome he is in every move he makes. Yan Hong was completely speechless. 3 girls joined in the conversation. They were not concerned about Chu Yushu and Yang Zixuan's abilities, but Chu Yushu's appearance. Yan Hong channeled his inner energy into his eyes and looked at Chu Yushu carefully. He has delicate eyebrows, a straight nose, round lips, and a body as graceful as a jade tree. He is indeed a handsome man. However, Yan Hong felt that this guy was not as handsome as himself, or at least not as good-looking as himself. The treading snow without trace movement technique is indeed top-level, giving people a sense of beauty and grace as it moves around. When fighting against an enemy, it can reduce the enemy's hostility and vigilance. Maybe I can learn it. Yan Hong suddenly remembered that he had a special ability. He had a photographic memory, so he could definitely learn from others. However, Yan Hong did not dare to be careless. When he entered the arena, he felt 2 streams of true qi at least at the qi training level. So he can only be careful, and careful again. At this moment, on the stage, the white figure was still so handsome. But Chu Yu became more and more frightened as the fight went on. The skinny little girl in front of him looked frail, but the power of her sword was quite great. She even hit him so hard that he couldn't even hold the black iron fan steady for several times. You know, his black iron fan looks only 1 foot and 2 inches long, but the fan bones are made of black iron, the fan surface is woven with golden silk, and weighs 98 kilograms. This weight is heavier than that of an ordinary sword. Now he couldn't even hold it steady because of an ordinary long sword. You can imagine how powerful Yang Zixuan is. Bang! There was another sound of metal clashing, and Chu Yushu took 2 steps back to create some distance between them. Looking at Yang Zixuan, who was also stepping back to catch her breath, his face became more serious. Little sister, I'm going to be serious, so be careful. Hee, I've always been serious. Yang Zixuan wrinkled her nose in dissatisfaction and rushed forward again with sword in hand. However, Chu Yushu didn't want to confront Yang Zixuan head-on after realizing her strength. As the moves unfolded, 2 white figures appeared on the stage at the same time. The 2 white figures attacked Yang Zixuan's left and right shoulders at the same time. Hiss afterimage. This kid Chu Yushu actually developed afterimage. In terms of speed, this kid is definitely a monster. Yes, many innate masters have practiced hard but still cannot develop an afterimage. This kid is only 18 years old, but he has developed an afterimage. He is an unparalleled genius. The champion of the youth category of this 5 prodigies competition must be Chu Yushu. Indeed, other contestants, even if they break through to the Xiantian realm, will not be a match for Chu Yushu. This time, the ones whose side were not the boys and girls behind Yan Hong, but the middle-aged men in front of him. In Yan Hong's perception, they are all innate masters. But when Yan Hong heard this, he smiled slightly. If Chu Yushu can defeat his opponent in a short period of time by using his maximum speed, then the victory will be his. But the person he met was Yang Zixuan. On the stage, Chu Yushu's speed did scare Yang Zixuan, but hey, it doesn't hurt, it really doesn't hurt. Yang Zixuan felt the attacks hitting her body several times, and then she smiled, a very bright smile. Pa pa pa. The dull clapping sounds continued, like frying beans. The audience in the auditorium trembled with the sound. They could feel the pain just by hearing the sound. Suddenly, the figures on the ring separated and stood still. A voice rang out. I give up. Chapter 49. Because of hardness, we win. I give up. As everyone stared in astonishment and disbelief, Chu Yushu raised his right hand, signaling to the referee that he admitted defeat. Looking at his violent and swift attack just now and his calm and composed state now, he doesn't look like a loser at all. But he did admit defeat. Why don't you fight anymore? We can still fight. Yang Zixuan also looked at the pretty boy in front of her with a bit of confusion. Just before that, she used the Yang families, Jingren Gong and Golden Bell Cover, to absorb Chu Yushu's attacks to temper her body. Yan Hong specifically told Yang Zixuan that she must learn the Golden Bell Cover. He had practiced it himself, so he naturally knew that although the Golden Bell Cover was of low level, It was very effective in refining the body. When Yang Zixuan was attacked by Chu Yushu, she was a little scared at first. But when she used all her strength to use her defensive skills, she found that these attacks were helping her to temper her body. So he simply stopped moving and stood in the middle of the ring to be beaten. I'm tired, so I won't fight anymore. Looking at Yang Zixuan's expectant eyes, Chu Yushu felt uncomfortable. He also knew Yang Zixuan's identity. No matter whether Yang Zixuan has treasures to protect herself or magical skills to protect her body, he can't break them. Unless you use a fatal killing move. But it is not appropriate to use a killing move for a game, especially since there is no hatred or grudge between the two sides. So just give up. Chu Yushu received guidance from his father and knew the real purpose of participating in the 5 prodigies competition. He has just demonstrated his strongest strength. If an immortal from a higher sect takes a liking to him, someone will come to find him later. After looking this strange little lowly up and down again, Chu Yushu turned around and jumped off the stage. He once again flew over a distance of 10 feet in a show of coolness, earning applause and praise. It was as if the winner of this game was him, Chu Yushu. A showy little white face. After spitting at Chu Yushu angrily, Yang Zixuan walked off the stage with an unhappy look on her face after the referee announced her as the winner. Yang Hong looked at Yang Zixuan, who looked unhappy, and smiled. This little girl really deserves some setbacks. Only in this way can you understand your shortcomings and weaknesses and grow better. However, that showy pretty boy should be taught a lesson. So handsome, and so good at holding pens, do you really think you are a pencil case? There was a dangerous gleam in Yang Hong's eyes, and he planned to find an opportunity to clean up the mess later. After confirming Chu Yushu's location and identity, Yang Hong turned his attention to the arena. He wanted to continue to steal skills. Just now, Chu Yushu did not perform the complete treading snow without trace body movement, so Yang Hong failed to steal his skills. He will continue to learn from others in the next game. The 5 prodigies tournament is still divided into 4 groups, with 8 contestants from each dynasty. These players may be the top 8 from their respective dynasties' prodigies competition, or they may be the 8 players selected through negotiation by their respective dynasties. However, all contestants must be experts, or at least geniuses with a special skill. This gave Yang Hong the opportunity to learn from others. Because the players' abilities are relatively similar, each battle takes more than 10 minutes. There have been no more battles like the one Yang Zixuan won by just taking a beating in 3 minutes. At the end of the day, Yang Hong had a rich harvest, advanced body techniques, butterfly playing with cat, and drunken fist, advanced boxing techniques, Vajra Fury, pan snake hands, and Wudong cloud hands. There are 7 intermediate body techniques, 10 intermediate boxing techniques, and 3 intermediate sword techniques. There are 31 kinds of low-level martial arts. It's basically about body movements and techniques, and there's no way to steal their internal and external skills. However, this has already made Yang Hong very satisfied. And this is only the first day. Sir, today's battles in the youth group are all over, let's go back too. Seeing that Yang Hong was still very interested, Lao Wang and the other 2 quickly surrounded him, as if they were going to tie him up and take him back. Well, it's time to go back. The little girl has behaved so well. We should prepare some delicious food for her. Old Wang, please report to Grandpa Huang later and let Zixuan come to my place to rest. I will reward her. Okay, 6th young master. Eunuch Lao Wang received the order and changed direction and left first. Yang Hong returned to his cold palace under the protection of Lao Li and Lao Lu. Yang Hong asked Lao Li to go to the imperial kitchen to get some spare ribs, and he ripened a first-grade spiritual radish himself, and personally made a pot of delicious soup for Yang Zixuan. Another cucumber was ripened, but unfortunately it only reached ordinary grade 9 quality, and did not evolve into a spiritual plant. The luck was also bad in the 3 subsequent ripening initiations, and no first-grade spiritual plants were ripened. After all, the quality of many plants has an upper limit, and they need to be ripened too many times. Brother, I won! I won today's game! Before Yang Hong's soup was ready, he heard Yang Zixuan's excited voice. This little girl came really fast. It seems that I can only use my true qi to make soup. Looking at the pork rib soup that was still bubbling and boiling, Yan Hong decided to give it a try. Holding the boiling clay pot with both hands, Yan Hong injected his own strong and pure true qi into it, making the pot boil even more fiercely. Let the true qi enter the 2 kinds of food and several kinds of medicinal materials, force out all the nutrients of these materials, and fully integrate them. In just a few breaths, a mouth-watering fragrance emanated and slowly spread. Brother, I smell something delicious. I want to eat something delicious. I'm almost starving to death. Yang Zixuan, who was almost starving to death, spoke in a powerful voice that was a bit deafening. Got it, little greedy cat, I'm serving the soup. Yang Hong responded and finished what he was doing. Although the soup was not perfect yet, it was fully cooked. Brother, I won again today. The little girl's voice passed through the compartment and reached Yang Hong's ears, full of pride. Haha, I heard about it, so I cooked specially and prepared delicious food for you. Ah, thank you, brother. Seeing Yang Hong carrying a casserole into the dining room, Yang Zixuan felt like getting up and taking it. Just sit down, or go and serve the food. Hee, it's already served. Yang Zixuan smiled and pointed to the 2 small bowls of rice on the table. Her little face was full of pride and her big eyes turned into crescents. Then let's eat. My brother is eating too. Yan Hong made this soup for a purpose. Yang Zixuan's fighting style today reminded Yan Hong of the correct way to practice the golden bell cover. Get beaten! Through striking, the potential of the physical body is stimulated, the body is continuously strengthened, and external and internal strength are generated. Generally, warriors who practice this way will suffer from hidden injuries to some extent, but Yang Zixuan has Yan Hong to help her recuperate, and with the help of various spiritual plants to supplement her nutrition. No need to worry about hidden injuries. It can even strengthen the body's foundation to a certain extent. After the meal, Yang Zixuan naturally wanted to show off. With her rosy little mouth, she was like a warrior fighting against the devil, brave and fearless, and even defeated the strong with the weak. Listening to the little girl's exaggerated explanation, Yan Hong almost couldn't hold back his laughter. The little guy didn't know that he was also there. However, Yan Hong pretended not to know and kept praising the little girl in a tactless manner. Of course, his praise is also skillful and guiding. He intended to let Yang Zixuan give up useless skills in the next battle, concentrate on defense, and use her strong defense to wear down the enemy. Get victory. Chapter 50, Invincible in the Physical Level. After dinner, Yang Zixuan left in a hurry. She had to go back to make a battle summary and targeted training. Yan Hong wanted to keep Yang Zixuan and give her guidance, but he didn't want to reveal the fact that he knew martial arts, so he gave up. The next day, Yan Hong came to that location to watch the game as usual. The 5 Prodigies tournament adopts the traditional elimination system, with the winner advancing and the loser being eliminated. However, in addition to resolving conflicts among various forces, the most important purpose of the 5 Pride tournament is actually to allow the Supreme Sect to select disciples. It is also an opportunity for various forces to recommend disciples to join the upper sect. Therefore, except for a few battles between forces with life and death feuds, most battles are limited to a certain extent. Because the losing contestants still have a chance to have an exhibition match. There are 40 players in each group of the Tianjiao competition. 20 players will be eliminated on the first day. These 20 players will be paired up in pairs on the second day to fight against each other. Moreover, players can find opponents at will among themselves in this pairing, and as long as the other party agrees, they can compete. It's more of a performance than a competition. Each pair of contestants has half an hour on the stage, during which they can fully display what they have learned and show their abilities to the monks of their sect. If your ability is recognized by the monks of the upper sect, it will be like a carp leaping over the dragon gate. However, this news is only known to those who have reached a certain level of power and strength. The showdown between the eliminated players is given a euphemistic name, the Genius Guidance Competition. The geniuses demonstrate their martial arts in the arena, while the seniors below the arena give guidance and instruction to the newcomers. This is the guidance from the genius to the ordinary warriors, and it is also the reason why countless ordinary warriors come from far away to watch the competition. At the same time, this Tianjiao guidance competition was also the most surprising part for Yan Hong. Oh my God! This is such a great day! I have 13 high-level martial arts, 59 intermediate-level martial arts, and 26 low-level martial arts. Looking at the additional martial arts on the initiation system panel, Yang Hong was extremely surprised. If his eyesight was not limited, he would like to learn more martial arts. However, learning 98 kinds of martial arts in one day is enough. Moreover, as the competition progresses, although he can continue to learn from others, the amount of martial arts he can learn will become less and less. After all, there are only so many warriors participating in the competition, and the martial arts they know are not infinite, so there will inevitably be many martial arts that need to be performed repeatedly. On the third day, Yang Zixuan had another match, and Yang Hong arrived at the audience seats early. Because Yang Zixuan's realm was the lowest, she was the first to go on stage. Sixth Master, Ms. Seven's opponent this time is Zhui Heng, a true disciple of Wudang Mountain in the Ming dynasty. It is said that he is the last disciple of the master himself. His strength has already reached the late first-class level, and he is also a genius who has cultivated himself without taking any elixirs. The battle had not yet begun, and Lao Wang was reporting softly in Yang Hong's ear. Yang Hong nodded indifferently without commenting. After all, he probably didn't know any martial arts. However, he didn't need to ask anything, as someone would naturally help him answer his questions. Behind him was the young couple. Brother Jun, I'm afraid that little sister from the Sui dynasty is bound to lose this time. What pretty girl said makes sense. Yang Zixuan from the great Sui dynasty is only in the middle stage of the first-class level, and she has just entered the middle stage of the first-class level. Her strength is very weak. Her only advantage is her strong body and high defense. When she meets a player like Chu Yushu who is fast but weak in attack, she may have some advantages. But if she encounters a warrior like Zhui Heng who has both inner and outer strength and strong attack power, she will definitely lose. The young man Li Jun explained confidently, and the pretty girl kept nodding in agreement. That's true. I heard that Zhui Heng's attack, with the help of swordsmanship, has exceeded 8,000 kilograms. Haha, I heard that my third uncle's second aunt's nephew's brother is a Wudang disciple. When he came home for the new year, he confirmed to us that Zhui Heng's attack power has long exceeded 8,000 kilograms. That little sister Yang Zixuan is bound to lose. The body of a first-rate master cannot withstand a force of 8,000 kilograms, not even a master who practices external skills. That's true. Zhui Heng's swordsmanship is very superb. Yang Zixuan is obviously a clumsy person and will definitely not be able to dodge Zhui Heng's attack. Ah, my little sister is so pitiful. After hearing what the two people said, not only did Yang Hong's mouth twitch, even Lao Wang and the other two looked unhappy. After all, they were commenting on Yang Zixuan, their little master. At the same time, they became worried. Yang Hong was also a little worried. After all, swords have no eyes, and he was still worried that the little girl would get hurt. He secretly decided in his heart that if the dangerous moment really came, he would take action secretly. With his true chi, if he is careful, he shouldn't be discovered by the monks from the upper sect. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Yang Zixuan and Zhui Heng walked into the ring from both sides. After the referee emphasized the rules of the game again, the two stood facing each other. Deming, Wudang Zhui Heng. Zhui Heng politely saluted with a sword and introduced himself. Yang Zixuan saluted with a fist. Great Sui, imperial family Yang Zixuan. Looking at the long sword that was shining with cold light, Yang Zixuan suddenly said something that seemed to be incomprehensible. How about we not use weapons and just fight with fists and feet? Ah hee hee, little sister, no, my martial arts skills are all on this sword. If I don't use the sword I will lose. Oh okay. Yang Zixuan's cute little face wrinkled, a little unhappy, but she didn't force it and took out a set of tiger finger gloves and put them on her hands. Get ready and the battle begins. Seeing that Yang Zixuan was ready, Zhui Heng stopped smiling and continued to make sword moves. Although it was only an intermediate martial art, Wudang Qifeng sword technique, it was so powerful when used by Zhui Heng that it had an endless flow, forcing Yang Zixuan to use her body skills and dodge continuously. It looked like the battle was a one-sided crushing defeat. Zhui Heng crushed Yang Zixuan. The audience in the seats in front and behind also felt sorry for Yang Zixuan. but Yang Hong did have a smile in his eyes. Haha, this little girl actually knows how to hide her incompetence. Not bad, she has grown up. Everyone thought that Yang Zixuan was bound to lose because she was being beaten, but only Yang Hong knew that this little girl was greedy again. Bang pa-humph. In swordsmanship, in addition to chopping, stabbing and stabbing, there is also cloud point slapping. Whenever Zhui Hong used a move like slap, that didn't do much damage, the little girl would use her body to resist. Through Zhui Hong's attack, the body is further strengthened. All other attacks, no matter what kind, were dodged by her extremely fast body movements. The little girl's body is strong, but she is strong in all aspects. Not only is her strength and defense strong, but her speed is also extremely fast. In addition, she has a petite figure, so speed is her real strong point. As time went on, the expressions on the audience's faces became more and more interesting. Anyone with a level of correctness could see it. Yang Zixuan played with ease. This little girl is absolutely invincible in her physical body level. The innate master in front of Yang Hong suddenly sighed. This little girl's physical fitness is all-round strong, without any weaknesses. Whether it's strength, defense, speed, or reaction, it's all first class. The most rare thing is that she is quite clever. In such a competition, she even thought of using the enemy's attacks to practice her skills. Haha, I guess the people of the Sui dynasty royal family love this little girl so much that they are reluctant to hit her and not let her have the opportunity to practice her defense, so she resorted to this desperate measure. Haha, I think so too. Chapter 51. Yang Zixuan was teased. It is not an exaggeration to say that Yang Zixuan's physical body is invincible in the same level. As the strongest of the younger generation of Ming Wudang, Zhui Hong's swordsmanship is so powerful that it is impenetrable. As an opponent, Yang Zixuan could actually be hit selectively under such an attack. As long as she didn't want to bear the attack, she was not attacked at all. With such reaction ability, even an ordinary innate master could not guarantee that he could do better than Yang Zixuan. Not only does the mind react quickly, but all aspects of the body must also keep up. Only then can one be considered to have truly comprehensive physical fitness. After fighting for 7 or 8 minutes, Zhui Hong also discovered the problem. He was unable to cause any effective damage to Yang Zixuan. Bang! With a sound of metal clashing, Zhui Hong's sword collided with Yang Zixuan's fist. He took the opportunity to retreat 3 feet and put some distance between himself and Yang Zixuan. Seeing Yang Zixuan, who was unharmed and still had an innocent look on her face, Zhui Hong's face turned ugly. You are very strong. I am going to be serious. Okay, big brother. Yang Zixuan's face, which originally looked very serious, also became serious. It seems that she is going to be serious too. Hoo. Zhui Hong thrust a long sword in his hand at Yang Zixuan's shoulders and abdomen at the same time. The 3 swords were so fast that it was like they were stabbing out at the same time. 3 swords of floating clouds. The advanced sword techniques in Wudang swordsmanship allow first-rate masters to briefly challenge the advanced sword techniques of the innate masters. Click, click, click. Yang Zixuan took 3 steps back and changed direction 3 times before she managed to dodge the 3 swords. At the same time, 3 bluestone tiles were broken. Haha. At the last moment, Yang Zixuan could only fall to the right and then roll forward. This is how he managed to dodge the sword. There was a little dust on her pretty little face, making her look quite disheveled. Humph. After 2 rolls to avoid the long sword, Yang Zixuan rushed forward more than 3 feet to avoid Zhui Hong's subsequent sword strikes. Only then did he turn around and stand opposite Zhui Hong again. Big brother, I'm going to be serious too. Looking at Zhui Hong, who was full of surprise, Yang Zixuan said seriously, then used the phantom body technique, and her body transformed into 2 people and rushed towards Zhui Hong. Bang, bang, bang. There were 3 consecutive sounds of fists hitting flesh, and the 2 figures separated at the touch. A smile appeared on Yang Zixuan's serious little face, while Zhui Hong leaned his long sword on the ground with his right hand and touched his lower abdomen with his left hand. When he took out his left hand, there was bright red blood staining the slender white hand. Zhui Hong looked at the little lowly in front of him with disbelief. You're that fast too? Grandpa Huang said that speed is my advantage. Yang Zixuan smiled playfully, and on her serious little face there was a little bit of pride as if she had succeeded in playing a prank. I give up. Looking at Yang Zixuan licking her lips and looking eager to try, Shui Hong chose to give in. He didn't want to fight desperately, and he wasn't sure he could beat Yang Zixuan, so he simply gave in. This is also a very common thing in the 5 prodigies competition. Thank you, big brother. Yang Zixuan thanked Shui Hong happily. This older brother is not handsome and a little ugly, so Yang Zixuan is a little nice to him. Yang Hong smiled and nodded in the stands. The little girl won the victory by hiding her weakness first, and then exploding. Of course, this was also due to Shui Hong's arrogance, and the fact that he did not use his full strength right from the start. Yang Hong could see that Shui Hong was a little stronger than Chu Yushu, who was at the top of the first-class level. Because his strength is relatively average, while Chu Yushu is only fast, and his offense and defense are relatively weak. Yang Zixuan, who had weaker internal strength but a stronger and more balanced body, defeated Shui Hong because she had no weaknesses. However, Yang Zixuan could only make it to the top 6. Because her next opponent is Li Lizzie from the Tang dynasty, who is only 18 years old and is said to be a congenital master, but in fact, she is above the grandmaster. 2 days later, the 2 girls met in the ring. One is cute and adorable, the other is gentle and quiet, and there is actually a beauty of movement and stillness between them. Li Lizzie looked at the naive Yang Zixuan with a cunning look in her eyes and suddenly said something shocking. Little girl, call me sister-in-law. And whose royal brother's concubine are you? How come I don't know? Yang Zixuan first tilted her head to look at Li Lizzie for a while before asking curiously. I am the legal wife of your 6th brother Yang Hong. I am your sister-in-law. Call me sister-in-law. Li Lizzie raised the corner of her mouth into a beautiful arc, and continued speaking. Royal brother! Are you my royal brother's principal wife? Humph, you are lying. My brother's wife is Song Yuji, and you are Li Lizzie. You are lying. The person Yang Zixuan cares about the most is Yang Hong. When she heard Li Lizzie making fun of Yang Hong, she immediately got annoyed. She clenched her fists, used phantom skills and rushed over. She wanted to teach this big liar a lesson. Song Yuji? Li Lizzie easily dodged Yang Zixuan's attack while still being able to continue speaking. Little girl, your brother is imprisoned in the cold palace. Even if he wants to marry Song Yuji, your father will never agree. Little girl, tell me, what is your brother doing now? Has he learned the Guqin? Little girl. Li Lizzie seemed to be very interested in Yang Hong and kept asking Yang Zixuan questions about Yang Hong. This made the people in the stands feel like adults teasing children. Many people have already burst into laughter. Yang Hong glanced at Lao Wang beside him, wanting him to give him an explanation. That is the 6th princess of the Tang dynasty. She was once engaged to the 6th prince of the Sui dynasty. However, 5 years ago, the current emperor broke off the engagement with Li Shimin of the Tang dynasty. Yeah, I understand. Yang Hong still nodded calmly, as if he was not the one whose engagement was broken off. After he traveled through time, he remembered the engagement. His previous incarnation even had a delusion that he wanted to use the engagement and the power of the Tang dynasty to leave the cold palace. As a time traveler, Yang Hong doesn't have such delusion, so it's better to cancel the engagement. Without the Tang princess with a strong background and incredible power, he could have married more wives. Yang Hong has just released his sensing ability, and has confirmed that. This girl, who is only 18 years old, has already reached the level of a grandmaster in terms of strength. Although Li Lizzie still used internal force, it was internal force with the characteristics of true qi. As Yang Hong has mastered the intermediate breathing technique and has extremely pure true qi, he would not be wrong. In the arena, the internal force fluctuations emitted by Li Lizzie were always at the top level, but her every move had the bearing of a master. The martial arts she used were all intermediate level, but the moves were connected smoothly and roundly, which was simply not something a master of innate skills could do. So, no more fighting, I give up! After 6 minutes of hard attack, Yang Zixuan, who didn't even touch the corner of Li Lizzie's clothes, took a few steps back and distanced herself. He gave up immediately. She hated this beautiful older sister even more. They're making fun of her. Hey, little sister, why did you admit defeat? You can admit defeat if you want. Tell me the news about Yang Hong. Li Lizzie was touched by Yang Zixuan's cute pouting look and continued to tease her. Humph. Yang Zixuan didn't answer, she just tossed her cute ponytail and trotted off the stage. She wouldn't talk to this annoying guy. Chapter 52. I Heard I'm Your Wife. After watching Yang Zixuan's Tianjiao coaching match, Yang Hong could no longer go out. The semi-finals and finals were completed in just one day, and then another day was spent by royal representatives of the 5 dynasties and representatives of the martial arts sects to present awards to the top 3 in the 4 groups. The official 5 prodigies competition has come to an end. But unknown to ordinary warriors and ordinary people, the real purpose of the 5 prodigies tournament has just begun. All the contestants of the Tianjiao competition were blindfolded and taken into a stone chamber brightly lit by candles. They all knew there was a candle nearby, but they were not allowed to remove their blindfolds. The contestants were led one by one onto a special stone platform. This second grade 3rd spiritual root is not worth cultivating. This is a rank 3 earth and wood spiritual root. You can take it back and cultivate it as a spiritual plant master. Hiss, this weirdo is actually a 7th grade, 5 attribute spiritual root. Who wants it? I can't afford it. The resources needed for the 5 spiritual roots cultivation are not affordable for our small sections. A 5th grade gold attributed spiritual root, our Qingyan sword sect wants this. This? While these contestants were feeling confused, excited, or disappointed, Shangzong quickly completed their selection. Some people may never know what they have experienced or lost in their entire lives. They just live in a daze and treat it as a dream. Some people use this to make a breakthrough and get a chance to become an immortal and live forever. That morning, Yan Hong's courtyard welcomed another guest. Li Lizzie, the 6th princess of the Tang dynasty. In the living room of the small building, Li Lizzie was walking around the main hall with a teacup in her hand. She was quietly sipping tea while observing the small building. She never imagined that Yan Hong's living environment was so good, and he didn't look like a prisoner at all. She also saw that Yan Hong was leading a group of concubines and palace maids to farm. A prince from the cold palace is actually farming like a farmer, and he seems to be enjoying it. That's really interesting. Coming to the window, looking at Yan Hong who was hoeing the ground not far away, Li Lizzie curled up the corners of her mouth into a beautiful smile. Since my rebirth, I have been very cautious and have not dared to reveal any flaws. I have even suppressed my cultivation intentionally, waiting for this opportunity to enter the Qingyan sword sect. Now that I've been accepted by Qingyan sword sect, I can start planning some things. I don't want to be trained as a cauldron anymore. Speaking of this, Li Lizzie's eyes flashed with a ruthlessness and coldness that was different from her age. And that bitch! The temperature in the living room suddenly dropped several degrees. The palace maid serving nearby shuddered and looked up at the sky outside the living room in surprise. There's no wind, and the sun is still shining. She muttered to herself and planned to buy another piece of clothing later. Li Lizzie glanced at the palace maid and retracted her anger and momentum. This fiancé can be put to good use. I didn't care when my fiancé died in my previous life, or when the engagement was cancelled. Now that I've been reborn, I must make good use of this fiancé. Looking at Yang Hong, who was as skilled as an old farmer, Li Lizzie's eyes became brighter and brighter. She had a plan long ago, and now with Yang Hong around, she could do even better. Just as she was constantly perfecting her plan, Yang Hong finished his morning task and came over. Looking at this somewhat familiar figure, Yang Hong just nodded lightly, then walked past her, went straight to the tea table, picked up a large tea bowl, and poured himself a cup of tea. After drinking it, he looked at Li Lizzie and examined her carefully. She is 1.7 meters tall, and at the age of 18, she is already very pretty. Although her appearance is not stunning, she is still very pretty. The most important thing is, after getting closer, Yang Hong was sure that Li Lizzie was a cultivator at the Qi training stage, and he could clearly sense the fluctuations of her true Qi. So this woman came with bad intentions. The 6th princess of the Tang dynasty? What do you want from me? I heard that I am your wife, and I came to see my husband. Li Lizzie tilted her little head and looked at Yang Hong with curiosity, with a hint of teasing in her expression. Oh, then please go back. Your husband is not here, and our engagement has been cancelled long ago. Yang Hong frowned. What was Li Lizzie doing? Look, the marriage certificate is here, our engagement has not been cancelled. Li Lizzie took out a marriage certificate with a red background and gold edges like a magician, and Yang Hong narrowed his eyes. Li Lizzie even opened the marriage certificate and showed the contents inside. Yang Jian bows his head and bows his head. We have talked for a long time and have deep feelings for each other, but I have never seen you in person. At this time, I hope you will be happy. Since Yang Hong has been exempted from the young age, there is no reason to pay your respects to him. Please take care of yourself. I will not announce it. Yang Jian bows his head and bows his head. This is the marriage certificate written by Yang Jian, so it cannot be wrong. But didn't Lao Wang and the others say that the engagement was cancelled? Hey, I'm here to exchange marriage certificates. As she spoke, Li Lizzie stuffed the marriage certificate into Yang Hong's hand and took out a marriage reply certificate. Li Lizzie is the sixth daughter, still young, and has not yet met the rules of marriage. I heard that your sixth son has no wife, and would like to have a good marriage. I would like to ask for your help. I respectfully replied to the matchmaker Fang Xianling, I dare not disrespect Li Shimin himself. This marriage reply was actually written by Li Shimin himself. Yang Hong was even more surprised. Generally, the reply to the marriage letter is written by the woman's biological mother, but it is written by her father, or the emperor, which shows how much the woman values it. Do you believe it now? That's right. Exchange. Li Lizzie slid the marriage certificate in her hand into Yang Hong's hand with a cunning look on her face, and then snatched the marriage certificate back. Done, our engagement is official. Li Lizzie proudly shook the marriage certificate, and the smile on her face looked problematic no matter how you looked at it. Although Yang Hong was surprised, he was not stupid. He turned around and shouted outside the door. Lao Wang, come here for a moment. Your Highness, what do you want? Old Wang, who was standing guard outside the door, came in immediately. Old Wang, go ask Grandpa Huang and Father Huang what's going on. Yang Hong simply threw the marriage certificate to Lao Wang like throwing away garbage. I will go right away. Lao Wang carefully put away the reply to the marriage certificate and ran away. He is also very panicked now. He just told Yang Hong not long ago that his engagement with Li Lizzie was cancelled. He didn't expect that the Princess Li Lizzie would come to his door and slap him in the face. Li Lizzie's face darkened when she saw Yang Hong's actions. You are a prince from the cold palace. I am willing to marry you. You are taking advantage of me. How dare you be so shameless? Li Lizzie's true energy slowly surged, and she was about to teach Yang Hong a lesson. Yang Hong sensed the fluctuation of true energy, turned his head and glanced at Li Lizzie lightly, with a sarcastic smile on the corner of his mouth. You want to hit me? I haven't practiced martial arts, so I can't take a beating. You are shameless! Li Lizzie clenched her two fists tightly, not daring to hit Yang Hong, for fear of hurting him. A pretty little face, when twisted, actually looks a bit cute. She didn't know that she, who thought she was very skilled in martial arts, could be killed by Yang Hong with just one slap. Chapter 53 Fellow Villager? Fellow Villager, is that you? Just as Yang Hong and Li Lizzie were staring at each other, Yang Zhong and Yang Jian arrived together. My dear grandson, you have made a fortune! As soon as he saw Yang Hong, Yang Zhong hugged Yang Hong and walked out of the small building, winking at Yang Hong with a lewd look on his face. Grandpa Huang, don't you think this is unreasonable? She is the sixth princess of the Tang dynasty and a princess with great martial arts skills. Why would she marry me? There must be a conspiracy here. Yang Hong rolled his eyes and retorted directly. There really is no conspiracy. Every time the 5 Pride competition is over, many men and women are busy getting married. Even if there's a conspiracy, my dear grandson, you won't lose anything. You should be happy that such a beautiful girl threw herself into your arms. Besides, the dowry given by Li Lizzie is quite generous. Yang Hong glared at Yang Zhong and he knew the reason. Haha, Grandfather Emperor, you probably sold me for Li Lizzie's dowry, didn't you? He. Yang Zhong smiled awkwardly, and even scratched his head in an unbecoming manner. Tell me, what dowry did the Tang dynasty Li family give? Yang Hong was also curious about the price he was sold for. Your dowry is very good and powerful, slurp. The retired Emperor Yang Zhong first sucked his saliva in a very ungraceful manner before continuing. Your dowry is the latest steel smelting formula and the latest salt making formula of the Tang dynasty. Slurp. Hiss. Yang Hong was also surprised. Salt and iron were the main sources of income for rulers in feudal society. Among them, the iron smelting technology of the Tang dynasty has always been the strongest among the 5 dynasties. The Amo Dao and Tang Hing Dao have always been classics that cannot be surpassed. The Mingguang armor of the Tang dynasty is also a rare and top-grade armor. Isn't it crazy for the Tang dynasty to give such a dowry? Hee, I don't care whether you are crazy or not. Anyway, we have tested the salt-making formula of the Tang dynasty. We can turn the toxic mineral salt into non-toxic refined salt, and it is snowflake salt that is better than the top-grade green salt. Snowflake salt? Could it be? Oh my gosh! Yang Hong suddenly exclaimed, and without paying any attention to Yang Zhong's expression, he rushed into the small building. He came to Li Lizzie and grabbed her little hand before she could react. Fellow countrymen! Li Lizzie was slightly surprised, but did not understand what Yang Hong meant. Odds change, evens don't. Yang Hong blurted out another sentence, and looked at Li Lizzie with burning eyes, hoping to see something from her face. But Li Lizzie still looked stunned. Palace jade liquor. Appa? Yadai? After Yang Hong asked several questions, not only Li Lizzie was confused, but others also looked at Yang Hong strangely, wondering what was wrong with him. But the disappointment on Yang Hong's face became more and more obvious. What are you talking about? Food? New dishes? Li Lizzie had just heard Yang Jian bragging that Yang Hong was good at farming and cooking, so she asked this subconsciously. Yang Hong was completely disappointed, but after changing his mind, he asked again. Who invented snowflake salt? Hee, of course it's me. If it weren't for me, how would I dare to use it as a dowry? Li Lizzie straightened her beginning to be grown heart, and smiled with some satisfaction. It's really you, but how come you don't know the answer to my question? Why would I know that? What do these questions have to do with snowflake salt? Li Lizzie tilted her head and looked at Yang Hong strangely. Although she didn't know what Yang Hong was talking about, it seemed delicious. These are really, really delicious. Yang Hong almost burst out laughing when he heard Li Lizzie's answer. The questions he asked were summarized by internet experts and are the best questions to confirm the identity of a time traveler. Among them, the Yamiti is a mythical beast known to all the people on the Blue Star, regardless of gender or nationality. But it became delicious in Li Lizzie's mouth? Looking at Li Lizzie's rosy little mouth, Yang Hong thought that she might be edible. Ahem, it's not food. It's a couplet. Couplet? Are couplets so strange? Are you uneducated? Yes, I am just ignorant and incompetent, so Your Highness the Sixth Princess, let's forget about our engagement. Li Lizzie was outspoken, so Yang Hong simply took advantage of the situation and brought up the engagement again. Asshole! Asshole! 2 angry shouts came from the mouths of Yang Jian and Yang Zhong. Both of them looked gloomy at the same time. As they were both emperors, they naturally knew the importance of Li Lizzie's 2 formulas. The iron smelting formula can not only greatly enhance the country's military combat capability, but the excess iron can also improve the lives of the people. The salt-making formula can completely solve the problem of salt shortage for the people. It can also lower the price of salt and increase the country's fiscal revenue. It is a great thing that benefits both the country and the people. In exchange for the marriage of Yang Hong, the Prince of the Cold Palace, it would be a very good deal. Lizzie, Yang Hong has been in the Cold Palace for too long and his mind is a little unclear. He is talking nonsense. Yes, that's nonsense. Besides, marriage is always decided by parents and matchmakers. As elders, we have agreed to it, so there is no possibility for him to refute it. Haha, Li Ji, wait a moment, I'll enlighten him. This time, without waiting for Yang Hong to object, Yang Jian pulled Yang Hong out of the building again. Yedu, you have grown up now. You should know the importance of salt and iron to a dynasty. We are really powerless to refuse this dowry. I know Yedu is worried that there is a conspiracy here, but I tell you there is absolutely no conspiracy. This kind of thing happens every time the 5 pride competition is over. Why? Yang Hong had a vague feeling that it had something to do with the upper sect. In fact, this matter is not a secret among the 5 dynasties and the 33 sects. The apparent purpose of the 5 prodigies tournament is to resolve major conflicts within the 5 dynasties and avoid war. However, the actual purpose is to facilitate the sect to select disciples within the 5 dynasties. All the 5 dynasties and the martial arts sects are happy with this, because joining the upper sect is like a carp leaping over the dragon gate. Not only can they gain powerful strength, but they may also have longevity. Over the past 300 years, thousands of people from the 5 dynasties have joined the Shangzong. But joining the upper sect doesn't mean you will be treated well. Most people who join the clan start out as menial servants, like tenant farmers on a farm. Being a menial servant is still good. The most frightening thing is to become the cauldron of some senior master. Once you become a cauldron, the end is very tragic, regardless of whether you are a man or a woman. The more Yang Jian spoke, the more solemn his expression became. His 6th uncle had once become the cauldron of the Xianin sect. He was not released until all his vital energy and blood had been sucked dry. Yang Jian would never forget the fear he felt when he saw his 6th uncle being raped, but he was also more horrified by the methods used by the supreme sect. Yang Hong probably understood that entering the upper sect was either a chance to make a leap forward or the beginning of a fall into the abyss. But what does this have to do with Li Lizzie marrying me? Yes, it is very relevant. The people of the upper sect seem to have placed a ban on the royal family of our 5 Directions dynasty. We cannot leave the 5 Directions dynasty easily, but the monks of the upper sect cannot harm the royal family of the 5 Directions dynasty at will. One of the rules is that disciples who marry members of the 5 dynasties' royal family are not allowed to become furnace tripods. So it's a shield. Only then did Yang Hong understand why Li Lizzie was in such a hurry to get married. She was indeed very beautiful and might be noticed by the monks and become their cauldron. Chapter 54, Quick Marriage. Now you understand, don't you? It's not an exaggeration to say it's a shield. And, Your Majesty, there is something that may require your intervention. Before Yang Jian finished speaking, the eunuch chief Dai Quan came running over, and when he came he did not hesitate to talk to Yang Hong and spoke directly. What's the matter? Can't you see I'm busy? Yang Jian glared at Dai Quan a little unhappily and was about to continue explaining something to Yang Hong. Your Majesty, I really need you to come forward. If the Emperor is here, he may have to trouble himself. Dai Quan continued to insist with a bitter face. What's up? The head of the Inque sect, the current Yin Queen Zhu Yuyan, has come with her beloved disciple Wan Wan, saying that she wants to marry the 6th prince. What? Zhu Yuyan came in person? Is she here to marry her disciple as well? Yang Jian was also a little surprised. He knew the strength of the Inque sect and knew that it would be no problem for them to easily overthrow the Sui dynasty. But now the contemporary saint of Inque sect is going to marry Yang Hong. This doesn't make sense. Ahem, Your Majesty, it is the master and the disciple who are going to marry the 6th prince together. Dai Quan looked at Yang Hong with a constipated look on his face. He didn't know when Yang Hong became so popular. First, the most favored 6th princess of the Tang dynasty, Li Lizzie, came, and now the leader of the Inque sect has come with the saint to marry. This must be crazy. Haha, you're here to find an excuse again. Father, you're in trouble. Yang Hong was also surprised when he heard this, and then he shook his head in disdain. He would not accept these marriage proposals. Hey, I'll go take a look. Yang Jian originally wanted to say that Yang Hong was taking advantage of the situation, but after seeing Yang Hong's expression, he was sure that Yang Hong was really against these marriage proposals. But as an emperor, Yang Jian had more to consider. He not only had to consider his son's mood, but also the livelihood and development of the entire dynasty. Yang Jian left in a hurry, and Yang Hong returned to the small building and continued to make excuses to avoid Li Lizzie. Unfortunately, his excuses were doomed to be futile. The more he tried to refuse, the more determined Li Lizzie became. She was determined to follow the parents' orders and matchmaker's words, and did not give Yang Hong a chance to object. The retired Emperor Yang Zhong was extremely satisfied with this marriage and kept working on Yang Hong's ideology. Even when Yang Hong hinted at stopping growing vegetables and brewing wine, it did not shake Yang Zhong's determination. My dear grandson, this engagement is not a loss for us. First of all, the Tang dynasty Li family does not ask for any betrothal gifts from us. As long as we agree to it, the two dynasties will help each other and not attack each other. To be honest, our great Sui dynasty has taken advantage of this. Among the 5 dynasties today, the Tang dynasty is the strongest. This condition gives the great Sui dynasty a talisman. The second point, which is probably what you care about the most, is that after you get married, Li Lizzie will immediately leave the 5 Directions dynasty and go to the upper sect to practice. So you don't have to worry about this little girl bullying you. Hearing this, Yang Hong nodded to show his understanding. After all, Li Lizzie was just looking for a superficial shield, and was not really looking for a husband. Her goal must be the vast world of cultivating immortals. My dear grandson, there is one more thing that will also benefit you. In the future, when that little girl Li Lizzie succeeds in her cultivation, it will definitely change your luck and destiny. It is unknown whether you will be able to cultivate in the future. She has achieved success in cultivation, will it affect me? Hearing this, Yang Hong was also tempted. Although he was able to practice now, he also wanted to practice openly instead of secretly. Maybe this is an opportunity. When he watched the 5 prodigies competition before, he sensed many powerful auras, some of which he could only sense from a distance. Yang Hong felt like he was going to be crushed to death. So he made up his mind to stay in the cold palace of the Sui dynasty first, and then show his skills when he became strong. But if getting married can show one's accomplishments in advance, then the marriage can be concluded. Of course it will have an impact. Once you get married, you will be husband and wife, and your luck will affect each other. If Li Lizzie becomes a powerful being, even if she doesn't want to, your luck and destiny will improve. Seeing that Yang Hong was still concerned about his inability to practice, Emperor Yang Zhong knew how to persuade Yang Hong to get married. Yang Hong thought more. He knew that there were 2 women in the palace who wanted to marry him. If the fortunes of a couple really affect each other, then he can agree to everything and further improve his own fortune. When his cultivation level is exposed one day, he can just push it to these monks' wives. Grandpa Emperor, I understand. I agree. Ha ha ha, that's great, this is my good grandson. Ha ha ha, Yeru, I knew you were sensible. Then these 2. At some point, Emperor Yang Jian brought 2 beautiful women into the Jiru Wangwen pavilion. Both of these women are more beautiful than Li Lizzie. The older man looked to be in his 30s, and he looked elegant and noble in his purple dress. His delicate and perfect facial features were full of vicissitudes and charm, and one could tell at first glance that he was a man with a story. She has a very dominant figure and a big heart. She is the woman with the best figure Yang Hong has ever seen since he traveled through time. You have to know that Yang Hong lives in the imperial palace where many beauties gather, and women with such domineering figures are rare, which shows how good Zhu Yiyan's figure is. The younger one has an average figure, and her heart isn't even as big as 18-year-old Li Lizzie's. But she was wearing pink clothes and was barefoot, and there was the sound of crisp bells when she walked, giving people a cute and elf-like feeling. This is Wanwan. If you drive 1 sheep, you can drive them away. If you let 3 sheep go, you can let them go together. After the initial surprise, Yang Hong quickly came to his senses and said calmly, Haha, you are quite a character, young man. I really want to beat you up. What should I do? Zhu Yuyan walked forward, smiled softly, and a mature woman's charm naturally emanated from her. Yang Hong almost raised the flag and saluted. Ahem, Sect Master Zhu, my grandson has not practiced, so he may not be able to resist your heavenly demonic skill. Yang Zhong, who was beside Yang Hong, discovered Zhu Yuyan's little trick and also noticed Yang Hong's embarrassment, so he quickly reminded him. Oh young man, you really haven't practiced? Let me see. Zhu Yuyan didn't believe it, and walked to Yang Hong, put one arm around Yang Hong's shoulders, and groped Yang Hong's body with the other hand. Yang Hong resisted the urge to slap the woman to death, and turned his head to the side to look at the scenery. Zhu Yuyan had already set her heart on him, so he inevitably raised the flag. Well, I really haven't practiced. After just 1 minute, Zhu Yuyan let go of Yang Hong and her expression became cold. She took 2 steps back and looked up and down at the handsome Yang Hong. The more she looked, the more satisfied she became. Very well, I will marry you. Also, my apprentice Wanwan. Wanwan, who was standing by, saw that her master had already verified it, so she didn't verify anything herself. Lizzie, who was watching the whole show, did not object and actually nodded in approval. Yan Hong was completely speechless about these women. But on second thought, I understood. These women married him only in name, and there would not be any substantive relationship between them. Now that it's decided, the wedding will be very soon. The marriage certificates were exchanged on the same day, and the 3 books and 6 ceremonies were also completed. The announcement was made to the world the next day, and the wedding was held on the 3rd day with a simple ceremony. In order to make it more formal and to let those immortal cultivators know about this wedding, Yan Hong's wedding was held outside Xingtian Gate of the Sui dynasty. Although there were not many invited guests, many people came to watch the ceremony spontaneously. It was also at this time that many people knew that the Sui dynasty had a 6th prince named Yan Hong. First bow to heaven and earth, second bow to parents, and then husband and wife bowed to each other. However, unlike what was expected, it was not 3 people who bowed to Yan Hong, but 4 people. Chapter 55, The Frustrated Wolf King. The extra person was Song Yuji from the Lingnan Song clan. Allowing her to attend the wedding was actually a form of compensation to the Song family. You know, although 4 women married 1 man, the people who married with her were all extraordinary. Lizzie, the most favored princess of the Tang dynasty, a master of innate cultivation. Wanwan, the contemporary saint of the Intrigue sect, is a famous genius in the 5 dynasties and has reached the mid-stage of the innate master level. Zhu Yuyan, the current head of Intrigue sect and Queen Yin, is a grandmaster. In such a lineup, she, Song Yuji, a first-rate warrior, did gain a lot of face and also brought a little fame to the Song family. As a powerful force in the underworld, Song Yuji and his family had already entered the Daxing imperial city and watched the 5 prodigies competition. Moreover, Song Yuji also participated in the secret test through the relationship with the Sui royal family. That was one of the conditions for Song Yuji to marry Yang Hong. If Song Yuji had been lucky enough to be chosen by the emperor, she wouldn't have to marry Yang Hong. On the contrary, if she fails the test, she will have to marry Yang Hong obediently. Unfortunately, Song Yuji and even the Song family's plan to leap over the Dragon Gate ultimately failed. Song Yuji's aptitude for cultivating immortals was too poor, so he was not selected. Originally, Yang Hong and Song Yuji's wedding was scheduled for August 15th, but Song Yuji heard that several people who were about to enter the upper clan wanted to marry Yang Hong. She simply asked to get married together. This led to the situation where Yang Hong married 4 wives at once. It is estimated that this scene will become the talk of the town of Daxing for many years. Originally, according to the normal wedding process, the next step would be to send the bride to the bridal chamber. Unfortunately, Yang Hong was locked out of the bridal chamber, and the 4 brides went to make trouble in the bridal chamber on their own. Oh, what a hassle! I'm not marrying a wife, I'm marrying 4 ancestors. However, I can teach that little girl Song Yuji a lesson later. By the way, is Song Yuji pretty? I haven't even seen her face yet. Also, I heard that Song Yuji is 29 years old, 8 years older than me. The groom, who was locked outside the bridal chamber, complained to himself for a few words and then turned and left. This new Jirua Wanwen pavilion has 8 high-rise buildings covering an area of 1 acre. One of them is occupied, and the other 7 are still unoccupied. Yang Hong plans to find a room to spend the night. At the same time, in an empty palace not far from the Jiru Wanwen pavilion, a gray light flashed, and a huge black dog appeared. Hee, the little girl from Xianin sect is still too young. The boundary-breaking stone is not meant to be used in your crude way. Now that I have integrated the boundary-breaking stone into my demon pill, I will be able to easily pass through various restrictions, barriers, and even small spaces in the future. This big black dog is the sky-swallowing one-horned wolf king. When he got the breaking boundary stone from Xianin sect's Gong Yen, he did not immediately break through the iron cage that sealed him, but instead merged the breaking boundary stone into his demon pill. This gave him some supernatural powers to travel through space. However, he paid a great price for this. His demonic energy cultivation level was directly reduced to the 2nd level of foundation building. At the same time, his powerful physical body also experienced a period of weakness. The horn on his head that he was so proud of also shrank and disappeared. Sniff, 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 spiritual plants. There are actually spiritual plants here. Just when the sky-devouring one-horned wolf king was about to leave, it suddenly smelled a pleasant scent and immediately couldn't help but turn around and run towards Yang Hong's Zeraluan pavilion. Is this a dog hole? Who put a dog hole in such a big yard? Isn't this bullying the dog? Running outside the courtyard wall, the sky-swallowing one-horned wolf king was unhappy when he saw the dog hole in the corner of the wall and felt insulted. Then he took a few steps back and leaped forward. Climbed up to the top of the wall. Whoa! Before the sky-devouring one-horned wolf king could feel proud, he felt a sharp pain in all four claws. That is glass. Yang Hong inserted the glass on the wall to prevent thieves. The sky-devouring one-horned wolf king resisted the urge to continue shouting, jumped off the wall, and walked towards the direction of the spiritual plant with one staggering step. Although his body was strong and he was not injured, the pain from being stabbed was real. But his wolf howl was heard by Yang Hong, who was far away. And it made Yang Hong's eyes light up. Haha, is there another cute dog delivering food? I haven't had dog meat hot pot for a long time. Today is a good time to have a hot pot. I'm so happy. Do you think Yang Hong would leave a dog hole in such an exquisite, Zeraluan pavilion? It's all for the stupid dogs to fall into his trap and become his food. Ever since he started to inoculate plants and cultivate special plants, cats and dogs would come to his place from time to time to steal food, and they would only pick the good ones. So, he was not polite. Just use those as a snack for the dogs. For cats, it depends on their weight. If they are too small, use them as fertilizer for the flowers. If they are big enough, use them as a snack. You can't blame Yang Hong for being cruel. If he didn't eat these cats and dogs, the plants he planted would have been eaten up by them. These were Yang Hong's food rations, especially when he had just started planting. Without these rations, he would have starved to death. Thinking about where the dog might appear, Yang Hong ran towards the medicine garden. The highest quality thing he has here must be the jade grape, but the one with the strongest and most fragrant aroma is the Xianyang ginseng. Oh my God! Stupid dog! How dare you! As soon as I ran to the medicine garden, I saw a black dog the size of a calf eating Xianyang ginseng. Oh! When the sky-swallowing one-horned wolf king heard the human voice, he leapt up at Yang Hong, shouted with disdain, and continued to gnaw on the Xianyang ginseng. Damn it, I want you to die! Yang Hong was angry, not because of black dog's disdain, but because this Xianyang ginseng was already a medium-grade spiritual plant of the first grade, and it was the fastest advancing spiritual plant among all the spiritual plants he cultivated. Bang, bang, bang. Yang Hong hit the black dog with normal force, but the black dog just hummed in comfort and increased the speed of eating the Xianyang ginseng. Hiss, this black dog ate the Xianyang ginseng. Could it be that it has evolved? Yang Hong muttered something, then used all his strength to hit the black dog's neck. Bang. The sound is a bit like hammering iron. Hiss, he has indeed mutated. We can't hold back. Yang Hong used his most familiar bull fist and kept hitting the black dog's neck. Whoa, whoa! The sky-swallowing one-horned wolf king was also stunned. How could this mortal with no internal strength or true energy be so powerful? But he had no chance to wonder. The sky-swallowing one-horned wolf king had just broken through the seal and was still quite weak. Because of carelessness, he was hit in the vitals by Yang Hong. He gradually lost his breath with the sound of clang, clang, clang. He might be the 7th-level demon king who died the most miserable death. No doubt about it. Phew, this big black dog is really hard to kill. I'm using all my strength. Looking at the big black dog that was completely lifeless, Yang Hong breathed a sigh of relief. I want to see if you have a steel plate in your throat. It's so hard. Yang Hong rubbed his red hands, pried open the big black dog's mouth, and reached into its throat to feel around. Oh my God! It's Xianyang ginseng. It's indeed Xianyang ginseng that caused the big black dog to mutate. Looking at the half-palm-long and baby-arm-thick Xianyang ginseng in his hand, Yang Hong naturally thought that the big black dog became so powerful because of the Xianyang ginseng. It can't be wasted. It can't be wasted. I'm going to stew this big black dog right now. I can't waste the medicinal properties of the Xianyang ginseng. As he spoke, Yang Hong carried the big black dog and half a load of Xianyang ginseng, and ran towards the small building of concubine Zhou and the others. Chapter 56 Dog Meat Hot Pot. Bang! Zhou Fingji, please open the door. I need to use your kitchen for a while. In just a few breaths, Yang Hong arrived in front of the high-rise building where concubine Zhou and 7 others were and knocked on the door directly. Sixth Prince, it's the Sixth Prince. Should we open the door? It's better not to open the door. Today is the Sixth Prince's big day. Yes, we can't open it. Yesterday, a nanny came over and told us to be more cautious. Then don't open it. Sixth Prince, please forgive me, we cannot open the door. The women whispered to each other for a while and decided not to open the door for Yang Hong, which made Yang Hong frown. Okay, I won't go in. Get the things out of the kitchen. I want to make dog meat hot pot. Oh, another dog is here to add to the meal? When they heard about dog meat hot pot, the door opened and 7 concubines and 15 palace maids ran out. It was not the first time for them to eat dog meat hot pot. They became greedy when they heard about it. This black dog is so big, I'm afraid it won't fit in one pot. It can be stewed, our big pot can stew it. I'll go move the pot. I'm going to pick some vegetables. I'll go get some firewood. I'll go. Without Yang Hong's instructions, several greedy women took action. Soon, a simple stove was built outside the tall building. The boiling water began to gurgle. Considering that the big black dog had mutated, Yang Hong directly threw the whole black dog into the iron pot and stewed it. Simmer for 10 minutes before taking it out and preparing to shave the hair. This big black dog's fur is black, thick, and hard. I can't shave it. The one who took over the task of scraping the hair was concubine Hu, the daughter of a butcher, who had learned this craft at home. However, after working for a long time, she only managed to shave off a few dog hairs, and complained in disbelief. Really? Let me try, it's really hard. Concubine Zhou, who had the highest martial arts skills, took the razor and used her internal strength, but still couldn't shave. The others were stunned. What kind of dog is this? Its fur is so hard. Yang Hong held his chin with his hand and thought about how to remove the hair from the black dog. He was mentally prepared for the big black dog's hard fur. With his enormous strength of nearly 190,000 pounds, it took him a long time to kill the black dog, which showed how badly it had mutated. Maybe this is a special breed of dog. I'll go find some seasonings while you guys stew this guy first. After saying that, Yang Hong turned and entered the vegetable field and medicinal garden. Not long after, he came back with some flowers and plants in his hands. Sixth Prince, the dog's hair hasn't even fallen off yet, and you're going to stew the meat? Jia Yuanchun asked in surprise when she saw Yang Hong throwing a bunch of flowers and plants into the pot. Haha, I don't have the intention of eating a mouthful of dog hair. These herbs and vegetables are all convenient for removing hair. Not only can they remove hair for dogs, but if you want to remove hair, I can also make medicine for you. No. Jia Yuanchun waved her hands repeatedly, but her face turned a little red with embarrassment. The other girls also blushed. As women, they always want to be cleaner, so the 22 beauties, big and small, all looked at the big iron pot with anticipation. It took another 20 minutes of stewing, and Yang Hong added water 3 times before all the hair of the big black dog was removed. Okay, get a new pot and I'll cut up the big dog. Putting the iron pot full of dog hair aside, Yang Hong picked up a kitchen knife and began to cut up the big dog. This time he used true chi to cut. Just as he expected, since the dog hair had become hard, the dog meat and dog skin would naturally not be easy to get. He had to use up his maximum chi output to cut the dog skin, but the dog meat inside became much softer. So, Yang Hong cut the big dog in half and then carefully peeled off the dog skin in one piece. After completing this step, it's time to cut the meat. Of course, Yang Hong would not give up on the internal organs. After cleaning them out, they become delicious dishes. Anyway, he now has a lot of manpower, and each person is responsible for a small part, and soon a big black dog the size of a calf is turned into plates of food. Your Highness, let's eat hot pot. We have a set of tables here. Xiao Xiao and several other palace maids had already brought out a large round table with a diameter of 10 feet and were waiting to start eating. Okay, let's eat hot pot. If the dog meat rolls around, even gods won't be able to stand still. However, meat also requires wine. You guys cook it first, and I'll go get some jars of wine. Yang Hong was considering that after eating the Xianyang ginseng, the big black dog must have been greatly nourished all over the body, and it was also very young, very hot, and very dry, so it needed cold property wine to neutralize it. The wine he brewed happened to have a cold property. Arriving at the winery and entering the wine cellar underground, a cold and gloomy place, Yang Hong picked up 220 jars of fine wine and left. Hanwei wine is a special wine used to assist in the practice of yin cold attribute techniques. Yang Hong only brewed 5 jars. However, he brewed Hanwei wine not for cultivation, but for detoxification. Relieve the heat and toxicity of tiger penis wine. He had brewed too much tiger whip wine and then thought of brewing Hanwei wine. After leaving the wine cellar, Yang Hong felt unsafe, so he went to the medicine garden to pick some herbs. 6 Prince, come quickly, the dog meat is especially delicious today. As soon as he returned to the vicinity of the tall building, Yang Hong heard the women shouting excitedly. Then an incomparable aroma of meat came. Gurgle gurgle. Yang Hong couldn't help swallowing his saliva, it was so delicious. Haha, it turns out that if the dog meat rolls, even gods can't stand still. What are you waiting for? Let's eat! Yang Hong walked quickly to the hot pot table, put down the wine jar, picked up the bowl and chopsticks, and without washing his hands, he directly picked up a piece of dog meat, not caring about the burn, and ate it first as a sign of respect. An indescribable meaty aroma went from the tip of his tongue into his heart, and Yang Hong was obsessed with it. Delicious, fresh, fragrant, tender, and surprisingly crispy and chewy. It really doesn't taste like dog meat at all. Oh, delicious. It's delicious. The girls took a bite and didn't want to stop. Even the 15 palace maids were allowed to eat meat while standing. Ah, the queen is bleeding. Suddenly a palace maid pointed at Jia Yuanchun and said in surprise. Yang Hong took a look and felt relieved. It's all right. This dog meat is very nutritious and warming. Just drink a few sips of wine and it will be fine. Oh, wait, let me add some seasoning. At this time, Yang Hongkai remembered the herbs he had just picked. He tore them up and threw them into the hot pot. After hearing what Yang Hong said, Jia Yuanchun quickly poured herself a glass of Hanwei wine to calm herself down. However, after she drank a glass of wine, she was really shocked. Okay, how dare you guys eat alone? A strange voice suddenly sounded, and then 4 figures rushed over quickly. It was Wanwan and the other 3 brides. At this time, they had all changed back into their normal clothes. They were attracted by the smell of dog meat. Haha, we just had a hot pot meal and had fun. If you want to eat, sit down and eat. If you don't want to eat, go back. Yang Hong kept moving his chopsticks to add side dishes and dog meat into the hot pot. He didn't believe that these 4 people were thin-skinned. Sure enough, the 4 of them took the bowls and chopsticks brought by the palace maids, sat down without any courtesy, and without Yang Hong's invitation, they picked up the dog meat and started eating with a huff huff sound. A big black dog. No, it was a great demon king at the 7th level of Fusion Realm, who was eaten up completely in such a miserable way. Even his demon pill that was fused with the boundary-breaking stone was collected by Yang Hong as a treasure. Even his dog hair was used as fertilizer and buried in the medicine garden. Being used completely. Chapter 57 People whose cultivation has improved by leaps and bounds. A hot pot meal gave Yang Hong the opportunity to enter the bridal chamber. As a price, all 5 jars of Hanwei wine were drunk. After all, the body of the 7th level demon king, even if it was suppressed and sealed, still contained huge energy. If Yang Hong hadn't accidentally given him a large amount of cold medicine. It is estimated that everyone, including Yang Hong, will be burned to death by the hot energy. Although Yang Hong has not yet studied medicine, as a person from modern times, he still understands the balance of yin and yang. It's a pity that he didn't have the chance to experience the intersection of yin and yang. On the wedding night, although he was allowed to enter the small building, he had to stay alone in the empty room. Yang Hong, who was feeling upset and angry, could only practice martial arts in his room to dissipate his terrible anger. What he didn't know was that night, not only his 4 brides were practicing, but even concubine Zhou and the others were also practicing. As time passed, the energy in the sky-swallowing one-horned wolf king's flesh began to radiate. They had already begun to practice. Naturally, he knew that this was an overtonification and immediately began to practice to resolve the problem. However, they did not think that it was the dog meat that was the problem, and only thought it was the effect of the herbs and wine that Yang Hong had prepared. After all, Yang Hong has always used flame and clear spring to assist them in their practice. No one knew what a horrible thing they had eaten. They didn't even know that they had disrupted the Xianin sect's plan and indirectly avoided a war between the human and demon races. The next day, Zhu Yuyan and the other 3 were full of energy and had rosy faces. They slept until noon before getting up. They all practiced until morning before resting. Good morning. Seeing the 4 people coming downstairs, Yang Hong, who was preparing to have lunch, greeted them lightly. Today, except for Yang Hong who got up normally, everyone else hadn't gotten up yet, so no one came to prepare breakfast and lunch for him. He just made himself some light white porridge. After all, he had eaten too much greasy food last night. Yang Hong, do you still have any dog meat? When Zhu Yuyan saw Yang Hong, she immediately rushed over, grabbed his hand and asked anxiously. No, we ate it all last night, even the internal organs. TSK, what a pity, such a delicacy should be preserved and eaten slowly. Thinking back to the delicious dog meat last night, Yang Hong suddenly didn't want to drink the porridge anymore and felt a little regretful. If he had known that the mutant black dog was so delicious, he should have kept it and eaten it slowly. At most, I can just share it with that little girl Yang Zixuan. Unfortunately, last night, more than 20 people couldn't stop eating the dog meat because it was so delicious that they even finished the soup. No more? What a pity! Zhu Yuyan had a look of regret on her face, but the thing she regretted was different from what Yang Hong regretted. What Yang Hong cares about is deliciousness, while what she cares about is cultivation. After just one night of practice, she broke through from the grandmaster realm to the heavenly man realm of a warrior, which is equivalent to the chi condensation realm of a cultivator, but her physical strength is even stronger than that of a chi condensation cultivator. Husband, can you find such delicious dog meat again? Wanwan also walked down the stairs, came to the other side of Yang Hong, took Yang Hong's other hand and asked. She also broke through, from the middle stage of the innate master, all the way to the peak of the grandmaster. As long as she had the skills, she could break through to the chi training realm of the cultivator, or the heavenly realm of the warrior at any time. No, I don't keep dogs here. That was a stupid dog that sneaked in to eat the herbs, so I killed it. Yang Hong specifically explained the matter of the herbs to divert several people's attention. He also experienced the benefits of the mutant black dog. Yang Hong, the 6th prince of the Sui dynasty. Number of empowerments per day, 0/5. Lifespan, 21/150. Cultivation, 999 years of true chi training stage, 180,000 gene of strength. Skills, intermediate breathing technique 26th level, primary body building technique 54th level. Martial arts, bull fist 100th level, etc. Special abilities, photographic memory, proficient in farming. His original cultivation level was 687 years of chi in the chi training stage, but after one night, his cultivation level soared to 999 years. Reached a bottleneck. Even though he gave the plants 5 initiations today, it did not increase their cultivation, it only allowed the intermediate breathing technique to be upgraded quickly. He was not surprised but happy about this, as it proved that he was about to break through the chi training stage and advance to a higher level of cultivation. He remembered that he still had a small piece of Xianyang ginseng in his hand, so he went back to find a dog and mutate another one. But this time there is no place for anyone else. Husband, can I go to your herb garden and take a look? Li Lizzie also came slowly. She was the most shocked. Her cultivation had been upgraded from the 3rd level of chi training to the 4th level. However, her physical strength had doubled from the original 30,000 gene to 60,000 gene. Moreover, because she was reborn, her soul was strong. She could feel that there was still a large amount of life essence in her body that had not been absorbed. As long as she completely absorbed this life essence, she could easily step into the foundation building stage. When she heard Yang Hong talking about herbs, she immediately became interested. Turn right when you get out of the door and walk along the gravel path for 2 miles. You will find my herb garden. If you want to see it, go ahead yourself. Anyway, the only spiritual plant in the medicine garden, the Xianyang ginseng, is no longer there, so there is no need to worry about them noticing anything. Thank you for telling me, sir. Li Lizzie nodded slightly, and immediately walked out of the building quickly. Husband, I'll go take a look too. I'm going too. Zhu Yuyan and Wan Wan said something and immediately followed Li Lizzie's footsteps. They also thought that it might be the effect of the herbs. Only Song Yuji, who had just been promoted from a first-rate warrior to the early stage of a grandmaster, hesitated for a long time and finally did not move. Why don't you go? Yang Hong looked at Song Yuji with some curiosity and asked directly. This is my future home. There will be plenty of time to see it later. I'm not in a hurry. Haha, you see things clearly. Yang Hong had a higher opinion of Song Yuji because of her calmness. I remember that in the novel The Twin Dragons of the Tang Dynasty, Song Yuji was only described as eccentric, but I didn't expect that she had such a calm side. Come and have a bowl of porridge. The dog meat yesterday was delicious, but it was too greasy. It's just right to drink some porridge to relieve the greasiness. Yang Hong didn't stand up either, but pointed in the direction of the kitchen. He is not a bootlicker, so he will not serve porridge to Song Yu. Song Yuji looked at Yang Hong strangely, who was still calm and indifferent. He stammered a few times, but ultimately left a few questions unanswered. She turned around silently, served herself a bowl of porridge, sat down opposite Yang Hong, took a bite, and her eyes lit up. This white porridge was sweet and delicious, and it was indeed very refreshing. After drinking it, she felt a slight coolness flowing through her body, which made her meridians, which were swollen and painful due to the breakthrough, feel relaxed. This husband is extraordinary. Song Yuji looked up and saw Yang Hong, who was still eating porridge calmly, and made a judgment in his mind. After nearly an hour, Li Lizzie and the others came back together. When they came back, the 3 of them were carrying a large basket, each of which was full of herbs. Did you leave any seeds for me? Seeing this scene, Yang Hong was still so calm. He knew this would happen when he mentioned the herbs. Don't worry, sir. We have kept seeds of every herb. Yang Hong nodded, stood up and left the small building, walking towards the high-rise building where concubine Zhou and the others lived. It's already afternoon and those women haven't gotten up yet. Nothing unexpected will happen, right? Chapter 58 Accidental Foundation Building. As it turned out, Yang Hong was worrying too much. When he arrived in front of the small building, he saw a group of women exercising with the sound of hum-hum-ha-hey. Their cultivation also increased dramatically. Concubine Zhou's cultivation has reached the peak of the innate realm. As long as she has some understanding, she will be able to break through to the grandmaster realm. The other 21 people have all reached the top of the first-class level, and they only need that bit of understanding to make a breakthrough. They didn't go to find Yang Hong because they were too excited. After taking a look from a distance, Yang Hong turned around and went back to his own building. He was about to say goodbye to Li Lizzie and the other 2. Husband, we are leaving now. We will see you again if we are lucky. Just as Yang Hong expected, Li Lizzie, Zhu Yuyan and Wan Wan had all packed up and were waiting to say goodbye to Yang Hong. Yang Hong even suspected that if he had come slower, they would have left without saying goodbye. Then I wish you good luck. Oh, by the way, should I wish you a long and prosperous immortal path, or wish you an early attainment of immortality? Yang Hong had no feelings for these 3 people. At most they were just using each other. So he dared to tease them without any hesitation. Husband, just wish me to achieve immortality soon. When I become immortal, I will come and have sex with you. Zhu Yuyan was the most daring. She put down the tightly covered basket in her hand, walked in front of Yang Hong, held up his face, looked at him for a while, and then bit him directly on the face. Ahem, then I wish my wife to achieve enlightenment, and become an immortal soon. I will wait for the day when my wife fulfills her promise. Haha, then just wait. Zhu Yuyan looked at Yang Hong and laughed disdainfully. While holding Yang Hong's face, she also checked Yang Hong's condition and found that he still had no internal strength. Yang Hong ate a lot of dog meat yesterday, but he still didn't have any internal energy. Such people are destined to remain mortals all their lives. Such a mortal can only live for 100 years, but she is now in the realm of heaven and can live for at least 180 years. Even when Yang Hong dies and his bones decay, she will not die. Of course, it was impossible for her to become an immortal in that short period of time. She had heard that there were 9 levels of cultivation, each one more difficult than the last. Becoming an immortal is harder than ascending to heaven. My husband, we'll meet again if we're lucky. Lizzie had her own considerations. She knew that she would return to the 5 dynasties dynasty within 30 years, and would definitely meet Yang Hong again at that time. Yes, see you later. Yang Hong also did not look forward to seeing Lizzie again. He was a man who had read many novels, so he naturally knew that those who entered a sect of cultivating immortals would think themselves superior to others and look down upon ordinary people as ants. It's better not to meet such people. Husband, remember to think of me, hee hee. Wanwan walked up to Yang Hong, hugged his face, bit him 3 times left and right, then let him go and jumped away mischievously. I shouldn't miss you. Yang Hong told the truth without giving any face. Hee hee, you will definitely miss me. Wanwan didn't care what Yang Hong said. She smiled confidently, picked up the basket that also covered the ground tightly, and followed Zhu Yuyan. Goodbye, my husband. Lizzie said goodbye again and left. Having achieved their goal, the 3 prospective immortal cultivators naturally left. Yang Hong curled his lips, feeling a little disdainful. He also sensed the general cultivation level of these 3 people. Except for Lizzie, who is a Qigong practitioner, the other 2 have no true Qi and are just warriors. If it wasn't for testing the so-called luck, Yang Hong could have just slapped the 3 people to death. Yes. Just one slap, killing 3 people at once. Husband, don't be angry. After this separation, we will be on 2 different paths and we will never meet again. Just treat them as passers-by, insignificant passers-by. Song Yuji watched Lizzie and the other 2 walk away with envy, and seeing that Yang Hong looked unhappy, she quietly approached him and said something to comfort him. Well, they are just passers-by, don't worry about them. Go change into some light clothes and come with me to work in the fields. Yang Hong didn't have time to care about these 3 passers-by. What he was thinking about now was how to build his foundation. When he was giving the plants a baptism this morning, although his cultivation level was returned, it was stuck at 999 years and could not make any progress. Although his cultivation level could not be improved, Yang Hong could still feel that his true energy had become stronger. All it takes is an opportunity to make a breakthrough. This opportunity may be the maximum level of intermediate breathing technique, or it may be the further evolution of intermediate breathing technique, or it may just require the accumulation of true Qi to a certain level. Anyway, he is not a serious cultivator, so he doesn't need to attain enlightenment or anything like that. He just needs to keep giving initiations to the plants. Song Yuji was very curious about why Yang Hong still needed to farm, and even she, the prince's consort, had to farm with him, but she did not ask much. She went back to her room, changed into a navy blue silk tights, and came out. This one is fine. Let's go to the medicine garden first. Looking at Song Yuji, who had changed her clothes, Yang Hong nodded with satisfaction. Song Yuji looks pretty good, with an oval face, willow-shaped eyebrows, and delicate facial features. Her mouth is just a little big, which ruins her overall beauty. But she is still a beauty with a score of 80. Now wearing this outfit, coupled with her height of less than 1.60 meters, she actually looks more like a beautiful girl next door. This is the temperament that Yang Hong's ideal girl should have. As long as my husband likes it. A blush appeared on Song Yuji's pretty face, and she lowered her head. She didn't know why the more they came into contact with each other, the more she cared about Yang Hong's feelings. The 2 came to the medicine garden one after the other. Lizzie and the other 2 were still somewhat sensible. They did not destroy all of Yang Hong's medicinal garden. They left at least 3 seeds of each herb. Yang Hong decided that during the next period of time, he would not perform the initiation on his 2 major spiritual plants, and instead focus on performing the initiation on the 59 plants and 18 kinds of herbs in the medicine garden. The purpose is not to produce spiritual plants, but to ripen these herbs as quickly as possible and then harvest the seeds for planting again. Time passed quickly, and it was autumn again. The herbs in the medicine garden were fully mature and ready for seed harvest. Yang Hong finally got his long-awaited harvest. Ding Yu infused 50 days of qi into honeysuckle, and received 500 times the return, returning 25,000 days of qi cultivation. Ding, after practicing the intermediate breathing technique for 25,000 days, the intermediate breathing technique has been upgraded to the 51st level. Ding, your cultivation accumulation is sufficient, and your cultivation level has been upgraded to the foundation establishment level. As the prompt sounded, a warm current emerged from Yang Hong's dantian and flowed through his body in an instant. Oh! Yang Hong felt like he had a full body massage. He felt so comfortable all over that he couldn't help moaning. The warm current lasted for 3 minutes before dissipating, and an unpleasant stench entered Yang Hong's nose. Oh my God! Is this still me? It stinks! Needless to say, this is the cleansing of the meridians and marrow during the foundation building process to eliminate toxins and impurities. Fortunately, there is no one around, otherwise it would be embarrassing. Yang Hong muttered something, then dodged towards an uninhabited building nearby. These empty small buildings all have special wells for the convenience of life. Now let's make it convenient for him to take a bath. Yang Hong's foundation was built so easily. The first stage of cultivation for immortal cultivators, a hurdle that blocks 99% of immortal cultivators, was passed by him easily. You know, there are 3 major difficulties for cultivators to build their foundation, which are: physical stage. Cultivators need to train their physical bodies to a level that can accommodate the foundation building true qi before they can build their foundation. Qi barrier. The true qi in the qi training stage is actually just a transformed state of internal force. It still retains the properties of internal force and must be completely transformed into pure true qi before the foundation can be laid. The spiritual consciousness barrier. This barrier is also called the mind barrier, mentality barrier, and experience barrier. It requires the cultivator to have sufficient state of mind so that he can combine mental strength and true qi to transform into spiritual consciousness when building the foundation. In short, 99% of qi training practitioners cannot pass the foundation building stage. However, none of these existed in front of Yang Hong. Because he has a system. Chapter 59, Spiritual Rice Tree. Once the foundation was established, Yang Hong immediately felt that the world was very different. The world in his eyes seemed much more vivid than before. Not only were the colors of the things he saw vivid, but everything also felt much more vivid and had more distinct layers. For example, when looking at a green leaf, he could only tell the difference between new leaves and old leaves. But now he can not only distinguish new and old leaves by the color of the leaves, but also sense the age of the leaf through the faint scent, and even determine the approximate time when the leaf falls. At the same time, he can also see the common disease and pest status of plants at a glance. During this foundation building process, his eyes gained some kind of bonus or evolution. In addition, he also activated his spiritual consciousness. It's amazing, this divine consciousness is like a microscope. It can magnify things many times, even countless times. I have just entered the foundation building stage, and my spiritual sense can only be projected outwards to a distance of 10 feet. I can observe things 10 times and can even go deep into the material for detailed observation. This is more powerful than a microscope. Looking at the leaf in his hand, he was able to see with his spiritual consciousness the leaf veins, cell walls, chlorophyll, and other details that he had seen in biology experiments at school in his previous life. Although you can only magnify things 10 times, the effect is truly magical when coupled with in-depth observation. Putting down the leaf, Yang Hong looked at his attributes again. Yang Hong, the 6th prince of the Sui dynasty. Number of empowerments per day, May 6th. Lifespan, 21/300. Cultivation, 1000 years of true energy. Foundation building stage, 190,000 gene of strength, 10 feet of spiritual consciousness. Skills, intermediate breathing technique 51st level, primary body building technique 55th level. Martial arts, bull fist 100th level, etc. Special abilities, photographic memory, proficient in farming. After 1,000 years of cultivation, the progress of physical strength has slowed down a lot now, only 190,000 pounds, and there is an additional annotation of spiritual consciousness. Also, his upper limit of lifespan is 300 years. If he doesn't die accidentally, Yang Hong can still live for 279 years. This is the most attractive part of cultivating immortals. Looking at the lifespan column, Yang Hong's face turned red with excitement. Then he glanced at the other attributes. In order to build the foundation as quickly as possible during this period, the basic bodybuilding techniques basically did not increase my cultivation level. In more than 2 months, I only advanced 1 level. The martial arts I secretly learned before have not made any progress and are still at level 1. Next, you can practice quickly again. Looking at the medicine garden, Yang Hong found that all the seeds were ripe, but he was not in a hurry to harvest them. He left them in the ground to let them slowly dry up and accumulate some life essence, and then harvested them when the first winter snow came. After leaving the medicine garden, Yang Hong first went to the rice fields not far away. This year's summer rice is about to mature, and he wants to ripen some of it for seed storage. He heard from Yang Zhong that the spring rice harvest in Huangzhuang was very good this year. Not only was the rice harvested 20 days earlier than in previous years, but the yield also reached 700 kilograms per mu. In this era when the yield per mu is only 200 to 300 kilograms, a yield of 700 kilograms per mu is definitely a huge improvement. In order to bring greater benefits to the people, all this batch of rice was bred and planted again after being harvested. It is said that several imperial farms near Daxing, with 180,000 acres of land suitable for growing rice, have once again produced a good harvest. Just these 180,000 mu of rice fields can produce at least 100 million kilograms of grain. Of course, these rice will not be sold as food, but as good varieties and will be sold at low prices across the country next year. In addition to rice, other vegetables have also had a large harvest after 2 seasons of planting, and they are preparing to start large-scale seed sales this fall. In early August, a Yeta seed store was opened simultaneously across the country, waiting for Huangzhuang to deliver the seeds. During this period, whenever Yang Zhong came to Yang Hong's courtyard, he always had a smile on his face. All the anger that he had caused because he didn't have the chance to eat dog meat and missed the opportunity to recover his cultivation was gone. You know, when Yang Zhong found out that all the people in Jiru Wangwan Pavilion, including the palace maids, were innate masters, his jaw dropped. When he found out that it was the big black dog's fault, he wanted to strangle Yang Hong to death. In his words, this is an unfilial grandson who doesn't know how to honor his grandson with good things. For this reason, the look in his eyes when he looked at Yang Hong was fierce for 2 consecutive months. Also, this old man killed all the black dogs he could find in the entire palace and stewed them into dog meat hot pot. This made Yang Hong suspect that the fierce look in his eyes for the past 2 months was because he ate too much dog meat hot pot and got a sore throat. This also caused Yang Hong's plan to mutate another black dog to be temporarily shelved. Otherwise, he would not be able to cultivate his Xian Yang ginseng in the future, and even all the herbs would not be able to grow. Dingyu infused 60 days of qi into ordinary rice, and received 10 times the return, returning 600 days of qi cultivation. Ding ordinary rice has accumulated enough energy and started to evolve. Ding ordinary rice triggers 2 evolutionary branches. Please choose. 1. Lingmi tree. Lingmi tree has tall plants and higher yields, but it is very difficult to advance again. 2nd. Lingzhu rice. Lingzhu rice has larger grains, slightly lower yield, and has a higher potential for advancement. When Yang Hong saw these 2 options, he was shocked at first, and then he was confused. He had originally just marked out a small piece of rice, intending to grow some ordinary grade 8 or 9 rice, but he didn't expect to grow spiritual rice, and it had 2 evolutionary directions. Lingmi tree, as the name suggests, is a tree that produces spiritual rice. It is a brand new variety. Moreover, it is stated in the introduction that the yield of spiritual rice is high. Since the system prompts that the yield is high, it is definitely not just ordinary high. This made Yang Hong very excited. However, the disadvantage is that it is difficult to advance again. Lingzhu rice also looks like a new species, so it must be different from ordinary rice. Lingzhu rice can make it easier to advance to the next level, which is what Yang Hong is most excited about. After careful consideration, Yang Hong finally chose. Ding ordinary rice has evolved successfully into a first-grade lower-level spiritual plant, the spiritual rice tree. Considering the need to cultivate some special spiritual plants and the limit on the number of initiations per day, Yang Hong decided to temporarily give up cultivating the spiritual rice. Once the spiritual rice tree is successfully cultivated, it should be able to produce for many seasons, which can save him a lot of initiation times. At the same time, it can also prevent him from growing too many special plants and attracting attention. A soft green light flashed, and the rice, which was originally less than 2 feet tall, suddenly began to grow wildly. In just a few breaths, it grew to more than 10 feet tall, a full 4 meters, and as thick as a bull. Fortunately, this lingni tree looks like bamboo and has the prototype of rice, otherwise I would not be able to explain it. Looking at the lingni tree, which looked more like a bamboo than a big tree, Yang Hong breathed a sigh of relief. Then he looked at the magical rice on the tree. The magical rice still grew on the tree like rice ears. The size of the rice ears was slightly larger than that of ordinary rice, and the grains were only a little bit bigger. This magical rice tree produced 7 ears of rice. Judging from the situation, the yield has increased by at least 7 times. If we take into account the size of the lingni tree, the area occupied may only increase by 2 to 3 times. But if we take into account that trees can be perennial plants, the improvement is even greater. The output is indeed higher. However, oh my God! The lingni trees are growing wildly this time. How many other rice plants will be killed? I have initiationed this piece of rice at least twice, and it is at least 6th grade ordinary rice, so I can't waste it. Soon Yang Hong noticed several nearby rice plants. The 7 rice plants close to the lingni tree had completely withered, and it was obvious that their vitality had been absorbed by the lingni tree. Yang Hong reached out and pressed the rice ears. As expected, all the rice grains had shriveled up, and all the seeds were destroyed. It's a bit of a pity. However, with this experience, I will have experience in the next initiation and will not make such mistakes again. Chapter 60: The Conspiracy of the Sui Dynasty. With the experience gained, Yang Hong transplanted the primed rice to the center of the rice field for the next primate. He successfully cultivated 28 plants of grade 9 ordinary rice. The price was the death of more than 500 ordinary grade 4 rice seeds and the rice grown. Yes, perfect. Looking at his work of 5 days, Yang Hong was very satisfied. It's just that lingni tree that's a bit eye-catching. But Yang Hong's worries were unnecessary. Spiritual rice tree. This is a spiritual rice tree. I didn't expect that my good grandson could actually grow a spiritual rice tree. Not bad, not bad. Seeing the new things appearing in the rice fields, Yang Zhong just exclaimed, "Not bad." Such performance made Yang Hong very confused. Could it be that Grandpa Huang has seen this kind of spiritual rice tree? Haha, I knew you would ask that. Come on, I'll take you to broaden your horizons today. Yang Zhong seemed to have guessed that Yang Hong would have this expression, and he just laughed triumphantly, then turned and walked out. Yang Hong immediately had some guesses, and followed Yang Zhong out of the Ji-Ra Wangwen pavilion. He also left the palace and the imperial city. The inner city of Daxing Imperial City has a circumference of 108 li. It is the real imperial city, the imperial palace, the main departments of the court, and the residence of nobles and high officials. Outside is the outer city, with a circumference of 216 li. It is also the capital and where ordinary officials, wealthy businessmen and civilians live. You have to pass through 3 layers of walls along the way. The palace wall is 30 zhang, 100 meters high and 20 zhang wide. It is made of rigid bluestone, so strong that even a truck can run on it. The walls of the inner and outer cities are both 20 zhang high and 10 zhang wide. If such a wall appeared in the ancient earth, it would definitely be a miracle-level building. But after seeing the competition arena of the 5 prodigies tournament, Yang Hong's feeling was, it's just SOSO. In front of 100 zhang wall, 30 zhang is really the youngest of the young. However, such a wall is sufficient to guard against warriors below the level of grandmaster. 30 miles south of the capital, there is a hilly area. In the center of the hills, there is a piece of farmland, which is Yang Hong's destination today. Look, my dear grandson, this is the Lingmi tree. My Yang family still has 360 of them. It's a pity that the spiritual rice produced by the spiritual rice tree now, although it tastes very delicious, has lost its spiritual energy and can no longer be called spiritual rice. In front of a gentle slope, Yang Zhong pointed to a small forest and said, "The tallest of these Lingmi trees is almost 5 meters tall, and the shortest is over 3 meters tall. They are obviously old trees." Yang Hong was only slightly surprised, then he understood. This is a plant that has degenerated from a spiritual plant. Given the situation in this world, since there are cultivators, it is inevitable that there are spiritual plants. However, these spiritual plants have no spiritual energy. Even the spiritual energy produced by the plants themselves is not as strong as Yang Hong's ordinary 4th-grade plants. It is a typical example of something that looks good but is not practical. He didn't ask anything, just followed behind Yang Zhong and watched. This forest is called the golden wheat tree, which is the spiritual plant of wheat. There are scarlet apples, ice crystal pears, and warm fire dates. We circled the hillside for 18 miles and saw a total of 18 species of trees. All of them are degenerated spiritual plants. Although they can produce weak spiritual energy, they are weaker than the ordinary 4th-grade plants planted by Yang Hong in the Cold Palace. That's just the standard of an ordinary 3rd-grade plant. My dear grandson, I will give you some of these spirit tree seeds. You should plant them well. I hope you can grow a real spirit tree. After going down the gentle slope of the hill, Yang Zhong looked at Yang Hong with a little expectation. He is 71 years old this year. Even though he was once an emperor, he has never eaten spiritual fruit. He only knew about such spiritual fruit from his grandfather's narration. Although he didn't know why the spiritual plants of the 5 dynasties had degenerated, the vegetables grown by Yang Hong had a little bit of the feeling of the legendary spiritual fruits. He was very much looking forward to Yang Hong being able to grow real spiritual fruit. I'll try my best. Yang Hong did not refuse, but did not make any promises either. Planting spiritual plants is easy for Yang Hong now, but he will not be exposed easily. After all, it is better to be safe than sorry. Then Yang Hong was left behind in the farmland behind the hills. Because the plants grown here are those special plants cultivated by Yang Hong. To be more precise, this is a seed breeding base. Every year, the royal family selects the best quality seeds from the imperial farm and cultivates them in this area with excellent climate, temperature, humidity, and water resources. The best quality seeds continue to be cultivated here, the second best ones are planted in the imperial farm, and the third best ones are sold. It was only because of the unremitting persistence of the Sui dynasty royal family for more than 300 years that the Sui dynasty, a dynasty that suffered the most natural disasters, floods, droughts and geological disasters, could once become the strongest dynasty. Among them, food plays the biggest role. The Sui dynasty royal family insisted on high-quality breeding, which was of utmost importance. My dear grandson, now you know why your father and I are so tolerant of you, right? To be honest, if any other prince dared to behave like you, I would have slapped him to death long ago. Haha, that's just my temper. Yang Hong doesn't think that he has bad morals. He is a man from the modern era and does not have the arrogant and bad temper of the nobles in this world. My dear grandson, you really need to change your bad temper. Yang Zhong complained again. It seemed that Yang Hong really had a bad temper. Yang Hong rolled his eyes at him and simply stopped talking. However, he still stayed and taught the farmers at this breeding base the key points of growing special plants. For 3 consecutive days, Yang Hong did not leave here. However, the news of his appearance spread through secret channels to the ears of some people who should not have known about it. In the outer city of Daxing imperial capital, in a magnificent courtyard in the East City, a group of powerful old men and women are plotting something in an underground secret room. Dugu Qiuhong, why did you suddenly gather so many of us here? Tell me what your purpose is. Otherwise, if Yang Jian finds out that there are so many of us together, he might send a large army to destroy us. Li Chongshan, you are still so impatient. I summoned you here because I have something important to tell you. Senior Dugu, please don't keep us in suspense. 2 of the 4 great clans are here. 4 of the 5 clans are here. Among the military generals, there were representatives of the founding emperors, the Yanping emperors, and the new nobles, and 5 heads of civil officials also came. There is no emperor who would not be afraid of such power. The voice was trembling, and it was obvious that he didn't know that so many people would attend the party. Then the old lady won't talk nonsense. The guy from the Yang family who bred high-yield crops showed up, and I wanted to kill him. Do you want to cooperate? What? That person showed up? Where? Don't kill him. It would be a shame to kill him. We need to catch him. Yes, yes. We need to capture people like this and raise them to help us grow crops. The production of rice, wheat, and 9 kinds of vegetables have all doubled. Such talents cannot be used by the Yang family. It's in our hands. All the old men and women at the scene were excited. They were all heads of families, and no matter how big or small the family was, they all knew the importance of food. They all had the same idea, to capture Yang Hong, put him under house arrest, and use him as a donkey of the production team. Seeing that the quarrel had almost died down, Dudu Qiuhong spoke again. Everyone be quiet. The specific identity of that person is still unknown, but he is a very young and handsome farmer. He is currently at the Yang family's breeding base and will be back the day after tomorrow. That means we only have 1 day. To kill? To keep? Everyone, make a decision quickly. Chapter 61 Grandmaster Assassination. In a basement in the Daxing imperial capital, everything became quiet. Only heavy breathing was left. Everyone's mood is tangled. They all wanted to kidnap Yang Hong and make him serve them. But there are so many forces here, and if any one of them controls Yang Hong, the others will not feel at ease. Because Dugu Qiuhong had just placed extra emphasis on the word, young. They are not stupid, so they naturally heard the subtext. Being young means more possibilities. Now, that young man is able to cultivate 11 high-yield crops. As long as he is given time, he will be able to cultivate more high-yield crops. In that case, the status of the Yang royal family will be even more unbreakable. The Sui dynasty has been in existence for more than 380 years, and land annexation has reached a peak. If the royal family wants the country to develop, they need to give more land to the people. The feudal landlord class spent their entire lives annexing land. This is an irreconcilable contradiction. The royal Yang family has been looking for trouble with these big landowners, hoping to squeeze out some land and distribute it to ordinary farmers. The aristocratic families are not pigs and sheep, so they naturally noticed something and naturally had the idea of rebelling and redistributing the land. Start over again. Instead of redoing it. This happened more than 30 years ago, after nearly 1,000 great masters of the Sui dynasty failed in their expedition against the Yuan dynasty. These families had been secretly planning. Everyone had originally planned to push Yang Jian to dig the Grand Canal, causing great labor and financial loss to the Sui dynasty, which would ideally cause public outrage and then allow him to take advantage of the opportunity to rebel and seize power. The plan is going quite smoothly and has entered a critical stage. Unexpectedly, starting this year, the royal Yang family actually took out as many as 11 kinds of high-yield grains and sold them to the people at low prices. As a result, the royal family's originally somewhat notorious image actually improved a lot. This is not allowed by them. This is why Dugu Qiuhong hurriedly convened this meeting. Kill them! And destroy the breeding base of the Yang family too! Just as everyone was talking, a deep voice sounded, suppressing everyone else's voice. It was the voice of Li Chongshan, the head of the Li clan. The Li family is the most powerful family in the Sui dynasty. It not only has many children, but also has extensive industries and owns tens of millions of hectares of land. There are also many masters in the family. He is also the boss of these people. That man must be killed, otherwise none of us will feel at ease. But the Yang family's breeding base cannot be destroyed. It is the accumulation of wisdom for more than 300 years. When the time comes, everyone will share the benefits equally. The head of the Wang family also spoke. He was the head of the Wang family, one of the 5 most prestigious families in the Sui dynasty. Wang was the most populous surname in the Sui dynasty, and it was said that there were over 100,000 descendants of the Wang family. That man deserves to die, but can we remove the breeding base in time? We, the military commanders, can adjust the defenses of Daxing City. It is autumn now, And we need to be on guard against the Mongols who may raid the valley. It's time for us civil officials to give Yang Jian some trouble. Yang Hong is just a prince in the cold palace, but he married 4 wives. This is against etiquette. Many forces worked together, and quickly agreed on a plan to kill Yang Hong, and quickly implemented it. On August 13th, the moon was already very round and bright. Yang Hong was lying on the roof of a 2-story wooden house, listening to the chirping of insects, and looking at the moon in the sky. But I thought of my relatives in my previous life. My little sister's child should be in junior high school this year, right? And my younger brother, he should be married too, right? My parents should be able to live well with the money I left them, right? I am not able to be by your side to show my filial piety, which is really unfilial. Yang Hong muttered to himself in a low voice, 2 tears slowly sliding down from the corners of his eyes. Mid-Autumn Festival is here again, and it's inevitable that people will feel homesick. In the past, he might not have such emotions, but in the past few days at this breeding base, he has seen many ordinary families living in harmony. There are also the trivialities of a small family. It allowed him to feel the breath of the human world, and he also experienced a bit more of the homesickness that ordinary people have. This is the smell of blood. Is anyone slaughtering a pig at night? The smell of blood is so strong. Suddenly, a faint smell of blood came into Yang Hong's nose. Although it was very faint, it could reach the place where Yang Hong lived. It must be a very strong smell of blood. Except killing pigs. It could also be murder. Yang Hongyu was startled and sat up. Is it really murder? He sniffed the air carefully and listened attentively. It's murderous! They are targeting this breeding base. Yang Hong turned back to his room, changed into a dark cloth, and pulled out a towel to simply wrap his head. He immediately activated the snow flying skill at the maximum level and disappeared from the room like a ghost. In a few breaths, Yang Hong rushed through the Lingmi forest and came to a group of houses behind the Lingmi forest. This is the residence of the imperial guards who guard this place. It is also where the smell of blood is emitted. Without even pushing open the door, Yang Hong knew that the imperial guards guarding this area were dead. Someone is challenging the bottom line of the Yang family of the Sui dynasty. In the Sui dynasty, he is also a prince. Such things were also a slap in his face, and Yang Hong's face turned a little pale. Brother, clear out all 210 people. Okay, next post, let's go. Just when Yang Hong was angry, 2 subtle voices came into his ears. While you haven't left yet, then you don't have to leave. Yang Hong shouted loudly, and his voice could not only be heard by those nearby, but with the help of his true energy, and at night, it could be heard within a radius of 10 miles. I believe that those surviving Sui dynasty imperial guards will wake up and start fighting back. At the same time, he walked towards the direction where the sound had just been made. Just one person? Kill him! Yang Hong hadn't seen the enemy yet, but the enemy in the dark had already discovered him. At the command, 9 figures broke through the windows or doors and attacked Yang Hong directly. Under the bright moonlight, even Yang Hong, who was at the foundation establishment stage, could not see the figures of the 9 people clearly. That's amazing. These 9 people are the famous 9 ghost shadows in the martial arts world, ranked second on the list of martial arts killers. They are brothers from the same sect. No matter what mission they undertake, all 9 of them go out together, no matter if the enemy is 1 person or 10,000, no matter if it is a mortal or a great master. They always attack as a group of 9 people. Their assassination success rate has been 100% until now, with no failures and no giving up. At the same time, all 9 of them are already grandmasters. Even more terrifying than the number 1 killer, the Grim Reaper. 9 figures flashed by, and even Yang Hong, a foundation-building cultivator, could not see their movements clearly. You can see how terrifying it is. Yang Hong couldn't see clearly. But it's okay. He has spiritual awareness, and he is absolutely invincible against warriors within a distance of 10 feet. Spread your spiritual awareness, gather your true energy, and be careful to guard against attacks that may occur at any time. Be careful, this guy is weird, don't attack rashly. The leader of the 9 shadows had already rushed to Yang Hong, but a sudden palpitation made him afraid to act rashly. The other 8 shadows were reminded and did not approach Yang Hong rashly. Apply poison. Use the hidden weapon. Just when Yang Hong was thinking about whether to take the initiative to attack, 2 voices sounded at the same time. His face changed. Chapter 62, Grandmaster? Just a fragile rookie. As the 2 voices fell, poison flew towards Yang Hong under the Grandmaster's internal force. Hit him. Yang Hong stopped thinking about taking the initiative and quickly practiced the breath-holding technique and the intermediate breathing technique. He not only held his breath, but also closed all the pores in his body. Worried that this was unsafe, Yang Hong also set up a chi shield 1 foot away from his body. As he prepared these, pa 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 hua la la. The sound of blows was as dense as a rainstorm. At one time, it seemed as if countless hidden weapons were coming at him. However, they were all blocked by his chi shield. It's a master of the inner school. He can use the broken air nails and corrupt air water to deal with it. Ghost Demon Jiuying didn't seem surprised to see that Yang Hong was fine. After all, someone whose voice could shake 10 miles away couldn't be a simple person. They immediately launched a new round of attacks. Yang Hong stood there depressed, trying his best to stimulate his true chi and inject it into a true chi shield to prevent poison and hidden weapons from getting close to and hurting him. The 9 men cooperated with each other tacitly and attacked him without any pause. Although he had great strength, he had too little experience in fighting. For a moment he didn't know how to fight back and he froze in place. On the other side, on the gentle slope of the hill, the other 17 guard posts were alarmed. Not all the imperial guards turned over, but instead grabbed the nearest weapon and rushed out of the residence. Eliminate the offending scoundrels. Someone, light the signal fire. Form a formation and converge at the nearby sentry post. The imperial guards here were all innate masters, elites cultivated by the royal family using elixirs. They quickly organized a resistance. However, they did not know what kind of enemy they were facing. On the top of the hill, a group of people walked down slowly. Judging from their aura, they were all great grandmasters. The number of people is as high as 38. Everyone was wearing black clothes and masks, except the leader. This person is Yifeng, who is famous in the Sui dynasty and is known as the King of Eastern Bandits. At the age of 30, he was already in the late stage of Grandmaster, and he was also very handsome. He never concealed his identity when committing crimes. He is number 1 on the Sui dynasty's most wanted list, worth 9 million taels of silver. Everyone work together to kill all these fake masters, and then we can divide the people. Haha, King Dong Ko has a point. With so many great masters, we are enough to crush the Sui dynasty royal family. An old man dressed in black, with only some silver on his temples, approached Yifeng and complimented him. Haha, this is a good idea. My brothers are preparing in the inner city of Daxing. If you dare, we will rush into the palace together and seize the Sui dynasty. Okay. Yes. It's feasible. Everyone was moved. What are you waiting for? Let's kill these trash first. While there is still time, let's go to the palace for a stroll. There was a hint of sarcasm on Yifeng's lips, but he did not forget to continue to deceive others. Charge! Kill! The 38 Grandmasters rushed out without hiding and killed their way into the battlefield that was originally occupied by the innate masters. The originally back-and-forth battle turned into a one-sided massacre. Listening to the shouts and screams in the distance, Yang Hong became more and more annoyed. If this continues, the Imperial Guards will be killed, and by then it will be difficult to hide the fact that he knows martial arts. However, looking at the poison and toxic smoke that lingered around him for a long time, Yang Hong felt not only annoyed but also a little helpless. No! You can't just sit there and wait. In just half a quarter of an hour, one of the outposts was cleared and 3 new Grand Masters came here to provide support. Let's fight! Yang Hong made up his mind and prepared to fight back regardless of the consequences. Rough Bull Top Horn! He circulated his true chi, following the practice of the low-level martial art. Rough Bull Fist! A huge amount of true chi, along with a strong gust of wind, blew up the poison and rushed in one direction. Moo! Bang! As a cow mooed, a watermelon was broken. Looking closely, it was a person who was beaten into pieces and turned into a bloody rain. Wow! So cool! When Yang Hong threw this punch, he also got rid of his previous depression, and his mood inexplicably became better. The bull is so powerful! The bull is so fierce! Bull butts the horns! Yang Hong practiced the 3 moves and 9 styles of rough bull fist the most, and he was most proficient in it, and had the best feeling for it. After using it repeatedly, he killed 9 people in just over 10 breaths. During one of the bullfights, Yang Hong killed 2 people with his bare hands. 2 grandmasters. This guy is not a human! Retreat! The wind is strong pull. Before this man could finish his yelling, he was knocked to pieces by Yang Hong's punch. Bang! Yang Hong stomped his feet hard on the ground, suddenly jumped out, and punched the grandmaster, who turned around and ran away. All the great masters who besieged him. Total destruction. A cultivator at the foundation establishment stage can really crush a grandmaster warrior. This is before I practiced the immortal cultivation techniques and learned magic. If I had learned magic, wouldn't I be even more powerful? Looking at the minced meat on the ground, Yang Hong suddenly became full of confidence. Killed the remaining guys as well. Hearing the shouts and cries coming from afar, Yang Hong used the flying on the grass light skill, which had the fastest straight line speed, to run towards the nearest sound. On the way, he picked up a stone and crushed it into a handful of small stones as he ran. When they arrived at the place, more than 30 Sui imperial guards were besieged by more than 308 masters led by 6 grandmasters. A handful of stones is not enough. Muttering to himself, Yang Hong shot out more than 10 small stones from his right hand. Silently. While he was shooting out the stone, he also attached his true chi. Yang Hong found a large rock on the ground, crushed it into pebbles, and shot it out using the rain of flowers technique. Although it is not a 100% hit rate, there are many stones that can kill 3 birds with 1 stone. In less than a minute, Yang Hong left. Solved here. Including 6 grandmasters, all of them were killed. Yang Hong found himself like a grown man bullying a child. These great masters were powerless to fight back in front of him. He also felt ashamed for being so cautious and careful when facing those 9 people at the beginning. Be careful about what? I can just rush in and it's over. Thinking of this, Yang Hong found that his mentality had changed again. Running wildly, Yang Hong killed all the invaders at the fastest speed. He ran around the nearby hills again, making sure there were no hidden enemies before returning to his temporary residence. What a pity, the enemy is a bit weak, no one can stop a single stone of mine. Speaking the truth, Yang Hong used his innate chi to evaporate the bloody smell on his body and clothes, then took a leisurely bath before lying down in bed. Well, today's incident has nothing to do with Yang Hong. He is just an ordinary person who has not practiced martial arts. He slept well all night. What he didn't know was that he had killed 47 grandmasters, including Geisha Jiuying, who was ranked 2nd on the killer list within the 5 dynasties, and Dongko King, who was ranked 1st on the wanted list of the Sui dynasty. In addition, there are elders and supreme elders from some large families. There are still 2008 master warriors. This achievement was easy for Yang Hong, but in the Sui dynasty. That is. The stone breaks the sky is shocked. Chapter 63. Someone died yesterday. Not long after Yang Hong fell asleep, Yang Zhong rushed over with 7 grandmaster eunuchs and 1008 grandmaster guards from the Sui dynasty palace. Because the imperial guards guarding the breeding base lit a signal fire. Knowing that Yang Hong was here and fearing that Yang Hong might get hurt, Yang Zhong, without waiting for Yang Jian to lead the Yulin Guard cavalry, rushed over together with the grandmaster and the grandmaster, using their Qigong skills. Good grandson, good grandson. Yang Zhong did not go to see the imperial guards, nor did he go to the seed warehouse, but rushed straight into Yang Hong's room. Hey old man, what time is it now? Why are you so loud? Yang Hong questioned Yang Zhong with a rousing temperament. Ha ha ha, my dear grandson, you are not dead. Ha ha, I'm glad you are okay. I'm glad you are okay. Yang Zhong hugged Yang Hong tightly and exclaimed excitedly. He thought he was going to lose Yang Hong this time. He was not too worried about whether Yang Hong would live or die, but he was afraid that if Yang Hong died, The hope he had just seen of recovering his status as a grandmaster would be shattered. Okay, Xiaolu, you rest here first. I'll go take care of things outside. Oh, is there something happening outside? Yang Hong asked with a puzzled look on his face, as if he really had no idea what was happening outside. Some petty thieves came to steal things and were beaten to death by the guards. Oh, then it's okay. I'll sleep a little longer. I'm exhausted these past 2 days. Okay, good grandson, have a good rest. Yang Hong pulled off the thin quilt and lay down to sleep again. What was happening outside had nothing to do with him. Seeing Yang Zhong coming, Yang Hong really fell asleep with peace of mind. But the breeding base is boiling. The imperial capital of Daxing was also in an uproar. Investigate! Investigate for me immediately! Who on earth is so bold as to attack the breeding base of our great Sui dynasty? Yes! Except for 2 of the 7 grandmaster eunuchs who stayed behind to protect Yang Hong, the other 5 led 5 teams of troops and immediately dispersed. Yang Zhong rushed to the assembled imperial guards. Looking at the guard leader Yu Quanlai, who was covered in blood and whose armor was in tatters, Yang Zhong asked in a deep voice. Yu Quanlai, what's going on? Yu Quanlai knelt on one knee and bowed, speaking with a trembling voice. Reply to the emperor, at the turn of the year, the enemy took advantage of the night to sneak outside the breeding base, first stole our secret and visible sentries, and then suddenly attacked our sentry posts, causing us losses. Idiots! Idiots! You imperial guards are at least at the level of Xiantian grandmasters, yet you were ambushed by someone else. Are you pigs? You, a leader at the peak of Xiantian, are even more of an idiot! When Yang Zhong heard that the sentry post had been stolen, he became furious. Yu Quanlai was a man who served during the reign of Emperor Yang Zhong, and was one of his most trusted generals. Yang Zhongdu is already preparing resources for Yu Quanlai to help him break through to the grandmaster level. But Yu Qianlai's performance made him very disappointed. Yu Quanlai, you will resign from your position as commander tomorrow and go to the border troops for training. Yang Zhong's anger suddenly dissipated, and he said in a low voice that he was disappointed with Yu Quanlai. In such an important place, making such a low-level mistake. It's of no use. Yes. I obey your order. But, Your Majesty, I still need to report what happened tonight. Go ahead. Yang Zhong was still angry. The enemies coming this time are very powerful, with a total of 47 grandmasters and 2008 grandmasters. Among them are the most wanted criminal in the dynasty, King Yi Feng of the Eastern Bandits, the second most wanted criminal on the assassin list, Gui Sha Jiuying, the third most wanted criminal on the Wuzhou list, Gu Zilian, the most wanted criminal on the Song dynasty list. Wait, you said Yi Feng and Gu Sha Jiuying are here? How could you still be alive? Yang Zhong interrupted a little angrily. He himself had once reached the peak of the grandmaster level, and knew the huge difference between the grandmaster and the peak of the innate level. Don't think that the difference between 9999 gene and 10,000 gene is just 1 gene. That would be a world of difference. The grandmaster is not only powerful, but also has developed spiritual power. He can sense danger and escape, and can predict enemy attacks. 10 peak innate masters are no match for an early grandmaster. Unless there is a special military formation, it can only be used for resistance. It is basically impossible for a congenital master to defeat a grand master without 20 people besieging him. The premise is that the grand master does not run away. If the grand master wanted to escape, the innate master would not even be able to see his back. If there are more grandmasters and they cooperate with each other, the difficulty of the battle will increase exponentially. The 9 ghost demons are 9 people who work in perfect harmony with each other, and there are 47 grandmasters in total. Although there are 1,000 innate masters guarding here, these 1,000 masters are scattered everywhere. In front of 2,000 innate masters led by 47 grandmasters, there is absolutely no chance of survival. But, asshole, you still want to lie to me? Your Majesty, please listen to me. Yu Quanlai interrupted Yang Zhong's roar somewhat helplessly. Humph. Yang Zhong snorted coldly and waited for Yu Quan's next words. Your Majesty, among the 47 Grand Masters, 35 of them are well-known thieves and assassins, and there are 12 who we have initially checked and are probably hidden masters of the Sui dynasties, aristocratic families, noble families, and honorable people. 2,000 Xiantian grandmasters, according to our judgment, should be the assassins of these aristocratic families. Yang Zhong snorted coldly after hearing this. Humph, some people can't sit still anymore? I think so. Your Majesty, what I want to say is that all these invaders were killed by a mysterious master. 47 people, not a single one was left alive, all died, except for 12 people who were beaten into pulp by the terrifying fist wind. The other 35 people were killed by stones piercing their vital parts. All dead? Didn't they run away? How many of you died? Yang Zhong exclaimed again. There were too many surprises tonight. Your Majesty, 469 of the guards died, and the rest were all injured, 211 of whom were seriously injured and could not recover. When Yu Kuai said this, his voice choked up a little. These dead and wounded soldiers were all his comrades, brothers-in-law who had truly experienced life and death with him. Who is that expert? Did you recognize him? Although Yu Kuan's words were a bit confusing, Yang Zhong roughly understood that there was a supermaster who secretly saved his imperial guards and his breeding base. And his beloved grandchildren. Please forgive us, Your Majesty. We don't even know how the person came here, let alone see the mysterious person. Take me to see the bodies of those assassins. Yang Zhong wanted to see the person's general behavior through the corpse, and then infer his identity. But his idea was doomed to fail. The bodies of Geisha Jiuying and others were almost turned into meat paste. If their heads were not still there, their identities would be unrecognizable. The bodies of the other assassins were even more shattered, with stones almost always piercing their heads, hearts and other vital parts, killing them with one blow, making it impossible to tell where their martial arts came from. After a busy night, there was no other gain except to determine the identity of the dead assassin. There is no clue about this mysterious man Yang Hong. There is only one conclusion, that is, the mysterious man is at least a warrior at the heavenly level. Yang Hong didn't know these things, and even if he knew, he wouldn't bother to care. When Yang Zhong told Yang Hong what happened last night, he showed the proper fear and just said one sentence. Oh, someone died last night. Then he asked to return to the palace. However, before leaving, he still made a request. Grandpa Emperor, the farming expert who came here to teach the farmers how to farm was assassinated last night. You and your father are furious and are searching the entire city for the assassin who is on the run. Yeah, I understand. Wait a moment, I'll let Gung Zhong put on some makeup and take you back first. Grandpa Huang, the farmers in this base are all good people, very, very good people. Don't kill any of them. Haha, it seems you are also a smart guy. You don't need to tell me. Grandpa Huang knows what to do. Yang Zhong immediately understood Yang Hong's proposal and even had more ideas. Chapter 64 Conspiracy. Yang Jian wants to take a concubine. Yang Hong's return to the palace was uneventful. Everyone's attention was drawn to the breeding base, and no one cared about the two eunuchs who were running errands and delivering messages. Yang Hong returned to the Jira Wangwan pavilion, without alarming anyone. Even Dugu Jialua didn't know that he had been out. Inside the palace, the eunuchs from the inner factory, led by Zhou Ning, carried out another reorganization of the palace. According to Lao Wang, more than 600 eunuchs were beaten to death. There were also more than 500 palace maids and maids who were originally going to be beaten to death, but they were all exiled to the imperial farm by the retired emperor and distributed to the farmers as wives. Moreover, these imperial farms were planted with special plants cultivated by Yang Hong. Yang Zhong deliberately threw all those who might be spies into these special imperial farms. Use these people to pass on some messages. Some message he wanted to convey. At the same time, Yang Jian suddenly closed the 9 gates of the imperial capital, issued a warrant to search the entire Daxing imperial capital for the escaped, treasonous bandits. The East Bandit King's men were the first to be exposed due to their guilty conscience. However, before the royal guards guarding the imperial city could take action, these bandits were killed by the major noble families who wanted to show their loyalty. Yang Jian knew it all and knew what was going on, but he also played dumb. Even the slow dispatch of the imperial guards was intentional on his part. Then some more bandits who had sneaked into the Daxing imperial capital were discovered and eliminated. For a time, the security level in the imperial capital of Daxing increased greatly. Not only that, Yang Jian also announced that the wise teacher who cultivated high-yield crops and was a special tribute to the Sui dynasty had been stabbed to death, and it would be difficult for high-yield crops to appear in the Sui dynasty in the future. For a time, the common people wore white mourning clothes to express their condolences, and even the major families expressed their grief and wanted to investigate the person behind the incident. Yang Jian took the opportunity to announce the expansion of the army in preparation for the elimination of those escaped bandits next year. It seems that the Sui dynasty royal family identified the enemies who attacked the breeding base as bandits. As for the people sent by the aristocratic families, they did not return to their respective forces because they thought those people were hiding from the limelight. Just when many aristocratic families thought that Yang Jian was going to make a big deal out of a small matter, the heads of 47 great masters were hung outside the Meridian Gate for public display. The noble families watched with horror. 47 grand masters. These are not 47 pigs. There are only 12 grand masters in the Sui dynasty royal family. Even if you had various masters loyal to the royal family, there are no more than 30 grand masters. Theoretically, these 47 grand masters can destroy the royal Yang family. However, these 47 masters died inexplicably. In the previous half-month, Yang Jian was still searching for these 47 people. Unexpectedly, in the blink of an eye, they became 47 pickled specimens. Daxing imperial capital, in the eastern part of the outer city, it's still that basement. But there are much fewer people today. There were only 8 people present. Li Chongshan looked at the other 7 people with a gloomy expression. Of the 47 heads, 35 were easily identifiable as the big bandits, and the remaining 12 belonged to aristocratic families, 2 of whom were from the Li family. That old fox Yang Zhong has stabbed us. We must get revenge. Li Chongshan was still very unwilling. Master Li is right. I fully support it. The head of the Wang family, one of the 5 surnames, immediately nodded in agreement. Although the Wang family did not send out a grandmaster, a total of 808 masters were also killed. This made him feel very distressed. These 808 masters were cultivated bit by their Wang family with great efforts. He was so distressed that he was caught in the act, and was also very worried that he would be exposed. By then, given Yang Jian's brutality, the Wang family would most likely be exterminated. So either strike first or take the initiative. Rebel. Either admit defeat and pay a sufficient price. Dugu Qiuheng said a little tiredly. I asked my family to keep a low profile during this period. The Chui family's patriarch's voice was trembling. I plan to ask the family shop to lower the price of salt. My grain store will also start to lower prices. Some of my students may have job transfers soon. My home. Several other people also expressed their opinions, saying that they would pay a price and give concessions to the Sui dynasty. They got scared. Alas! Li Chongshan sighed weakly. After all, there were 47 great masters, plus the death of 2008 masters. It is a terrifying force that can easily destroy any of them. They were all scared because he died inexplicably. I'll go to the palace and find out what that unfilial girl has to say. Maybe it won't be that bad. Seeing the dull atmosphere, Dugu Qiuheng suddenly gritted her teeth and said, obviously, she didn't want to see that unfilial daughter. Grandma Dugu, let's try and see if we can find out what the Yang family's terrifying trump card is. Yes, we must know what kind of power the Yang family has hidden. 35 of the 47 grandmasters were shot through the head. Judging from the injuries, they were not caused by arrows. This kind of strength is too terrifying. This is the biggest threat to our business. Yeah, I understand. The next day, Dugu Qiuheng requested to enter the palace to see Empress Dugu, but after only waiting for 2 days, she was summoned into the harem. After all, Dugu Qiuheng is Dugu Jialuo's grandmother, although there are many conflicts between them. But in this era where etiquette was extremely important, and Dugu Qialuo was the queen, she did not dare to refuse. And after discussing with Yang Jian, she also needed to spread some words. On the day Dugu Qiuheng left, a piece of news began to spread wildly throughout the Sui dynasty. Emperor Yang Jian is going to hold another beauty contest. The reason is that many palace maids are old, and it will be difficult for them to give birth if they don't get married, so these palace maids will be gradually dismissed from the palace. This requires the selection of some young palace maids. Empress Dugu was virtuous and kind, and she planned to find some beautiful girls from among these palace maids for Emperor Yang Jian to enrich his harem. For a time, the public had a better impression of the royal family. Considering that the palace had indeed dismissed a large number of palace maids a few days ago, no one thought there was anything wrong with this news. However, the aristocratic families heard different news. The 2 major families, the 4 major surnames, the 36 powerful families, and the 54 major clans, each family sent their contemporary legitimate daughter into the palace, and then selected the most outstanding woman in the family to enter the palace. Although women were not valued in the feudal era, the daughters of the eldest daughters of large families were only tools for marriage alliances. However, these legitimate daughters also require a huge cost to train. Moreover, the 3 words, most outstanding, were the biggest trap dug by Yang Jian. In the future, if word spreads that a woman in one of these families is particularly outstanding, Yang Hong will have an excuse to suppress that family. This is a long-term plan. Just when the families who participated in the attack on the breeding base breathed a sigh of relief, another piece of news came from the palace. 2 imperial concubines who entered the palace in their early years and gave birth to princes were found to have improper behavior, and were banished to the cold palace. She was sent to the cold palace along with 2 princes and a princess. Upon hearing the news, Li Chongshan of the Li family fainted from anger, and Cui Donghang, the head of the Cui family, smashed all the porcelain in the room. But he was more careful when selecting women from his family. However, some of the small actions of their aristocratic families have become more secretive. Ordinary people don't feel anything about this news. It's just that those families with clean backgrounds were trying to send their daughters to the palace. They all have a hope that something just might happen. What if their daughter were to ascend to the emperor's throne? Wouldn't they also be royal relatives? Chapter 65 finally consummated the marriage. When Yang Hong heard from Yang Zhong about the actions of Yang Jian and Dugu Jialuo, "I just want to complain. You're so petty! You're such a sissy!" Yang Hong couldn't see anything good in this method, as it didn't hit the weak points of those aristocratic families at all. If Yang Hong were to do it, he would pick out 2 or 3 weak families and use his army to ransack their homes and wipe out their entire families. Let's kill the chicken to scare the monkey. Then, taking advantage of their bloody power, they would pull one group together and beat another, thus dividing those big families. Then, they use tactics of alienation and counter-espionage to further divide them and cause conflicts among them. Then come the 2 peaches, kill 3 warriors, kill several people. Finally, there is tax reform, such as commercial tax reform and land tax reform, which are being carried out one by one. Slowly dig up the roots of these aristocratic families. After all this, I wonder who would dare to jump in front of me? Jump again? Kill him. However, he was not the one who controlled the Sui dynasty after all. He was just telling Yang Zhong about the land tax as if it were a casual chat. As for how much the largest landlord of the Sui dynasty could listen to, it was none of his business. He didn't say much about other methods and strategies, but just mentioned it briefly. He didn't believe that these old foxes who had lived for decades would not know how to use strategies. On August 29th, Yang Zixuan, who could only come for meals 1 day a month, showed up on time again. Her current cultivation level is still at the middle stage of the first-rate realm, but Yang Hong can sense that her internal strength has become stronger and more stable. According to Yang Zhong's request, Yang Zixuan has been exercising her body for the past 3 months. Because she tested positive for 7th grade 5-element spiritual roots in the upper sex spiritual root test, no sect was willing to accept her. In order not to waste her talent, Yang Zhong thought of letting the little girl Yang Zixuan practice the legendary physical cultivation. That is, a monk who specializes in cultivating the physical body. However, the Great Sui dynasty was just a mortal kingdom and did not have any techniques for cultivating immortals. Yang Zhong took a different approach and asked Yang Zixuan to practice all the external martial arts techniques of the mortal world. Therefore, Yang Zixuan's training over the past 3 months has been really hard. In order to maintain Yang Zixuan's health, Yang Hong would prepare spiritual plant dishes and spiritual wine for him every time Yang Zixuan came. Brother, I finally cultivated the golden bell cover to the 7th level this month. I have already mastered the golden bell cover. At the dinner table, Yang Zixuan couldn't help but show off proudly. Zixuan is really amazing. She is only 16 years old, but she has already mastered the golden bell cover. I'm afraid there has never been anyone like her before and there will never be anyone like her again. Hee hee. Yang Hong added a bowl of chicken soup to Yang Zixuan and patted her little head. This little girl has practiced physical training, but she hasn't gained weight yet. She is still a skinny and weak little girl. So Yang Hong prepared some delicious soup for her. Ginseng black chicken soup. The black chicken is just an ordinary black chicken, but the ginseng is the Xianyang ginseng that caused the big black dog to mutate. In addition, Yang Hong also specially cultivated a spiritual plant, hanwei grass, and a spiritual plant Polygonatum sibiricum. Use these two herbs with healing properties to neutralize the yang and heat-promoting Xianyang ginseng. Brother, Grandpa wants me to practice the Vajra indestructible skill, but I heard that practicing this skill will make you bulky, so I don't want to practice it. Brother Huang, can you talk to Grandpa Huang? I don't want to become a big guy, it will make me ugly. Drinking chicken soup and blinking, Yang Zixuan said again. Don't be afraid, Zixuan, I have prepared delicious food for you. Just eat less meat and everything will be fine. The Vajra indestructible skill is only an intermediate skill for cultivating external strength. Yang Hong has already practiced it to the maximum level and has many insights. One of them is that eating more meat can increase muscle and enhance defense. If you lack meat, you can still practice, but your body will become thinner and your defense will be weaker. However, Yang Hong has spiritual plants and spiritual wine, so this problem is not a problem. Well, my royal brother, remember to send me more delicious food. After hearing what Yang Hong said, Yang Zixuan accepted the arrangement to practice the Vajra indestructible skill, but there was still some reluctance on her face. Don't worry, I will ask Grandpa Huang to send you the vegetables I grow. I promise you won't go hungry. Drink the soup quickly. He scratched Yang Zixuan's little nose and urged her to eat. However, Yang Zixuan's incident also reminded Yang Hong that he should learn medical skills. After seeing off Yang Zixuan, who had eaten her fill, Yang Hong immediately asked Lao Wang to find some medical books for him. However, the next day, Lao Wang sent him books on cooking and medicinal diet. Why are there no medical books? Yang Hong's face looked a little ugly. If he was not allowed to practice martial arts, could it be that he could not even learn medical skills? Your Highness, the Emperor and His Majesty are worried that you might become depressed and start practicing martial arts, so they gave you these books. Lao Wang smiled humbly, fearing that Yang Hong would be unhappy, so he ignored him. After such a long time, he also knew Yang Hong's ability and status. I also learned some taboos that must be followed. One of them is that Yang Hong must not be allowed to practice martial arts. What do you mean by being desperate and practicing martial arts? Practicing martial arts is a good thing, right? Yang Hong complained dissatisfiedly. Your Highness, the Emperor knows that you are frightened by the incident at the breeding base and may be unable to get over it. So, I sent some seeds here especially. What are you worried about? Yang Hong was angered by the old man's bizarre train of thought. Your Highness, in order to facilitate your planting of new seeds, the two palaces next door will soon be connected to the Jira Wangwan Pavilion and used exclusively for tree planting. Lao Wang continued to report the arrangements made by the two emperors Yang Zhong. Planting trees? Those degenerate spiritual plants? I see. Thinking of those degraded spiritual plants, Yang Hong felt a little better. Old Wang felt relieved when he saw that Yang Hong's mood had improved. The emperor's order was fulfilled. He also took the opportunity to leave Yang Hong's small building. Husband, don't worry, I will protect you from now on. I am also a grandmaster now. Yang Hong was still frowning and thinking about how to plant those degraded spiritual plants. Song Yuji came over and gently took Yang Hong's hand. Although they have not consummated their marriage yet, Song Yuji has already chosen Yang Hong as her husband. Okay, I'll let my wife protect me from now on. Yang Hong patted Song Yuji's jade-like little hand, and his heart felt a little warmer. This woman really loves him. Feudal society is still better. After a woman gets married, she lives with the man sincerely and thinks about him sincerely. In modern times, such a wife is very rare. Husband, I think we can consummate our marriage. After saying this, Song Yuji's face turned red like a big apple. Ha, this is exactly what I want. Tonight we... Husband. Song Yuji stamped her feet and ran away shyly. She went to find concubine Zhou and the others to learn boudoir techniques. That night, loud singing could be heard from Yang Hong's small building. Sing for a long time. And downstairs, a group of 7 women came to eavesdrop on the conversation, wishing they could sacrifice themselves for it. Yang Hong didn't know all this, but Song Yuji knew it, but she didn't have the energy to say it out loud. After a night of hard work, Song Yuji had just broken through to the early stage of grandmaster, and went one step further to reach the middle stage of grandmaster. This also aroused some interest in Song Yuji, and also gave the 7 women other little thoughts. Yang Hong didn't know all this for the time being. He went downstairs refreshed, and went to make lean meat porridge for Song Yuji. Chapter 66 Red Romance Worth Remembering. 3 days passed quickly and the 2 small courtyards next to it were merged. Under Yang Hong's guidance and requests, these 2 courtyards covering an area of nearly 10 acres were transformed into the style of a garden hill. This place will be used specifically to plant the seeds of those degraded spiritual trees. He was very much looking forward to what these degraded spiritual plants would look like when they evolved again. Husband, lunch is ready. We have prepared donkey meat hot pot and donkey penis soup for lunch. Hearing this, Yang Hong, who had been hoeing the fields all morning, seemed to be full of strength again. After all, it's a newlywed. After all, you are young to understand. However, Yang Hong is well aware of his physical fitness and strength, and has always been very careful not to let Song Yuji overwork herself, let alone get hurt. It's just that Yang Hong suffered a little. Never had enough fun. But as a modern time traveler, he still respects women and will not do anything to force them. In addition to planting, he was also carefully studying the medicinal food recipes, preparing to properly regulate Song Yuji's body and improve her cultivation at the same time. As for the 7 concubines who flirted with him all day long, he pretended not to see them. These women are the ones his cheap father doesn't want, so he doesn't want them. Apart from the increasingly blatant harassment from the 7 women, Yang Hong lived a rather relaxed and happy life in the following days. In order to enjoy the winter, he directly converted one of the 8 high-rise buildings into a hot spring bath, and renamed the small building Red Romance. After the renovation, the Tangchi building is 18 meters high and has only 5 floors. 2 huge pools were dug on the ground floor, and underground well water was directly connected. One of the pools was connected to a water pipe and a simple water intake device. A donkey was used as power to pump water to the roof of the 18-meter building. On the roof, a 100-ton water tower was built by wrapping solid wood with iron sheets. On the 2nd to 5th floors, Yang Hong copied some of the bathing center's facilities based on his memories. In winter, there is special water boiling equipment to heat the simple tap water to ensure that the water flow does not freeze. This hot spring building is definitely the most advanced bathroom in the world. He also asked the internal construction supervisor to help him build a boiler so that he could take a hot spring bath in the winter. When Yang Hong was renovating the Honglang building, Song Yuji took the initiative to name the other small buildings and hung plaques on them. The small building where Yang Hong lives now is named after Yang Hong's character, so it's called Yadu Building. The small building where concubine Zhou and the other 7 concubines now lived was named Lotus Tower by Song Yuji. The implication is obvious, which is that women should keep themselves clean. Song Yuji is not an idiot. How could she not see the little thoughts of these women? She is not jealous, but she is not easy to bully either. Since it is named after a flower, the other buildings are basically named after flowers as well, namely Spring Orchid Tower, Summer Tower, Autumn Chrysanthemum Tower, Winter Plum Tower, Epiphyllum Tower, Peony Tower. Originally, Song Yuji wanted to name Yang Hong's Honglinmen Tower as Narcissus Tower, but Yang Hong firmly refused. A bathroom is a bathroom and should have a bathroom name, even if it is a hot spring bathroom. My husband, this name is so strange and weird. Looking at the 3 words, Red Romance, Song Yuji's pretty face wrinkled slightly, very dissatisfied. Haha, you don't understand this. Hone romance, what a romantic name, and very memorable. In response to Song Yuji's confusion, Yang Hong smiled with a look of remembrance in his eyes. As a science geek in his previous life, he would go to Red Romance once a month, which was the time when he relaxed the most. Husband, does this Red Romance restrict those vixens? Song Yuji looked around and saw that concubine Zhou and the others were not there, so she asked in a low voice. No need to restrict them, but tell them to be careful when they come in and not bump into us. You can even set the time for them to come in and out. That's good. Those vixens are getting more and more outrageous. Haha, didn't you get along well with them? And did you even learn techniques from them? Husband. Yang Hong looked at the depressed Song Yuji and found it a little funny. During this period, Song Yuji really put aside her pride and learned a lot of skills from concubine Zhou and others. However, it also aroused the desires of concubine Zhou and several others, causing him a lot of trouble. After a few jokes, Yang Hong left. He was going to go to the newly opened hill next door to continue the transformation. In the 10-acre courtyard, he built a 10-foot-high hill, and on the hill, he planted all the seeds of the degraded spiritual plants. Just waiting to sprout and grow. Then you can start the initiation. However, his initiations would definitely not be wasted. In addition to the jade grape and moonlight white tea tree initiations once a day, Yang Hong started a new attempt. Try to instill new top-quality spiritual plants. Today, he came to the foot of the hill, where there was a small garden that had always existed. Seeing how beautiful the flowers were, he did not destroy them. The flowers were simply transplanted. And after transplanting, some flowers bloomed more brightly. However, there was an exception. A pond of lotus that he had specially transplanted showed signs of withering. Ding Yu infused 60 days of qi into an ordinary lotus, and received a 10,000-fold return, returning 600,000 days of qi cultivation. Oh my god! 10,000 times. This was the second time Yang Hong encountered a 10,000-fold return. Ding Yu have practiced intermediate breathing technique for 600,000 days, and the intermediate breathing technique has been upgraded to the 73rd level. My goodness, 600,000 days of qi training only allowed me to upgrade the intermediate breathing technique from level 58 to level 73, and it's getting harder and harder to upgrade. Ding, the ordinary lotus absorbs enough energy to evolve and becomes a first-grade lower-grade spiritual plant, the pure water lotus. What a lucky day! I actually found another top-quality spiritual plant. Ordinary plants that can evolve completely after a one-time initiation are all spiritual plants with great evolutionary potential. Keep up the good work. All 4 of my attempts today evolved into lotus. Yang Hong, in a good mood, once again poured blessings on the lotus in the pond. Ding, the ordinary lotus absorbs enough energy to evolve and becomes a first-grade lower-grade spiritual plant, the pure water lotus. Ding, the ordinary lotus absorbs enough energy to evolve and evolves into the first-grade lower-grade spiritual plant Qingxin lotus. Yang Hong's face was so smiling that it almost blossomed. He was so lucky to have evolved 3 top-grade spiritual plants in one day. Even if the last one did not evolve, it had reached the level of an ordinary 8th-grade plant, and was a plant with good potential. This pool of dying lotus flowers turned out to be of top quality. It's really unexpected. Looking at the remaining 18 lotus flowers, I am very much looking forward to it. In the end, these lotus flowers lived up to Yang Hong's expectations. There are 22 lotuses in total, and finally 2 pure heart lotuses and 15 pure water lotuses evolved. The lotus in this pool originally had 3 colors, red, pink and white. After evolution, there is almost no difference in appearance between the pure heart lotus and the pure water lotus. They are all pure white. The other 5 ordinary quality lotus flowers all turned into a gorgeous blood red. This aroused Yang Hong's interest again, and he spent more than 2 days to evolve all 5 lotuses. The names of these 5 lotus flowers are a bit strange. They are called demonic blood lotus. The enchanting and strange red color, the blood red lotus, coupled with the strange name, made Yang Hong a little scared. It's a pity that he couldn't find any books about spiritual plants, otherwise he would have to learn more about them. However, one thing is certain, the location of this pool is a treasure trove. Next, Yang Hong found various lotus and water lily seeds and started a new round of experiments. Chapter 67 Critical Hit. Continuous 10,000-fold critical hit. Autumn has gone and winter has come, and this winter is particularly cold. It was just the 19th day of the 9th lunar month when the first snow fell. This snowfall gave the aristocratic families an opportunity to strike back against Yang Jian. They spread the rumor in the countryside that Yang Jian was not favored by the emperor, and that a snowstorm was sent down from heaven to punish the Sui dynasty. Although Yang Jian produced various evidences to show that snow had fallen in the other 4 dynasties, this snow fell all over the world. However, the aristocratic families have long controlled the people's voice, and it is difficult to change the public's impression in a short time. Yang Jian could only popularize the simple greenhouse technology developed by Yang Hong. Not only did he send eunuchs from the Internal Manufacturing Bureau and craftsmen from the Ministry of Works to teach the people skills, he also invested all of the glass income for the past 6 months to produce and purchase large quantities of black cloth, and sold it to the people at a loss. This saved most of the farmers' autumn harvest. However, as the winter snow continued, many places still suffered from snow disasters. As people starved to death, the business was gone, but the number of people freezing to death continued to increase. Yang Hong also knew the news. To this end, he used honeycomb coal technology, Kong technology, and various modern winter warming methods. Although he was not a good man, he was not a bad man either. He could not bear to see the common people freeze to death. With these technologies, the population death in the Sui dynasty was immediately stopped. The people's support for the Sui royal family rose again. The other 4 dynasties also immediately sent representatives to exchange and learn, and quickly acquired these technologies. As for what benefits the Sui dynasty gained, Yang Hong didn't care too much. Because he has more important things to care about. It is December now, and thanks to the glass greenhouse for warmth, Yang Hong's Jirua Wangwenge is still as warm as spring. During this period, he stopped giving empowerments to other plants and spiritual plants, and only gave empowerments to the lotus flowers in the lotus pond. In the cold winter, the lotus leaves in the lotus pond are still so green and lush, and the lotus flowers are even more pure and holy. Dingyu infused 60 days of qi into Qing Xian Lian, and received a 10,000-fold return, returning 600,000 days of qi cultivation. Dingyu have practiced intermediate breathing technique for 600,000 days, and the intermediate breathing technique has been upgraded to the 101st level. 101st floor? The intermediate breathing technique actually broke through the 100th level and reached the 101st level. This is his first martial arts that has broken through the 100th level. The martial arts in this world, regardless of internal or external skills, only have 9 levels at most. Only some special advanced martial arts have 12 levels. However, Yang Hong has a system that can restore one's cultivation level through initiation, and he can practice all kinds of martial arts to the 100th level. Yang Hong has discovered through practicing with the old eunuchs around Yangzhong that, using the same martial arts and the same internal strength, he can exert 10 times the power of others. It may not seem like much, but after hundreds or thousands of years of development, each martial art has been developed to its limit. Let alone 10 times, even doubling the power would be extremely difficult. This will allow Yang Hong to complete the Hit 10 achievement more easily. 101st floor, that would mean a higher doubling of combat power. However, the prompt sound of the initiation system has not ended yet. Ding, your pure heart lotus has accumulated enough energy, and its quality has improved, becoming a 2nd grade lower level spiritual plant. Qing Xian Lian has advanced to a higher level. It was the first of all his spiritual plants to advance to the 2nd grade lower spiritual plant, and it was also the fastest to advance. Moreover, both pure heart lotuses have advanced to a higher level. This Qing Xian lotus is indeed different, it advances very quickly. And this lotus pond should be called the precious lotus pond. After renovation and expansion, the lotus pond now covers exactly 1 acre. It's not that it cannot be expanded, but that beyond this acre of area, the lotus planted in the lotus pond will have no special effects. This special effect is the multiplier of the cultivation return. During these 3 months, the cultivation returns Yang Hong obtained in the lotus pond were never less than 1,000 times, and he even triggered the 10,000 times return 6 times within 3 months. This is more than the total amount of cultivation Yang Hong had gained in the previous 6 years. Yang Hong, the 6th prince of the Sui dynasty. Number of initiations per day, 0/6. Lifespan, 21/300. Cultivation, 10,000 years of true qi. Foundation building stage, 200,000 gene of strength, 100-meter spiritual consciousness. Skills, intermediate breathing technique 101th level, primary body building technique 43rd level. Martial arts, bull fist 100th level, etc. Special abilities, photographic memory, proficient in farming. Yan Hong's cultivation was stuck again, for 10,000 years. He didn't know what level this person who had been building the foundation for 10,000 years was at because there was no comparison. However, he discovered that the essence of his true qi was at a very high level, and there was no attenuation when the true qi was released 100 feet away. However, there was an embarrassing problem. Yan Hong didn't know how to continue to break through his cultivation. Even though he had mastered the 101st level of breathing technique, his cultivation had not improved. Not even a hint. His system of returning cultivation points through initiation is sometimes so stupid. This lotus pond is truly a treasure land. We can name it Treasure Lotus Pond. Thinking of this, Yang Hong found a piece of rockery stone and carved the 3 words, Baolianchi, on it with an axe. Seeing these 3 words, the people who came to watch the fun were very puzzled, and Song Yuji asked directly. My husband, this is a lotus pond that only blooms but does not bear fruit. Why is it called the precious lotus pond? Haha, they don't bear fruit because they are not yet ready to bear fruit. It's only been more than 3 months since I transplanted them. It's impossible for them to bear fruit. As for Baolian, don't you feel refreshed when you are near this lotus pond? The most striking feature of this lotus pond is its pleasant fragrance, which can calm one's mind and soul. As he spoke, Yang Hong opened his hands, faced the lotus pond, and took a deep breath. The greatest feature of the fragrance of the pure heart lotus is that it can make one feel pure and free from desires. This is very helpful for cultivation. It can greatly reduce the probability of a warrior going astray during his training. It really smells good. It makes people feel relaxed and relieved of all worries. Song Yuji imitated Yang Hong and took a deep breath. However, there are also disadvantages to smelling this flower fragrance too much. As he spoke, Song Yuji looked at Yang Hong, especially his lower body. Recently, Yang Hong's interest in the pleasures of the boudoir has declined a lot. Hee. Yang Hong smiled awkwardly. He couldn't say that his cultivation had increased too quickly during this period and he couldn't control his strength, so he was afraid of accidentally killing Song Yuji, right? Although his apparent strength had only increased by 10,000 pounds, reaching 200,000 pounds, but with the blessing of 10,000 years of true qi, he now even walked carefully. Husband, why don't we smell less of this flower fragrance, and let concubine Zhou and the others smell it instead? Song Yuji will not give up her happiness, she added. That's a good idea. But it may not work at this time. I want to build this hill well. You can see it. The special trees at Grandpa Huangsen have begun to sprout. I will not be going back for the time being. I will wait for a while. Husband. Song Yuji grumbled in dissatisfaction. By the way, I have cultivated a very special kind of lotus, this kind of pure water lotus. As he spoke, Yang Hong pulled up a water lotus by its roots and handed it to Song Yuji. Yuji, this lotus is very magical. As long as you put it in a water tank, it can purify the water and make it delicious. If you don't believe me, try it. Then Yang Hong used the scoop beside him to scoop half a scoop of pond water for Song Yuji. Seeing that Yang Hong was serious, Song Yuji took the scoop and took a sip. My eyes lit up. Is this lake water? It's sweet and refreshing, and it's warm and sweet after you drink it. Even honey water doesn't taste this good. Of course. This is a variety that I carefully cultivated. You can take this one back and put it in the water tank in yet a building. We will drink purified water from now on. Well, I'll plan it when I get back. Yang Hong took some effort to coax Song Yuji away, and then began to practice diligently. He wanted to gain control of his body as soon as possible so that he could continue to live a happy life. Chapter 68, An Unwelcome Visitor. While Yang Hong was absorbed in cultivating lotus and water lilies in the Baolian Pond, Yang Jian and Yang Zhong were in a state of panic. The heavy snow in the country did not cause any major storms thanks to the court's timely disaster relief. However, before one problem is solved, another one arises. The Yuan dynasty in the north took advantage of the constant natural disasters in the Sui dynasty and decisively sent troops. Now the Yuan dynasty is deploying its troops outside the Great Wall, on the grasslands near Yuzhou of the Sui dynasty. The Yuan dynasty has deployed 1,000,000 troops, including 300,000 elite cavalry. He showed an attitude of war to destroy the dynasty. Crown Prince Yang Yong, the second Prince Yang Guang who was named King of Ying, and the third Prince Yang Hao who was named King of Qin, all three of them guarded a strong pass in Yuzhou. However, because a lot of troops were mobilized for disaster relief before, the entire Yuzhou had less than 300,000 troops. Moreover, the Yuan cavalry came unexpectedly. Even if all 300,000 troops were stationed in the border fortresses, no match for the millions of Yuan soldiers. Just when the Sui dynasty was busy mobilizing its troops, an envoy from the Yuan dynasty, led by the imperial teacher, the Dharma king, came directly and swaggeringly to the capital of Daxing. In Yang Hong's Yeda building, Yang Zhong was sitting in front of Yang Hong, looking haggard. "My dear grandson, the Mongol barbarians specifically asked you to attend the state banquet this time. I know that they will definitely cause trouble, and the lowest level cultivators in this delegation are all innate masters, and there are also celestial beings among them. So I won't force you to attend the state banquet, it's up to you to decide." Yang Zhong did not hide the worry on his face. He was very worried that those Mongolian barbarians would kill Yang Hong on the spot. However, based on his perception and the investigation of the black-clothed guards, all evidence showed that there were at least 30 powerful people in the Heavenly Man realm among the 100-member Mongol delegation. With such a force, there is no need for sneak attacks or assassinations. A direct and open attack can definitely wipe out the entire Sui dynasty royal family. The strongest combat force of the Sui dynasty is only the grandmaster. And in front of the celestial being, the grandmaster is just like an ordinary first-rate master facing the grandmaster, and has no ability to fight back. However, when Yang Hong heard the strength of the person who came, he was no longer worried. He was confident that he could kill 30 guys in the Heavenly Man realm by himself. He is now a super powerful man who has built his foundation for 10,000 years. "Don't worry, Grandpa Emperor. Since the Mongols are stronger than the Sui dynasty, but they are visiting according to etiquette, they will definitely not kill people without reason. They must be here for something. As long as Grandpa Huang doesn't leak the news that I can cultivate high-yield crops, I should be safe." Yang Zhong lowered his head and thought for a while before speaking seriously. "Regarding this, dear grandson, you can rest assured. So far, apart from me and your father, only Wang Debiao and a few other eunuchs and palace maids know about it. And you, the woman in this small courtyard. You can rest assured about the people in my yard. They are all relatively reliable." "Humph, my dear grandson, are those women disobedient? Why do I find that those concubines are all very yin? Aren't they in harmony with your yin and yang?" The retired Emperor Yang Zhong was obviously somewhat dissatisfied with this matter, especially with concubine Zhou and the others. "Ahem, Grandpa Emperor, I just got married not long ago, this is not good." "Huh, it's already been half a year, isn't that long? How long does it take to be a long time?" "Sleep with those women as soon as possible and make them loyal to you. Otherwise, if they have some bad intentions one day, it will be troublesome." Yang Hong was also confused. What kind of theory was this? Could you ensure someone's loyalty by sleeping with them? Yang Hong thought that it would be better to kill all those women. Clean and convenient. He simply changed the subject and asked, "Are the people over there reliable?" "You can rest assured about Wang Debiao and the others. They have been with me for decades. Although they are a little weak, their loyalty is absolutely flawless." Yang Zhong still has confidence in the few people he has in his pocket. "Then it's not my business to grow high-yield plants. Since you named me, it must be the secret of why I cannot practice martial arts. If I'm not mistaken, the Mongols should have known some secrets and are about to cause trouble." When Yang Hong heard that the Mongol imperial master specifically wanted to see him, he initially thought it was about the high-yield crops, but then he thought again, afraid it might not be that simple. Yang Zhong frowned even deeper. If this is the case, it would be even more troublesome. If it is really as Yang Hong guessed, there may be more fights with the upper sects in the future, and these mortals will be simply unable to resist. Without discussing anything, and without having time to discuss, Yang Hong put on his lavender crown and followed Yang Zhong out of the Zero Wangwen pavilion and headed towards the Liuguang Hall where the state banquet was being prepared. The state banquet has been prepared and the representatives from both sides have arrived. The banquet hadn't started yet, but people from both sides were smiling on the surface but having very friendly exchanges behind their backs. In the square outside the Liuguang Palace, there was a pair of figures sparring with each other. Yang Hong could hear the bang 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 sound before he even entered the Liuguang Palace. Obviously, both companies are very attentive about this competition. Walking towards the square and approaching the crowd, Yang Hong found that one of the two people fighting was very familiar. After a little identification, he immediately recognized him. That man was King Yang Guang. Moreover, Yang Guang has the strength of a mid-level innate master. His opponent was a big guy over 2 meters tall. Based on his perception, Yang Hong could determine that this big guy was in the late innate stage, and his internal strength was 1 level higher than Yang Guang. At this time, Yang Guang was relying on his 1.75 meter height and relatively petite figure to move quickly around the big guy. Occasionally Yang Guang could hit the big guy with 2 punches. Although the big guy was swinging his fists vigorously, he could hardly hit Yang Guang. However, after watching for a cup of tea, Yang Hong's brows began to frown. Yang Guang's advantage is not obvious, and his internal strength is a bit weak. Looking at Yang Zhong beside him, Yang Hong thought of a possibility. Grandpa Emperor, did you give the elixir sent by Yin Kui to Yang Guang? Well, except for your sisters Yishuan who got 1 and Laning who got 1, the rest were given to your 4 brothers, 3 each. By the way, the prince did not take the elixir. Yang Zhong did not hide the fact that Yin Kui sent a total of 100 Xianin pills, and it was impossible for the royal family not to make good use of them. Grandpa Emperor, please give each of my 4 brothers some wine. I'm afraid their foundations are not stable. Yang Hong thought about it, and decided to be generous. After all, if he wanted to farm peacefully in the cold palace, there had to be someone to manage the dynasty, someone to guard the border, and someone to handle government affairs. Although those royal brothers wanted to kill him, he also wanted to kill these people. However, instead of killing them, it is better to let them work for you. Just as Yang Hong was stunned, the battle in the square ended. Bang! There was only a muffled sound, and Yang Guang, who had been dodging for a long time, was finally caught by the big guy. 1 punch, just 1 punch. Yang Guang flew more than 3 feet away and spat out a mouthful of blood in the air. Yang Guang, who seemed to have the upper hand at the beginning, was defeated so suddenly. He was defeated with just 1 punch. Roar! The big guy took advantage of the situation and saw Yang Guang spitting blood and flying backwards, so he seized the opportunity, rushed forward, swung his fist, and was about to hit Yang Guang to death with 1 punch. Stop! Stop! 2 voices sounded one after another, stopping the big guy from taking any further action. Chapter 69 Donor, you and I have a destiny in Buddhism. The voice of "Stop" was full of anger. It was Yang Zhong. Seeing Yang Guang flying backwards, Yang Zhong did not move, and even frowned in disgust. It was because Yang Guang was not as skilled as the other, and he deserved to be injured. However, it is intolerable for the big guys to kill all the enemies after winning. What's more, the person being hunted is his grandson. Yang Zhong flashed and appeared in front of Yang Guang, raised a finger and pointed it at the big guy's elbow joint. The second "stop" was directed at Yang Zhong. The person who spoke was the Mongol Yuan dynasty's national teacher, the Dharma King. When the big guy heard what the Dharma King said, he stopped immediately. Yang Zhong didn't feel comfortable pointing that finger down. Old Lord Yang, you must not interfere in the fight between the younger generations. An old monk with white eyebrows and beard took a wrong step and appeared in front of Yang Zhong slowly but quickly. The old monk's eyes were full of compassion, and there was no aura in his body. He looked like he could be blown down by a gust of wind. But no one present dared to underestimate him. This person is a master in the realm of heaven and man. Yang Hong in the crowd narrowed his eyes. This old monk is not in the heavenly realm. Instead, he is in the Foundation establishment stage, and at least a great master in the late Foundation establishment stage. Play the pig and eat the tiger! This was the second thought that came to Yang Hong's mind. The old monk's cultivation was visible under Yang Hong's spiritual observation. He had the cultivation of the late Foundation building stage, but he deliberately restrained the aura of his cultivation, and the outward manifestation was only that of the early stage of Qi training, that is, the early stage of the celestial being. This old monk is definitely an old silver coin. Master Zhuanjing, since you also knew that it was a competition between juniors, why did you let your people use such heavy hands? Yang Zhong's face looked grim. He was still only in the late Xiantian stage and had not yet recovered to the level of a grandmaster. Even a great master is no match for this old monk who falls down at the sight of a gust of wind. The realm of heaven and man can no longer be called human. The grandmaster and the heavenly being are simply two different species. We are all juniors, it's normal to make mistakes occasionally. The Dharma King had a kind smile on his face, but his words were simply not human. The big guy had already won the fight, and he still wanted to kill them all. How could it be that he accidentally missed the target? Master Zhuanjing's ability to lie with his eyes open is truly the best in the world. Yang Zhong responded with sarcasm without any hesitation, saying that this was the Sui dynasty palace and he was the master, so he could not show any weakness. Old Lord Yang, you must be joking. I am just telling the truth. Well, you are telling lies with your eyes open. Yang Hong once again witnessed the old monk's shamelessness. Perhaps sensing Yang Hong's disdainful and scornful gaze, the Dharma King looked over with his half-closed eyes. As soon as he saw Yang Hong, his eyes widened a lot, and even a gleam of light flashed. This young man is very blessed and has great merits. He just happens to be predestined to be with my Buddhist sect. I wonder if you are willing to take me as your master. I am willing to pass on all the inheritance of the Vajra temple to you. As if he had discovered something special about Yang Hong, the old monk dodged past Yang Zhong with a single move, came in front of Yang Hong, and spoke anxiously. He even stretched out his hand to grab Yang Hong. Yang Hong seemed to be frightened and inadvertently took half a step back. With just half a step, he avoided the old monk's action. Yang Hong raised her hands to protect her chest, like a little girl encountering a hooligan, and looked at the old monk with horror. Old monk, I won't become a monk. I'm already married and have broken my vows of chastity. I can't be a monk anymore. Haha, don't worry, my friend. My Vajra temple is a tantric and Zen temple, and marriage is not prohibited. The old monk thought that Yang Hong retreated half a step because he was frightened, and didn't care. As he spoke, he continued to grab Yang Hong. Are you a flower monk? Don't come over here. I am a man, I like women, I don't like men, and I don't like old monks even more. Yang Hong retreated as he spoke. He noticed that the people around him were pushed away by the invisible aura, and Yang Zhongjing was walking towards him with difficulty, his face flushed. This old silver coin has used his true qi to create a gas wall. Let me see how I can break you. When Yang Hong saw the situation around him, he immediately guessed the Dharma King's method. Old monk, the big guy behind you has a good figure and great strength. He must be suitable for you. You can find him. You can't go wrong with him. Yang Hong screamed like a ghost and retreated in disorder, occasionally dodging around other people to avoid being caught by the old monk. Old monk, I see that you have one foot in the coffin, so you should cultivate your mind and cultivate your character, and stop looking for a man. It's really not good. Oh my God, your claw hand is really powerful. It has torn this guy's clothes into pieces. Old monk, you are too thirsty. Shut up. Under Yang Hong's nonsense, even the Dharma King, who had great concentration, was broken. A roar was heard, causing a group of people nearby to cover their ears. Yang Hong also covered his ears like everyone else, but he was still able to continue dodging backwards. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yang Zhong rushed over and blocked Yang Hong behind him. Master, you are too shameless. A master of heaven and earth actually bullies a child who doesn't know martial arts. Where's your face? Yang Zhong pointed at the Dharma King and cursed him, not even calling him the imperial master. Haha, Lord Yang, you misunderstood. I saw that this child has great fortune and wanted to take him in as my disciple. Lord Yang can persuade this child. As long as this child accepts me as his master, the Yuan dynasty will withdraw its troops immediately, and as long as I am alive, I will ensure that the Yuan dynasty will not invade the Sui dynasty. The Dharma king was still staring at Yang Hong intently, and even when he was talking to Yang Zhong, his attention was all on Yang Hong. From time to time, a golden light flashed in his eyes, and this time even Yang Zhong saw it. Don't bother yourself, Imperial Master. My grandson has his own opportunities, so I won't become your disciple. Yang Zhong protected Yang Hong and took 2 steps back. As for becoming a disciple, forget it. However, Yang Hong cannot practice martial arts, and this order was issued by several superiors together. Old Lord Yang may not know the depth and strength of our Vajra Temple, right? Our Vajra Temple has 3,000 martial arts, including 300 high-level martial arts, all of which are magical skills that can be cultivated to the heavenly realm. If this young friend accepts me as his master, I will not only teach him everything I know, but I will also give him the position of abbot of the Vajra Temple. The Dharma king was still staring at Yang Hong, and his expression looked like he was drooling. Everyone else nearby was stunned, not only the people from the Sui dynasty, but even those from the Mongols. Vajra Temple, the most powerful sect in the Yuan dynasty. Even if the Yuan emperor is replaced, Vajra Temple must give its approval. Once Yang Hong becomes the disciple of the Dharma king Xuanjing, it also means that Yang Hong can control most of the Yuan dynasty. A huge dynasty with a territory 10 times that of the Sui dynasty. All the Yuan people, including the great masters, looked at Yang Hong with red eyes, and envy, jealousy and hatred were written directly on their faces. But they only dared to envy and be jealous, and dared not speak. Because the Dharma king of prayer wheels is the strongest in the Yuan dynasty and the god of the Yuan dynasty. A god whom they could not disobey. Everyone looked at Yang Hong with envy, the stranger who suddenly appeared. Including Yang Guang, who was spitting blood and was helped up by the guards. Everyone was waiting for Yang Hong to agree to accept the Dharma king as his disciple. Chapter 70. The Temptation of the Dharma King. Yang Hong felt a little chilly when he saw this guy with gleaming eyes. He was familiar with that look. It was a pervert who found a beautiful woman, who was alone and dressed seductively. That's the look at that time. It was also like the look of desire he had when he saw his favorite gaming figure in his previous life. This old monk must have discovered a secret in him that even he himself didn't know. Yang Hong slightly put away his nonchalant expression and looked at the old monk curiously. Old monk, give me a reason. Amitabha. My friend, you and my Buddha are predestined. The Dharma king solemnly chanted the Buddha's name before continuing to explain. My friend's face is round and square, and his appearance is majestic. Just from his face, he looks like a Buddha. Moreover, you have great compassion in your eyes. As long as you practice Buddhism, you will surely become a great monk of your generation. You may even have a chance to attain the status of a bodhisattva in the future. The Dharma king's words sounded very mysterious, but in Yang Hong's opinion, he was very talented, so talented that the old monk was willing to give up the affairs of his family and country just to accept him as his disciple. Yang Hong looked around and saw that everyone was looking at him with envy and jealousy. There was even envy and resentment in Yang Guang's eyes. Blood kept oozing out from the corner of his mouth, but he didn't even try to wipe it off. Yang Hong looked at Yang Zhong again. There was actually envy in Yang Zhong's eyes, but more of it was worry and confusion. It can be seen that he also hopes that Yang Hong will become the disciple of the Dharma king, otherwise he would have spoken out to stop him. Yang Hong's heart moved and he thought of something. Master, what benefits would it bring me to be your disciple? He no longer called him old monk, but started calling him master instead. As long as you accept me as your master, I can pass on to you the Vajra Temple's unique skill, the Vajra Indestructible Divine Art. This Vajra Indestructible Divine Art is not the inferior Vajra Indestructible Art that is popular in the outside world. This is a magical skill that anyone can cultivate to the heavenly realm, even if they don't have the aptitude to practice it. As he spoke, the old monk straightened his body a little, and an aura of divine power emanated from him. All the warriors in the square bent over, and many of those with poor skills fell directly to the ground. Yang Hong was still standing, because the old monk's aura deliberately avoided Yang Hong. Looking at the people lying on the ground, Yang Hong smiled a little more and continued to ask. Looks good. Anything else? My friend, you said before that you are already married. Then I can let you practice the Tantric Joyful Zen. This technique is also an authentic Buddhist technique and can also help you improve your cultivation. Well, this is pretty good. Yang Hong smiled even more and nodded. Seeing Yang Hong nodded, the old monk felt that he had found Yang Hong's weakness and continued to increase his bet. And if you need it, I can also arrange a suitable furnace for you. That's not necessary. I still love my wife very much. Yang Hong quickly waved his hand to refuse. However, the Dharma king who was circumambulating the sutra continued. Don't worry, my disciple. It's their blessing that those furnaces and tripods can assist you in your practice. Also, you don't have to worry about having children. Practicing the Tantric Joyful Zen can control the birth of your children. This means that Yang Hong will definitely take him as his master. Everyone else in the square has a constipated look on their faces. How come you, a great sage, suddenly turn into a bootlicker? The point is, how come you, a bootlicker, still exude the aura of a god? We are having a hard time lying there. Their envy and jealousy of Yang Hong became even greater. Yang Hong looked at the Dharma king who was circumambulating the sutra anxiously and felt that it was about time. Master, I have some karma and cannot practice martial arts. Cause and effect? After hearing what Yang Hong said, the old monk was stunned for a moment. Then he began to make a seal that Yang Hong could not understand, and he was muttering something. After a while, 2 rays of golden light shot out from the old monk's eyes and hit Yang Hong. Yang Hong did not dodge, nor did he use his true energy to resist the golden light. He also wanted to know why he couldn't practice. The real reason why he kept arguing with the old monk was that he wanted to discover the big secret about himself through the old monk's help. On the other side, after emitting the golden light, Yang Hong's image also changed drastically in the eyes of the old monk. At this moment, Yang Hong was just a light bulb, a little sun in the eyes of the old monk. A little sun emitting golden light of merit. As for Yang Hong's future, his merits and virtues are immeasurable, at least the Dharma king has no ability to measure them. Slurp. I don't know when the old monk's spell ended, but saliva actually flowed from the corners of his mouth. My dear friend, I will bear all the consequences for you. No matter how many karmas you have, I will take full responsibility. The eyes of the Dharma king who was circumambulating the prayer wheels turned red. There were so many merits. As long as he accepted Yang Hong and gave him a little teaching, he would be able to share a lot of merits. His cultivation will advance by leaps and bounds, and in the future he will be able to break through to the 9th level of cultivation and possibly become a Buddha or a Bodhisattva. The first time he saw Yang Hong, he found that Yang Hong seemed to have merits and virtues, and the more he looked at Yang Hong, the more he felt that Yang Hong was extraordinary. I didn't expect that when I used the Buddha's eye to see through delusion, it turned out to be a light bulb of merit. He now wanted to snatch Yang Hong away at all costs. However, considering that in order to share Yang Hong's merits, Yang Hong needs to be willing to share the most merits. So he kept coaxing Yang Hong patiently. Yang Hong asked again with a smile on his face. Master, are you really taking over all the karma that happened to me? I will take full responsibility. The Dharma king nodded solemnly and agreed, his tone full of expectation. Looking forward to taking responsibility for Yang Hong's actions. Yang Guang, who was standing aside, had a pale face that turned ashen. Yang Hong, a useless prince, actually had such an opportunity to rise to prominence, which made him not only jealous but also resentful. His fists were clenched so tightly that his teeth were chattering. Yang Hong also heard it. Yang Hong suddenly stopped smiling, looked at the old monk, and made another request. Master, as long as you dare to swear to bear all my karma, I will immediately take you as my master. After Yang Zhong and Yang Jian lifted the restrictions on him, Yang Hong read a lot of books. In addition to various agricultural books, he was also allowed to read some legends and novels. From these books, Yang Hong discovered that there was spiritual energy in the Wufang dynasty before, and that spiritual energy was very rich, but later things happened that even legendary novels could not record. The spiritual energy was suddenly cut off, and the immortals disappeared from this land. People can only practice martial arts. There must be a huge secret here. Yan Hong asked Yang Zhong many times in a roundabout way. It seemed that his inability to practice martial arts was related to the life and death of all living beings in the 5 dynasties. Having read the novel, he knew that there must be some cause and effect involved. Then let's see if this old monk can bear this cause and effect. Ha 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 ha, you are such a kind person. I turn the sutra and swear by my real name, as long as I see. By the way, what's your name, little friend? The old monk was about to swear when he suddenly remembered that he still didn't know Yan Hong's name. I asked quickly. Yan Hong. Yan Hong? Are you Yan Hong? When the Dharma King heard Yan Hong call out his name, his eyes widened with disbelief. You are Yan Hong? Yes. You should be Yan Hong. Ha ha ha, as expected, it's Yan Hong. The old monk was surprised at first, then confused, then suddenly enlightened, and finally delighted. I am a Buddhist monk, and I swear to the heavens that as long as Yan Hong accepts me as his master, I am willing to take on all of Yan Hong's karma. This oath shall be witnessed by heaven and earth. When the Dharma King completed his vow to circumambulate the sutra, 3 muffled thunders were heard in the clear sky. The oath was established. Next, the ball was in Yan Hong's hands again. Chapter 71 Thunder Rolls In. At the same time, Yan Hong felt an inexplicable pressure descending on him. He did not regret it, as he still had several experiments to complete. He straightened his clothes, then took a step back and bowed deeply to the Dharma King, all the way to the ground. He shouted, Disciple Yan Hong greets Master. Boom boom. As Yan Hong finished speaking, thunder was heard in the sky and dark clouds gathered above the palace. When the Dharma King heard the thunder and saw the dark clouds, his old face was wrinkled with smile. He knew that Yan Hong's karma was very serious, so the heaven and earth changed color. But this also shows that he can gain more benefits. He quickly took 2 steps forward and helped Yan Hong up. Okay. Please stand up, disciple. The word disciple made the oath between the 2 official. Boom boom. The thunder in the sky became louder. The Dharma King, who was circumambulating the sutra on the ground, found that his cultivation level was actually increasing. In just a few breaths, his cultivation broke through the late stage of foundation building and reached the peak of foundation building, and it was still rising. The dark clouds in the sky also began to descend. Coo. A slight sound. All the people around the Dharma King who was circumambulating the sutra were pushed away, including the surprised Yan Hong, who was also pushed and staggered back. Everyone, disperse! My cultivation is still breaking through. Stay away from me, or you will get hurt. The Dharma King said this to Yan Hong. He knew that Yan Hong had not practiced and was worried that when he had a breakthrough, he would not be able to control his strength and shock Yan Hong to death. Yan Hong nodded, and continued to retreat with the others, until he stopped at the entrance of Liuguang Palace. The cultivation level of the Dharma King who circumambulates the sutras is still skyrocketing. Initial stage of integration. Mid-stage fusion. Late fusion. Peak of fusion. The expression of the Dharma King who was circumambulating the sutras changed from surprise at the beginning to horror. The technique he practiced was not the indestructible Vajra art of the Vajra temple, but a more advanced Buddhist technique, the Great Light Sutra of Infinite Merits. As long as he has enough merit, he can continue to advance. But this time, the merits Yan Hong shared with him were too much, and he broke through too quickly. The Dharma King who was circumambulating the sutra didn't know that Yan Hong really had a big secret. Yan Hong's original body, the 6th prince of the Sui dynasty, was born with a powerful soul. When he was 14 years old, half of his soul was extracted by a great monk from central Shenzhou to strengthen the seal of the 5 dynasties. This is a great merit. This was also the reason why the monks from the upper sect did not allow him to practice, as they were worried that he would take back the other half of his soul after practicing and affect the seal of the 5 Directions dynasty. After Yan Hong traveled through time, he naturally inherited this merit. Over the past year, Yan Hong has been cultivating high-yield crops and promoting them. This is another great merit that saves countless lives. During this year's snowstorm, Yan Hong made the technology of honeycomb briquettes and cangues public again, saving tens of millions of lives. Another merit. Also, Yang Hong had previously eaten the sky-devouring one-horned wolf king, which indirectly prevented a war between the human and demon races, so he also had some merit. The accumulation of so many merits is enough for an average cultivator to directly cultivate to the 7th level of fusion. The Dharma King was too greedy and wanted to take over all of Yang Hong's karma. Naturally, this huge merit was also taken over. But he had too much merit and virtue to digest it all at once. A few more breaths passed. Boom! A blue lightning struck. The Dharma King of Circumambulation has begun to break through the golden elixir realm. All cultivators who pursue immortality are trying to defy heaven and take their own lives. When they reach a certain level, they will inevitably be tested by thunder tribulations sent down from heaven and earth. The Dharma King who circumambulates the sutras cultivates merits, so the thunder tribulation comes relatively late. It only occurs when he breaks through the golden elixir. When the first thunderbolt struck, all of the Dharma King's clothes were turned into ashes. The unprepared Dharma King could only transform his merits to improve his cultivation, while using the merits that had not yet been transformed to resist the thunder disaster. Boom boom! After 3 thunder disasters, all the hair on the Dharma King's body was burned. Boom! 36 thunder tribulations struck continuously, several times faster than the tribulations that ordinary cultivators endured. However, the Dharma King used his merits to resist the thunder, and easily survived it. It's just that the consumption of merit is a bit large. But Yang Hongchuan's past merits have not yet ended. Jindan layer. The 2nd level of Jindan. 7th level of Jindan. 9-layer golden elixir. With the effort of the Dharma King to waste his energy, the remaining merits allowed him to directly advance to the 9th level of the golden elixir. But as the calamity clouds dissipated, he keenly sensed that there was no spiritual energy in this world for him to absorb and consolidate his cultivation. What's even more terrible is that his cultivation is showing signs of breaking through again. Only then did he realize that Yang Hong's merits were growing all the time. He didn't dare stay for long, he had to find a place with spiritual energy to consolidate his cultivation. Disciple, this is the secret manual of Vajra Indestructible Divine Art and Vajra Joyful Zen. Keep it well. I need to go into seclusion immediately. The Dharma King took out 2 thick books and threw them to Yang Hong. Then he turned to Yang Zhong and said, Old Lord Yang, as long as I am alive, the Yuan dynasty will never harm the Sui dynasty in the slightest. After saying this, he did not explain anything further and spoke to the other members of the delegation around him. I need to go into seclusion immediately. You must leave immediately and return to the outside of the pass. Lead the elite cavalry of the Yuan dynasty to leave the Sui dynasty. You are not allowed to invade the Sui dynasty in the future. After saying these words, the Dharma King flew directly into the sky and disappeared into the horizon as a stream of light. Everyone stared at the streak of light disappearing, no one reacting to what was happening. For a long time, everyone looked at Yang Hong in horror. You just become his disciple, and he can actually make the other person suffer thunder from the sky. Can a master in the realm of heaven and man suddenly become a god who can fly into the sky and hide in the ground? Why are you looking at me? It's none of my business! Yang Hong was still sorting out the logic here, and feeling the strange looks from everyone, he said something subconsciously. Everyone was speechless, even Yang Guang was powerless to complain. At the same time, he did not dare to suppress Yang Hong anymore. Because it can't be suppressed. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared in the square. Ahem, this matter is indeed none of my business, but can you give me those 2 martial arts secret manuals? A skinny old Taoist priest wearing a yin-yang Taoist robe, who looked like he could be blown down by a gust of wind, appeared in front of Yang Hong. On the foundation! As soon as the old Taoist approached, Yang Hong sensed his cultivation level. At some point, a powerful person above the foundation building level came to the Sui dynasty palace, but he didn't even know about it. Yuan Jianjing, you are out of confinement too? Yang Zhong, who was beside Yang Hong, recognized the person immediately. Haha, with such a big noise I have no choice but to leave. The old Taoist smiled at Yang Zhong, and then looked at Yang Hong. Yadu, give the secret book to Yuan Jianjing. He is the director of the Imperial Observatory of the Great Sui Dynasty and the protector of the Shangzong in the Great Sui Dynasty. It is right to listen to him. Yang Zhong also turned to look at Yang Hong with a serious expression. Why? Yang Hong did not immediately give the secret book to the old Taoist who looked like an immortal, but asked a question. Because once you start practicing, it will be a catastrophe for this world, a catastrophe that will destroy all living things. Why? Yang Hong asked. Because you have great karma, a Vajra monk cannot take over your karma. Why? Yang Hong asked again. Because destiny cannot be violated. Alas. At the end of his speech, the old Taoist sighed, as if he had some great sorrow that he could not bear to express. Yang Hong looked at the secret book in his hand and thought. The old Taoist priest looked at Yang Hong's face and waited. Not far from the Liuwang Palace, there was another pair of eyes staring at this side. Chapter 72, Foundation Establishment Realm Kills Fusion Realm Peak. For you. After thinking for a while, Yang Hong simply handed the 2 secret books to the old Taoist priest. He has been practicing now, and has been practicing for 10,000 years to build his foundation. But looking at the old Taoist priest and the Dharma King, these 2 great masters who have reached the foundation building stage did not notice it. Then there would be no need for him to risk his cultivation level being discovered and leave behind these martial arts secrets of unknown quality. Anyway, as long as he has enough low-level skills, his skills can continue to evolve. Immeasurable Heavenly Venerable, my friend, please have mercy. The old Taoist priest first performed a formal Taoist bow to Yang Hong before taking the 2 secret books. He then shattered them into pieces in front of everyone, scattering them all around. 2 secret books that even the members of the Yuan dynasty delegation coveted were destroyed just like that. The Yuan dynasty envoys glared at the old Taoist priest. If they knew they couldn't win, they might even hack this damn Taoist to death. My dear friend, I would like to thank you on behalf of all people in the world. This is a longevity pill, which is my compensation to you. This pill can extend your life by 30 years when your lifespan is about to end. His. Before Yang Hong could say anything, there was a sound of gasps all around. Everyone was shocked by the effect of this elixir. Yang Zhong stared at the pill with red eyes and his breathing became rapid. 30 years of life. Even though the environment of Taiyuan continent is very good and the physical fitness of ordinary people is generally good, the average life expectancy is unlikely to exceed 50 years. The average life expectancy according to statistics of the Sui dynasty was only 40 years old. A lifespan of 30 years is already a lifetime for many ordinary people. If you don't want to be struck by lightning, don't try to get my longevity pill. There is a cause and effect. The old Taoist priest naturally also noticed the gazes of everyone in the square, so he added lightly. Everyone shuddered when they thought of the thunder tribulation that had just ended. I can't afford to offend you. No one can be sure that he will not be turned into charcoal under such thunder. However, after thinking about it, many people started to have other plans. Yang Hong, put the pills away. Yang Zhong swallowed and said solemnly to Yang Hong. Yang Hong casually put the extremely precious pill into the pocket of his sleeve. Everyone's face twitched when they saw it. Could you be more perfunctory? Seeing that the matter was over, the old Taoist looked at Yang Hong deeply, then slowly walked out of the crowd and soon disappeared. The old Taoist's steps seemed slow, but his speed was extremely fast, as if he had some kind of magical power like shrinking the distance into an inch. Looking at the receding figure, Yang Hong let out a long sigh of relief. The look from the old Taoist just now made him feel like he was seen through. Fortunately, the old Taoist priest found nothing. This palace, this world is more dangerous than he imagined. Grandpa Emperor, since the state banquet cannot be held, I will go back. Yang Hong was not used to so many eyes looking at him like a monkey, so he prepared to leave. Well, Grandpa will take you back. You all should go away too. After sending everyone away, Yang Zhong led Yang Hong to the cold palace. The two were silent all the way until they entered Yang Hong's Yedu building, and then Yang Zhong spoke. My dear grandson, you must never practice again. Although I knew that once you started practicing, disasters would befall the world, I didn't have any direct feelings. But today I saw that you just became my disciple, and you caused such a devastating movement. Once you practice, I don't know how terrible it will be. Although he felt that doing so was a bit cruel to Yang Hong, Yang Zhong still decided not to let Yang Hong practice. Don't worry, Grandpa Huang. I won't practice anymore. Yang Hong also said this sincerely. Anyway, he has already practiced, but others just can't see that he has made some progress. My dear grandson, I hope you can understand. But don't worry, I will find some girls for you and let them protect your safety. This time it is definitely not your father's concubine, but a virgin girl. Yang Hong looked at Yang Zhong speechlessly. Do I need a woman so much? Can't you arrange a few male guards for me? Little did they know that Yang Hong's performance when he just agreed to become a disciple made everyone think that he agreed to become a disciple just because of the furnace cauldron and the Tantric Kahuan Zen. He can never wash away his image as a pervert. My dear grandson, you are now the next head of the Vajra temple. Do we still want to trade seeds of high-yield crops to them? Just as Yang Zhong was about to leave, he thought of something else and asked Yang Hong. Sell it, as long as we have enough seeds left, and sell the rest to them. By the way, we will also sell them the honeycomb briquettes technology. Based on the words of the Dharma King and his subsequent behavior, Yang Hong was certain that he had great merit. However, because he had too many merits, ordinary cultivators could not bear it. The old Taoist priest should also know this, but he did not have the relevant skills to dissolve and absorb it, so he did not dare to attract Yang Hong's attention and took the initiative to make friends with him. Even the so-called superiors do not allow me to practice because they are afraid of my merits. However, there are many unclear points. Yang Hong couldn't figure it out for a moment. He only knew that as long as he continued to do good deeds and increase his merits, it would be of great benefit to him. Therefore, he generously contributed all these seeds and technologies that benefited the world. After getting Yang Hong's advice, Yang Zhong went to trade with the Yuan dynasty's envoys. As night fell, a figure sneaked into the Hall of Light of the Sui dynasty and soon disappeared. Because Yang Hong was in a state of confusion, he sent Song Yuji to rest, took off all his clothes, went into the Baolian pond and took a bath. Suddenly a slim figure appeared in front of him. You are... Yang Hong was about to ask the other party's identity, but the other party obviously didn't want to reveal himself. A fireball as big as a bowl appeared in the figure's hand, and the air near the fireball was visibly distorted. I'll go! As soon as he saw the fireball, Yang Hong immediately knew that the other party was a cultivator. Dare not hesitate, dare not hold back. The true energy in the whole body was mobilized instantly, added to the right hand, and the bull fist began to work. A faint shadow of a wild bull appeared behind Yang Hong. Ran Weijing was startled at first, then smiled calmly. I didn't expect that you, little fellow, were so well hidden. Not only have you cultivated to the foundation establishment stage, but you have also cultivated a trace of fist intent. However, foundation building is foundation building, and I am at the peak of the fusion realm. Killing you is like stepping on an ant. In the light of the fire, Yang Hong saw a beautiful face, full of disdain and sarcasm. It's like looking at an ant. So much nonsense! Yang Hong roared and threw a punch with all his strength. Moo! A slight cow cry sounded, and Yang Hong's fist went straight through the fireball. It was imprinted directly on that face that was still full of disdain. Bang! There was a sound of a watermelon popping. That beautiful head just exploded. Ran Weijing, the current senior sister of the inner sect of Xianin sect, who was expected to be promoted to the 18th true disciple, died just like that. Died at the hands of a foundation-building monk. Death came without warning. Humph, I am in the foundation establishment stage, but I have been in the foundation establishment stage for 10,000 years. Yang Hong smiled faintly, and this punch simply verified Yang Hong's strength. Instant kill fusion state is not a problem. Then, the next is the exciting moment. Yang Hong extended his hand towards the headless female corpse. Chapter 73, Evil Technique. Touching corpses is definitely a necessary skill for all time travelers. It is also the most anticipated skill. Yang Hong didn't shy away from the fact that this person was a woman, nor did he mind that she had no head. After training on Song Yuji, he has become adept at undressing the women of this world. Even this kind of complicated neon-style clothes. I'm lucky. This suit is not damaged and looks of good quality. Maybe it's a magic weapon or even a magic treasure. Yan Hong tried to tear a corner of the dress, but failed to do so. He is now a strong man with a strength of 200,000 pounds, but he couldn't tear it apart. This shows how strong the colorful dress is. While marveling at the quality of the colorful clothes, he was also glad that he had hit the man directly on the head and blew it off with one punch. If I had been a little more gentle and attacked this woman's body, I would probably be the one to die. Not only is the dress strong, but even the belly band is so strong. After untying the belly band of the female corpse, Yan Hong used his true qi to experiment. Even if he used all his true qi to increase his strength, he was unable to tear the belly band. It is indeed a magical weapon. This time he didn't mind the dirtiness anymore, and he took off all the dirt from the female corpse. He even found all of the woman's jewelry from behind her exploded head. After everything was cleaned up, Yan Hong pulled the female corpse under the evil blood lotus and buried it. It's waste recycling. After simply washing the things on the female corpse in the Baolian pond, Yan Hong carried these things to a pavilion beside the Baolian pond and began to sort them. The pavilion is called Baolian Pavilion. It is an octagonal pavilion. 8 luminous pearls are inlaid on the 8 corners of the pavilion, so the lighting is quite good. There are 8 parts in a set of colorful clothes, including upper clothes, lower clothes, inner clothes, and collars. Yan Hong pulled them all and made sure that they could not be torn at all, so it was undoubtedly a magic weapon. Yan Hong had never seen magical instruments or magic treasures, so he didn't know the grade of such things, so he thought they were magical instruments. In addition, there are 4 pieces of underwear that are also ritual implements. Are the clothes for female cultivators so troublesome? There are 12 pieces without including accessories. It's really troublesome. Yan Hong complained that he could not appreciate the beauty of some women. Next are the accessories. The headdress is relatively simple, with 2 hairpins and a pair of earrings, which are also ritual objects. Then there are the accessories on the clothes, just treat them as accessories. There are 18 needles of different sizes, 9 embroidery pieces, 2 jade pendants and 2 sachets. There are also 2 bracelets, 2 anklets and 1 ring. Oh, and a pair of embroidered shoes. All of them are magic weapon level items. It's a good thing, but it's a pity that it's for women. I can only find a chance to give it to Song Yuji. Now I have to look around to see if I can find the legendary storage equipment. Anyone who has read the novel is likely to be interested in the storage equipment of the immortal cultivators. Yan Hong released his spiritual sense to scan those accessories one by one. First of all, the ring. After all, the name of the storage ring is well known to everyone. No, not yet. Oh my god, this is it! However, Yan Hong guessed wrong. This female cultivator had storage equipment, but it was not a ring or sachet as he initially thought, nor even an anklet. Looking at the embroidery-style storage equipment in front of him, Yan Hong felt disgusted. This piece of embroidery is 3 inches long, 1 inch wide, and oval in shape. People who don't know would think it is a flower ornament stuck on the forehead. However, Yan Hong remembered that the embroidery piece fell off the small dress under the female corpse. At first he thought it was a part of the dress that fell off because it was not strong enough. He was almost buried with the female corpse. I just wanted to do some research, so I stayed. I didn't expect this thing to be a storage equipment. This female cultivator is really a weirdo. While complaining, Yan Hong still used his spiritual sense to poke at the membrane of this storage equipment. A barrier that blocks the entry of spiritual consciousness. Maybe because its owner died, this membrane broke with one poke from Yan Hong. This is the storage space. Isn't it a bit too small? This is a cubic space with a length, width, and height of 10 feet each. It was completely different from the space of hundreds or thousands of feet that Yan Hong had imagined. It doesn't matter if it's small, as long as it works. Although Yan Hong complained, he did not dislike it. After all, no matter how small the space was, it was still a storage equipment. With a movement of his spiritual consciousness, Yan Hong poured out everything in this space. As soon as he saw the pile of things, Yan Hong frowned again. Women are women! Whether they are mortals or immortals, they all love beauty. This pair of things includes 6 sets of colorful clothes plus the one she was wearing originally, making a total of 7 colors: bright red, peach red, pink, dark red, goose yellow, egg yolk, and bright yellow. The underwear and shoes also come in these 7 colors, and it looks like they were specially matched. In addition to clothes, the most common items are various rouge and powder, which occupy 1/3 of the entire space. It can be seen that the female cultivator is still a woman. There is no way she can escape. After searching for a long time, Yang Hong found 34 bottles of pills. However, this female cultivator simply put labels of different colors on the outside of the pill bottle without writing the name of the pill, let alone the instructions for the pill. It seems that I can only find a chance to buy a few dogs for experiments. Putting aside the pills, Yang Hong looked at those instruments that might be magical instruments. 7 mirrors, 5 hairpins, and 1 long sword. Yang Hong tried to input his true energy, and there was a hint of light. It seemed that they were undoubtedly magic weapons, but he didn't know how to use them. After putting these things away, only 3 pieces of jade were left on the ground. The jade stone is 4 fingers long, 2 fingers wide and 1 finger thick, and is crystal clear throughout. Jade slip. The first time Yang Hong saw these 3 pieces of jade, he thought of the jade slips, which were a must-have for cultivators and novels. Following the method in the novel, he picked up a jade slip and placed it on his forehead, then released his spiritual consciousness and probed into the jade slip. Really? Immediately, a huge amount of knowledge flooded into Yang Hong's mind. In just a quarter of an hour, Yang Hong absorbed all the knowledge in the jade slip. Su Nu Kai Yang Gong? It's really unlucky. Yang Hong put away the jade slip with a look of disgust and picked up the other 2 jade slips. Following the same method, he quickly read all the knowledge on the 2 jade slips. Mysterious woman's soul gathering technique and soul locking formation are really. Where did this female cultivator come from? Why is she so evil? There are 3 jade slips, 2 of which are exercises, all of which are exercises for women to practice. After all, it is a technique that female cultivators carry with them, so it is understandable. But both sets of exercises are about replenishing yang and replenishing yin, which is disgusting. Among them, Qian Nu gathering spirit technique is better. If there is no yang energy to absorb, it can also absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth for cultivation. Su Nu Kai Yang Gong is a pure method of replenishing the body's energy. Both sets of skills can only be practiced by women. If men practice them, they will definitely go astray. The only thing Yang Hong could learn was the soul locking array. This is a method for arranging a formation, which clearly and completely describes the arrangement methods of 1st to 3rd grade soul locking formations. That is to say, there are 3 formations in 1 jade slip. The function of the soul locking array is to seal and gather together the spiritual energy within a certain range to prevent it from dissipating. The jade slip also states that the soul locking array must be set up together with the soul gathering array. However, Yang Hong did not find the jade slip of the spirit gathering array, so this spirit locking array was basically useless. However, you can still start learning it so that you can formally get in touch with the world of cultivation. After putting away all the things, Yang Hong became conflicted again.